think line might be tough. Tusk is playing really aggressive.
There's a ward, man.
It's still mid.
Yeah, get this ward. It's over here, observer.
Top's missing, careful.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Alright, thanks.
That's interesting. You actually don't see
Line's
that with
pulling
vision.
bottom.
Okay.
Should we try to kill this guy?
Tusk is still missing his 6, careful of him.
So you say.
Good take bot, right?
From sea to shore. Cork high and bottom.
Fuck, I left the rod on.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
I don't have flavor creep, so I was gonna wait till it goes.
you want the
back to
courier
this.
upon that? Got a ruined.
Yeah, I need it.
Now you pay.
Tusk is still missing.
Lean
Oh,
up
they're
top.
behind us.
He's behind you.
My blade sings.
Might get snowballed on.
No Slytherin may fail.
You want to send it back?
Your bottom
Can't, I'm dead.
Send it, oh, okay.
attack.
Oh!
Nice.
That was so
Oh,
weird,
play.
actually.
Yeah, it was there.
Did he
I'm
snowball
gonna go-
and then you X him out or what?
Tower is
He,
under
this is
No,
an
I
actual
axed
attack.
Alina. I couldn't send
That's
him
all.
back because I was dead.
Make a splash.
I didn't know what level it was, I just fucking guessed. You have a level 2, alright.
It lasts the
Good to
same.
know.
Honor.
I thought something
Yeah.
for allies is the same.
No, it's
oh, it
always
is
8,
well,
I
okay.
think.
Yeah, they changed it. It's 4
they
for
just-
all enemies to it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm rushing Jules to Cursive space. I have a point booster, so a little tanky.
You ever go like vet booster? Get Atos?
Dead.
Atos heals?
No, I've tried
I don't.
this a long time ago. I haven't tried it recently though.
They buffed a lot.
Yeah, they did.
Rubik's top. There's 4 like in this area right now.
Alright, line's
being
only 5 if you guys
box
want to
on.
rotate top, we can kill them. 4 line hits 6, they're not that strong.
Yeah, he's no Laguna.
Yes.
You can get a hook, we kill these guys. I might need help.
Yes.
My TP is on cooldown.
The sea calls.
She just run up base set. You missed the hook. Oh shit, he got 6 off me. Alright, line finger down.
Haste rune bottom.
Grab it if that's.
Indeed.
I have dagger soon.
Armed.
Into sea glass. No
Your top
Slytherin
tower
may
is under
fail.
attack.
Yes.
Go on top, Kunka.
I will
Can you X this guy? X
I
him,
mean,
X
he's gonna
him.
stun
Stark's
ball.
missing, by the way.
That's fine, I can CP, there's no finger.
make a splash.
Fight him, fight him. Stun.
There I am. The sea calls.
That's all I have.
I got him.
Serpentine.
Oh, what the fuck, he went to you. You got him.
I was about to Tidebringer him.
We can push this tower up, catapult and everything. Just hit the
Oh
creeps.
fuck, I didn't even see his ward. I lost.
This guy's gonna take him a long SM to do ward. Just route the creeps, I can set him once.
So you say.
Radiant structures are fortified.
If they reinforce the plane, then let's get that.
Commanded. Slytherin.
Alright. Run for your lives.
Blade sing.
There's a lot of heroes top.
I'm
Just,
going to
just
eye
hit.
blink. We can fight.
Okay.
Nice.
Good hook.
I'm studying.
Your bottom tower is under
From
attack.
sea to shore.
Nice, dude.
GG the player.
That's actually just game.
Now you.
Oh god.
I can stun
Your
this guy.
bottom
maybe.
tower is under attack.
I'm studying.
You.
Worth it.
Wow.
I'm fucking dead. Oh,
Go rich.
I have blinks
More
here.
than a message in this bottle. Slither hither.
Fuck. My
We'll
bad.
run. I just
The
got the power.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'm so scared of the Slark coming. Like I didn't want to kill
Yeah, I
him.
was.
It's okay. That was insanely good for us. I have Yules. I'm gonna go heal them.
Gutted. Cut to the chase. Any way you slice it.
He knows Yules.
Alright, I did too.
I will gut you. From sea to
I'm gonna hang around me. But you should just go up and hit it.
Just allow me.
Oh shit, they're taking Naga.
Can we fight this?
Can we run there?
I'm coming.
There's a Slark over here. Slark over here.
I can't TP, but I'm running this up. Let's fight this. We need
They're
vision.
all running here. Can we just kill
Punch, we
this?
just bait. Punch up, nice. Oh my god, so good.
Being snowballed.
I got that line. Turn and get the others. I can kill the line now still.
Hey, chef.
Coming, come to me.
I am the sacrificial lamb.
make a splash.
That guy's a player.
High and
He's a
I got-
tusk picker.
yes.
3-1.
Ultra kill. Wow.
Your top tower is under attack.
The sea calls.
I have no mana. Come to the push. Tiny bit.
No Slytherin may fail.
So,
Jesus Christ! Did you just ult a creep? What's that?
oh, he ulted
I'm holding
me.
Nash.
I mean, I'm basically
Oh,
a
you have
beast, but
1000 HP. Oh my god.
Kanka's tanky.
The beast.
Good hero,
So
honestly.
you say.
He seems
awful at this
experienced.
hero. I have no idea how to play this shit.
Is that what you're supposed to do?
Slytherin
1-1-4.
may fail.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I would go 2-0-4. I'd bring it to.
As
Yeah.
commanded.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, I'm gonna boat this camp for you and you can finish it off.
The
Oh, shit.
sea calls.
Lark, I
I'm coming.
Huh, I'm coming too.
We can maybe kill him actually.
don't have much.
No
What's he doing?
Slytherin may fail.
He's shadow.
Oh.
That's my bad.
I'm not ready.
I think I got him with the torrent. Like,
Any way you
A relic.
Oh, they're here.
I'm dead.
I kept.
they're just
That's
running
not
at our jungle.
These guys are just gonna 5-man maybe? Oh, maybe.
There's probably a.
Their
ward
5-man
over
fucking
here.
sucks. They're heroes. I mean, I guess when
I
they have
might
finger and
need
shit.
help.
I might need help.
No Slytherin.
Oh,
I'm gonna
dude.
boat because I used it, hit some creeps.
Yeah, they definitely have a ward in here, right?
I have sentries.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's probably like right here. Or maybe here. I would say it's right here. Yeah, it's right there.
This is too defensive, by the way. It should be a
All.
little bit further.
Oh,
We can fight this. We can fight this.
Oh
We need one
god.
more though.
I'm up in 7 seconds.
I can op Peter.
I think you just let him die.
Nice
Ow.
fight.
Never mind. Boat owns.
Kappa, double kill.
Oh my
Oh.
god, I have 17-1. I couldn't get it off though.
Make a splash.
Would have killed them both. The Slark just got a extra gold off me.
Your top
Is he in a
tower is
sentry?
under attack.
Wait, what?
Honor guides me.
Whatever. All I know is I got a double kill and I'm on the board.
Slark behind
So
us.
you say more than a message in this fight.
Getting ball tower.
Slark has no TP.
From sea to shore.
Your middle tower
Like, he
is
mana
under
boots me?
attack.
Yeah. Probably think.
No.
Indeed.
I have no items. Are you serious?
Yeah.
He has no mana.
Yes.
Oh,
Radiant
that's a
structures
board
Nice
mission.
try.
fortified.
Not yet. Cut to the chase. Yes.
Help me take mid tower.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Come in, so. Actually, never mind. It's too healthy. Just
Make
didn't
a
damage to it.
splash.
Fucking mud golem.
We might need a sentry here and here.
So you say.
Got bot farm.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I have it.
Oh!
My TP's on cooldown.
Wow.
Your lord.
Time.
That
was spooky as shit,
Nah,
dude.
I thought they were all top.
Same. They all rotate bottom and then they didn't defend the tower. Oh fuck, I didn't get... Why's my courier not coming?
The sea calls.
You can probably push mid. Guys all long. Ah, never mind.
There's a Lina Stark on top if you guys want to come. I'm invisible. Can someone TP in?
Yep, that panda is chill as fuck.
Yeah,
tell you
yeah.
what to
I
fight.
will tell.
I have asked a couple of times.
The dawn of a new season and a brave new world of majors is upon us. With the group stage complete, we now have a better idea of who the favourites are to take glory, but there's plenty of the story remaining. Welcome to the Frankfurt Major, live from the Festhalle here in Germany. And with 6 incredible days of action ahead of us, there is plenty of high-quality Dota to look forward to. And we'll start the road to the final today. The group stage was completed last week, and while the majority of the favourites, like Evil Geniuses, Secret and Vici, all came through safely, the surprise package was the determined form of Mineski as they made the top 8 part of the bracket from Group D. Elsewhere, former star name Alliance struggled, while Virtus.pro navigated a tricky group to make the upper bracket of the main event with some dogged determination and some smart drafts. As we move into the double elimination round this week, the competition gets even tougher, particularly for those in the bottom half, with the best of 1 match ahead of them. The 8 teams in the lower half of the bracket find themselves on the brink of elimination. 1 slip and they are going home. And those in the upper half, however, face a mixture of championship-winning teams, old favourites, and tricky new boys on the block. Today we'll focus on the lower part of the bracket with all 4 matches, as well as bringing you 2 from the upper bracket, 6 matches in all, and every single one of them live from the main stage. Before we get there, however, time to introduce you to the panel of perfect personalities and deftly deflecting wannabes. I'll let you decide who's who. First up, we have my favourite commentator when it comes to explaining Dota to a newbie, and possibly the sharpest dressed man on the panel. It is, of course, Purge. Alongside him is a man who attended Duke, has a biochemical major, worked in finance, and was dubbed by CNN as the Bill Walton of esports. He is Malini. And finally, a player who may well be the greatest player of his generation, with one of the brightest tactical minds in his field, some of the smartest plays of all time, and the most deluded man on the panel. Please welcome Melk.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good. I thought I could have been any of those introductions.
Really?
Yeah, I was Ben.
Proving the deluded moment.
Don't be so full of yourself, Jake.
How you doing this morning, Ben? Everything all right?
Pretty good.
Looking forward to the matches?
Yes, of course. EG versus Vega to lead things off.
Yeah. And best of ones a little bit later on, Kevin, as well.
Yeah, those are going to be pretty tough matches for those guys.
Yeah, knockout games as well, so all to play for this afternoon. It's going to be very, very good indeed. We do, of course, have some highlights from group play from our second day, which I think we should look over and just, reminisce a little bit, because there were some fantastic highlights from the second day. What stood out for you guys in particular?
I really liked Newbie Young yesterday. They really impressed me. Some of their players are really fantastic. I thought that they were going to come to the event and not do so amazing, but they performed really well overall.
Cloud9 versus LGD. Cloud9 putting up a decent fight at times in the group play, but ultimately finishing in the outside of those top 2 spots. They were really important, weren't they, those first 2 days, for every team to kind of hit the ground running.
Yeah, it seems a little weird because they were only playing 2 best of 3s, but obviously the winner bracket versus loser bracket disadvantage isn't necessarily everything. It really just comes down to, are you better than the team that you're going to play against?
It's also a great indicator of who's in a good shape and what kind of metagame we can expect going further in the tournament. I don't think anyone really stood out as a dominant team, so this tournament is all open to everyone.
He had some nice Aegis steals yesterday. Newbie Young as well as ROTK here.
Yeah, it did make the top 5.
How did that
not make the top 5? We were moaning about that this morning as to why that didn't make the top 5 of the matches you should watch. Definitely check it out from yesterday.
So yeah, the most surprising thing, or?
Well, actually, it was the day before. We're forgetting, of course, that we've had a day off. What did you do on your day off?
I relaxed.
Wow.
I was out for dinner with Ben as well. It was romantic.
With the other 10 people, yeah.
Well, still romantic, Ben. Let me have my moment.
So yeah, yesterday's games also featured Mineski as well, who surprised many coming through that group, particularly with such a dominant victory over eHome.
Yeah, eHome was playing a little bit weird in their set. They seemed tilted in some ways. They drafted a bit weird, but Mineski did play amazing. I think they definitely can take it to the winner bracket teams. Are they up against Secret, I believe? Maybe a team they're not likely to beat, but just getting in the winner bracket alone has already increased their prize pool a lot and gotten them to a place where nobody expected them to be.
Well, they weren't likely to beat eHome either, I think.
Yeah,
a lot of people are talking about how eHome is potentially in a disarray, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, why would you do that? Why would you go into a major and not just try to settle your differences?
But they have publicly said that they're not together at the moment. There's a lot of infighting within the team, and perhaps that led to...
Maybe that's what they want the other teams to do.
Maybe it's mental. I like that.
Maybe
Tactical drop to losers bracket for
yeah,
best of ones.
secret strats. It's about the secret strats. They don't want to reveal everything in their 2 best of 3s, save what they really think is the best hero for when they get in those best of 1s, and then they just have to beat everybody in those BO1s. They can do it.
Easy.
That's it.
All right, okay. Well, let's get into our first game of the day, because Evil Geniuses are going head-to-head with Vega Squadron, and I, for one, am looking forward to this. Oh, yeah. What a way to start the first day in the Festhalle as well.
It's a sick matchup.
It's the rematch from ESL 1 New York, where Evil Geniuses had their first official game after the International, in which, of course, Vega Squadron came out on top. I
Rooted them to death.
Came out on top is an understatement. That was a 2-0. And that was the start of the tournament. Vega obviously went on to win the tournament, and EG won the previous tournament, TI. So very, very good first match of the day.
Yeah, great. Let's get into it with EG. In particular, the lineup is well known to everyone, of course. It has had one major change, and that one change...
I love this
is
picture.
The man fourth along.
2 major changes. Arteezy no longer has a beard.
Okay. He actually looks a lot like Fierce Sun on this picture.
Yeah, he does a little bit.
Fierce Sun, brilliant.
Shaved between media day and today, so happy to announce.
How important is that switch out? I mean, you know, for those that watch the
beard?
international, no, the beard, not the beard.
Okay.
The beard's important, but it's maybe not as important as the switch out of the players. Obviously, a different lineup from the one that won at the international. For those that watch the international and are now coming along to watch the major, it's important to point out that they've changed that one player, and what a player to change as well. Arteezy coming back into the team.
Yeah. One major thing that they have with it is that they have 2 top-tier mid players, so they can swap the roles depending on which mid hero they feel better on. So, for example, everybody always flames the Arteezy Ember. I mean, maybe he just had a couple bad games, but Sumail has proven that he can go insane on Ember on the toppest stage. So maybe give him the Ember every time, maybe give him the co-op, heroes that Arteezy doesn't as traditionally play, and then they can even put Shadow Fiend safe lane and stuff like that.
So there's 2 sides of the coin. Firstly, they have to deal with, the opposing team has to deal with 2 major farm-heavy threats in Sumail and Arteezy, both of them very aggressive, but on the flip side, they don't really run like a carry 4 anymore. No like Naga Siren carry. Fear has kind of shifted to this position of playing Undying and not really getting that much farm, as well as other supports that just kind of like a 5. There are 2 5s now. Collectively,
how do you feel that has changed the dynamic in the team? Are they as cohesive as perhaps they were in the summer?
I think they're doing fine personally. You were pointing out Undying, they do play a lot of Undying games. And he's got one of the highest win rates based on the group stage. He's up to 75% on Undying. That's all Undyings in the tournament. So if they just have a go-to hero that Fear can play, he feels comfortable with it, then you're going to be fine. Maybe if you push them outside of that 2 or 3 hero comfort zone, then maybe their teamwork gets a little weird because they're not completely sure how to play the game compared to previous ones. But if they can rely on those picks, they're going to be absolutely fine and probably still okay, even if they have to push outside that.
I think it has more to do with their strategy than their team cohesion. I actually think Arteezy seems to blend pretty well with the lineup. And if you look at how they played with AUI, he wasn't actually that much a part of how they ran around on the map together. He would be the 4 support farming all across the map. He would be standing in a lane on his own and everything. That was sort of his play style. So it's not about them not meshing well together. It just comes down to strategy and execution, of course.
All right. One of the cool things about this chap is that I think we all kind of know him, but maybe we don't know him. And there's a side of him that I don't think many people have seen.
I moved away with my parents to Canada when I was 2 years old from Uzbek. Before that, I think my parents went with my brother to like Israel and Armenia and stuff like that. But then when I got old enough to travel, they dropped everything and moved to Canada. I guess I was raised here since I was 2. Artur went into elementary school and then he entered high school and he started playing more and more and more. They didn't really care about how much Artur spent, but they still gave him warnings like, listen, you're playing 10 hours a day, you're playing 10 hours a day. As soon as he reached that celebrity status and got a sponsorship and got a team, they really backed off and let him do everything the way he wanted to do.
When he started to play Dota, we didn't know that it was going to go this far, obviously. He stays home a lot, so nowadays he doesn't really come outside a lot. But I guess that's what comes with the job, right? Because that's what he has to do. He always has to be online, on the computer, and stuff like that.
He had a girlfriend, and he ditched her for Dota.
I want him to have a girlfriend, but I understand. He said it's a distraction. The time will come.
I'd like to think everybody who plays Dota is like introverted in a way. I don't think this game, like, I don't think if you play Dota, you're like very social. You kind of mold yourself to be when you're older. Starting off, I don't think anybody's that sociable who's played Dota. I remember my mom telling me a story. She was like, there were times where my dad wouldn't eat anything just so we would have enough money for me to eat something. So like my dad would basically starve himself so I would get some food. When I was younger, I didn't really understand what my parents did, like the sacrifice to be here in Canada. In my parents' vision of me gaming, they never expected me to drop out of high school or even like stop going to school, university, stuff like that. They never thought I was gonna reach that point. They thought it was just gonna like, I guess they thought that I'd be playing online all the time. They never realized that you could travel across the world, play LANs. When Artur said that he was leaving our home to go to another place by himself, my parents didn't really understand what that meant. They thought he was joking, and then all of a sudden he starts packing up his stuff, and my parents couldn't believe that this was actually happening. I kind of explained to them that they should not really take what he's doing as an offensive thing that he's doing. He's doing it for himself. I basically told my parents to just trust me, and we'll see what happens. They said, fine, we'll let him go this one time, and then we'll see what happens. And pretty sure if he didn't go to that, none of this would have happened. And they knew whatever I was gonna do, I put my mind to it. They had faith in me.
I think he had ego growing up. I cannot say if it's good or bad. In some circumstances, I think it's very good. Maybe because of that, he's very persistent and stubborn and going forward to his goals. He's got a lot of drive, he's got a lot of passion. I would say that if he puts his mind on something, he's definitely going to achieve it, and that's what he did. He put his mind on Dota. Before I became a thing in Dota, I guess, I had like 2 close friends that I would talk to every day. There'd be Envy and Bulba. Those are the 2 guys that helped me like achieve the first thing in Dota. Like Bulba, even though I was competing against him, he always helped me in 1v1s, and Eternal Envy was the one who gave me the opportunity to show my skill. So I'm very grateful for that. I don't know where I would be if Bone 7 didn't have a visa, who knows? But yeah, I'm very grateful that those guys helped me get to where I am today. When I got replaced by Sumail and they won TI, I smiled actually. You know, I usually never smile even when I was like on Secret and we won a LAN, I would just sit there emotionless. Even though I beat EG like 2 grand finals, I wouldn't really care. But then seeing like my old teammates win, like Fear, I think he deserved a TI win for sure. So seeing him win, I'm gonna hold back the jealousy, and I was just smiling. But I was jealous, obviously. Won TI, so I don't really care about like what people think. I'd say like just because I joined a TI winning team, they do worse. It doesn't. If they do worse or better, I don't really care. Like what others. I want to meet my expectations. I want to win a TI. That's all I'm thinking about.
Fantastic words from Arteezy there as well. Absolutely. Lots to talk about within that as well. Stubborn, persistent, great characteristics to have when you're playing Dota.
It definitely is. It's something you need, especially when you're a carry or mid lane position. And there's a lot of attention to the star role that carries usually tend to have. And I think being able to not care about what the public says is an important feat, if that is true.
Do you think he really does?
I mean, he's the expert on that.
Go on then, explain.
Are you saying I'm the star player?
No, we're just saying you have to put up with a similar level of critique.
Oh, okay. Well, that's only from you guys.
Yeah. That's copable then?
Oh, yeah, easily.
Okay.
I don't really care what you say.
Kevin, what did you pick out of that? It's a slightly different side to him, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of things that everyone can relate to, I think. Like people being introverted, sitting inside playing Dota all day. He basically says, Dota's my #1 priority. I don't want a girlfriend. Something that maybe not everyone has that circumstance applied to them when they're 18 years old, but you know, it's interesting seeing that other side of him.
Okay, let's take
I imagine he has plenty of girlfriends. They just only last for a day or 2.
Okay. You would have to come up with that at the end, wouldn't
I
you?
think so.
Let's take a look at the highlights from their group stage matches. They weren't exactly the easiest games in the world, and I think Kevin rightly pointed out to me behind the scenes, it's always difficult for these guys on day one, and they proved that it was a little bit more difficult. How would you rate their matches, bearing in mind that they lost a game to both of the teams in their first group stage matches, but still came through in top position?
Losing the game to Fnatic was a little surprising, considering that they looked like one of the weaker teams as we saw the group stage play out. But they did have a couple decent good strats. I feel like they maybe lost confidence after playing against EG, perhaps, since they did beat out their Tiny Wisp combo, which is something that they felt very strong with doing, since they did pick it in the first round often. So,
what was interesting to me in the games against Fnatic was that they picked the strategy that they had in game one, they admitted was weak, and then they picked the almost identical lineup for game two.
Yeah. But and in one very easily.
Yeah,
well,
not very easily, but it fit a lot better, that's why. So it's always like, sometimes, you know, a strategy can be the same as the game prior, but when the enemy has a different lineup, that's a completely different game.
But then to be fair as well, halfway through the second game, they were actually behind in that second game, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
It was like a game and a half that Fnatic won.
Still, I think EG has shown that they can play heroes like Alchemist and Safe Lane Carry to great effect. I don't think that many other teams have had success with it. And of course, Tidehunter, which kind of came out of nowhere. And of course, the Sumail Timbersaw.
I was going to say the Timbersaw in both matches, actually, we saw it.
It's not the same EG that we've known.
this fight, oh my gosh. They played that so well.
And of course, they also realize that Slardar is a very, very big threat that I think that both of these teams know, but some of the teams in the other bracket just don't pick him at all or ban him at all in the entire draft.
Okay, let's move on to Vegas Squadron because we haven't talked about them just yet. It was a very hard-fought road for these boys in Group B. It wasn't easy at all. They had to come back up from the lower bracket in that group, play OG twice as well. Very difficult group overall. How do you assess them, Milk?
They're definitely not as strong in comparison to the rest of the teams as they were in ESL 1 New York, but I still think they have a lot of potential, and it's all about what kind of strategies they pull out. Right now, Broodmother is not as favorable as it was just a month ago, so that might be a bit hard. Mag isn't as dominant as he used to be. That being said, I think no one is in his prime shape right now. He's definitely the one to watch, and I think he's probably one of the mid laners in this tournament that can stand his ground against Sumail. The best, at least.
Vichy Game, of course, in their group came through at the top spot and were probably expected to do that, and their games were fairly reflective of that, Ben.
Yeah, Vega, I mean, their struggles even dated back to even before the group stages started, wondering whether or not people think that they deserved a direct invite or not. And people were like, oh, they only won one LAN, do they really deserve it? As opposed to other teams like, you know, EG and Secret even. But yeah, I think they definitely proved that they have what it takes. They took Vici to a 3-game series, arguably should have won the third game.
Yeah, had a decent lead at one point in that game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their lineup, of course. And a number of players in there. We'll talk about a couple of them in particular, but before we do that, there is one in particular that I would like to talk about, and that's Solo, because I think when you pick players out, it's hard, isn't it? Because we picked out RTZ in AG, but where do you think Solo fits into this in terms of the way that he's delivering for Vegas Squadron right now?
He's the experienced player. You have a lot of young blood, Sima and no one. I think in particular, they're like, what, 18, 19? They've been playing together for a long time, but mostly it's like the tier 2.5 in the star ladder. They're like the 12 through 16 teams that no one really knows about. And then all of a sudden, boom, they start winning everything. They start beating T1 teams. And, you know, so there are some other teams that had that sort of potential, like the old Power Rangers, for example, but Vega's the only one that has kind of broken out of that status.
Okay. He's the glue, and as Ben is saying, he has the experience as well. He's played all the roles in the game, so he has a better understanding of what his teammates need than they might have themselves. Used to play a lot of carry and solo mid, and now being on the support role, that leaves him with the necessary skill set to understand what it is he can help no one with, for instance. So definitely the glue of the team, I think.
Okay, there is another man as part of our broadcast team today who has a birthday, no less. Coddle Guy, happy birthday to Coddle Guy. And a little earlier on, in fact yesterday, he caught up with Solo himself.
I'm here in the Vega practice room, now standing with Solo. Yesterday, you guys played a lot of Dota. You had to battle it out against OG twice, and then had that tough battle against Vici Gaming, but you managed to make it out into the upper bracket. How's the team feel?
We feel good. Yesterday was long day for us, was hard day. Games were long. We put much efforts in games with the Vichy. So when we play second time against OG, that was even more harder than first time.
But today you have a day off, maybe a day of rest, but I hear you guys are scrimming, practicing, looking over replays. How's your day off been so far?
We were waiting for a decision about winner bracket, whom we will to play against. Now we know that we play against Evil Geniuses. We will watch replays, practice, play scrims, everything usual.
So, as you said, you're going to be going against Evil Geniuses in the upper bracket. You got to play them back at ESL One New York, but do you think they're going to be a tougher opponent this time around?
We were playing them at New York, but they were in bad shape. I suppose now they are much more stronger, and the game will be much more harder for us. But we feel confident, and I think there would be good games.
Great to hear. Solo, congratulations again to make the upper bracket, and best of luck in the next round. Thank you.
Okay, so words from Solo there, and he's obviously ready. They're fired up. Vega Squadron are ready to go against EG. Players are almost ready to come out. Just some quick final thoughts on these two teams before they do enter the arena. Malk, the way it looks right now, are you confident for Vega Squadron, or do you still fancy EG?
I fancy EG. I think Vega Squadron needs all the preparation they can get, and I hope they spent last night effectively. I think EG is the clear favorite going into this one. I don't think Vega Squadron looked as good as EG did in their initial games, so we'll see.
All right, okay. We'll get thoughts from both of you two gentlemen as well, but I have been told that the teams are ready to enter the arena. Okay, teams taking their place in the booths, and they'll get set up. We'll give them a few more minutes just to get ready and get lock and loaded for our first game of the day. And it also means we can get some more opinions from our panel, starting with you, Perch, because Malk has already talked far too much.
He really has. I'm glad he's not saying anything else here. This is my time, okay? All right, I think EG has the most likely chance to win this. I think Vega could be really close, though. They recently won ESL New York. They've been together far longer as a team. Again, they got knocked out by CDEC at TI5, somewhere where we thought for sure Vega would disband, but they held together. They've been practicing a long time. With all that said, I still think EG is the better team, but I could see it going the opposite way. So I think it's very likely we'll see a 2-1, most likely EG.
Okay, most likely EG. So that's you're sticking with EG.
I'm sticking with EG. Okay. I'm not super confident. I think Vega's a great team.
All right, Malk.
I'm a bit more confident than Purchase. I think EG will take this 2-0. I think they're going to come out guns blazing in this matchup and will prove that they are actually the better team in this tournament.
Okay. Obviously, not being an expert, my predictions are completely useless. Although I would like to add, I'm still ahead of you when you add them all up over the group stage.
Strictly coincidence.
Really? Okay. So I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go with my European brethren, and I'm going to go with Vega Squadron.
I don't care.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. Ben?
I think it's pretty much a 55-45 matchup.
Okay.
EG favored.
So you think this is closer than Mel, then?
Yeah, I think it's really
Okay.
close.
All
I think Vega has impressed us far more in this entire patch. We've seen a lot more games from them, though, but I think overall their teamwork and just their playstyle is just really, really explosive. And EG, they've faced weaker opponents in the group stage, Fnatic and Fnatic. Who's the other opponent? I'm missing. Oh, yeah.
You're talking about EG?
Yeah.
Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, they've been up and down. They run that like carry Venge now and then, and I would say that they're weaker than both Vici and Monkey Business.
Did you take an awkward pill this morning?
I don't know. I'm sorry. But I think that overall Group B was a lot stronger. Vega, yeah, sure, they took it in 2-1, all three of their series, but they're my team.
Okay, all right. So three with Evil Geniuses and
Can I clarify?
just
I
me
don't
with
think
Vegas.
like if you look at pair shape, I agree. It's a very, very close run. I just have this sort of feeling.
Is it a gut feeling?
I have a gut feeling that EG just.
It's only day one. They warm up like days 3 and 4 normally.
I mean, this is day 3.
Sort of day 1 though.
Day 3.
Day 3, sort of day 1.
But day 3.
Okay, while we've got a little bit of time, I do want to talk about one other member of the two teams, and that's PPD. Often doesn't get the focus that I think he deserves. We talk about him as this great leader and tactician and what have you, but he really is the selfless leader. When you look at his statistics, they're he's not listening. They're not very good. But that's not really the story of him, is it?
It's a team game.
Yeah. But he, more than anyone, I think, typifies that kind of selfless role.
Mm-hmm. But if you look at the results, they're very good. And that's really all that matters. And I think he's one of the key reasons to why they won TI, for instance. Like a lot of people are talking about the performances by people like Sumail and Universe, obviously. And sure enough, the players need to play their game as well. But PPD did outstanding drafts throughout TI, and I think he's one of the best captains in the world at adjusting to the enemy draft and reading into it. Like, he's probably not a very good best of 1 captain, but he's extremely talented in best of 3 and best of 5s.
But in the past couple of months, we have seen games where they've lost simply because of the draft. I think going back to their last series versus Vega, and of course their, I think, game 1 versus Fnatic.
Yeah, he's been struggling to pick up on the new meta and adjusting to the new meta and different strategies.
I'm not so sure Purge agrees.
I mean, as the tournament will develop, we're going to see the metagame push to be tier 2, tier 3. Well, it's going to change, you know? Every TI, every big tournament, the drafts change drastically.
But you expect him to set it, just like he did in TI4, TI5?
I mean, he might drop a ball against CDEC, like they lost that best of 3 where they got 2-0'd in the winner bracket of TI5, but I have a lot of confidence that he can adjust halfway through a draft, something like that.
I think this is different, though, because all their teams have very different playstyles. Some teams like Night Stalker, some teams like Slardar, like teams like EG play Timbersaw. There's like so many different strategies for each of these teams that there's not one set meta yet. I think TI5 was more perfecting the same one, whereas this one, there's just they're coming from everywhere.
Yep. Is that not an indication of how well balanced it is right now?
Yeah, I think the game is balanced very well, definitely. And there are different strategies coming in, but you can do research on that kind of stuff. And they brought in Sam or Boba to watch replays and check strats. And a lot of the teams, though there are different strats, they're kind of sticking to their same kind of thing. Some teams like Visage, some teams really like, well, almost all teams like Ancient Apparition and Winter Wyvern and stuff like that. But I really feel like you can track that stuff, plan ahead before the match comes. EG had the most prep time as well. They played on day 1, and then day 2, the group stage, they're just watching everything, watching replays, seeing how the teams play. If you play day 2, for example, you're spending day 1 stressing out about who you're playing, whereas EG just got it out of the way. And then they have that second day of watching replays, and then the actual break day, scrimming, practicing, watching replays. I'm sure that they can keep track of what teams are doing.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, I think you picked it up, Ben, is that some teams just aren't playing some of what look like key meta heroes, but actually they're not even, they're not banning them, and they're not playing them. Slano is a very good example of that. Doom has been also not picked and banned in a couple of games where you think, oh, well, that's going to come out now, and then it doesn't, and you're like, well, that's weird. Neither team seems to want to use that particular hero. And then you see something else like Timbersaw being used really effectively by Sumail on EG, so up and down so far. We haven't really found out what the meta is yet.
I mean, there's still even more, like Venom,
absolutely,
Tiny Wisp. Like, there's so many that are like, our team's going to run this. We're not exactly sure. And
we have seen a decent amount of Tiny Wisp. It just hasn't been very successful.
No, and that's worrying for a few teams because that seemed to have been almost what they've gone all in on.
Especially worrying for
instance.
That matchup's going to be interesting, right? OG against Fnatic. Both teams are... The Tiny Wisp combo is their bread and butter, basically. So whoever
if that's
gets
not working...
Well, it's going to work for one of them.
It might work, or they might just decide they're going to ban it all out. EG getting ready in their booths right now. No headsets on just yet, so I want to be careful what I say about fear. Wouldn't want the old man coming down here and giving me a hard time.
Born in the same year, aren't you?
No, I think he's a few years ahead of me.
Oh, okay.
Slightly older.
Can't tell.
Thanks.
What do you guys think are the heroes to pick this match?
Slardar.
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw's good against strength heroes.
I think the key hero to look out for here is Shadow Fiend, but I expect it to be banned out by whoever has second pick.
Do you think Vega will be worried about Arteezy's?
I mean, they both.
I think more so. I think EG is worried about no one's.
I mean, he plays a lot of different things.
Interesting.
I think his queen is equally scary as his Shadow Fiend.
As is Sumail's, though. I mean, I really like this matchup for that reason alone. I said it earlier as well. No one going up against EG, who has two players that are really, really good at the same heroes that he excels at. I hope they let him have either one of his.
Do you think that the EG are particularly worried about particular players and the heroes, or are they going to base it off? You know, is PPD going to look at this and go, no, I'm just going to take it as the draft comes out?
More so the latter. I mean, PPD generally takes it as the whole picture.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sumail's going to have a leg up as well. He had the top KDA of any player in the group stage. So I think that shows, maybe no one's going to give him a run for his money, but I think Sumail's still going to perform really well.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because we are waiting for the draft to come to us. But I do want to make mention of that trophy.
It's beautiful.
That trophy is amazing.
So it's a hat for sure now, right? We figured this out.
A hat?
Yeah, you can put it on your head. There's like a little thing under there.
Really?
Yeah. What else?
Kevin's been convinced. Kevin has been convinced from day one since we had the logos that it's a hat. Yeah.
Why would it be a hat? Have you ever seen anyone? Oh, I just won the Super Bowl.
I mean, who's going to make like a trophy of an eagle head? Like,
this is like they wear rings.
Clear. You put a little strap on the inside and you hold it.
So most go for rings or.
Isn't it a tight hunter
you
tentacle?
think it's a hat?
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah.
It's eagle.
No, you're not being serious.
Eagle song.
Wow.
Oh, I thought it was like a tight hunter tentacle.
You just got it. You've been here for like.
I mean, I'm
played.
I mean, he thinks it's a hat.
I don't know, man. I don't know why you're pulling this on me.
Have you never bought an Eagle song before? Do you just not play Dota?
I've never. Wow. I've played support throughout Dota 2.
Okay. It's an Eagle song.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I see it now. I really thought it was like a tight hunter tentacle.
Really?
Tight hunter tentacle?
I heard
You've been
somebody else.
sat like 3 feet away from it for almost a week.
Yeah. Somebody else said that like 4 days ago, and I was like, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. But this is just embarrassing.
Security, can I get a
It's just
Dota
that
expert on
important
here,
to me.
please?
I can't win it. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever.
Back to the serious stuff. Vega Squadron themselves obviously have had that one win, that win that people, I don't know, kind of try and discredit. But when you look at the path to the final, you kind of go, well, that's a great victory for them. How do you view it?
Are you talking about
ESL1 New York? Yeah.
Yeah, they honestly, that was a very stacked tournament.
Yeah.
There was a lot of really good tournaments.
I mean, they
there.
beat Evil Geniuses, they beat CDC,
Secret.
or what was it, Secret?
And Secret,
So they
yeah.
didn't beat, they beat
Yep,
CDC,
all three of them. All three of them.
Yeah, so that's probably the 3 teams you wanted to beat back then. So, yeah, they couldn't have done much better. Everyone was impressed and amazed by them. That's also one of the reasons why Ben and I talked about this earlier in the week, that Broodmother was probably going to slip through the cracks every now and then and be a complete surprise pick. That's not going to happen against Vega Squadron.
You don't think?
No, it's going to be banned out every time. And it's going to always be taken into account.
You think Peter he just won't want to take any risks?
I mean, or he'll have Darkseer or Timber or some way to deal with it already picked out.
That's a really safe way to go. Darkseer had like a 58% win rate in the group. Most people thought it would be a little bit more closer to 50, but 58% on a hero that's being first picked, that's looking really good for them. You just grab the Darkseer, you don't worry about the Brood, it doesn't waste your ban, and it still gives you some lane options. You just combo with a hero that is really good with Iron Shell in the early game, like Ember Spirit, for example, and then your draft is set, you don't really put yourself in too much of a hole, you don't waste a ban, Brood is countered.
Any surprises expected from these two? Are we going to see something slightly different than we've not seen before? I mean, the groups were fairly standard, weren't they? There was the odd pick that you thought, wow, okay, where's that come from?
I think Night Stalker is going to have much higher priority than the games that we saw on the mainstream, the group stage.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
They picked him a lot, Vega Squadron. They drafted a lot of Night Stalker. It was always solo playing him. He had great KDAs consistently. Would go like Ags into a Glimmer Cape and another supportive item. That's failing me. But it worked out really well. The great KDAs many times for Vega.
It almost feels as if teams have been saving the Night Stalker pick, trying to make the other teams feel like, oh, they haven't played Nightstalker in the tournament. Maybe they won't pick it. Maybe
I think the group stages were too important to save picks, though.
Because of the smaller groups and the smaller amount of games? Or? Yeah.
Doesn't it make you wonder why Nightstalker hasn't been picked up more?
Teams just haven't favored him. I mean, just like same thing with Slardar. Like
that one's crazy. Slardar's too good.
Right. It's just like teams don't think he's good.
Slardar was picked a lot though. There's like 2 teams that didn't pick
Did
it.
you watch the eHome versus CDEC? Like they didn't pick Slardar.
Yeah, but we knew that going into the tournament that the Chinese team just don't seem to favor Slardar the same way Europe does.
Slardar was picked
knew
up
that.
20 games.
Yeah, Slardar was picked
That's a lot.
ton. Like all the Western teams except Cloud9 would pick Slardar.
Okay, we are ready for the draft for match 1, game number 1 as well, between Evil Geniuses and Vega Squadron.
No surprise on the Undying Man, a hero that Fear's been playing consistently and has a very, very high win rate. I think he's sitting at 75% wins. And then there's a Darkseer surprisingly banned by EG. Do they have a Brood up their sleeve? Or is it just we want to be able to do crazy lanes and we don't want to put a melee hero versus a Darkseer? We'll see how that develops. Doom is well banned, so...
I like the Shadow Fiend ban.
So Slardar, Tusk left in the pool.
Yeah.
I think Evil Geniuses, they slipped up the Slardar one game and then they lost, and then immediately after it's like, okay, every time we're gonna go with it.
Okay.
Instead they first pick a Bane.
Something they...
Is that worth?
It's...
You leave the
good support.
Slardar and the Tusk in there?
I'm not sure what his win rate is at TI, but...
Interesting.
Or at Major.
So the thing is, there's a Tusk and a Slardar. There's also the Ember Spirit and the Queen of Pain. If they do choose to go for both the Tusk and the Slardar, I feel like EG has come out ahead because of them either getting
5 seconds. What about going Queen Slar?
They could also have a strat here. They don't show their hand yet, throw out something weird in response. And this thing grab Ember now on EG, which is going to counter the Queen of Pain. Slardar's a little good against it, but...
So do EG...
You don't
take
go
the
Tusk here. I don't
That's
feel
weird,
like you
wouldn't
need to pick the Tusk. It'd be much better to just get the Ember Spirit, I think. Or even the Nightstalker.
Bane's at a 60% win rate. Just for the Major, so pretty good. It's a support they favor a lot. It lets them do aggressive lanes, safe lanes. They don't reveal strat on the first pick.
Slardar's at 62% right now in the Frankfurt Major as well as win rate. Tusk, of course, 100% picked or banned is the only one.
If it wasn't EG, I could have seen a team pick up Wind Ranger now as well.
Reserve time. To block it as well as to pick it.
I think it's a really good hero against the Queen of Pain. Just Shackle Shot, it's just that good.
It's the first time I've seen Peter's hair in a while.
And it's decent against Slardar.
Yeah. He ditched his hat. We were gonna call him a Pokemon master, but he's been wearing it backwards in all of his pictures and stuff.
I like Wind Ranger here. I think if you... What other options are there? Tusk, obviously, but...
Tusk, Ember Spirit.
Could pick the Shadow Fiend again.
Shadow Fiend's banned.
You could go for the AA. I just don't like it here. Like, not when you already picked the Bane. It'll be going too much all in on your supports right now.
You guys don't think Ember?
I think Ember is probably the...
The Dazzle.
Okay.
Dyer's ban.
I would have thought Ember would have been the smartest pick here. That or a Nightstalker. I really like the idea of going for the Nightstalker when they picked up the Queen of Pain.
Dazzle's a good Slardar counter, though. You can counteract his ultimate a bit with Weave, plus heals, plus Grave, and usually the way Slardar functions is he initiates and they blow up one of your people, so Dazzle will be able to counter that in some ways. Doesn't have the best win rate, though, only at 47%, but still good for the 4th picked hero.
So they ban the Tusk here?
I think EG should focus on banning out supports now, like Winter Wyvern. Next ban should probably be an AA.
Yeah, definitely AA. I agree with that. Counters Dazzle too much.
Even the Bane.
And Vega just goes to ban cores that counter their cores and their next picks.
Have Evil Geniuses started off with the 2 support lead?
No, and I think it's particularly weak as well when you already pick the Bane and you go for...
They could also go for Bane offlane. Secret style.
That's true.
I doubt they'll do that. It's a hero they're so comfortable on. Fear played him earlier.
10 seconds to go.
BTD plays him all the time.
I just think it's weird to have the 2 support opener from EG when they haven't done it for a while. Because those are the role that you want, like flexible for your 4th and 5th pick in case you need, I don't know, more offensive roam early. I guess that's what the Bane is suited for. More like wave clear, for example, in case Vega, the squadron decides for like a early 5-man.
Or they could pick a PL or something like that, and they'd be a little more vulnerable to it than normal. There's the Night Stalker ban that we expected.
So they might go for... EG is probably wanting to pick up that Ember Spirit pickup. Still favoring an Ancient Aberration ban instead of that Night Stalker.
It's hard to say. It does counter the Dazzle. Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with you there. I would prefer to ban the
Night Stalker ban.
Really?
Yeah, I think Night Stalker is really scary in the hands of Vega Squadron. They play it really, really well.
The 100% record is intact. It's the 50th time it's been picked or banned out of 50.
You think EG has a pocket strat up their sleeve?
Timbersaw, maybe?
They've given some really good heroes to Vega Squadron.
I like the Timbersaw. There's 2 strength heroes, Quap as well as weak to burst.
I'm beginning to worry a bit for my 2-0 prediction here.
Jacob, not confident?
Would you say it's a 2-1 now?
10 seconds to go.
At best.
Okay. They've only picked 2 heroes, man. You don't even see anything in their draft, really.
No, I just see Vega Squadron's heroes, and I'm thinking, ooh,
they got some good ones.
It's difficult to deal with.
Sven.
This is a Vega hero, actually, that EG has picked.
Okay, that's a lot of armor actually coming out from them.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Sven can supercharge the armor of his team, so Slar kills people less likely. And they have Dazzle to protect him in case Warcry's not up. I think it's all right. Lockdown for the other heroes.
It's a unique solution against the Slara, but at the same time, they're not really all in on the amp damage. Like they're Mythic Queen of Pain, who doesn't really care about any of the armor, as opposed to a Wind Ranger. So I think it's good for Slar, not so much versus the rest of their lineup, though.
I still think it's worth doing. Like, Slar isn't necessarily just about amping his team. He's just so strong by himself. Just going on any hero, like even if it's not countering one hero, it's really important that you mitigate some of that physical damage. His Crush, for example, is AoE and physical, so that alone means that when he jumps in and crushes against 20 armor, he's going to do like 100 damage, 50 damage.
At the same time, though, Sven's just going to get kited so hard. You have multiple stuns to worry about, as well as like Sigil, Shadow Strike, everything coming out from Ember Spirit. Like, he just is going to have very little uptime on a target.
That's a good point.
They also run offlane Sven. Occasionally.
That's okay, I guess. His base armor is like 5 now, but he's still mana limited.
10 seconds to go.
I still don't know what to expect from EG here. Like, they must have known that they would give over the Ember Spirit as well, considering that they banned out Night Stalker themselves.
Yeah,
so picking up the Sven that early
Reserve time.
Leads me to believe that they have 2 picks that they don't feel is contested at all.
Vega's draft is slightly weak in the fact that it doesn't have very good range catch in the early game. They don't have a lot of stuns, basically, other than, I guess, Tusk can set up into things, but it's not super low cooldown, so they might be a bit limited in long engagements.
So is this a mid laner, or is it a support laner with an off-lane Bane or Sven?
Looks like mid laner, I would say. The matchup versus the Queen.
10 seconds to go.
So they're going for all-out early game aggression and dominance on EG.
5 seconds.
Looks like it. Although, I'm surprised they'll see the Lina pick up after the Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
They have very little catch for Ember.
They can dive on her really easily, too. It's looking a little scary for EG here, definitely. Their carry can be kited. Lina is very easy to focus and
very easy to roam on in particular, too. Offlane Slardar coming in, support Tusk coming in, like all these heroes just pose so many problems for Lina, even though she has the upper hand of the matchup versus Queen.
And then if she gets behind, she has to buy Yules or BKB, and most of the time you don't want to use those defensively. You'd rather have offensive items. So.
Dyer's ban.
So it's probably not going to happen, but a hero I feel can sort of salvage Evil Genius's lineup against Vega Squadrons is the Silencer.
So you're saying Silencer for EG?
Yeah.
10 seconds to go.
It's the only way I see them dealing with the Queen of Pain and the Ember Spirit.
They wouldn't be able to lane that, would they? You'd have to do like an aggressive tri-lane with a safe Silencer or do a core Bane.
Reserve.
I mean, they could just offlane the Bane or the Sven.
That seems too off the wall to me. I don't really see EG crumbling their strat like that. There's got to be another solution that'll be a bit better. What do you think they'll ban for Vega here?
There's still the Timbersaw. They might pick up the Timbersaw and just try and run over them and dish out a ton of damage early on.
Yeah, I like the Timber still.
Vega Squadron's turn to pick.
And that also might reveal a little bit Banyan Disruptor, which is a counter to a lot of Sumail's heroes.
It's also a really good counter to Grave that we've seen.
Oh, glimpse back, yeah.
Not too many supports left for Vega. Maybe Earthshaker. Do you like Earthshaker here?
AA?
AA?
They're still lacking range catch a bit. Okay. They kind of got all their heroes, I feel. Like,
is that not a scary lineup from Vega?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Probably one of the scariest I've seen this tournament.
Okay, I just don't think a Dazzle can stop all that initiation and burst damage.
Yeah, if I'm Vega right now, I'll be feeling real happy with myself. If I'm myself, I'll feel real happy with myself too.
10 seconds
You're so unlikable,
remaining.
Jacob.
I know.
5 seconds.
Got about 18
remaining.
seconds left in the draft. Will they find the perfect solution? I still think Timbersaw's okay
10
here.
seconds remaining.
He can kind of do whatever he wants until they get an Orchid on Quap.
5 seconds remaining.
And it's a Nyx Assassin to finish things off. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll head over to the commentary team now for our opening game. It's Synderen and Toby1.
Thank you very much, Paul. It is absolutely wonderful to be here sitting with Synderen. We get to kick off the first ever major in Dota 2. And what a game to do it on. EG going up against Vega. Vega with, like, you could have actually put him in a comfy armchair right now. They are sitting in the best position as far as their heroes go. And EG, it kind of feels a little uncertain for them after the draft.
You're always going to be a little bit skeptical when it's something you haven't seen before, but I do think EG's lineup has the potential to make this work. If they fall behind early, I don't see much hope for them. So that's the dangerous thing here, is that they have to perform a very good early game. I wanted to say, by the way, this matchup starting on EG versus Vega, I think this is one of the closest matchups of the day. So I would expect a 2-1 in this, regardless of which way it goes. I think both teams have been looking pretty good. The other matchup being the last one of the 4 winner bracket matches, so that is tomorrow. I was just thinking the upper bracket first.
The VGVP.
Yeah, VGVP is also going to be very close, I think. But one game at a time, right?
Yes. Yes. We start here, game 1. Of course, it is the full best of 3, so you can kind of feel it a little bit in EG's draft. Like when you see the Bane first pick up, it kind of feels like that safety kind of controller. But Vega, like, they get a lot of space during this drafting phase to do kind of whatever they really want to. Like, you've got yourself the great team fight. Like, it's the ultimate Vega lineup when you think about it. You got all your initiation, you got your quick burst damage, you got amplification, so if you do take a fight, you can jump into Roshan nice and quick. And then you've got the split part of it through both Ancient Apparition as well as through your Ember Spirit. So I was worried how EG will deal with it. And this Nyx Assassin, it kind of feels like EG have put all their eggs in one basket right now. We find early kills, we find that mid-game power point, and then this Ven does terrible, terrible damage to bring down Vega. That seems to be like the very one-dimensional kind of way they can approach this game.
Nyx is one of the really good heroes at catching Ember off guard when he's split pushing, though. In Vendetta, you can use the Spike Carapace next to the Flame Guard. So you stun him with Spike Carapace first, then you Vendetta hit, then you Impale and follow up with Mana Burn. So it's a different kind of Ember game this time, I think, for Pasha. And if he's not used to playing against Nyx Assassin, you need to a little bit rethink how you split push against this hero. Whenever Nyx is off the map, you're never really certain. But we need to get there first. And I think the early game for me is a really defining factor in this game. I think EG shouldn't even be satisfied with just a draw in the early game. I think this is one of those you have to kind of win.
Yep. Well, they're going to try and win the mid lane by going for the dual lane, but it's up on top where Mag being initiated on. It's only going to be pushing him out of the lane while PPD, she's not going for the burst heal kind of combo. He goes instead for the poison touch attack. And Mag already has to burn through one salve, but he came prepared. He's still got another salve and 4 tangos plus the stout shield. He's ready just to try and sit up here and leech as much experience as possible.
And now he needs to be careful. I think, of course, Arteezy sitting on this Mango could try to go for the stun sometime soon. If PPD gets Poison Touch off cooldown again before Mag has full health, they're going to kill him. 3 seconds. He has to go back again.
Yeah.
He's getting very little out of this lane.
He understands the position. You can't take the risk. How's that middle lane looking? Because the Queen of Pain right now, no one, you expect him to have some level of momentum, but Fear has spent a lot of time making sure that no one is shut down. The analysts are asking this question as well. Do you have to control him? Is this almost like what happened to Sumail when he first came onto the scene? Everyone's like, oh, we can't deal with this guy. You commit an extra support. You make sure you win him the mid lane. Because right now it's 9-4 against 1-0, the CS in the mid lane in favor of Sumail.
Yeah, and at the same time, the trade-off for Vega hasn't actually even been that good. The Ember Spirit bottom is losing quite a lot of CS under his tower. Their supports are getting a couple of pulls off, but not really posing much threat on the map. They don't have any Smoke of Deceit to gank with. Tusk is only level 1. He gets Bounty now. He's level 2, so maybe that's going to open up for something. But this is very, very good for EG just in the first 2 minutes, I think.
Yeah. They got to feel so comfortable. No one's now burned through every bit of his consumable. There's no life regen, there's no mana regen, there's no bottle, so how is he meant to approach this lane, and what is Vega even meant to do? Like, is this when you're meant to be looking at the Tuskar, for example? Like, he's been farming up and just pulling inside the Radiant jungle for the last bit. But you also know EG's ward they put inside this jungle, it doesn't block the camps, but it watches the rotation instead, so they understand when more are going to come over. And in fact, Fear, he knows what's coming at him. And this will probably be first blood. Sima gave him the bonus damage over in solo, while Sumail is rotating himself in. Gets a stun over on no one. Maybe 2 more hits will do the damage to Snowball, keeping Sumail out. And the shards actually lock him in. EG, this is not the dream. With a light strike array, the tower attack. Sumail can't regenerate fast enough. It's Vega taking 2 kills here to kick it off.
And that was right after you said that EG actually placed this ward to give them information. They still got caught off guard. Just Fear playing way too aggressively there. Of course, it's very tempting when you know how much you're shutting down the Queen of Pain that you just want to keep going, but this one mistake has basically put Vega, I don't want to say back in the game, because can you really say you're that far behind minute 2? But I guess they're on even footing now.
Yeah.
With these 2 kills they found.
It levels at the middle, like balances out the middle lane a little bit more, because they were losing a lot on CS. And the fact that, like, if it was just Fear dying, then maybe it wouldn't have been as bad. But Sumail tried to come in and save Fear by going for that extra stun on the Queen of Pain, but no one read the situation perfectly, and you really start to feel the control that comes out from the Tuskar. That shard lock-in, once you commit like that, there's no escaping for the Lina. Like, you know that's always your problem as well. The panel were flagging it, saying, like, how are you meant to get that Lina out? She's really susceptible to mid ganks, and then you go underneath the Vega tier 1 tower.
Well, Sumail is still crushing mid even after that happened, because, of course, no one didn't really benefit that much from it. He got a little bit of time to get maybe 1 or 2 CS, but then Sumail is back in the lane and dominating him once again. But I think things are going to change slightly now that he's getting his bottle. He can try to, of course, just scream out the waves and secure himself some CS that way. They're also stacking the camps for him a little bit. And that could be a way for him to find some much-needed farm.
All right, so at this point of the game, Ancient Apparition is going to be given a little bit of space in the bottom lane, but it's top lane where Mag, with the Stormbolt, Mag was just trying to come in and contest, but he got denied! The neutral creep, the Saturn Blast actually ends up taking him out. Oh, EG, they really needed that and wanted that kill, but they'll be able to find, well, actually lose on the bottom lane. Universe's Nyx Assassin getting caught out. So it's 3-0 in favor of Vega. Like we said, EG's draft needed a really good start to this. Even the neutrals are against EG right now.
It's just a matter of time before you do catch this Nyx Assassin off guard in the bottom lane. You can't. An offlane Nyx on the Dire without any points in Spike Carapace is very, very susceptible to any rotation in from the Tusk. And I think even if he has Carapace, he probably dies there. He gets caught by chains, follow-up stun into shards. That hero just doesn't have tools to deal with it.
It's kind of funny considering most of the ways the Nyx Assassin's been approached in this major is running him as a safe lane while there's an aggressive dual lane, so you get that early level 6 and then rotate it out. I think it was Team Secret who were the ones that were flagging that kind of approach to him. So you have this under-leveled Nyx, you're 6 minutes in. The heavy CS, however, on Arteezy as well as Sumail, like these are the 2 flash players for EG. They can still do some serious work into this mid game. And that Queen of Pain still not finding more CS. Like, no one's back in the lane, but he's just not finding enough. Sumail's still out-leveling him. After this creep wave goes down, then no one's also going to be very careful about that Laguna Blade from Sumail.
Well, the thing is, when you look at the experience overall between the 2 heroes in mid, usually if one hero has 35 to 14 and the other has 13-2, you're like a full level or a level and a half ahead. And Sumail is only half a level ahead. That's the result of the ganks, of course. So
Here
even
it
though
comes
he's
again.
behind on farm on the Queen of Pain, the important thing for no one is to secure level 6, and then one key kill can really change things a lot. Oh, missed the crush.
Sumail doesn't even know he's doing it. But he forces the crush out from Mag as Mag feels that Sumail's coming up. So he just went for it. Doesn't end up happening. Sumail was actually waiting for PBD to TP in so he can get a full bottle charge and now take out this triple stack sitting inside the jungle. So Sumail already ahead, as you said though, like he could have been more ahead in experience, but with this stack, it's just going to skyrocket him up and get this early control. Getting that Yor Scepter, making it difficult for an Ember Spirit, losing his Flame Guard early on. The Queen of Pain is looking for the sweet timings, maybe not so sweet, and then the Slardar sprints his way forward. Very easy to try and control. So Sumail getting everything he's really searching for.
The dangerous thing in this game for Lina compared to a lot of other games where you see her get Yules is that there are so many ways she can actually die in one stun. Like you don't even, if you don't react fast enough to a snowball coming in or to when the Slardar gets a Blink Dagger, the Yules doesn't really provide that much utility just from the raw amount of burst they can output. It's still a valuable item, and I still think he should get it here, of course, so that he can try to play aggressively, but the defensive aspect of the item isn't really that good in this game. You can counter maybe the chains, but apart from that, the rest is just mad bursts and stuns.
So should the rest of EG be looking to get aggressive? Like, as I'm looking at Arteezy sitting on 1,400 gold right now, and if they want to play defensive, if they want to play as a reaction to Vega when they attack, is this almost that Hand of Midas game coming in from this Ven? Or should he be looking towards Blink Dagger or something else?
I'm thinking with his current skill build that he is considering prioritizing fighting a bit more than farming. Very farm-oriented Svens will level up Great Cleave, at least over Warcry. But I think EG's read on the game is that they will be forced to fight. So if Arteezy goes for Midas, I'm pretty sure it's going to backfire in this case. Yeah, okay, it's going to be more than likely a BKB here. That was another good first choice against all those disables talked about earlier.
That's a lot of strength to work with. So now you're going to have that increase in armor. He's got the 2 points up in Warcry, as you said, so Slardar still hasn't cracked level 6, so there's no amplification kicking in. So a lot of life, a lot of armor behind EG. And Universe is about to crack, in fact now has his level 6, so Vendetta is online for this Nyx Assassin. So Vega's going to be a little bit more careful about, well, one, where their vision is and where their invis detection is, where those sentry walls will be placed. And two, whenever Universe leaves that bottom lane, they have to be aware of where he's going. But what have they got? They got like one Observer Ward watching over at the Ancient Stack, and they got one watching the top river area, but there's no sentries coupled with this, so they won't see that instant rotation of the Nyx.
And it is mainly Pasha that should be worried about rotations. Of course, Universe is probably not looking for him right now, but go forward 5 minutes in this game. Whenever Nyx is off the map +1 support, he can't really farm lane with Flame Guard like you used to. So it is tricky, but for now I think Universe has other plans, at least it looks like it.
No, he's coming up to Mag on the top lane. Coming in from the front, he's not coming in from behind.
Yeah, he could have actually tried to pincer him in there.
Yeah.
Of course, the Vendetta now with a very long duration on level 1. The old Vendetta would have expired by now.
Yep.
But Universe still has some time to play around with here to have a look at least.
Well, he doesn't find anything.
No.
Like, he sees Seema in the mid lane, but that's where your sentry wall's been placed. So Seema is expecting the Nyx Assassin to attack, and in fact, Universe does get scouted out here. Gets attacked once and then realizes there's a sentry ward. Probably wasn't, they didn't have to do that. But either way.
Yep, it's level 6 for the AA as well. So Ice Blast is now available. And we shouldn't underestimate the global potential of having an Ember Spirit. Oh, he's actually not going Boots of Travel this game. He went for Treads. So not as much, but still good initiation range. Of course, Ember Spirit can always catch from very far away. Snowball can come through, and then you have the Ice Blast. So nowhere on the map is really that safe for EG.
It's kind of a weird choice to do, though, when you understand... Oh, yeah, actually, as you previously mentioned, Universe is really great at catching him out. So why invest the money into that, try and fight earlier on, which is what Vega are trying to do. They blink forward, so Fear should die here. He's got his Nightmare available, and, well, Warcry's going to arrive by the Sonic Wave doing too much. No one. Blink is still on cooldown for now with the Nightmare on Seema. They couldn't escape out this too quickly, and with Sumail rotating over, he can get controlled up by Mag, but they've already found one. Snowball's going to arrive, and with the Ember Spirit, now your damage comes in. All the spirits from Pasha. Arteezy, the Shallow Grace, letting him fight a little bit longer, but he's losing his heroes. 4 down for Evil Geniuses. Universe can't do anything, and Vega, they brought everything, including the kitchen sink, to beat the crap out of EG.
Yeah, it's such a big fight for them. I think EG up until this point were, yeah, they were marginally leading. It's been a very even game so far, but getting this momentum for Vega Squadron is so important, especially having Slardar be a little bit involved, because Mag has been so has been so hard shut down this game that he is, even after that fight, still 1,500 gold away from a Blink Dagger minute 12. So just any sort of assist gold for him is crucial, and they got a great fight out of it.
Yeah, that they did. And EG, they need to try and find a wind, and how they're going to do this? By switching the lanes up. They send TC down to bottom lane. It looks like it'll actually be an S and Y build coming out from this Ven, and that gives Fear a little bit of space on top. He does have the Fiend's Grip available now. Also know too, when that fight began, that Sumail really wasn't prepared for it. He didn't have the mana pull. They didn't get Laguna Blade off, which would have been that quick pick move onto another target. So EG were really not ready for Vega's timing. It's almost one of those questions where should you just cut your losses? Now they are ready to fight. Universe moves forward. He sees Mag, Seema, no one. Who's he want to go on first? He goes over on Seema, trying to keep this Ice Blast out. Fear keeping Mag controlled. The Shallow Grave will keep Dazzle alive as they do take a 2-for-1 trade-off. The one being PPD, who now shatters, but Arteezy locked in. That snowball. It makes an eerie, fiery death as you're locked in with the Ice Shards as well as those Searing Chains. And maybe they find more. Fear trying to escape. He can't Brain Sap in time. And Vega really making the most of this early game advantage they've got. It's not the greatest trade, but you lose what? Slardar, who's already underleveled, as well as an Ancient Apparition, and you keep claiming cores.
And I think in that situation, EG, it's very understandable that they're moving as close as they are under the smoke, but I think it was a mistake that they were as close as they were, because Universe actually scouted them in Vendetta, and they didn't have detection, I think, at the point when he engaged. So the moment Dazzle pops out of smoke, they know Universe is there, and they immediately split out their heroes so he couldn't find the Impale he was looking for. Oh, speaking of looking for something, we get Mag.
This is that cheap and easy kill that EG is able to get now. They got that Yule Scepter up for Sumail. But again, it's on a Sven, who's the 4th lowest net worth on the field. They're not finding the cause.
I'm so happy to see this build in Ember Spirit. I feel like so many of the games we see, people just go for Boots of Travel every single time, and then they try to fight. But this is the fighting Ember Spirit build. Treads into Drum, gives you so many stats right now, minute 14. He's a very tanky Ember Spirit. This is usually a state in the game where you're susceptible to ganks. He's got 1,300 health, the 500 magic block from the Flame Guard. He's not an easy target for this EG lineup that has got decent burst, but they have to commit so much that they can't really get him. And the Drum, of course, great for getting move speed for your Fire Remnant.
This could be good on bottom lane. Universe going to initiate the Fiend's Grip, however. Oh, there it goes. They have the damage, they have control, they take no risk whatsoever. Middle lane, however, PPD just trying to TP himself away to safety and just able to do so before the Crush will reach him. So a 4-man gang from Vega. That's the first time that a trade-off hasn't gotten their way.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That was a really good TP out from PPD there. Clutch move.
That's easy.
Asha, okay.
Yeah, gonna go for the Searing Chains, but now that your view's just done, Arteezy will just TP himself out even before the Ice Blast is able to connect. So you won't have to worry about going back to regen. In fact, instantly goes into the jungle to keep that farm up.
Sanj into, I'm guessing... is this Mask of Madness or is it Helm of the Dominator, or does it just keep it? I don't think this is a Mask of Madness game, to be honest. Not until he has a BKB anyway. He's just gonna die so quickly with the amplified part of the item.
The Helm of the Dom would make sense.
This allows him to jungle free of, like, without losing any health, of course. The access to the jungle is very important since the lanes are as scary as they are, so it might just be a casual mask that he doesn't upgrade.
It doesn't make much sense to build too heavily into lifesteal when you're going up against a hero like an Ancient Apparition.
That's another good point, yeah.
So it's
it's a good farming.
Yeah, it's just that. It's purely farming. That's all you really need. Looks like Sumail, he starts off with the Yoga Club. Not certain if BKB really is his item of choice. Is there that much advantage to going for the straight Aghanim Scepter after you get your Yules?
It's a really tricky situation for him to be in, because on one hand, he kind of needs to do a lot of damage for his team, and Ags will of course be very nice for that. At the same time, he needs to stay alive to cast the spells, and there are so many counters. He can't necessarily rely on PPD to grave him every single fight if he gets jumped on. More than likely, they will need it for Sven in these fights. So I think this is a BKB from Sumail. I like the choice a lot because it once again shows that EG are aware they have to take fights.
Well, right now they dodged the perfect fight. Vega 5-man smoked, walked between the tier 1, tier 2 towers. They didn't get scouted out originally, but the Tuskar did walk a little bit too close to that tier 2 tower, hence his smoke broke. But they were trying to make the most out of the end of the nighttime phase. Ended up failing, which allowed Arteezy to get more space to farm on the top lane. Now he comes down for the triple stack of Ancients. Your Ice Blast will arrive, and Arteezy makes it a little bit more difficult. In fact, Ember Spirit jumping forward. Fear is still here with Fiend's Grip available. They'll jump forward. Is there a Nightmare control? No, there's not. In fact, Fear, he has to throw it over on Mag. We take it off from no one so they can get that crush out, and Fear will end up dying as well. But meanwhile, Sumail being initiated down inside the river. They're all over EG. With Laguna Blade, you at least get the kill on the Ancient Apparition. The Universe started the attack of Vendetta, pulled out of it as he realized EG have already lost way too much, and now they're going to lose the Ancients as well. Partial taking a little bit too much damage from it.
I don't think they are. He doesn't have Battle Fury.
he can't clear it. He can't clear it. Like, he's trying with a sleight of fist.
This is very important, getting the stack if they can, but
just to deny it to this Ven, not even just to get it for themselves. They're taking so much damage, it's so risky to do this, because they still don't know where Universe is. Like, Universe never showed himself during the fight, so they have to be cautious and back it out.
Still exceptionally good timing from the Ancient Apparition, throwing the ultimate in and then reinforcing with Ember Spirit to secure the kill, and of course they got a 3-for-1 out of that, only losing their position 5.
That's the third scout he did of the Ancients too. Like, Vega were definitely keeping eyes on it. PPD, well, he's going to die here on the bottom lane, and it's all for naught, because he threw down the Observe Board while you're still in vision of Vega. So it was instantly pinged out from no one. That Observe Ward went down, so it won't survive for much longer.
Well, then Seema should go and place this sentry. It doesn't look like he's aware.
The ping definitely came from no one. It was a purple ping. So at least one of the players of Vega is aware.
Seems like this ward is not worth my sentry. He wants to keep them all for nips.
Well,
it might have just been a ping onto the Dazzle, actually, and or did he ping straight on the ward?
He pinged right on top of the ward. They definitely know, because they pinged the fact that he dropped it. But it may not matter, as you said. Like, you take out the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. If you're not planning on coming back here for 6 minutes, sure. Like, if you want to start adding aggression towards the top lane, EG have an Observe Board, yeah, you get vision, but Vega are in a position now where they can still just run at you. That BKB is done already for no one. We're under 20 minutes, he's already got the BKB. The Slider has a Blink Dagger now.
And remember, no one start, right? That's the...
the no CS. The no
they
CS.
invested so much into shutting him down, and he's still second on the net worth, ahead of the Lina now, just because of these great fights. So Vega... I said EG needed a really good early game. The first 2 or 3 minutes for them were very good, but after that, the entire lead they built up was lost. And Vega in a lead right now is such a good position. Like, even if it was just 0 gold, I think their lineup just looks much scarier in this stage of the game.
Look how timid EG are. One Ice Blast came in. There was no one else from Vega anywhere near him, because EG don't know this. They've only got those 2 Observe Wards watching around the bottom half of the map. But there was one Black Dragon, yet Arteezy still tried to pull it up to the shop area to get the farm on it, as opposed to putting himself in a risky position where Vega could initiate on him. Because they just don't know what's coming, and now they actually use Arteezy as bait. He war cries out, that snowball's coming in a very long way. PBD is still here, but can they get the stun? No, they can't. It's a Slider Fist Searing Chain on Universe and Arteezy, and with the Sonic Wave, it hits so hard, Arteezy, we punish it to the next Universe, as EG back up to the tier 2 tower. Universe will barely escape on 150 life. Lucky not to be hit by that Ice Blast.
Solo is so good on Tusk. I'm really surprised that EG let them have it in the second phase, especially considering what they were saying on the desk, that this is the only hero in the tournament that has 100% pick ban rate.
Yep.
Above heroes like, for example, Doom and Slardar, he has been prioritized more. This is a great showcasing of what the hero can do when played at the highest level.
It's kind of funny with a 53% win rate as well on that hero. But they let it go through, like it was second phase kind of style. At EG, they wanted what they got. Well, actually, they didn't want what they got, but they had to deal with it anyway. That BKB is almost done for Sumail. He's a recipe away. It's going to make such a big difference during the fight, but still, it almost feels like PPD on this Dazzle just can't do enough. And it's not his fault. Like, it's just the position he's in when his heroes get Ice Blasted all the time. And the Tuskar control from Solo kind of ensures that Ice Blast connects. Because it takes too long to get out of the radius of the blast area.
Realistically, EG can't win fights until they have BKB on Sven. It's very hard to see it. Even with the BKB on Sumail, such a big part of their damage output now that we come close to 25 minutes has to come from the Sven dealing physical damage, but he gets kited, he gets shut down entirely by this Tusk and Ember Spirit. I don't think I've seen Arteezy get a single swing off in a fight yet. I think he's either died or had to run against these heroes. He gets a Stormhammer off, that's been his contribution. That is not what you want your carry to do 21 minutes in, but it's just a very, very hard Sven game.
It really is. It's becoming better and better for Vega. Like, Pasha now has his full Battle Fury completed. So the farm rate is going to like drastically increase with its Ember Spirit. He's burning TP scrolls a lot to move across this map, but that's because he traded off to get those treads as opposed to the BTs. So that's one upside for EG. The fact they're not getting split pressured all the time by this Ember Spirit. But you don't want to push out too far because you've got a Blink Dagger Slaughter who's up at level 11, ready to fight you. The Tuskar is moving across the map, looking to gank everywhere, and he's just so confident. You've got a Casual Cloak, you've already got your Urn, you've got a full mech on this Tuskar, and he's level 11 as well.
If this move is successful, they will be claiming a tower as well. This is a pretty important play for Vega, where they actually extend very far into enemy territory, and if EG are good at finding an angle here, this Sigil is actually giving them all the info they need.
It sees everything.
Very dangerous position.
The Observer Ward's about to time out. It's got 10 seconds left on that ward, and they just see Fear. So, quick, easy pick off. Move very quickly into the tier 2 tower, and now Arteezy, actually, he TP's down the bottom lane. They're just going to let this go, but he just used his TP, attacking towards that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. If Vega understand this, they could potentially just go in for the tier 3. Like, it'll take a very long time for EG to get back in position.
It was interesting to see the chain of events that happened there. After they engaged on the Bane, BKB was immediately used by the Queen of Pain, so they thought EG would respond to that fight and that they were ready for the dive. Then when they didn't respond, they're like, wait, what's going on? So they immediately throw Ice Blast into the Roche pit, because they're like, okay, this has to be where EG are going instead, if they're not even looking to protect this Bane in the mid lane, but they weren't there either. So EG essentially didn't really get much out of it. They did get the tier 1 though.
The Blink stun with the Mana Burn as well. Sumail wants to follow up here, and there is really, Solo. He snowballs and dodges a Light Strike array of Sumail, but they've still got that nuke available. Solo will make himself up now, but he understands he is dead. But he at least wastes the time as well as the ultimate of EG. Meanwhile, up on top lane, Vega's taking out tier 1 towers, keeping that pressure going.
This time, this AA ult is going to hit.
Yep. EG really want to try and capitalize. Like, it's a normal trade-off when you die side. You're happy to lose your tier 1 tower on top for Roshan. The buyback comes out from the Tuskar, and Mag whoops as well with the Sonic Wave. He'll connect over on Sumail, but Arteezy and Sumail, they survived through the initial crush. They survived through the BKB timing of no one. The crush will this time hit on Arteezy, but that strength is still up. But do they have enough of it? Arteezy finding no one in the tree lines with the stun. They've moved over to kill off that Sven. He can't stay alive long enough. Sumail just needs to get out of here safely. Fear will allow that to happen. But he'll give his life for the cause. But EG, they keep giving up so much, and now Roshan should belong to Vega.
It really shows what kind of position Vega are in when they can win that fight with those whiffs. Like, they were totally off on the first crush. The Sonic Wave wasn't really impressive either, but EG just can't find a way to engage into them.
Do you really want to do? No, Universe isn't. He just realized too he's visible. He was inside Vendetta, and Vega had had 4 sentry walls placed across this mid, making sure that Nyx Assassin doesn't get the upper hand. Because that's what will allow EG to take the fights. You blow a couple of ultis, yet you still win the fight. That's probably even a worse sign for EG.
I still find it interesting that this game, 18-7, Vega just got Roshan. They've taken more towers than EG, and they're still only 4,000 gold ahead. So EG have been doing a really good job finding their farm, but the problem is it doesn't convert as well as Vegas does.
It was the space for Arteezy. It's the space for Arteezy. Like, he was farming up top lane. He was farming up inside the Dire jungle the entire time. But you're right. Like, that BKB still doesn't exist.
His net worth isn't worth very much right now. That's the problem. The net worth on both Queen of Pain and Ember is way more useful until Arteezy gets his BKB, at which point we can start talking about how close EG actually are to them. But right now it feels more like a 10k lead. If you're looking at the fights and the map control that Vega are managing to pull out of this, that's the weakness of the draft that the panel were talking about. It's generally you aren't this far behind in the game when you're that little behind on gold.
I also say Vega were burning a lot of money in consumables early on, and especially the warding effort they've done through observers and sentries. there's just no room for Universe to move. And he kind of has to. There's no jump in, there's no initiation from anyone else. Sumail is a response kind of player with that Yule Scepter of his. So now EG, they have to come back. Like, you lose out the towers, and Vega, it takes 26 minutes and a half before they can come up, but they're already attacking into the tier 3 tower. And EG have to make the choice. Do they fight? They don't have the BKB and RTC. They've got buyback available for him. And the jump from Universe, he misses the stun. The Slider Fist from Pasha dodges it, and now he Spirit commits over to Universe. The Spire Carrots keep him out, but the Sonic Wave finishes the job. The stun controls, at least there are Mag and Soul, but Sumail defensively BKBs himself back to his fountain. Remember, Vega came here for an objective. They are being so good about this, not diving EG, not looking for the kills. They focus instead on the tier 3 tower, objective-based gaming. Arteezy still back to front line. Slider Fist was used earlier on, but there's minimal damage to Pasha. Mag gets a jump in onto Arteezy. No one with the control from Tusker also arriving. They Shallow Grave on the Sven. Laguna Blake, can they kill off Solo in time? Arteezy, he's losing too much for this. In fact, no one just commits in. They kill off Arteezy. The Aegis Immortal is burned on the Ember Spirit, but really that's a minimal cost. You can go in, you can take out the tier 3 towers now. You'll start to lose armor after the weave does connect. As Mag, yeah, he'll get out. So EG lose their tier 3 tower, and Vega really not losing much at all. They gain everything.
I think they lost a gem on that Tusk, didn't they? Where is it? No, it's on AA. Okay, so they managed to transfer. I think I saw it on Tusk earlier, but they didn't lose the gem either. So very clean fight from Vega. I've got to say I've been very impressed with their play so far in this game. It's one of the best single performances from a team we've seen in the tournament, in my opinion. The only finger I can really put on anything was the spells they missed at the Roche Pit, and they still won that fight, and it didn't really matter much. Their decision-making is good, their rotations have been great, the draft is awesome as well, so looking very, very solid so far.
I love the item choices too. Like, you look towards no one with that Queen of Pain. Actually starts with the BKB before going into the Orchid, understands that staying alive and strong during the fights was more important. And we have seen multiple times with Queen of Pains here in the Major where you kind of like, you get your Orchid and then it doesn't really do anything, so you wait until you know it's going to be worthwhile and also don't get trapped halfway through it. Oblivion Staff, one of the few items that you can actually purchase which don't give you a real, like, an ability of some kind.
And it is, of course, a great item to have in this game, in particular against the Bane. Now Bane more or less has to grip no one or find an opportunity where he's out of reach for that Orchid. The one hero he doesn't want to use it on is the Lina. Apart from that, it's basically just free choice. It's also great against Dazzle, so you can't Grave. That's perhaps the main reason he bought it, actually. Not against the Bane, but more against the Dazzle.
So they can ensure the kill and not just have to worry about that Sven standing an extra 3 or 4 seconds in a fight. No one. Actually can't reach up the PPD. Fear's down here as well. I think no one also understands he's got no extra support. He just tries to creep wave down. Easy farm for him. Second highest net worth on the field. It's really like only just in front of this Lina, who I don't know where Sumail's found the money, but he's almost finished this Aghanim Scepter. Like, you got Universe with maneuverability with his Blink 4 staff. So he's able to move across. He has spent more time running on this map than he has been fighting on this map. And he can't find anyone. Like, he ran up to the top lane before to try and find someone. Now he sees no one on the bottom lane. Seema's here. Solo's not too far away. And there's just not enough support for Universe to find this kill.
I think what Universe is hoping for right now is that Queen of Pain wants to walk in. Okay, never mind. It's the same logic as against Ember Spirit, is that you walk into the middle of the creep wave, you wait until she's about to use Scream, and then you Carapace in Vendetta, and then you can just suddenly turn on her. That's such a great counterplay that you can do on the Queen of Pain, but we haven't really seen them find any sort of opening of their own. Almost all of their kills are in response.
Well, they're now looking for one. They smoke up and then run backwards up to their shop because it's the Aghanim Scepter for Sumail that came in. But when you've got a courier flying over the top of a Radiant Observer Ward like that, Vega understand that EG has to be moving around this area, and they're sitting on the high grounds. The Observer's planted, and Sumail instantly BKBs, expecting some kind of quick attack. University finds Seema. They can take out the AA ulti, and this one Arteezy also. That BKB will let him fight up against Solo. Mag jumping to the right. The Sonic Wave hits so hard. Universe and Fear will burn as Sumail Laguna Blade. The damage will still kill off Mag, and it's going for full-on trade-offs here. Arteezy looking for a fight, but Parcha has that Searing Chains for control. This fight is splitting into two different parts, but the main part is Parcha. Arteezy with that gold string, ripping through him. It's a huge one too. Huge amounts of gold, but Sumail still can't survive long enough, or maybe he can when Arteezy, no he can't. The Walrus Punch will flip him back up into the air. They try and disengage. Solo won't be so lucky. He actually does lose the gem to EG after all of this, but Arteezy, so many kills. He got 800 gold off one of those as well.
That was a really great fight for EG. The way they engaged from two different angles, so they caught the AA completely off guard. That was with Sumail's initial stun actually missing, and they still just managed to find AA before Ice Blast ever came off. And that's been such a crucial part of the previous fights. It's denied Dazzle the ability to heal his teammates with the Shadow Wave, and of course guarantees the kill when Shallow Grave expires as well, as long as it lasts longer. And EG should be very happy with this. And it was the moment they had Arteezy's BKB. That's the big deal breaker here, is that he can actually participate finally. It's got to feel pretty good after you've been useless for 30 minutes that you can go and hit stuff.
Might even have a crack up on top lane. Universe is just sitting behind. He wants more support, however. Fear is on his way. But no one's just leaving this lane. Very, very hot, so no opportunity for them. And the amount of money which got to EG, also the favorable nature of that fight. Like, it ended up splitting into 4 parts at one point. You just stun control over on one, then run over to find another kill elsewhere. And the fact that Arteezy was able to go from one side of the fight to the other and still do damage, the Vega's control was gone. The Tuskar came in, you said the BKB timing was right. So what do you really have? The shards, it didn't actually get a block on the stairwell, so Arteezy could move up and down. It was wonderful for him.
This will make a big difference in the upcoming fight, though. This pickup for Pasha, of course, means he doesn't have buyback now, so if they take a bad fight, EG can look for some serious collateral with either Roshan or, of course, some of these tier 2 towers that they've barely even poked.
Arteezy has Blink Dagger now, so the initiation will be there from Sven, all the repositioning during the fights, and Vlad's being picked up by Dazzle. Even going up against an Ancient Apparition, they're still looking for the buff.
Now EG have 0 wards on the map. So the last one they had just got countered out by Sima here with the Sentry. And
surprised actually Vega commits so heavily to the obs and the sentries around Roshan, because they did still give the gem over. So EG could de-ward this quite easily.
It could be a bait here where you can see they still have some heroes in the neighborhood and kind of want EG to try to contest. But EG are very, very cautious. And at the same time, they're just split pushing top. They know Roshan is not too far off, so as long as they split push the other lanes, they get a lot of information about... They know where EG is without seeing them right now. It's very clear. No one's farming mid, no one's farming top. I think EG also are aware of that fact and just go and push out, because like, what are they hiding for? They have nothing to gain really from just waiting there.
Yeah.
It's not like Vega are going to walk into them.
They can just walk into each other.
Yep.
Come to a pre-decided location to fight, aka Radiant Jungle.
Universe is going to be crucial in this fight. If he can find the opening they're looking for, they could take an incredible team fight and a Roshan with one play.
Surprisingly too, like where they're looking to fight, there's no sentry ward cleverly hidden by Vega. There's one over on the Ancient Apparition, and in fact now that ward does get placed down. They want Universe to walk into this alley of death. That's the Vega dream. Well, they still have another Observer and Sentry there. Blink forward, Universe blinks away in time, and Arteezy blinks forward on top of Mag, triggers the BKB. That gives a little bit of time for Mag. It's just cleaved up pretty heavily. They don't feel the damage, and no one! He balls the wave, and now Patra also being controlled by the Fiend's Grip. It's a full duration Fiend's Grip, allowing Arteezy to blink down. They take 2, and it's probably going to be, yep, it's an easy 3. With the Tuskar down for the count, Vega, they knew where it was coming, they prepared for where it was coming, they initiated it, and everything went wrong.
All right, that's Caster's curse if I've ever seen it before. I praised them for playing such a great game and making no mistakes, and then they missed everything in that fight. Nothing landed. I don't think So the crush from Slara, that wasn't really a miss, that was more an incredible dodge by Universe, but the Sonic Wave was awful. They didn't really manage to connect with the Ice Blast the way they were looking for, and it's not gonna work out like that. I think EG just outmaneuvered them with the angles they initiated from. Again, the way to play against a lineup like Vegas is to come in from 2 or 3 different angles so they can't get that great Ice Blast and can't get the great Sonic Wave that they would be looking for. And no one has got to feel obviously pretty sad about that wave. It is it's one of those situations where you just have to go for it. And it is understandable that he misses it once again because there's no obvious one to try for. But it's just too expensive to miss an ability like that.
EG's just so split when it happens. And Universe also had the extra information because he had the vision of the Observer and Sentry sitting on that bottom hill and thought, okay, well, they know where I am. And that meant he was already prepared because it wasn't just a double tap, blink, dagger back. He blinked to the east. He blinked away from Vega. So Universe was there baiting it out. And now he's going to start the build into the Aghanim Scepter. Items are really rolling in. Like, Vega had the Assault Cuirass even finished before that fight began over on No One. They meant to have all the advantages. And now you can look at Sumail, who's got himself a casual plate mail up and running.
The game is pretty much even again in terms of golden XP, so it's hard to see any team getting close to ending this game anytime soon. Even with this Roshan take for EG, I think breaching high ground for them is going to be very, very difficult. The high ground defense from Vega is amazing. Ice shards are a great tool. It's annoying dealing with Sigil. Of course, the Queen of Pain having that massive AoE damage through Sonic Wave, and Ember always being able to harass them down. It is... I still favor Vega in this game if they don't tilt, because they must know that they just lost a hell of a lot in this game, and they just need to keep their composure. And then I still think they're looking good, but EG definitely showing some signs of life here. It's like they just woke up.
Oh, they hit the mark. Universe. Oh, I always look to him to see how well EG's going to do. Like, you know how well Arteezy as well as Sumail will be able to do, but Universe is always that hard roll, that jump in initiator, that one which makes the play. In this case, it was the jump back, counter initiate. It works so damn well. What do we want to look for from Arteezy? Like, so Sumail's got himself a plate mail. Is this one you think about going in for Shivas over on Sumail and just get the full AC over on this Ven?
Yeah.
Or is there something better for this Ven? Like, do you look for the damage? Do you try and go in for that Daedalus kind of style?
I'm imagining Sumail could be considering Lotus Orb. It is a great item against both Slardar and Ember Spirit, being able to remove the Amplify and the Change respectively, but he can also use his Euls defensively for that. And I think they need something bigger, so the Shiva's Guard is really good against a lineup that comes in close like Vegas does. And then AC on this Ven, sure, why not? I think it's one of the best items you can get right now.
Well, Arteezy got the choice in front of him in a moment. For now, he's just sitting on the 4.2k. And EG focus on forcing the bottom lane as well as the middle lane in. PPD's actually prepping for the wards in mid. For the first time, really, we get to see EG aggressively warding across the map. They still have one defensive one sitting inside their own jungle, and now it doesn't scout out the Ember Spirit moving in the Invis rune. It does now scout him actually TPing. And EG just want to get the hell, well, they wanted to get up to this top lane in time, but Vega's already away.
Is under attack.
No one's got TP off cooldown, but he's just sticking in the tree line for now.
PPD just TP'd into an ice plant. Not that it matters.
It's a hard life for him. It would matter more if no one actually blinks himself into the Dire base and they go for another Ice Blast and then he gets a solo kill, TP's out.
He could have killed PPD there, but it's too...
He was too far up.
High risk, low reward,
he needs that secondary blink into the trees.
Oh, he wasn't
base.
in the position he's in right now? Because
No.
he could just blink down
but
bottom right.
The PPD was also in the lower part of the tower. He needed to be just a little closer to ensure it. But he's also got no vision inside the Dire base, so
it's way too risky of a play for a Dazzle.
Yeah.
It's not what you want to do right now.
But this Dazzle still is finding more and more farm. Casual Cloak, now with a Medallion of Courage, you could be building into that Solar Crest, making it even more difficult to hit into Arteezy. Universe finds an opening. He actually finds no one after the blink happened, but the shards from Solo actually pushes no one to the left side, making it so Universe couldn't go for the chase. There is that Assault Cuirass now fully purchased for this Ven. And no one's still hanging around. Sumail just walks forward. Okay, the BKB blink up. He doesn't have TP available, so Orchid's on Sumail. He needs 1 second till he can blink again, and the Yule's self-done on Sumail. I don't know what he was worried about from no one, but...
I think he was trying to use it aggressively.
Pasha, bottom lane. EG, bottom lane. That's a heavy push coming in. EG weren't really ready for that. They were too busy chasing down the kills.
And it looks like Vega just got a lot out of that push, but remember the tower was already gone. So he did 400 damage on range barracks, which I don't think is the biggest of deals for EG.
No one.
But he forced a reaction.
That blink into the trees, this time instantly TPing himself away to safety. Universe can go for the blind stun, but it's already too late. No one did hang around a long time before, so it's worth Universe checking the corners up there. But back into this farm. It's like Vega have tried to just stop the momentum of this game.
I think they also have better late game. Like, that's another part of their draft that's great. So if they just slow the game down and find all this farm on their 3 cores. One of the EG cores is a Nyx Assassin. This hero is not that great late game. Of course, the new Aghanims is very great utility. But as far as dealing with these multiple BKBs that are coming out for Vega and all of the damage, he's just not as good as a Slardar.
At the same time, I've also seen Sven, even in a 70, 80-minute game, one swing take out almost an entire team if he gets that crit off.
Yeah, if he doesn't get kited or controlled. But there's still even things that annoy him through BKB. There's the chance that Slardar bashes him. There's the
Mag.
ultimate from Tusk.
Universe blinks forward, and actually Mag force-stamps himself away. The Blink Dagger's back off cooldown as well, but the Mana Burn putting it back down there. He's trying to save it so he can get to the trees. That's exactly what will happen. So Blink, trees, TP out.
He's ice cold not using his BKB there. Well, it was the right read on the situation.
I think he also understood too, because Universe blinked forward and then went into Vendetta when he came into the Radiant jungle. So he knew that EG weren't really prepared for that kind of play. Pasha in middle lane. Yep, Arteezy's looking for the stun, but Slider Fist was there to attack the creep wave and then just straight Spirits back. So Pasha dodges the gank. And Mag, well, he wants more. The Observer Ward, however, just planted down by PPD, scouts him out. Liking to this very cheeky Radiant Observer Ward just on the other side of the hillside. Gets really good vision, but not easily detectable when you're walking around with that gem.
I'm wondering what Pasha's going to get with this ultimate orb, if he goes for a Skadi or a Linken's. The Linken's has some pretty decent utility against, for example, Bane. If other abilities are used, you can't grip. At the same time, the Skadi will help them kite Sven even more and just make him tankier. I think it probably is the Skadi here. It can't be a Manta, right? It's not good.
No. Especially if you're thinking as Vega, what you were saying, that Vega have a better late game. At that point, you want to build for the late game. You don't want to build a Mana style where you know you're going to have to get rid of it later on. So Skadi makes a little bit more sense. I can understand the Lincoln Sphere, however. And that's only if you really want to try and keep that fight being forced. Okay, so everyone's backing out. Looks like Slardar is now the man tasked with building into the Vlads. A late one for him. Yep. Queen of Pain is looking for the disable through the... Well, then you actually have to ask the question again, is this meant to be a scythe device for Queen of Pain, or is this meant to be a Lincoln Sphere?
The Lincoln's is great because he has BKB, because then he either blocks Fiend's Grip or Laguna Blade. That is really, really good. But at the same time, it's probably too defensive of a build. The Hex just gives a lot of utility. Of course, there's a secondary counter to the Bane if the Fiend's Grip is on Pasha, like it was last fight.
Pasha finished the full Skadi, by the way. So it's flying out in this courier at the moment.
No buyback gaming.
I think they realized too that courier flying up to the up to their secret shop isn't the greatest idea while it's still got the full Skadi on it. Now it can go do its shopping. Universe is back on the hunt.
He's still level 15 only.
He spent most of his time running around looking for the kills, not sitting in the lane farming up. That's why he's also been close to his Aghanim Scepter for the last 10-15 minutes.
When was the last kill of the game? The last kill of the game is actually 10 minutes ago. More than 10 minutes ago, I think. Or? No,
when Lina killed the Tusker.
So that would mean that it's not long until Roshan is up again, because that's what allowed EG to take the Roshan in the first place.
That's why Vega were waiting. They were waiting for the Aegis to time out.
Yep. Oh.
Universe, okay, he sees Courier, but there's nothing on it, so there's not much point him risking his life for it all. They see the Radiant Sentry, and they still don't see this Obs. They get rid of the Sentry, but this Obs has gone through a full duration now.
It's been really, really useful.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Vega are doing a good job at warding in general in this game. I feel like they've had very good map control. Even after they lost that fight, they still didn't get caught out simply because of their ability to read the map, and just these couple of wards that they have given them a lot of information.
It's also the fact that Tier 3 tower was being attacked and no one from EG was defending it. This lets them know so much of where EG is going. This Sigil chasing after couriers. They try and see everything possible. That courier, I think, has actually given away more information about where EG is moving than EG themselves.
It's true. Mag did complete his Vladimir's offering now. So I like the priority that both teams are giving this item in this game. It's such an important game to have a lot of armor in for both teams. PPD got it as his first major item. He got it before the medallion on this Dazzle, but he's actually starting to get some decent items up on the Dazzle this game. And Mag, of course, getting it over the Kyrios because they already have it on Queen of Pain, else that would be the go-to item for the Slaughter.
And Dota 2 really wants this game to drag out a little bit longer. It's the maximum spawn time for Roshan. The teams have
exactly 11 minutes.
That's yep. That's the full 3 minutes, or the maximum 11 minutes they have to wait between them. And they're weaving. They're throwing out sigils. They're like, okay, someone's gonna be around this Roche pit. And that's both teams are looking at this. And Arteezy, he actually bought something. He bought a Crystallis. It's gonna be the Daedalus build for this Ven.
Yeah, it's the right choice too, I think. There's the Hex for Queen of Pain. I mean, Vega have managed to get all the key items they should need for this up-and-coming Roche fight. They really have everything.
Oh, blink in. They're going to go for the Storm Bolt. BKB up from no one. Arteezy didn't get hits off in time. They force off him out of the Ice Blast. It hits on no one at the end of the day, and now they double BKB up. Arteezy, who do you want? Solo's going to jump himself in, protecting himself inside that Snowball. Still, no one dead just yet, but Solo's on the wrong side of the river. Laguna Blade with a mech charge. It's just in time. PPD has to self-grave and get himself a hell out of here. He won't be able to do, though. He's locked in by the cold feet. The Shards made it so he couldn't run away. And this is going to be only a one-hero loss after almost every BKB was popped, almost every ulti was triggered. And now Vega believe they can go in for Roshan.
It was a great play from Vega all around there. Great movement pattern. And of course, the Force Staff saving Arteezy just as good for EG, but when Arteezy blinks in and uses his Stormhammer to try to initiate, he has to commit BKB afterwards. So he's trading his BKB for the one of, who was it, he jumped on the Queen of Pain, I think? It's good enough for Vega. They just need to wait out the BKB of the Sven, and then he loses all of his power in these fights, and ultimately they do have to disengage again.
Vega are going to try and force the issue now. This is when you start looking towards those buybacks over on EG, which belong to both Fear as well as Arteezy. The Ember Spirit's got an extra one, so technically you can have 3 Embers in this fight. Universe, so much damage so early on. The Nightmare from Fear will buy him space as he 4-stabs up with the Ice Blast connects. Mag, however, way too deep under the tier 4 towers. The Fiend's Grip goes off and keeps him in position, so Arteezy cleaves through the creep wave as well as the Slaughter. You lose the Queen of Pain at the same time, so Melon's making the best out of that one, and Seema, they can see him and they stun him as well. They'll find the kill, they regather the gem, and they hold on to the bottom racks. EG refusing to give this to Vega, even with an Aegis and Cheese advantage. Both were not used.
Look where Queen of Pain died. That's...
Yeah, I don't know what you're diving for.
Got it. I feel like Vega were actually in a great position to just slow siege this, and whenever, like when they got the kill on the Dazzle, that was perfect, and they should have just played off of that, but instead they overextended quite a bit there, got a little bit bloodthirsty. You see that the cheese wasn't used like you said, so he must have been surprised by a Laguna Blade. And of course, the 1,000 or 850 burst damage from that is pretty scary for the Queen.
He may not have also been ready for Universe to come back into that fight straight away, because Universe bought back during the fight, which puts him in the perfect position. Now EG trying to force via buybacks. Arteezy doesn't have God Strength, but he beats into the tier 3 tower, gets the fortification out. The mid tier 2 tower is going to die to a double catapult wave. In fact, this is the perfect time for EG to win a fight. You've got 4 catapults attacking, 2 through the mid, 2 through the bottom, and now God Strength off cooldown in 3 seconds. You're still 12 seconds away from having all 5 up for Vega. Ice Blast dodged again. You will have the chill over an Arteezy. He's from Canada, he's used to this, as the tier 3 tower will drop. Fear, Corp, Searing Chains and Cold Feet, the perfect combo. They drop the Sentry Ward too, so they understand the Fear will die. This time EG cuts their losses and gets out, but PPD, caught by Mag with a blink forward. They are able to get the control on him. So 2 heroes lost for EG, only PPD with the buyback, however. But EG already got what they came for.
It's 2 supports for tier 3. I think this is okay for EG, knowing that they're... If you look at where the waves are right now, they've pushed out mid very nicely. The top lane already given momentum by Sumail. So I don't think Vega can even reach the barracks bottom before these 2 heroes respawn.
EG, the patience has to be there. 50 minutes into this game, Vega, they felt so close to winning this game for so long. Yeah, there's been a couple of hiccups on the way. Yeah, they lost about 7k worth of net worth at one point. But you still have the Aegis the Immortal for another 2 minutes. You've still got that potential with the cheese to take this bottom racks. But the fortification will actually buy enough time. Like that tier 2 tower is taking some damage. Only a little bit of chip. But EG haven't shown themselves at all.
He fought back
Arteezy,
with 14 seconds left on his death timer.
okay, they really want to try and fight this. They must want to have that weave up early. Arteezy blinks forward. Where's that BKB? Again, not being triggered early on. The Ice Blast will connect on Sumail. He's got Laguna Blade, attacks it at Mag instead. Arteezy will mop up the Queen of Pain. Almost 2 hitting down Seema. He will get the double kill. They're taking range tracks, but the Stormbolt goes again. Pasha, the control from Sumail doing the work. The Aegis, it does pop. The Nightmare's over on Mag, so he can't help out his core. With the Yule Scepter, Ember Spirit up, back down again. Slider Fist dodging. There was no stun to connect. They're trying to bail back out of here. Solo running down low. The jump forward, Pasha can't dodge it, but Mag with the double crush. Pasha still locked in for the moment. Slider Fist kills off the Nyx Assassin. They're all too close. Hence that cleave able to come in and play affecting. The Sumail and Arteezy, do you really want this? The blink count. Arteezy still not bailing out of here. He's got life, but is it going to be enough? Going for the cleave, but he's controlled too long. Arteezy's down. Buyback is available. 95 seconds is his other option. Staying dead, but he'll buy back. They do not want to lose this melee. Rax and Vega will take that as a victory. Can they get out? That blink crush barely missing.
Ice cold from Fear. Oh, look at Gem. And then he... that was quarter-second blink right there before he got crushed from Mag. Incredible heads-up play from Pasha there. I think losing the Aegis there, a lot of players would lose control of what's happening, but he perfectly prepared for how his escape plan was going to be during those 3 seconds of death while he was respawning.
He almost seemed to have a little bit more time when Sumail Yule scepted him up. Like he had time to think about where he was going to go. And also EG, because they blew their own Light Strike array multiple times. That's also the second time that Arteezy has blinked himself in without triggering BKB and getting hexed as a result of it.
And now Vega, they want more. If they find a kill on Sumail or Arteezy, the game is more or less over. These 2 cores for EG are way too important right now, and they have so long cooldown on their buybacks that with any sort of aggressive play from Vega,
they see
Arteezy.
The Observe Ward on the hillside. They're going to see PPDs too far away. There's that blink hex. Arteezy caught out. Fear. The Nightmare actually bites Arteezy's face. Goes for the big AC Stormbolt. He's got the cleave. Wiping Vega away. I'll go for more. AA will die as well. A triple kill for Artur. And Mag trying to run away. The weave gave him a little of extra vision. The Dire Observer was down 2. They're TPing into the lane. It's Sumail with the BTs. Found the creep wave. Can't get the stun. Mag will try and crush him out of here. Fear still too far away. 1 second till blink. They'll bring him in range with the Fiend's Grip, but Mag's blink also coming back off cooldown. He'll get away, but Vega lose 4.
What a perfect defensive Nightmare that was from Fear. He's in the right place at the right time. It was very clear that EG wanted Vega to engage on Arteezy, but I think they got a better deal than what they came for. This Nightmare dodged, I think, what was it? It dodged a Crush
Middle tower is under
and,
attack.
I believe, a Slight Chains. Both of them missed during the invulnerability timing, and EG were just allowed to turn around and have a very, very good fight there. This is 2 lanes of Rax, actually. No buybacks on Vega. It's almost game.
The only one they've got is Slander, and Universe is perfectly positioned to make sure he cannot be involved in anything, any level of harassment. So bottom Rax is gone. Sumail's taking care of mid at EG. They're all behind by so much.
Middle barracks are under attack.
And now they're getting back into it. The Ice Blast will probably make them fall out. You've taken out your mid Rax melee. You're taking out a full bottom Rax as well. And you do this when it was Vega. Vega were the first ones to take out that tier 3 tower. The first ones to really add some assaulting pressure. And all they've got is the range Rax on bottom as their creep wave advantage.
And now Arteezy with a Satanic. He's not going to die unless he's Ice Blasted. I don't think Vega can cut through his 50 armor and 3,000 health that he has now, so he will be able to use the active on the Satanic and just lifesteal it all back. So the way Vega need to take fights now is that they have to play the kiting game, as they have decently before, but going on Arteezy is not the way they want to initiate the fights, and it's exactly what EG has set up before now, and they should have learned their lesson at this point.
You actually see them trying to do that kiting game. Like, this may be a Shiva's Guard coming over on solo, but I'm looking at a Rod of Atos build coming in from Seema. So he's going to be that man that's tasked with keeping Arteezy when that BKB is down away from the fight. What is Mag actually? Because they've already got the Assault Cuirass. Is Mag now looking to go in for something more like a Maelstrom? Into a Mjolnir? Like, what else is this Hyperstone for? You could be looking for the bash with maybe Moonshot.
Moonshot. I think Moonshot is better than Mjolnir right now, to be honest. Just get a lot of attack speed, lock in on Arteezy, and try to get a bash. When you hit twice a second, it's very likely, obviously, that you do land one of those bashes.
Unless Vega are thinking this just turns into a split push game. Make the most out of the BT Ember. Get him to jump across the map, keep the lanes pressured out, and...
I don't really think he needs a Mjolnir for that. He one-shots the wave with Sleight of Fist anyway.
Yeah. I mean the Slaughter to get that.
Oh, the Slaughter himself. No, but you were saying he puts the static thing onto Ember, right? As he split push.
Yeah, or you just have the lightning bounce. And a thing to push the wave back out again. Because you are going up against like 1.5 waves of super creeps.
Still, it's a 1 hour game. It's not that big of a problem for Vega at this point. Both Queen of Pain and Ember can very quickly push out these waves.
EG's gonna
I guess we'll have our answer soon. Matt could buy it right now if he wanted to, but he's saving for buyback.
Roshan.
This is probably the game-deciding fight if there's a fight around this pit, because both teams without key buybacks, I do think. Or EG getting theirs again.
You've got
1 minute on
buybacks off.
Sumail, 2 minutes on Arteezy.
Yeah. And still 1 minute left on PPD as well.
I mean, Vega could have theirs, but they're buying up all the time. They only have one, or actually Ember is very little gold away. I think he just secured it there. Yep, he did. That's a big deal. Him being able to re-engage with a Fire Remnant.
Know that EG, they've known that Roshan's been up. They noticed it instantly because they've been using their Dire Courier as just a way to look, and Universe is already going to burrow. So this is the ultimate camper around Roshan. Leave the Nyx Assassin here. And they wait for Vega to go in, because if EG start this, they can just lose this entire game. I think they understand that fact too. They need to be the ones to counter into Roshan. We may just have ourselves a bit of a Mexican standoff on the bottom lane.
Way superior vision for EG in this area though right now. They're just waiting for the mid lane to push out, I think. They know, okay, if we wait long enough, Vega has to come back. But of course, Ember Spirit is a little bit of a joker in that regard, can of course just rejoin bottom. So EG not getting too much out of this. If they would have played a trick here on Vega with maybe Nyx and Sven going mid, they could have found Ember, because it's very clear that Pasha will TP back for this, but it's such a difficult play to make, and I don't even know if they had a smoke for it.
They're ganking the Remnant.
They have one here.
They're ganking the Remnant on bottom. They want him to move forward. Sumail, okay, finally shows himself with Light Strike Array as well as Slave. But Universe's position, he's perfectly positioned that he can impale anywhere inside Roshan. That's not the greatest at Arteezy. He blinks into Roshan, instantly gets bathed. But he'll try and do this solo. And Vega, yeah, they're fully aware.
Great defensive weave as well, set up. Good preparation timing here.
He's got so much armor.
And we need to keep an eye out for Sumail's Hex. I think it's the key item that they have right now, because Pasha does not have a defensive item. Yes, he went for the Skadi, and of course he's decently tanky, but you saw Sven very quickly killing off key targets for Vega, so I think Pasha at this point should actually sell his drum for a BKB. A 10-second BKB now would be incredible against EG's lineup. I actually don't think they could kill him then, without Fiend's Grip.
He really does need it too, because he's a glass cannon. Maybe a little bit more like two-plate class with that Skadi on him, but still, there's not a lot to work with here in Arteezy. Oh, he's trapped inside the pit through the shards. Just keeping Roshan company, trying to keep the sigil out. And this is the standoff we're expecting, but EG are okay with this. Vega have to keep sending Pasha back to keep the creep wave pushed out. And is EG actually getting a little... Okay, Sumail going to BKB. Expected some level of engagement on him after he gets shard blocked.
It was a 5-second BKB, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Vega just
unless if they fight now. Is
Yeah.
that enough to trigger this? There's no way. They're baiting EG into
It's
this.
so risky. If you go in, you get weaved like this. You got 3 heroes weaved up, losing armor, and Sumail wants to make the most out. Jump forward, Universe. He is going to get the one hexed up, but Sumail controlled for the moment. Arteezy in the middle of the fight. It's going to be Lina to find the kill. The Snowball trying to give a little bit of protection in for solo, but Arteezy currently locked mag. Fear is doing it from inside the pit by keeping that Fiend's Grip up. Now even no one's in trouble. They nightmare over on a couple, but it's down the bottom river where Arteezy grabs himself a triple kill. The cleave goes to work, and Seema, can he TP out in time? Barely. But you got no Ember Spirit for 2 minutes. He bought back to rejoin that fight. That's a full dieback in EG. Why go Roshan? They're coming for the GG push. They want game 1. In fact, GG well played. Vega will just call it. They understand they have been defeated in just over an hour by evil geniuses.
I think Pasha should have in this situation, probably considered a BKB over his buyback. You just, again, it was Sumail's Hex that decided that fight. They found the opening that they were looking for, and EG do take it. I think it's very impressive considering how big a lead Vega built that EG managed to pull this one back. And it's looking good going into the next game because I think I agree with the panel. The panel pretty much unanimously agreed that Vega probably had the stronger draft.
Yep.
So if EG can outplay them like this in the mid-late game after being behind like that, that's very promising.
Well, let's actually go back to the boys over at the panel and get their thoughts on game number 1 of this best of 3 between EG and Vega.
Thank you very much. Toby and Cinnamon, of course, in the commentary box, back on the desk here after a thrilling first game. It was exactly what we wanted, exactly what the doctor ordered as well. Gentlemen, where do we start with that one? Vega with a fantastic start. Everything was going right for them. Even towards the late game, it looked like they could hold their own, and then suddenly EG just click up another gear and find what they need.
Yeah, the strength of their draft was really that their early game, the first 15 minutes, there was no absolute way that EG could match up, especially with a Sven, who doesn't really get strong until about the mid-game, somewhere around there. So those first couple fights, Vega was just making it look really one-sided, and it wasn't really until Arteezy's BKB came through where EG looked like they could actually take a fight.
Milk?
Yeah, it's just very interesting to see these team fights. They all kept on going back and forth depending on who landed their spells and who positioned themselves well. We saw that jungle fight where Universe just blinks out from the Slardar cross-initiate instantly and turns the fight around. No one misses the Sonic Wave. A bit unfortunate. He had played an amazing game up until then. Managed to come back from a very hard lane for him. He had like 1 CS when I think Sumail was sitting on 15 or something just because of Fierce Bane Elemental. And generally, I think Solo and No One especially played an amazing game.
Yeah. Ben, I was going to highlight the solo Tusk because it was fantastic almost throughout the game, and yet he's ended up on the losing side.
Yeah, it was just a series of unfortunate events. Firstly, I think even before that fight where Universe blinked out, he actually isolated the AA. AA had the gem, and then they killed AA because they expected to smoke. That was when they had a 7,500 gold lead. That was the first dip, and that was the first big fight that Vega lost. The AA was just slightly out of position. It was because he was a gem holder, but they just weren't protecting him very well. He got isolated, and it was, EG also approached really well. They approached like from the river as well as from the right side, but EG just outplayed them in the mid to late game, especially the bait at the end with the sleep on Veer during the Hex. That was disgustingly good.
So go back and check out a few of the highlights.
Yeah,
from
AA's already dead.
Yeah,
he lost the Hex. He lost a gem, and it's shaping up to be okay in the end. But Vega just loses so many heroes. They weren't able to keep the Sven down. He ended up using his BKB and was able to eliminate a couple of the heroes. Slardar ends up buying back, and here you just see Sven chop through Ember Spirit as he did for the remainder of the game.
Pretty much the beginning of the end at this point, because up to the first 30 minutes, you could say it was all Vega Squadron. They had the control of the game, they had the right heroes, they had everything going for them.
Vega's high ground siege, both of their sieges, they lost way too many heroes too. One of them was 45 with Dazzle immediately eliminated.
Do you think at times as well that they were overextended?
Yeah, they definitely dove too deep on 2 occasions at least, where they didn't need to fight. They could have just focused buildings rather than going for several heroes, especially when the Shadow Priest was down.
Seemed a little bit confusing at times as well, Purge. They sort of went for buildings, then they didn't go for buildings, then they went for buildings, then they didn't. And it was almost like there's some indecision there.
Yeah, their second push especially, that one was a very important.
I think this was part of it, wasn't it?
Yeah. This is the one where I believe there was a cheese on Queen of Pain, and he ended up dying without using it. It looked so good for them, like they would get a Rax, but the buybacks came from EG. Looks like it was a Yule setup on the Queen of Pain into a stun, and the Nyx got the fall. That's why he ended up dying there. So a little bit overextended there without the BKB, and Arteezy was able to clean up the back line. So they should have gotten a Rax here.
Yeah.
And that would have put Vega in a pretty good position, but...
And that was the second time they tried to get a Rax as well. It wasn't like it was the first time they'd gone in. It was the second fail of doing that. So
but still, they had the sick comeback too.
Yeah, this is actually an amazing play from
Vega.
Around. Obviously, the Ember Spirit coming off with a big crit, and then these back and forth follow-ups. Again, the initiator for this fight, or like early on, we see the Tusk snowball in to save the Ember Spirit that comes out of Aegis.
This is the defining moment of the game, though, when they're like, okay, all we need to do is kill Sven. They tunnel vision way too much. They don't keep track of any of the supports. They underestimate the sleep, which also almost saved Universe that prior fight.
He also gets 3 crits in a row.
I mean, I can see why they grouped up so much. They knew if they kill Sven, we win the fight. That's their damage. So they grouped
and then
up.
the end was the bait towards the Roshan as well.
Fear played really well. Like, he had a rough early game, but he transitioned well into items. He got some really crucial grips, kept the Queen of Pain from kiting people, and let Arteezy deal with the cores one by one.
Yep.
And then once you stun heroes close to each other, which I had plenty of with Nyx, Sven, and Lina, then the fight's over, because he's going to eventually get a crit, and he's going to cleave 3 people down.
All right, where do Vega Squadron go next with the draft?
Well, that's the scary thing for them, right? They get the perfect draft for them. I don't think they could have wished for more than they got, and they still lost the game. I still think EG outplayed them rather than out-strategized them, because by all means, I think Vega should have won this game. There was a few bad decisions, a few missteps, and so forth that really led to them losing the game. So if they feel like EG will give them the same draft, I think they'll grab it.
Okay. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, similar. I think if Vega could replay that game and realize there were mistakes from this game, it'd be like, okay, we know what to do now. We know that with the Aegis and Cheese, we're strong, but not strong enough to blink into the fountain and then die without using the Cheese. And just a couple of, we need to protect the gem a little bit better. They lost out a couple of times, and they really need like a scepter on the AA at the end too to try and limit Sven's effectiveness. But he ended up building a Vit booster because he was scared of the Nyx, and then just piled on like 50 Sentry Wards after that.
Yeah, different bands this time around, Purge, I think.
I think the picks were honestly completely fine for both teams. I think the only mistake was that EG's strength, once they got that BKB on the Sven, all they had to do was have a good initiation, and they tried, but the Nyx blinked away. So as soon as it turned into their initiation being bad, and Sven was able to use BKB and blink to initiate, that's where the fight went wrong. If they can go in first, force him to defensively BKB, they definitely would have won that fight. But because they lost that fight, it allowed EG to get back into the game, into a place where their draft was able to succeed. And I think Vega played great up until then, even with their over dives maybe being a little bad. They just needed to win maybe one more fight, and they would have closed out that game completely.
Okay, Evil Geniuses, from their point of view, fantastic start from them. They always start a little bit slow. We've said that before. Day one, they started a little bit slow, lost the first game. This time around, they've won the first game, so much better from them. But do they change anything up? Do they just sit back, figure out what Vega are going to do, react to what they do?
I mean, they win the game. It's a great opener for them, but I still think the laning phase left something to be desired. They were down 7-1, despite the fact that they won mid very handedly, up until the point where Fear then runs into tower, gets cornered by 3 heroes. Sumail tries to help him, dies as well. That's basically where they start losing the early game. I think they're going to play it a bit more tight this time around. I think they were confident that they could actually have won their lanes and come out ahead in the early game, and because of those two deaths, that started snowballing the whole effect for leaving the Queen of Pain to come back into the game. I think they'll just play a bit more tight early game and hope to win the lanes this time around.
Any other notable performances amongst
I think the Nyx Assassin was an unsung hero. He scouted out a lot of the movement around from Vega. He was also like nearly impossible to kill with the Blink Force and Carapace. And of course, he set up the 2 fights that really started changing the game around. The blink out on the Slardar Crush was invaluable for the rest of the game. But he also forced the Vega team to build BKBs earlier than you wanted to. Like Queen had to rush BKB first, which you do versus a Nyx, and that really limited her farm. Like if you get Orchid first, you can farm much faster. So that was also a kind of a nuanced point.
From a team fight point of view, it seemed fairly balanced throughout. There was some good Vega plays, there was some good AG play. It wasn't seemingly mispositioning or there was a couple of missed things, but there wasn't massive changes in amongst them. So that should give them confidence going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of back and forth in the later stages, but EG was always on the back foot due to the early game, so I think they feel comfortable and confident in their own ability to actually win the second game.
Were they really on the back foot, though? I think the farm was...
The farm was sort of easy,
even.
but there was a point where Ember Spirit and the Queen of Pain had gotten a bit ahead, where they were constantly trying to push and force the hand of
that was
EG.
like at the top, after the top fight where they got like white 4-0, that was when they started getting ahead. But even at 7-1, I think it was perfectly okay. They were okay with trading the supports and kind of limiting their effectiveness. Like Queen of Pain couldn't really do that much.
I don't really agree there. I feel like the Sven pick put them in a place where they were vulnerable if they prevented them from taking easy Ancients, which is what they did. They did that early smoke, they put the Observer down to spawn the Ancients are being taken, and then they disrupted Arteezy. I mean, Arteezy's start was 1-5-1. Like, that's a weak early game by all means. Yeah, he farmed a lot, but as soon as they prevented him from getting the easy Ancients and the fast BKB that allowed them to fight, they delayed that, and the first couple fights were just so easy.
I think that's
Vega.
mid-game. Early game, you expect the Tusk and the Slara to be able to kill the Lina. The Lina was not pressured at all. That was what we were kind of focused on. It's like, okay, Queen of Pain versus Lina. You have to help the Queen of Pain out or she's going to get dominated. And instead, EG bring another support in. And even then, no one held his own, didn't die that often, and got a BKB pretty early, which I thought was a pretty good for how much EG committed with their supports. So I mean, the first 10 minutes didn't go that well. After that, I think it went terribly for EG from 10 to 20, and then after that, EG started outplaying them.
So you're saying they were on the back foot?
They were on the back foot from 10 to 15. 1 to 10, I think it went about as expected for them. They didn't have the best early game heroes, but versus Vega's lineup, I think being down in kills and equal in farm is really good.
Yeah, that's true. Vega did do a really good job preventing Nyx kills as well. Seen a couple Nyx picks at the tournament, and teams are just like, oh, they have Nyx. Okay, we know there's going to be a gank mid as soon as he hits 6, and then we're going to cover the safe lane, and then we're going to sit together. And it just felt like Universe, other than scouting, wasn't able to accomplish much. And it wasn't because he played bad, just because the enemy team was really defensive against him. So it definitely made the early game for EG hard, in addition to the other factors.
And any downsides to EG's play, do you think, in that game? What didn't you like?
Just the Sven pick, I think. It obviously worked great late game, but if the team is proactive and protects against the Ancients and delays the BKB, then they put EG on the back foot for that long period of time. So I think Sven's a little dangerous to pick because he does need a couple items before he really becomes a strong carry. And Arteezy isn't able to get solo kills with him because Sven is just a hero like that.
I think mine was the overcommittal of the Bane to the mid lane, where if he just dies and gets the first blood, that's fine, but he ended up giving away Lena's life too. So that I didn't really like, because if they just let Lena do what she wanted to do and then they just ditch the Bane, because Lena obviously would win that after having like 20 a CS up, and then they can just stack both Ancients and the neutrals and then get BKBs up, and then after that they can take the fight to Vega. But that fight was delayed maybe like 5 minutes on their BKBs because of that maneuver.
What about Vegas Squadron? What do they need to do differently in game 2, other than the draft, because we've kind of figured that out?
Better team fight and late game decision making. Probably also itemization. I would have liked to see Black King Bar and the Ember Spirit. I think a few of the times where they initiate on with him, if he had a Black King Bar instead, it would have gotten a lot. Like, he was way too easy to kill. Like, it was too easy to just prioritize. And by the time they have a Scythe of Vice, it's just over for them. We saw that at the Roche fight at the very end. They blink in, hex him, fire off Laguna Blade, knowing that the Flaming Shield is down, and then they just kill him again when he comes in again.
Yeah. But doesn't he lose the BKB wars terribly because of Sven? Like, he had a lot of trouble doing damage because of Sven's Warcry, right? Even with Amplify, like, what damage did they have? AA got picked off very early on in the fights. Queen of Pain only has really Sonic Wave to deal with that, and it's just up on the Ember Spirit. He has to get the Scotty to kite them during the BKB, and then after that, you kill them with Slug.
Well, that's the whole thing, right? They could kite him anyways. That's what we saw. When they were successful, that was because they kept on kiting the Sven, and when they weren't successful, it was because they were shot down. All they needed to do was prevent being shot down.
They couldn't really kill him once he got BKB, though. Or they kited him, but they can't ever kill him. He's eventually going to be able to blink.
I mean, if you kill his entire team, that's what you do, right? If there's a massive beast of a tank standing on the front line, you go out and you kill the other 4 heroes, and then you take him at the very end of it.
Yeah, I completely agree with Malk, sorry. Really is about not getting stunned at the start of the fight, because if you get stunned the first time, they had Lena, they had Nyx Assassin, they had Sven, they were going to follow up consistently. And it wasn't until the end game where they did do those triple stuns where the game was just over. But those previous fights, man, he kept dodging stuns, he would keep them segmented so they couldn't get the follow-up. The BKB, I think, would have prevented them from just losing those fights, because he could have evaded the first stun, segmented heroes, continue kiting. While it would limit his damage, I think that was maybe something they needed. That or a defensive support. That way, if he did get caught, he could get forced out or glimmered or something like that.
I mean, that's what Ember's strength is, though. He doesn't need BKB versus non-instant stuns. They didn't have any instant stuns. It's a Blink Sven stun, which has cast point, as well as a Yule's combo from Lena. He doesn't need one. And even if he does, they have the Tusk Snowball to follow up. They need him for damage. And
fact of the matter is, he did get hit by those disables.
That was like at the very, very end, because they lost a lot of the team fights.
And did they lose the game at the very, very end?
Yeah, because all these things happen. Overextension, for example, and not because he got locked down early. How many fights did he get locked down and die very early on? Only the last fight near Roche.
Also the one in the bottom lane.
Which one?
At the end, before the Roche fight.
Like by the tier 1.
All the late game fights, he died.
I mean, he had Aegis, and then he came back and destroyed them. And then aside from that, there weren't that many fights.
He died in every late game fight.
You're talking about Ember Spirit, right?
Yeah.
He died a moderate amount of times. He was really the hero that needed to not die in Vega's lineup, basically. Other than, you can maybe argue Slardar because he could reinitiate, but Ember's 3 seconds of disable every 8 seconds. That's OP, man.
I mean, we can drag this out a lot, right? You're talking that he needs the damage output, but if he's dead, there's 0 damage output from him.
I'm saying that the reason they lost the late game was not because he didn't have BKB. It was because they failed to control the map in the mid game. They overextended, and they didn't take control of the opportunity.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the point of late game.
Yeah, I think that their item build was completely okay. Like the BKB first on Queen, right? That's fine. So we're pretty much talking about whether it's like a Scotty or BKB on Ember Spirit.
You got an MKB as well, which was unnecessary. You could maybe justify it there. Because they didn't have any evasion to my knowledge. Sure, they maybe would have bought a Solar Crest or something, but I didn't see one. They may have had one.
I don't remember one.
Nope.
So maybe a BKB there. You could justify.
I could say I thought you were talking about BKB for Scotty for the mid game.
No, I think the Scotty was pretty fine.
Okay. And we're
in agreement. We just made a really nice discussion, even though we're on the same page.
But what do EG go for? It seemed like the Sven pick was pretty unusual, especially coming out third. Do you think it was because okay, Ember, he can kite me, but he can't ever kill me? Is it because of the Slardar? What do you think the strengths that he offers?
Slar. I mean,
Slar?
you give your whole team 20 armor for... I mean, look at him when he was in the Roche pit. He had Weave on himself. He had, what's it called? Battlecry or whatever? Warcry. And he had 65 armor. When's the last time you saw a hero with 65 armor? And he only had an AC.
And there's a bit of a pattern in how PvD drafts as well. We saw all the way back to ESL1 New York, where Doom was the most picked hero. They would let him through, or Alchemist was it? It was Alchemist actually, not Doom the Bringer. So they would let him through, and PvD would just pick up the Ancient Apparition instead. And he would always feel, and he did the same thing at MLG New Orleans. He would feel that he had a game plan for what is currently popular in the meta, and he would just counter it with something that he could always get, something that wouldn't have been banned out. And that was sort of how he approached the drafting phase. And I think Sven is one of these picks that they've been practicing, and theory crafting will work well against certain lineups.
So what do you think is a better solution to that? Get a lineup that can snowball off the early game and end the game early, like, Drow Avenge, something like that? Is it just concentrate more on magic damage so you don't worry about the armor?
I think what they just did is a fine counter against the Sven. I mean, it'll probably give them a lot of confidence as well, knowing that they just beat the best possible lineup that Vega could get with this lineup. So they might go for the same lineup. We saw them doing it against Fnatic. They picked a lineup, they actually lost with it. They still went for 4 of the same heroes in the next game, dominated pretty hard. They have a tendency to go for very similar playstyles and lineups whenever it works for them.
Yeah, don't really want to give away too much, do they? It's almost like they're saying, nope, but that kind of worked for us, even though we lost the game.
I don't think it's that. It's a good strat. I really don't think the picks from Vega there were necessarily wrong. I think it was just a slight play issue. EG just slightly outplayed them in some of those team fights. Vega got a huge advantage, and they held it, but then a couple small team fights, EG gets back in it, and all of a sudden they get an easy 4-0, 5-0, and at that point you're going to lose.
I mean, let's flip it around a little bit. If Vega hadn't overextended on those couple of occasions when they tried the top racks, are they then in a better position to soak up that stuff and then go on and win? Do you think it was that critical?
Yeah, the repercussions of them pushing every time, just let EG go back into the game. They get more and more farm on every hero that they have. I think their supports were very underfarmed up until the point where they start getting the Raxes. We're back into the draft. Maybe we should focus on the next game instead. I think we talked this one to death.
I make that that was a fairly even trade between you and Malini.
I mean, I definitely won that. So Undying banned by Vega Squadron, Slaughter as well. Not too surprising. This, however, Shadow Fiend over the... Okay.
Those heroes have really big win rates on EG's team. Winter Wyvern's been one of the most picked heroes by all teams, even across regions.
So you were saying this earlier, Kevin, so for all the uninitiated who doesn't follow as many lands as a lot of other people, the lands tend to always have a developing meta game. When we went into this, most people would expect Doom to be clear first pick material. We've seen a lot of Shadow Fiend being the initial hero to be picked up by a lot of the top teams. And then Doom actually coming out as the 4th pick, slightly surprising, but the combo of Darkseer and Winter Wyvern is especially strong in team fight. It's just really good for setting up a team fight, obviously, but also for your lanes, and just generally a very open draft for them, whereas Doom would narrow down the field a bit.
Protects them against a Brood pick as well, which is something Vega is very likely to draft. I'm sure it's something that EG has been practicing since they knew that Vega was going to be their opponents. Although it was a little bit last minute due to some bracket confusions, but I know for a fact that they're prepared to do the 1v1 and then do an aggressive trialing if they need to.
Additionally interesting is that the Tusk is not touched in the first phases, just like game 1.
It doesn't have the biggest win rate, and we saw it do a ton of work in Vega's lineup last game, but once you get late game, what does Tusk do? He does stuns for 2 seconds. Ice Shards is less good because people have Force Staffs and Blink Daggers and all these ways to prevent damage.
I don't know. I think Solo made a great case for why Tusk is still great in the late game.
Yeah. What aspects do you think? Like scouting Roshan with Sigil?
He can still kite BKB, I think, is one of his biggest things. With Punch and Sigil, as well as well-placed Frost Shards, I think that's one of, and even just snowballing past a BKB hero.
His entire skill set for a support is very, very useful at all points in time in the game.
But I would say that in a late game scenario, that a hero like Bane or Dazzle are better, because Grave is completely game-changing. Fiend's Grip is the better BKB killer.
I mean, I'm prone to agree with you, but it's very situational, right? With all things Dota.
Yeah.
So it depends on the enemy lineup, and I think like the Tusk was instrumental to how they dealt with the Sven in last game.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely got them to their gold advantage. Gyrocopter is the pick for EG. Nothing surprising here. Very common carry. And there's the Night Stalker for Vega. So they're getting a lot of their comfort heroes.
Again.
Again.
But now as evil geniuses with like overwhelming amounts of team fight in the early game.
Oh, I really like this pickup. Spirit Breaker, probably the one I've been the biggest fan of the heroes that Fear's been playing on the support role, much more so than both the Bane and the Undying even.
It's good against Shadow Fiend. You can combo with Darkseer really well. It's definitely a very good pick at this stage. Like Winter Wyvern a lot against these high HP heroes. It's actually quite good against Doom, really. Very high HP, and he's regenning, so it does a little bit more damage than it would to most people when you hit him with the Arctic Burn.
Their lanes are a lot better this game.
Yeah. I feel like Vega has picked maybe too many strength heroes. This is a Timbersaw game.
Actually, Timbersaw is amazing. It combos really well with the Darkseer Vacuum, obviously, and with Winter Wyvern to additionally hold them in their place. Yeah, I think you make a great case for Timbersaw. And it is the Sumail hero that we are missing.
It's not amazing if you get doomed, obviously, because you are very cast heavy. Like, you casting spells is extremely important, but...
I mean, still, they can just surge them out, though. I think they even have good ways to deal with Doom this game.
10 seconds remaining.
We've had 50 games so far. This is the 51st. And Tusk has been picked or banned in every single one of them so far.
Ooh, will he
Not
get picked?
this one.
But maybe for the first time in the major.
I mean, EG won't pick him up, and Vega
won't either.
Yeah, Vega won't either.
So, congratulations, Tusk. You are out of the metagame.
Jug banned out as well. They definitely need a physical damage carry.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe not, because I guess they are against the Winter Wyvern, but
5 seconds.
would it be too greedy to even go for a hard carry? Maybe they do a semi-carry in the safe lane?
I mean, there is Silence and Doom. I'm thinking they didn't expect the Timbersaw to be picked up now. I'm still a bit on the fence about it.
I would love to see some Timbersaw.
I think TA was the right ban here.
Yeah, it's good against SF if you're ahead.
Oh,
that's
a treat.
That's got to be a Sumail Invoker, right?
Yep.
RTZ, I don't think plays it. Neither of those players.
He's practiced it.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's anything Sumail can't play if he puts his mind to it. I am probably his biggest fan.
This is the first time we've seen it, to my knowledge. Especially on a big stage like this. Almost every team had like 2 Invoker games in their last 10 games leading into this tournament. So I feel like it's a hero that will be pulled out occasionally in times like this. He's going to get doomed a lot, though. That's for sure.
I actually think it's a great lineup from Evil Genius. It's very well-rounded. Has great supports, great team fight, sufficient late game, good ways of dealing with the enemy. I really
definitely giving Vega something to think about for the final pick.
It's like a reverse of the last game. One team looks like they have all the pieces that fit together, and the other one looks like a little hard to digest.
I don't think you can teamfight versus that, though. So, do you have to go to a split push?
That is...
You also got to be careful with going... Like, you can't go too greedy of a hero right now in the carry position. Because it is the carry we're looking at.
I mean, it could be carry Doom, but unlikely.
More range disable would be definitely needed, because right now they just have Cask and Night Stalker slow, basically. So a carry with a disable. They picked some Luna recently, but I don't think this is a Luna game. It's not terrible. It's a little too carry heavy, though. Okay, well...
Tusk is back, guys! Fear not, Tusk was picked after all.
The 100% pick ban is saved at the last moment. Vega Squadron Evil Geniuses, game 2 on the way. Let's head back to Cinderin and Toby1.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, we are back for Vega versus EG, game number 2. After Vega seemed to have it almost in the bag, but it jumped out of the bag halfway through. That and EG claim out first game, and now they seem to be very comfortable with their picks.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting draft as well. Tusk was not the last pick I was expecting. I think the panel had a good point when they were talking about the potential of split pushing. Then again, it's difficult against Spirit Breaker, but they could have thought about something like an Anti-Mage in this game, I would say. But they go for the classic Vega fighting style, which is of course understandable. It's a very big comfort pick for them, and it was great last game.
Yeah. Great in all games, really. But Mag, he's going to be the man forced to play it. So it's not this support role Tusker we were looking at. That's going to be instead for the Night Stalker role. And it will, in fact, be this #1 position Doombringer on the top lane because of that Tusker pickup. Is this really going to be the strength right now of Vega? Like, we all very intimidated by Doombringer. Like, he is the hero for the current meta. But is he going to be enough to go up against what EG is going to be throwing? Considering they can remove his, well, they can't remove his regeneration, but they can remove his speed and his ability to move across this map.
EG don't have that high single target damage. I'm guessing Sumail will be going as an Exort build this game. I think it's the logical choice with what they have. If he doesn't, then I think it's a really good Doom game. Gyrocopter can be a threat to Doom if he comes up close, but then again, you can't really come up close with Gyro against Doom without, getting doomed.
Can you just kite him? Just kite him the entire time. Like, actually go for more like a Quas Wex build, and you rely on the Tornado EMP to be your setup. Then you can have your follow-up into your Darkseer with Wall, Vac, the Curse, all of this jazz put together. For now, though, well, they're going to try and fight it out. Solo going to be forced back down. Raised already up for no one, doing some early damage. Paralyzing Cast going to bounce twice in the charge, keeping no one off the room. Spirit Breaker will be taking that one, and Pasha, not a healthy man. There was 2 Iron Shells on his back right now, trying to run away from Universe. But the Scorched Earth will allow him to do so, but this is a first-level Scorched Earth for a Doombringer. Maybe not so brutal because he is running that safe lane Doom.
And EG get both runes. They got one on the Breaker, actually, and the other one on the Gyro. So this is going to be a fast level 2 for Fear, which is very, very nice when you're playing a Darkseer or Spirit Breaker off lane. Getting that Greater Bash, being able to pressure the Doom a lot. This is very hard for Pasha to play this lane, actually.
How is Doom meant to do this? You're going to get Iron Shell burned out the entire time, and because you're committing Seema to the middle lane to help out no one, there isn't that extra hand up there to help you.
Yeah, he's in for a difficult. I don't know if Seema can. He gives a couple of last hits to no one in the mid lane, and now he probably has to go top.
Is this even the right choice to do? Like, when Solo does a push like this, you can just Iron Shell and just charge in underneath that tier 1 tower when you got the creep wave with you.
That's why they need the Witch Doctor up here to disallow EG from going for these dives. It is a great hero against Spirit Breaker Darkseer lane. He's still going to stay mid for a bit, though, as now Doom has got the ability to get some creeps under his tower with his pull out from Solo.
Another downside for Vega, impossible to stack in this game. Too easy to lose it.
Oh, they did stack once. So it's not impossible.
It's impossible to keep it, though. Like, the second you move the Witch Doctor off the lane or no one off the lane, that you can just run over as EG and contest.
It's something Vega definitely needs to keep an eye on. They did a very good job with keeping an eye on stacks in general in the first game. I don't think it's that easy for EG. I get what you mean, that Darkseer and Breaker can try to take it with the Ion Shells, and yes, that is true. But it's very telegraphed if they leave the lane. And it still takes them a good 15-20 seconds to take
Solo going to be charged right now. PPD trying to contest for the runes. Going to be a bounty for him, but with the charge coming in and the Iron Shell burn, Solo is going to be very, very low. He's going to try and run it around, but Fear, well, you realize Universe was coming down through the river entrance. The Sunstrike, boom! Taking out Solo. And an easy first blood coming the way of Sumail, with the rest of his team doing all the hard lifting.
Very nice for him to get that golden experience from that, though. Invoker versus Shadow Fiend mid is not that easy for Invoker in the early levels, since he has so low base damage.
Bottom
so
lane
can actually manage.
Actually, no, there's no mana on Mag. He doesn't want to consume a mango for this. He's just having Solo aggressively TP like that, go directly for the Void on Arteezy. Like, he still had the regeneration from the fountain, so I can understand it. just gave me pause for concern.
It's very hard for them to go in on Arteezy with this duo of heroes. Any sort of TP turnaround with Rocket Barrage will get them killed. And he also very wisely already picked up a magic stick. Mid lane, there might be an opening here for Vega.
It's going to be difficult for Vega, however. Like if they aggressively move forward with the Witch Doctor, Sumail's going to know something's wrong. And they also know the Night Stalker moved off the lane with an unknown rune. Looks like top lane, Doom, forced to pop off this defensive Scorched Earth. And not really the creep he was searching for. It's not really that efficient for him to CS with, but at least it's something. He's got Chain Lightning in this Doombringer.
Kind of nice, actually. It's some good damage. It's very cost efficient. It's a 140 damage nuke for 50 mana.
Universe trying to surge himself away solo. No Void for it. Paralyzing Cast going to slow him down. Universe very, very low and probably very, very dead. He could potentially salve, waiting for that last attack. And, well, okay, value creep. A Doombringer killing with Chain Lightning from the Devoured Harpy.
I actually think this spell is incredible on Doom. It's a 4-second cooldown, 140 damage nuke. And
it's incredible on Harpy with the amount of mana that she's got, but with...
As long as he can sustain enough of a mana pool to use this, I think it's very good for the situation they're in. This is a great decision from Pasha. I like it a lot.
Decision gets him a kill. Middle lane as well, solo. We've hit nighttime and Sumail instantly being attacked. He needs a lot more help to try and survive this, but then again, solo, that charge is coming in. He's running up towards the Ancients. The Sunstrike, if he runs north, oh no! He was pushed back too far and Fear's trapped at the tree line. He can't chase any further.
That's unfortunate. There's no other way of putting that. I don't think he would have... Would he have died to the Sunstrike? Yeah, he would have.
He would have. And now the charge will come again. No one being cold slapped. Arteezy rotates in. He doesn't, well, with the 4 stick charges now, he's got the mana for the call down. And Seema actually triggering the Mango. Do they get a bash? Any kind of stun? Nothing. And the damage is not enough, so the call down is blown. Arteezy is still, however, there to make sure this SF doesn't get out of control. Sumail's actually a full level in front, or almost a full level in front of him, especially when Solo does this, the cold snap, ticking him down. Sunstrike Invoke is a possibility, but he'll be bottled up by no one as he arrives back in the lane.
And the one we haven't seen so much from so far is Mag, who still hasn't rotated. That was Arteezy's first rotation on the Gyro into the mid lane. But Mag has slowly got himself Arcane Boots and almost level 6. And that's kind of a problem for EG, that they've managed to get this much on the Tusk. It gives them a lot of potential during the nighttime. Tusk and Night Stalker teaming up. I'm imagining Mag is going to play a very big role in this game.
I agree. It's going to be interesting to watch the timing between him as well as Universe. Mag for the aggression, so you look to see when he's able to get that Blink Dagger up, and Universe see when he's able to get the mech charge. Because once that's arrived, EG's survivability is really big. Combining Cold Embrace with the mech and the natural tankiness of the EG heroes. Even Sumail can have it if he switches himself to a high level up in Quas. Top lane, Pasha. Sunstrike's going to connect, and they just charged him with the Iron Shell. There need to be one more punch from Universe to get that kill. Maybe 2 by the looks of it, but the Paralyzing Cast keeps him out. Universe really wanted to go for it. The Scorched Earth regeneration just too good. Now the snowball comes. 3 heroes there, and that's going to be the death of the Dark Seer on top, as they very aggressively committed for that. Arteezy's trying to get himself into the jungle. And is that 6-minute timing you look for the stacks? He can't contest it, however, because there's just too many heroes from Vega rotating back.
That was so cocky from Pasha. He ran into the side shop next to those 2 heroes with 300 health, knowing, of course, he could trigger the Scorched Earth. I think he hadn't accounted for the Sunstrike. And I do believe it split onto him and a creep.
It did.
And if it didn't, he would have died instantly there. That would have been a really big mistake, but luck on his side, and they get a great kill out of it. So, high risk, high reward.
It was a heavy rotation, though. So now Vega have no one on bottom lane, and PPD is making the most out of the space created. As I say that, the level 3 Night Stalker, who definitely needs some space of his own, rotates down to the bottom lane. And the charge top, Fear, going after Pasha, try again, as she pulls out of it. He was a little bit too late behind for the charge. Pasha was going to reach the tower in time, and they'll put the Sunstrike off target too. So they didn't have the damage.
Pasha, he's going to devour the little... Interesting, he devoured the little Satyr. So now he has Purge. This is...
Is this against the Darkseer?
Yes, it's very nice against the Darkseer Surge, of course, but it's still a very expensive spell. So it costs 120 mana. This is mana he kind of doesn't have right now compared to the 50 cost of Chain Lightning.
You wonder who else it would be for, though. Like, the only thing that would really stop is that Surge away.
Doom also purges, so he doesn't technically need it. He can use the Doom after the Surge and he kills him anyway.
Bottom lane, Solo copying a lot of damage. That charge is still coming in. Solo, if he hangs around the lane, he'll probably end up dying. In fact, there's your Sunstrike. Solo turns for the Void, and because of that, Sumel's Sunstrike hit perfectly. The follow-up into no one. Arteezy going very deep for this, however, but he'll still find the kill. TP is available, and will he get there in time? Mag, where's that punch? He can't reach him. Just around the corner of the tree line. He didn't have the vision.
He didn't get vision there?
Nope.
Wow. That was a really great play from both sides, actually. The triple race combo from no one was excellent. Arteezy following through with the kill and finally just barely getting out. Good stuff.
Top quality Dota. EG. Now they actually will take out T1 tower because Vega committed so much to that bottom lane. The SF's still down. They're in no position to try and fight. It's also that catch-up time. Like, it's not just the fact that you die and you lose your money. It's then the fact that you've got to get back up and running, back into your lane, back to your farming, and with the SF, even more critically, back up to max souls. Every death makes it longer before the SF's ready to fight. Arteezy against Solo, waiting in the wings, into the woods. Solo, Rocket Barrage can hit very hard. The cooldown's there. The Sunstrike just in case he keeps running up, and Solo knew he was dead. Very far away from the rest of his team. Wasn't even a warding mission, he just walked up in preparation. That Observe Ward sees all of Vega coming. Arteezy again, the TP out, the punch. Wait, what?
Again, really?
He flipped him in base. The Aura's punch flipped him in base.
That's a long arm.
Mag taking up baseball next season. Tier 1 tower as well now takes so much damage. This has been like, okay, Sunstrike, Snowball protection. In fact, they come down after Fear with the Walrus Punch. This time it will connect. The Wraiths from no one helps him out. But a Solo getting kills, especially Solo getting kills during this time, like during daytime.
Yeah, he needs it so bad. He finally got his urn, minute 10. This is the risk of running Support Knight soccer in general. It's very momentum driven. If your early game falls apart, you have a very hard time coming back. But in this case, the couple of kills that they have found, he's 1-3 and 2, which obviously doesn't look great on paper, but this last kill was very, very crucial for his impact in the next
Radiant's
nighttime.
middle tower is under attack.
You know that Meg timing I was talking about? Universe has finished the headdress and the buckler 10 minutes in. That's on top of buying up arcane boots too.
He's good farm.
Yeah.
60 CS at minute 10.
For a guy who's got 2 deaths as well.
Yeah, I don't think he lost very much gold on his deaths. I'm pretty sure he's been buying up. That's the nice thing about the mechanism build-up in general, is that the parts are pretty small apart from the recipe. So very often if you get ganked, you lose maybe 50 or 100 gold.
It's interesting to note too the fact that like Arteezy is the opposite end of the scale. He's got 2 kills and no deaths. But his net worth is still, like, it's neck and neck with the Darkseer. Not really finding that much CS on this bottom lane.
Dire structures.
He has been pretty active in this game. I think it's been useful too. Like you said, he's been part of 4 out of 5 kills, so...
Vega.
Well, these shards are not enough.
No, it's not. And they don't understand that Observe Ward's sitting up in their jungle. That's what's allowing EG to just have the advantage in these engagements. Arteezy, bottom lane, tier 1 tower is going to belong to him, does a lot of damage to Solo, but the TP support's coming in. And Arteezy, well, buy up your items. He doesn't do it in time. Loses 200 gold. That's
nice.
Solo! Oh, Savel's going to get a little bit of tit for tat.
It looks like Vega aren't very used to playing against this Exort Invoker.
It's not a commonplace thing.
If you play against this hero, like, if you play this game again, he won't get hit by that. He will think about it, but you just need to get used to it during the game, and Sumail has got himself a couple of very nice kills. He's 4-0 right now on Invoker with all these Sunstrikes, so...
It's going to be a top lane play
nice
for the
night.
Doom. Walking straight past, the Sunstrike's actually going to hit Pasha on top of the Iron Shell. He's going to Scorch Earth himself away to safety with the Phase Boots too, but that charge is coming in from Fear. He's going to pull out.
He could have maybe tried for it if he had an Iron Shell on him, but there's no way he... even with that, I don't think he kills Pasha.
Yeah.
It's a good hero.
Good regeneration.
Yep.
And no Ancient Apparition to stop him in this game.
Yeah, they did try to counter him quite a bit in the early laning stage, and I think they succeeded. The fact that he is behind Invoker is great for EG here.
The fact
safe lane Doom is usually just on top.
Like, how are you meant to run any kind of melee hero against a Spirit Breaker and a Darkseer? Like, you have double Iron Shells and 2 heroes that can close the distance on you so quickly. So, it seems almost impossible lane for a Doombringer.
It's definitely very hard. But he made the most of it. Once again, the chain lightning creep he got him a kill. Then he transitioned into this Purge that I still haven't really seen the utility of just yet. He doesn't have mana to use it right now with Doom and Scorched Earth, as a matter of fact.
Maybe he's just waiting until he can get himself a new creep, because he spent all the time in the lane. And if it's like a conscious decision, or if it's just a decision of situation, he hasn't been able to get himself into the jungle to grab a good creep.
Yeah, are there any wolves? It doesn't look like there are any wolves in his own jungle. In the enemy jungle, there are also no wolves.
But that's it. EG,
important
4-man smoke move. Now, how much do they really see as they come over? Because we are still, okay, now even less, because it's darkness. The Observer Wall's down from Vega, and they really feel like something is wrong. Spirit Breaker's charging in, so that's keeping the vision over on Pasha, and PvD moves forward. They've got the Curse of Marble, doing it on the Doombringer, but no, the Shards actually pushing him back down again, away from the Sunstrike, and Seema gets a full duration ulti off. Darkseer is down, but the Invoker burning it with a Meteorite, but still too much damage being done out of Vega. The Requiem made a lot of space for him, and now PPD attempts to TP out. There's no Walrus Punch, so the attempt will be successful. Samar, however, needs to buy himself some space. Back into the tree line. The Dana's still working. The buyback comes out from Fear, and no one. Where's your Cold Snap? Where's your stun? It's going to connect from Fear, combining with the Sunstrike. No one will die underneath the Radiant Tier 1 tower, making that buyback really worth it for Fear.
Great buyback. Sumail would have most certainly died there. And he is, of course, a very big kill. He has a mega kill streak. And getting the Shadow Fiend in return is an added bonus. I'm not sure if EG were expecting they would be able to get a kill, but at the very least protects Sumail there.
He's a big one to protect, as you said. Like, he's got a lot of kills, and he's also got this uptime. That Hand of Midas already up to level 11 on Sumail, neck and neck with the SF still. But when you're running a Hand of Midas on this Invoker and you're taking early towers, EG are getting a huge injection of money coming their way.
The downside for EG is, as we talked about, Arteezy still not being up that high on the gyrocopter. 5.4k at minute 15 is, I would guess, below his average on the hero. Going for Assange so far, so he is tanky. That actually played a pretty big role in that fight, how tanky Arteezy was. Yes, he did die, but it took a lot of effort for Vega, so EG's trade-off wasn't all that bad.
He tanked almost all of the Death Ward.
Yeah, he took a Death Ward. Who did they doom, actually? I didn't notice. They might have found Universe, because I didn't see a vacuum or a wall, I think. He's also only level 9, so it would have been 8 in the fight. I don't know. Right now, you want to Doom Invoker, if you can. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have a mobility item to get in on him just yet on the Doom.
And even if you do try and get in close, like you're going to need to have that Blink Dagger. A 4-staff won't do it. Like, you need to almost be invis to get on top, maybe even something like a Shadowblade build. But he went for a Vladimir's offering instead. So again, we see Vega, like they did with their Ember Spirit previously, where they build for an earlier fight. We get Face Boots, Drums, and Vlads on a Doombringer. Instead of going in for like that initiation, Shadowblade, the Blink Dagger, that kind of jazz.
I think that's next in his plans. It should be. It's very important for Vega to find the good opening. And whenever you have a Tusk on your team, and they even have Witch Doctor heal together with the Scorched Earth, he has quite a bit of room for error, as long as he doesn't get completely blown up by this Exort Invoker's burst. As we saw in the previous fight, EG committed heavily onto Pasha, but just the Ice Shards saving him from the Sunstrike, which I think was more luck than actually planned for Vega there. If the Sunstrike doesn't land on Doom, I don't think he dies. So being able to blink Doom the Invoker keeps him safe, simply.
Here's a question for you. Should no one complete up the S and Y, or should he be looking more towards a BKB?
He should be looking to survive.
Also, top lane, Arteezy should be looking to do the same kind of thing. Well, how much damage have you got with the call down? The Sunstrike connects on Solo. Vega copping a fair chunk of damage for it, but they still get the big kill. They bring down the gyro.
I think Sanjin Yasha for no one in this game is good.
The charging mid. You also have to set up by Sumail, and with a Deafening Blast, the Meteorite, and Fear charging in, oh, they easily get the kill. Sumail was already moving on before the death happened. And now actually a drum charge from the Doombringer. He's running down the bottom room, but Sumail, he just got a regeneration rune after finding the kill. Understanding the Invoker's right behind him.
Scorched Earth on cooldown, so he can't get enough movement speed. And again, a mobility item here would have been nice for him. Of course, this Vlad's is great for the team fights, but in comparison to a lot of other Doom games, I don't think the Vlad's is that useful right now, as the vast majority of the EG's damage is just pure magical. The armor's going to be great later on when Gyro starts hitting hard with Flat Cannon.
Maybe it's meant to be for something else. I'll get back to it in a moment, but Pasha, charged, bash back, Universe. He's still got that level 3 back available. And Pasha, well, there goes your curse as well from PPD. Combining with the Sunstrike, they have more than enough damage to burn through him. But it's an older school build. I remember, I think it was Artstyle that used to do this a lot with the Doombringer. Maybe not with the drums, but went for an early Vlads because they were trying to focus more on Roshan. And they used the Vlads to enable them to do so.
It is the standard build nowadays to go for this drum Vlads. So it's not a surprising build, but I just don't know if it's the best one for this type of game. But we'll see if it pays off. Of course, great for team fighting, but that was not a team fight.
Yep.
He just got destroyed by 4 heroes. Notice how much they had to commit, though. Like, imagine there's any sort of help inside. A mech from the Tusk, maybe a snowball. It's very different.
That's true. But EG, they're playing to their strengths. They're picking the fights they know they can win. And the rest of the time, they're just going back into the farm. And it's going to get even stronger for them soon, because Sumail's building into this Necro book for the Invoker.
Radiant's middle tower
This will give them the pushing power as well as that ability to take away a hell of a lot of mana during the team fight, which we're already talking about the problems of Doombringer having enough mana during these fights. Might get a little worse for him.
It looks like...
Even Tusker. If he
Shadow Fiend is going BKB, I think, Toby. Else he would have bought his Sanjin Yasha by now. Probably not saving for buyback. It's a little bit early to do that for Shadow Fiend, so we'll prioritize that. It is, of course, the item against Invoker, and also great against Gyrocopter, so I don't blame him. But at the same time, if he doesn't time it very well, it's not... Well, neither is Sanjin Yasha, so... Yeah,
that's easy. The attack's coming in. They trigger Darkness, allowing the Void Nurse to do their work, but Tuskar's too far away. The shards are flying in, but Arteezy dodges, in fact, Fear. Well, that was just an intimidation charge in case Vega decided to cross the river line.
And now it is nighttime when this darkness ends, so Vega have a little bit more control. EG have done a very good job not losing a tower, by the way, 20 minutes into this lineup. I think it's very impressive. It's not that Vega have great pushing heroes, but they just have really good map control heroes to find an opening and turn it into a tower.
Bottom tower
EG are getting ready to fight again. Grouping up in the mid behind Sumail, Arteezy. He's just itching for some CS. 105 is not enough for him. Sumail's almost finished his Necro book level 1. We're still 20 minutes into the game, but with EG being on a ramp around, okay, they can see the Doombringer and they just charge it. They want to kill our Pasha, and the back 3-man wall with the curse as well. DG definitely blasting back Vega. They've lost so much. Mag will arrive with a mech, but can he repair the damage which has been done? No, he cannot. Solo's on the run out of here. Sumail's got no more control. Actually, he's got the Yule Scepter available, but doesn't want to do it while the homing missile's on the tail of Solo. But lets it go anyway. They'll take the tier 2 tower, and there's that combo. EG gave up Doom and SF in the first 2 to try and get this combo. That Darkseer back into Curse, and it worked a charm.
I'm wondering if EG would have killed all 3 if they didn't use Curse. Because of the damage mitigation on the other heroes, the EG combo looked way less scary than it could have. But I think Tusk was one of the heroes in the combo, so if they don't Curse, he will be able to do a counter snowball and they can look really bad. But that was, no matter what, beautiful execution from EG. They get another tower. They're just in a very good position in this game. And Vega, they're falling behind very much, actually. 7,500 golden XP. Shadow Fiend now finally will be grabbing his Black King bar. And it's time for them to fight. If they just keep playing like this, EG are outplaying them too much.
Yeah. Make the most out of it. It's still nighttime for them. And they're coming in for that tier 1 tower. So finally that run of EG not losing a single tier 1 tower will come to an end. The Forged Spirits will come in from the back, taking away this armor which Doom is trying to give to the rest of his team with a meteorite falling as well. SF4 takes out the tower. Vega can regenerate pretty quickly, but they get chipped down a little bit, and Arteezy's pushing up the top lane at the same time. And you got Fear, who's soaking up a little bit more on bottom. And is he actually going for a late Midas? We're looking at old school 22 Midas.
It could be. They're in such a good position in the game, and Fear has got a lot done with just his current items. He's all about the charge ult and not so much about sustaining in the fight and keeping on hitting targets. He's just an opener. So with a Midas, he can become more of a core later on. When they've taken towers, probably get away with it.
Like, what else would you get with a Glove of Haste? Like, unless he's thinking about going in for an SB armlet.
It is actually a cool item on the hero, but I don't think this is the game for it. Maelstrom. If he wants to farm, he could also get Maelstrom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tower trade?
Looks to be. Tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, taken out by the SF. And the first use of Sumel's Necrobook's already on this top lane. They're going to beat down the tower with the Force Spirits forward. Mag does not really want to be part of this fight. In fact, he may even just die of this if he's not too careful. Being very mindful of the Sunstrike. It looks like Solo is the only one who was chasing after EG.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think what Vega needs is... The problem is EG are reading the map so well. Vega just needs the initiation. If they have that on their side and they don't cluster up too much for a vac wall burst combo, I think they're fine. Doom still cannot initiate for them. He's going for a BKB, so the only way they really bring him in is with Snowball, and that's just risky to stack two heroes on top of each other against EG's team.
So instead, they just have to use Solar to slow down EG so the Doombringer can get close enough. That's what they're trying now. They break through the smoke and move instantly over towards PPD. And PPD, well, he's silenced up and destroyed. The Meteorite, however, Universe trying to back him back in with the Meteorite connecting. They have the Death Ward, but Greaves is negating most of that damage early on. In fact, Fear is now going to charge himself in. No one's too low. He can't survive this Fear. One bash will do the work for him. No one gets the ulti up, so at least there'll be a bit of a trade-off. But Pasha, how much life has he got up against Arteezy? Looks like it's more than enough. It's a 2-for-1 trade-off up against Sumail, however. Well, with that control, Seema can't survive that. The paralyzing cast will lock Sumail and Arteezy here. Mag can't find another follow-up. In fact, they just jumped forward towards Pasha. The Iron Shell damage, in fact, with the Nether Strike, they push the Doombringer back. And Vega will lose 3 on this top lane. They're just trying to get the hell out of there. In fact, what is this courier doing on the... It tried to deliver no one Sanj. It's trapped on the Radiant side, the base. If it flies out, it's going to get visible instantly in the lane.
I mean, you could start moving it north and then east, at least along the tree line to start getting it back, but...
It's just sitting here. There's a full Sanj just sitting there. They're going to need that.
Now they start moving.
PPD, yeah, he's... And now the courier is moving.
Yeah, there we go. But I know I'm harping on it a lot, but again, the Doom can't get into the fight, right? They even come in with smoke and they catch EG by surprise, but they have no way of disabling Sumail from using his own Blink Dagger. He got more than enough time to react and get out. And then, yes, they find PPD from that gank, but it's not what they want. And then when they finally do get the Doom on Sumail, they couldn't follow through. He just ran away, waited out.
Is that the question mark? Where, like, because Solo had the option to initiate onto Sumail, but he chose PPD instead. Like, are they just too concerned about the control that can come from that Wyvern?
I don't think he reached Sumail. But yeah, you're right. He did have nighttime vision, so he should have seen it first. That he probably could have gone in for it. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's just one of those times where, like, you look at the starting target and you have that question, like, coming into the fight, after what happened in middle lane, that's got to be sitting in the back of your mind. It's like, okay, am I going to get vacked into a big curse? Okay, we have to take Curse out of the fight so we can engage properly.
But there are other problems. There's Vacuum into the Invoker combo, which we got to see a bit of, and of course the call down.
Yeah. But if they just doom the Invoker doesn't die.
No, they have to, of course, follow through in the kill. That's very true.
So if they just burn the Doom, then EG disengage. Wyvern will just Arctic burn himself away, and there's no control on that. So then they take nothing from the fight. It's a rock and a hard place for Vega, how they start the fight.
It depends how confident they are. I think with the Invoker out of the picture, if he's just doomed and they run him down, as long as they don't get like super comboed with a 4 or 5 man Vacuum and a call down, all of them, if they commit, say, Tusk and Doom to kill the Invoker, I don't think EG's counterplay is strong enough to win that fight.
Vega really need to get some vision down here now, but the Sigil's the only thing that can do it, and Mag's holding onto it for the moment. Roshan down to 3k life, and Mag, he comes in close, he throws the shards down. So they understand what's going on. but it's already too late. EG's got what they came for. They even get a tornado hit over to Solo, and Sumail blinks forward. You'll set this over on the Tusker, take him out of the fight with the cooldown damage. Maybe they got enough, but Doombringer, Pasha finally gets that Doom off on Sumail. They'll find the killer. No, they won't. They cold embrace and the Greaves, and then the back into a wall. Mag's down. The curse is over on Pasha. He can't run away. No one at least has that extra help from the paralyzing cast. Consema letting that Death Ward go, but Arteezy is the man taking all of it at the moment. And you know they're coming back. Fear charging over as she runs through 3 heroes on his way through. Sumail will burn the Aegis of the Immortal. And he actually has no real friends here, so no one's waiting for him to come back up against Sumail. Runs into the Ghost Walk. Where's your detection? It doesn't exist. Sumail can now blink away to safety. So that ends up being a 3-for-1 trade-off. That's actually technically a 2-for-1 trade-off because you burnt the Aegis of the Immortal.
That looked like it was going to be way, way worse for Vega than how it ended up.
It really did.
The Death Ward kind of salvaged that fight here from Sema. He found a very nice spot in the tree line on the right where he didn't get countered out, and he did so much damage to Arteezy, who very understandably played that fight super aggressive. He just ran into their faces and started hitting them with flak cannon. That was such a good fight from both Sema and, by the way, no one during that fight hitting those key raises onto the Darkseer and taking him out, removing the Grease from the fight.
The amount of times that Sema's got a full duration ward off in this game is actually quite staggering.
He's very patient. That's the key against a lineup like this. The
Maybe
moment
that's
charge is
when
used on
EG,
someone else.
maybe that's when EG has to look for a different type of disable.
Oh, they have plenty.
Yeah.
They just, I mean,
They just
realistically,
used it all at the start.
I don't think they played that fight wrong, to be honest, EG. The thing that was, maybe the way they extended it was wrong, but the initiation and the calls and the thought behind it I thought was perfectly fine. You can't focus too much in a Witch Doctor on the back lines while you get mauled at by a Doom and a Tusk. In the front lines, of course, Shadow Fiend.
So then maybe it's just going to be survivability. Get Arteezy into that helm with the Dominator because he's still missing the lifesteal from his attacks.
He should have run out of the Death Ward earlier.
Yeah.
That's what he could have done. And then he would have probably survived just from running away. But again, the read on the fight was that they were winning.
Normally Arteezy likes to sit at the front of the fight though. If you look back through some of his old his replays, even just from the group stage, you notice he's always that last player from EG that leaves the fight. Always likes to be the first one in, the last one out.
Let's see now. Of course, the BKB on Pasha now available, so 10-second one on him. No one's is down to 8. They have the tools they need. Almost an Axe actually now on Solo, who had such a rough start, is starting to... He has an Urn, Cloak, Wand, and soon an Axe. It's not a great inventory for 30 minutes by any means, but he's actually still richer than Fear's Spirit Breaker with the Midas.
And really, it's that value net worth. We talked about that in game number 1. We can see it here in game number 2. If you can get that vision that the Night Stalker offers, then EG's ability to initiate the fights is a lot harder. Like Darkseer doesn't have the 4-star build, he's going for the Shiva's Guard instead. So you'll be able to see when he's in range for a Blink Dagger. The Wyvern doesn't have Blink or Force, so that's also going to be the big advantage for them. The Spirit Breaker, they'll see charging in from a long way away, and they have ways to interrupt him when he charges in.
They have really good counter to Spirit Breaker charge.
Yep, they just need the vision.
Snowball is great, Cask is great.
They just need the vision, that's it.
Void is great. As long as he's just in the right angle, he can very easily void him without being charged. And yep, it is a big item, but I don't think EG want to wait for it.
No.
It looks like they want to take the tier 2.
They may not have a choice. It's 120 gold away for Solo. And Vega are purposefully giving him, they gave him all the top lane, now they give him the mid lane. But that means Solo won't have buyback for this upcoming fight, but for the vision cost, it's worth it. You get full souls on an SF as well. And EG are ready to come. Like, you look for these Necro books, they've already been triggered from Sumail, and he'll run them in first.
I'm very curious to see what no one does with his 4k gold right now. I think it bothers him that he can't use his money right now. He has to defend.
Yep.
Taking a lot of damage from killing the blue Necro.
Pasha's coming in from the side. Paralyzing Cask is going to bounce up, so EG will have to take the stuns here. And in fact, Vega, they're coming out of the base. They're using Solo to get this stun over an Arteezy. They keep him isolated, and the rest of EG have to turn around and try and protect him. The BKB Doom is off with a curse. It isolates Pasha for the moment, with the also deafening blasts. Meteorite being thrown down. Do they have enough? The back wall, Vega are just taking through this. Now Sema, patience really is his virtue. He sits back with that death wall. The cold embrace is making it pretty difficult to do anything, but EG have lost 3 heroes already in this fight, and Vega haven't lost a single iota.
can't get any collateral, though, as it looks. Maybe a tier 2 tower bottom, but no Roshan for them. Still, given the circumstances, a very good fight for them. And the problem here for EG is when Arteezy gets caught out like this and has to use BKB, Vega are not clustered up. They got a one-man Meteor, they got a two-man Curse, and one of the guys cursed was even under BKB. So the spells from EG just didn't do much. It was a 1 or 2 hero back wall at the end.
Yeah,
this is exactly what Vega want. If the fight happens on multiple fronts, EG's lineup is actually pretty weak. It's so much focused around that 5-man and the faith they put in universes vacuums, but I mean, there's only so much you can do when the heroes are 1,500 range away from each other.
Yep. And this is Vega now working back into this game. If you actually look at the net worth graph, it's very similar to game number 1. The shoe's just on the other foot. That's the 2 dives down, and now it just can swing back the way of Vega. The experience is already heavily on the way, and Sumail, maybe not the greatest thing, caught in a tree, actually has to wait this out because he doesn't have a 4-staff. He has to wait for the Blink Dagger. Sorry, Sumail, we saw it. And where does he go from here? Now, you get a Shiva's Guard over on the Darkseer, so you'll have that. Is this going to be an AC game for the Invoker? Is this going to be one of those times where you've already got the Necro units, you got to push, you got to take a Rax. You got to get that lane advantage coming the way of EG.
I'm thinking he can try for a Linken's. I don't think that's going to cut it, though. Now that Doom does have Blink, it allows you enough time to maybe react to...
So you can level Death and Doom at the same time, or...
Yeah, now he can just blink Doom. Else he needs to blink, level Death, and then Doom. But if he has Scorched Earth on him, Sumail actually can't blink. So it's a tricky situation for the Invoker, I think. More than anything, the most important thing for him is just to stand as far back as possible and not get doomed. Then any item after that is kind of great. I think Aghanims is fine, just lower cooldown. Octarine Core could be good. Some utility from a Hex, not bad either.
If Sumail's standing back, who stands on the front? Because at the moment it's the Spirit Breaker who charges in, but he comes from behind. Arteezy, again, then becomes the cannon fodder for EG.
Yeah, until Arteezy has a Satanic, it's difficult for him to just stand in the front with confidence.
Yeah.
And even when he does get one, he still has to be wary of getting doomed.
And is that what he builds into? Because if he goes for a Satanic, he's got no direct way to attack into no one. No one's already got the full Butterfly completed. He kind of needs to go the Monkey King bar. He also just needs a basic Demon Edge, because without the Demon Edge, he doesn't have the damage during the fights. You can have all the lifesteal and Satanic you want, but without the damage, it doesn't really work together.
No. It's the right call to go MKB first, for sure. Let's see what Vega want to do. So no one bought an ulti orb.
Just Scotty tank it up.
It could just be Scotty with his Butterfly.
There's little reason to go the Lincoln Sphere in this game.
Not really. I was wondering if he wanted to disassemble his Sanjin Yasha and get a Manta and then sell the Sanj and get something else, but Manta isn't that good here either. Scotty is probably the best choice.
Yeah. Just tank it up, just survive.
Out of those 3 anyway. I don't know if it's the best choice overall. It's great for him to get the orb effect, so he has more reliable slow on the targets he latches onto, but at the same time, I think Satanic is also great in this game, since EG will struggle to bring him down in one go, so he could heal up to full, and then the health from Satanic would be way better than what he gets from the Scotty. But of course, it's a multi-purpose item, so it's not that simple.
Well, EG are just dodging Vega so hard. Vega forced out the top lane, EG were pushing in the bottom and the mid. And now Vega moved towards the bottom lane where there is actually no tier 2 tower, so they commit a heavy amount of people, and they probably hope that Roshan's just going to spawn up soon. Well, he's 45 seconds away, but it's still the longer end of the 3-minute duration.
They know that he will spawn during the nighttime. That's the important thing, is they will have so good vision. You see Solo already finds this other ward with the gem, so EG currently with 1 ward on the map when this gets removed.
Yeah, they put it up on the top.
I don't know. I think it's so hard for EG to engage into a Roche pit fight. They have such a great lineup for Roche,
well, why
but they'll never have the element of surprise.
Just go for the trade-off. You've done quite significant damage to most of the tier 3 towers. That bottom tower is only sitting on 121 life. The top tower hasn't taken as much damage, but if EG can keep the lanes pressured in, Sumail just sends its Forge Spirits, his Necro units, doesn't have to risk its own life to do the push, then Vega don't really have the choice to go in for Roshan. Because how quickly can they do it? Do you have enough damage from the SF?
They're pretty quick.
To get through Roshan, but quick enough to make sure they don't have a bad trade.
They have Alpha Wolf and Vlad's Aura, so this is a very quick kill for Shadow Fiend if they go in. The bottom lane is, like you said, the main concern for them. The top one, they have a 1400 health tower with a glyph buffer. That should be more than enough. And I think right now the play call is go push out bottom. The moment you've done that, go Rosh. And I think EG would... It's hard to say.
Can they get the kill? Sumail blinks. They've already got the silence. The Tornado will buy him a little bit of space. He dispels by popping off that Yule Scepter. But can he get out? No, he's blocked. Pasture as well as Solo. They extended the wings and kept him trapped between the trees, and now it is Roshan time.
Yeah, they're conceding it. This is the right call. I was wondering, even with Sumail alive, if they were going to fight for it or not, because, again, the superior vision makes it very hard. The chance that they get the engage they're looking for is very, very little. Here we go, Scotty plus Aegis. How are they? And double damage for good measure. Oh, it gets bottled by Witch Doctor. Okay. Yeah.
For the glory of the Ags, he needs the extra damage to get the CS. But Vega are looking to push at this point. They've still got 38 seconds left on the Death Ward, but the Requiem is up with max souls. No one's in a great position. Mag's looking to engage as well. Your Doom's off cooldown. Your BKB's available as well. 9 seconds for the Doombringer. And Universe just starts creep skipping it. So if they can get rid of... With Splinter Blast, they can actually get rid of almost all of this creep wave. So Universe, by doing this, effectively stops the push from Vega. They have to commit so heavily. And PPD, he's actually able to get himself almost away from this one. They kept the vision up, Vega, and now they attack into the tier 3 tower. This is really problematic. In fact, Vega, they will be taking out this melee Rax. Arteezy's not ready to come back again. They've already taken it, so, well, okay, he is starting the TP, and Vega's going to go for 2. Is this greedy, though? Universe jumps forward, misses! Completely wafts the Vac with a blink. The BKB did, however, go off from the Doombringer. So this will start to time out. They have no Wyvern with a Tornado. Oh, that Doom, it's over on Arteezy, so there's no extra damage, but he already got the cooldown off Fear, charging himself forward. They've got that Sunstrike looking for the damage. Partial will remain alive through it. That Snowball very deep, going up the Universe and dragging no one with him, but it gets mid-range through Arteezy, who's going to completely control it by that Paralyzing Cask, and now brought down by no one. Bottom lane, remember what they're here for, Vega. They need to be able to get that advantage, but the curse onto no one. EG, they keep Seema as well as no one here with the Ice Wall. There's no easy run away from this one, but Sumail, that bloody Paralyzing Cast bouncing around. Universe will drop. Fear can't buy enough space. The Snowball from Mag and chase after dead hero is already GG. EG understand it was this or nothing, as in fact nothing. No one gets the ultra kill, and 17-22, 40 minutes for this game. Vega will force a deciding match between EG.
And all it took for this game for Vega to come back, I think EG played an amazing early game. Their early mid game to me was super high class. The problem that starts showing is, we saw the fight in the bottom lane. The moment Vega attacked from 2 fronts, it gets so much harder for EG to perform the lineup. The fights they got on their terms were incredible.
Yep.
Then their terms just weren't really met anymore.
No, it was a wonderful performance. EG bringing some high-quality Dota, but Vega showing that it's no miracle they got themselves here into the winners bracket. But we will go to the Miracle Makers. It's our panel for their thoughts on game number 2.
So welcome back to the panel, and we're all tied up after a fantastic game from Vega Squadron. Let's find out from Malini and also Malk, and of course Purge, exactly what they made of that 1-1. Very, very, very good.
The Invoker worked out really well. Their game was going really well, but then it just came down to them saying, okay, we only have an Invoker and a Gyrocopter, and our Gyrocopter's not out of control. And I feel like the way that Arteezy played the game was a little interesting in the early mid. He was very like split push, pressure lanes, pressure side lanes, but he wasn't very like just focusing on farm. It was more like he would rotate all over the place, and I feel like that maybe hurt his farm a little bit and put them in that position where they didn't feel like they could take a straight up fight.
Interesting.
I thought it was 2 fights where they actually didn't have that great of positioning. First one, they finish the Roche, Invoker blinks to the right, he tries to pick off the Tusk, and then he gets doomed. And then his whole entire team has to run all the way around the Roshan pit to try and save him. And that was like one of the fights where they were pretty far ahead, but not far ahead enough where he could make that move. And he didn't end up actually dying until way later on into the fight, but that was one of the fights like, okay, RTZ has to like run in, use his BKB, and they ended up taking the Death Ward. I think the Death Ward was amazing. And the second fight was when they were trying to push the high ground and they all retreated, and then RTZ gets doomed out and he's up in front, having to BKB and be up in front because of his team's poor decision.
And a very slow wall coming out from them in that last fight you were talking about. The actual wall of replica came at the end of it, and by then there was already 3 EG members dead. Sumail died as the first one. And again, it all comes back to whether Sumail is in the fight or not. Invoker really was the bread and butter of damage output in that lineup, and you know, tanky Doom, Witch Doctor healing everything. It was just too much to deal with, especially when they had the BKBs up.
Well, a lot of it had to do with them actually doing a lot of damage during the Winner's Curse. You want a lot of back-ended damage instead of front-loaded. Yeah. They drop Call Down, Flat Cannon, Deafening, Blast, and Meteor. And that's everything, but it's reduced by, 70% during that if you don't kill the main target. So generally people like a spell that kills the main target, let's say like Sand King, you charge up during a Winner's Curse, you blink on top of the SF or whoever else's Winner's Curse, he dies, and then everyone else has a 70% lifted, and then everyone else dies to the AoE. But they weren't actually able to kill that target first with the Winner's Curse.
Agreed.
Just to confirm.
Well, it was a nice try for a combo, though. I like the idea behind the Invoker plus Darkseer plus Wyvern.
So early on in the game, Sumail, at that point, I think we were discussing the fact that when we come back to the desk, I'll have to say welcome back to the Sumail fanboy desk, because it all looked really good from him.
He had really excellent farm, but he wasn't actually able to transition into a mid to late game, which is actually pretty surprising considering he usually does with way less farm. He had Midas, Blink, Yules at 18 minutes, which is incredibly farm for an Invoker.
Yeah, by all means, I thought EG had this game when we saw the 20-minute mark. There's no way they could have lost this, I thought. They were so farmed on Sumail. First of all, he was playing a great game on the Invoker. I felt like they had a better team fight. And I think they could have transitioned into a late game. They just decided not to. They decided to keep on fighting.
I mean, how can you expect Invoker to carry the game, even if he does have a lot of farm if he's against a Doom?
No, I'm not saying the Invoker alone should have done it, but if they'd taken this late game, this is a great fight by EJ, by the way. But they have a Gyrocopter, they have a Darkseer, they have a Spirit Breaker, and then a Winter Wyvern, who's by no means not a good late game support hero to have. So they could have dragged this out, I feel, instead of forcing these fights. This is one of the really bad fights. We see the BKBs nullifying the damage output from the Invoker, and then...
And Gyro too. The Doom basically survived that, and then they just turn around and run over EG. I mean, yeah, they had good late scaling. Here's, look at the net worth right now. They're sitting at 2, 3, 4. Like, what else do you want from them in terms of farm priority? I feel like they had the farm, the fights just weren't quite there.
Well, the BKBs came out for Vega, and it's kind of similar to like the BKB on Sven in the game #1. You want a Hex to deal with it in the later game, so I guess they could have waited 10 more minutes, but I mean, if you're EG, you think you can win the fight with that sort of ages plus whatever, 5,000, 7,000 gold advantage, right? So I think that Vega actually played really well. They didn't clump up and get multiple man vacuumed into Winner's Curse, which I thought was a pretty big deal in the latter fight.
And the Butterfly that Shadow Fiend got as well really nullified a lot of EG's damage. Once it gets Butterfly and BKB, and they're that magic focused, the physical carry they have is a Gyro, he has an MKB, but that hero doesn't do that much single target damage. So the SF was really perfect in that game for the draft that EG had.
Well, when we go back to game one, and game one was, relatively even. It went backwards and forwards a little bit. EG was perhaps a little bit better in the team fights. Vega probably overextended a little bit. And then we come back to the second game, and I wouldn't say it was exactly the same the other way around, but it was close. And effectively what we've had is 2 very close games against 2 very great teams. So which separates them now for game 3? What is it? What's the key?
Just not overextending, and I think having the right tools to push high ground is just really important. Whether it be positioning, whether it just be not overextending, whether it be having a Solar and Glimmer and doing the slow siege. We haven't really seen that many slow sieges.
No, it seems more so that they had the Necronomicon. I'm surprised we didn't. It's more so deciding what fights to take, really, because we saw in game 1, Vega overextended, we called it. They dove into the base, but surely they thought they could kill off EG. In this game, EG thought they had the upper hand in these team fights. As you were saying, they had the net worth supporting that claim. They just didn't have the lineup because of the itemization from Vega Squadron, these BKBs that just nullified all the damage output. It's just about deciding when you can fight and when you can't.
On paper, and this is partly what makes Dota such a great game to watch, is on paper, the draft from Vega in game 1, you looked at it and went, "Whoa, that looks a bit tasty. Looks good." Second game, we were like, "Oh, blimey, the EG's looks a bit, could do some damage here." And
I mean, Vega had a Doombringer, right?
Well, sure, but it's gone the other way around. Why has that happened so much?
Well, I thought EG's lineup was more well-rounded. It had a bit of everything.
In the second
I still
game?
feel they could have taken it late game. In the second game.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Vegas' lineup wasn't bad by any means. So I thought they'd get punished a lot more than they did on the lanes. So
Yeah, did you watch the Secret Vici Grand Finals in Nanyang? The way they handled the Doom late game was much, much different. They're probably worried about getting Gyro super farm and then getting Doom, then they waste all those net worth. But the way Secret approached it was get a lot of Lincoln Spheres, Lotus Orbs, so that they can kind of run in with that hero and not really be scared about him being Doomed. So I think that's maybe the pressure that they faced up, and instead of going late game and getting all these other items, they decided just to take it then and there. So you can't really fault them for that. I think that they were in a very good position to end the game.
Okay, Purge, thoughts?
Just comes down to team fight. If they would have initiated better or made sure Gyro wasn't the guy that got doomed in the front, or let him do some damage before that happens, and then everything it goes really well. Or if you Winter's Curse the Doom before his BKB gets off, and then he gets blown up during the Winter's Curse. Things like that are really important. So it just comes down to how precise your initiation is, and if it goes slightly too wrong, and you hit that threshold where your team isn't as good late, then boom, you get behind, you lose the game. So, man, both of these games just came down to execution in those crucial moments. So the winner of the third game is surely going to be that way because their drafting seems to be on par.
A little bit of momentum now from Vega, perhaps? A bit more confident?
I don't think so.
Do you think they just separate it and look at it game 3?
EG is definitely a team that can come back from a couple demoralizing defeats.
Okay. And in terms of the way that the draft goes, what are you expecting? Or what would you like to see
more new strats. We've seen different drafts every single game from both teams, and I think that's great to watch.
Malp, anything in particular? Any heroes you want to see?
Same as Kevin. I think...
Don't be boring.
I think we can expect EG to keep innovating, or trying to at least, and then Vegas Squadron probably still picking within their comfort zone. Again, they picked a Doombringer and a Night Stalker, something we come to expect the Shadow Fiend from no one. I don't think Vegas drafts are that surprising. They're just very all-around solid for the current meta and what they like to play.
Yep.
I think that more so than picks is just the 7,500 gold lead has been like kind of the downfall for each of these teams. It's like enough where you know you're ahead, but not far enough ahead to actually win a team fight if something drastically goes wrong. So, just don't underestimate your opponent.
Okay. I also want to know, on a slightly lighter note, how you didn't react to Purge calling you yogurt earlier.
Yogurt?
Yeah.
I haven't even picked up on that one.
He didn't even catch it, did he? I actually think you're still asleep
calling you like butter or maybe like buttermilk.
Did you go through a whole range of dairy products today?
Yeah, cheese maybe.
Why'd you do something like that? I've been agreeing with you and siding with you throughout this entire time. I'm constantly being stabbed in the back here.
There haven't been any jabs yet. I thought I'd open it up and no one reacted other than Paul. So
I was kind of waiting for the comeback and there was nothing coming.
Honestly, I sort of zone out whenever any one of you speak, so I'm like, huh?
Makes us.
You've got sort of like a chainmail to defend you.
Yeah, I've had to put one on.
Or like a ring of protection.
I would call it like a veil maybe. He just doesn't pay attention when he's not talking. He's like, by the way, makes his point, puts it back down, opens the paper.
That is me, exactly.
It is. So we're waiting for the draft for Game 3, and it is 1-1. So I think all of our predictions are currently okay right now, apart from one of you.
Sour milk.
Get out of here.
One of you.
Milk on bed.
Yeah.
I mean, I sort of hope Paul just wins now.
You're going all in with Vega now to win, so that it makes you all wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we
like,
can
oh, whatever.
the experts on the panel and Syndrome. Yeah.
And Paul.
Yeah, well, but nobody counts me as an expert, so that's fine. I can get away with it. So what else are you looking forward to in Game 3?
The mid matchup again. It's still my my biggest. I don't feel like we had the.
Then we've had that yet, have we?
We didn't have the
Not
proper
really.
2-on-2s.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping this time they'll just let them duke it out and try to focus on the other lanes.
Right.
I don't think it'll happen, but please.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice.
Yeah.
I
Just the one.
continuously just get impressed by how well Sumail does in every single game that he plays. The CS that he had like 60 CS at 6 minutes or something when he was playing Lina. That game he got so many kills with Sunstrike and in the perfect fashion too. He'd get first bloods and things. His allies would get the AoE experience and he would get all the gold and he just flooded into himself and he got so many items. He had Yules and Blink and he was just starting to work on his Necro at 18 minutes or something like that. He just consistently gets items so fast. They weren't able to transition it last game, but
I think Sun brought up a pretty interesting point with how teams are just not that used to playing against an Exort Invoker these days, so that you get surprised by the Sunstrike more often than not, and he gets away with some easy kills early on that he really shouldn't have. Like the Night Stalker kill on the bottom lane, ran in a straight
That was
path.
in the middle of a lot of creeps, though. I don't know.
Yeah, Ben's not impressed.
No,
You're
I
not
think that
impressed.
was it was good. I was impressed. He's not impressed. He's discounting. I feel like, oh, they're not used to it.
I mean, I'm always on Sumail's side. I gotta.
It wasn't
bring him down
just
to
him
earth a
though.
few times.
Like his team did create a lot of. They made stuff happen basically. Like Fear would do dives that he knew he wasn't going to get, but if he can turn a kill into Sumail for him, especially if that person dies before Fear does, then it's completely worth it.
Yeah.
And it might have been another tell of how Arteezy was playing. He was making things happen. That way, maybe Fear could charge in as Arteezy gets chased and the Sunstrike comes in. They could do a lot of good combos like that, and I think they really did play around that draft. It was very different than their first game, I think.
Okay, we're into the draft for game 3. Let's find out who goes through to another round, because this is the upper bracket, remember. We've got another upper bracket match to come after this one, and then we'll focus on the 4 lower bracket matches to finish. Game 3 draft is underway.
No Shadow Fiend.
Do you think that first pick is more important, or Dire is
10
more important?
seconds remaining.
There was an article written this morning talking about how almost all the teams in the winner bracket favor the Dire
geniuses
matchup. Favor
turn to
playing on
pick.
Dire. They had like 30 games on Dire versus 20 on Radiant. And in the loser bracket, they were mostly on Radiant. Now, obviously the teams in the winner bracket are the
Vega
better teams, but
turn to pick.
it seems like Dire seems to be favored by the good teams.
Vega squadrons turn to pick.
Bane first pick again.
And Undying has slipped through after being banned out.
One of the highest win rate supports.
Evil
Vega is very
geniuses
capable
turn
to aggressive
pick.
trialing this game. So if EG picks any weak safe lanes. We've got Bane though, so they're pretty set.
The opener from Vega is pretty good though already.
Yeah, I feel like EG is just trying to protect their draft right now and saying, is Vega going to do something different as well? 'Cause I really feel like that Invoker in the last game, that seemed very organized. Like they planned that this is one of the strats they've been working on. They've used Alacrity in the early laning stage. It's a skill that's not even used much in pubs right now, but there's some value there, and he got some extra last hits. and
Just
pressure
like
on
this
that
event,
stuff.
it seems as if EG has been practicing things that are like heroes that are easy for them to pick up and sort of plays well into the meta game.
So I think that's what they're doing with this draft. Grab the early Bane that covers every strat they do, and then now they can adjust a little bit based on what Vega does.
10 seconds remaining.
Bane always scales late game as well. Obviously,
5
gripping
seconds remaining.
carries through BKB and stuff
Do you
like
think
that.
the gyro quap trade-off was
Vega
a good one for them? They
squadrons
value the
turn
quap a
to
lot
back.
higher in game number 1. It was banned out in game number 2, and they ended up letting it go to Evil Geniuses. Do you think that
Evil
Gyrocopter, like
Geniuses
being
turn
good versus
to
Undying and worried about Evil Genius picking up, do you think it's justified giving Sumail or Arteezy the Queen of Pain?
I feel like EG's better at Queen of
Vega
Pain than
squadrons
Gyrocopter
turn
in a lot
to
of ways.
back.
Like their gyros are good, but gyro isn't as much of a playmaking hero, whereas Quap can get away with like a lot more extremes, I feel. So I feel like the Quap is pretty justified on EG. The hero had like a 50% win rate.
No.
overall.
Do you think that
10
Vega should have gone
seconds
for
remaining.
Undying Quap instead of Undying?
Oh, Undying Quap.
5 seconds remaining.
It's hard to say. It depends on what plan they have for the middle laner. I mean, they surely must have thought of
Vega
it, but
squadrons turn
you know,
to
it's
pick.
easily counterable for EG's second pick. They could have picked up the Night Stalker.
No, I see your point though.
Evil
That's,
geniuses
you're
turn
saying
to
that
pick.
them having, if EG would have gotten gyro, basically it counters the Undying in lane.
Yes,
basically, right?
but I think that's almost worth getting the Quap for no one.
Yeah, but the difference is they already picked up the Bane Elemental, which in itself is a fairly decent hero against the Queen of Pain, and then Night Stalker was in the pool at that time.
Isn't Bane already pretty good versus Gyro too? Though?
Yeah, I mean, but that just raises the question, is Bane not just good against any
All heroes?
10 seconds remaining.
Grip beats everyone.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, when you have as few disables as Vega does, probably.
This is an AA
Reserve
game for
time.
EG here. It's pretty good with Queen of Pain. They don't really have a setup just yet, so they'll have to grab that with their last 2 picks.
I like AA generally throughout the tournament. I mean, a lot of these heroes have some kind of built-in heal effects.
And they have Undying and Dazzle. Like, surely they pick AA, right? Like, even in late game sieges, Undying's been really valuable just by soul ripping your carry for 500 HP. That stuff really adds up, especially because the cooldown gets so low. It's about 6 seconds. Can't underestimate that part of Undying.
What about Tusk? Tusk for Vega?
I mean, it's gonna be picked again. We just know it, right? There's no way it's not. Although,
just gonna spitball here, but there's already an Undying and a Dazzle picked up. We may see the first time that Tusk has not been banned or picked in 51 games.
Now 52.
I think it's good it's good against Bane, it's good against Queen. It's also good for the aggro duel if they want to run that, although they don't know what their safe lane is going to be. It could easily be Queen of Pain, and then they can dodge the aggro
10
duel.
seconds remaining.
It's an okay pick, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
It's good with Charo, especially in the early trialing. Snowball him onto
Reserve
like A
time.
or something. They don't have the best disables right now in EG's tri lane.
Have Vega ever done anything super strange besides Ursa? I'm trying to think of any, like even like Huskar I think would be strange for them, right?
It's not a definitely not a Huskar game.
Like, they've played the most games out of any, and I still can't think of
any unusual picks. I saw them pick Ursa and I was like, wow, that's
Yeah.
amazing. And it worked out well. But other than that, I can't think of any unusual non-popular picks that
They actually played that Ursa against an Undying, didn't they?
They lost on an Ursa as well, I believe.
Geniuses
Get that tomb
turn
down.
to pick.
Nothing too surprising. Wind Ranger with the mid matchup.
EG needs lockdowns really bad right now. I wonder if they'll even pick something like Beastmaster, because right now Wind Ranger doesn't have a whole lot to fear, other than grip.
Or Fear himself.
Yeah, fear getting a stun.
I think Spirit Breakers is oh well, they already have 2 supports. I think maybe now the Tusk is a good option for Universe.
10 seconds
Clockwork
remaining.
decent.
Yeah, right. I guess they have damage on their other
5
on their
seconds
supports. Their
remaining.
supports are pretty damage heavy.
I like the Beastmaster too, though.
Beastmaster is cool. We haven't really seen EG play Beastmaster much.
Reserve time.
It was banned against them last game, so maybe Vega Squadron heard some Tellians from scrims. Who knows? But they need something to start the fight. Stun one person, Ice Blast, Queen of Pain ult. They die no matter what.
I could imagine Beastmaster being one of the rising heroes of the tournament. We know there's a lot of teams that already picked and banned it.
Yeah, he's not a rare hero. Definitely could be.
Wait for map control. Wait for lockdown.
Stronger one-on-one.
Lots of time for EG. 30 seconds. Any other stun heroes that it will be possible?
I mean, we're thinking mostly Clock or Tusk or Beast if we're off.
Vega squadrons turn to ban.
Good job, Purge.
Do you want me to
Yeah,
applaud you?
I was waiting.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I just got 2 picks. Thank you.
Is that a sympathy clap?
Yeah. I saw you give a sympathy clap to EG when they won a fight before.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think, I
think that's just the way he claps, personally.
It was almost more, it was like an enthusiastic, sarcastic clap, more than anything.
Definitely wasn't sarcastic. I think they were winning that fight.
You normally express your emotions in claps? Because you are all about that today.
I'm just a very cheerful guy. I like to applaud people.
Evil geniuses turn to
I like to
ban.
root for them, Purge.
Just like you're rooting for me.
Despite your backstabbing.
That's true. Vega is looking for a offlane hero. Pair with Undying.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, I've said this a few times before, but I really, really like Spectre in a
Vega
lineup like
squadrons
Evil Geniuses
turn to
right
pick.
now.
So EG removed the Tusk, so the 100% continues.
Spectre is bad against Wind Ranger, though.
You like Spec here?
I think it combos well with Evil Geniuses lineup. I don't think it's necessarily too good against Vega Squadrons, though. As Perch was saying, the Wind Ranger, and then...
I think it just get pressured way too hard.
Yeah, I'm not a particularly big fan of it against the Undying in the laning phase. I just want to see it
10 seconds
in
remaining.
the tournament.
You'll see some specs. There's been some spec picks already.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the...
CTY played it.
Oh, yeah.
The Ember Band is really good. That would have been a great hero.
Reserve time.
Tusk is again banned, so...
Evil geniuses
Still at
turn
100.
to pick.
Anti-mage.
Alright. There it is.
Okay, we're all set then for game number 3 with Evil Genesis going head-to-head with Vega Squadron for a place in the upper bracket semi-final. It's all yours, Toby.
Thank you very much, Paul. It is great to be back for our deciding game between EG and Vega, who will take game number 3 and be the first team to get into the semi-finals. Because I'm Toby1, I'm here with the wonderful Cinderin as we go into the decider. We have an AM game. The fun starts now.
I was going to say we have an Undying game. That's what I'm more focused on. But yeah, they chose a melee carry against Undying for this, what I would expect to be an aggressive lane and probably just a safe lane Clockwork. I'm not so sure about this. I think there's a lot of pressure on EG in the laning stage to perform. And Anti-Mage falling behind in this game is going to hurt them really hard with the mid-game power Vega has.
I definitely agree with you. If the AM can get the early start and work his way into that Battle Fury, then the mana comes through, and I think that's the primary reason why they're also looking at the AM. They wanted someone that can be really strong in the mid-game, the illusions to get rid of the Tombstone without having to risk your primary hero, and he can just chase after, if they want kills, Aura away. So that's the logic, at least, behind EG, because who else is really left? Like the panel, they were scraping the bottom of the barrel. They were looking at a Spectre, thinking that maybe he could be picked up.
I think this was a better pick than Spectre.
Yeah, that's an easy one to say.
Liability for EG. I'm not sure what was remaining, actually, out of popular carries with the Ember banned out, like they said.
I think the only one which would still flag up highly for me would have been something like the Arteezy Lycan.
That's true.
That would have been up there.
Could have actually been a pretty nice pick, I think.
30 seconds to battle.
But in this case, it is the Arteezy AM, which puts Sumail onto a hero which a lot of Sumail fans will enjoy seeing him on, the Queen of Pain. Definitely one of those signature and skill displaying heroes. There's Vega and EG. EG do not want to fight for this top rune. Like, if they have to do that, it's too hard. But then again, is there timing? Okay, Mag is going to cog and keep them off the rune. I think you realize if he sticks around, he's going to die here. So Sumail will take the bottom rune. Wind Ranger takes the top, and that means the mid matchups remain even, and there is no contest at the start.
And Arteezy is just dodging Undying. That's the plan here. He's going to immediately rotate bottom to lane against Clockwork, probably with the help of, I'm guessing PPD will rotate down, and then Fear will help Sumail in mid. Nice, always having a double ranged hero with Chilling Touch against you on level 1 in mid. So no one is going to just wait.
Guaranteed last hits. And Fear also going for the early nuke, because he could look for like an enfeeble approach to try and keep no one off the lane. So when no one does attack, he doesn't really have a lot to work with against Sumail.
This looks awfully similar to how game 1 started for no one.
It really did. Lane. The upside this game, however, is a Wind Ranger. You can power shot your way to CS if really required. I'm interested to see how well Mag does on this safe lane.
It shall not be.
Looks like Undying might be looking to rotate down there too.
This EG lane is not very strong, AA Anti-Mage, but I think it's the best choice they have right now. It can't keep Mag at bay very well. PPD, of course, with. If he surprises them a little bit with Chilling Touch and they get a good blink inside the cogs, they might be able to do it. But Mag will still get some decent experience.
Solo's first 2 decays get both Fear and Sumail twice over. Fear's walking around with 4-7, like 3 life,
wow.
and now it's 340 over on
shouldn't
Sumail.
be happening.
Like if you get a level 2 power shot, you got something to work with, and Fear is basically dead. He's going to Nightmare and actually hold the Wind Ranger in position. Sumail and Fear just holding hands a little too close.
Getting double decayed once is understandable, but 3 times in a row in a dual lane mid, I know it's a harder lane to position yourself in against decay than side lanes, but still, they have to respect this pressure that Solo can output. And now he's going to rotate, so we'll see the fight for the bottom rune is not actually a fight, because PPD is not interested. Bounty rune?
Death tax.
Actually walking over, keeping tabs on Solo, who rotates up through the river. So if they want to fight this, in fact, Arteezy instantly moves off the lane. Solo had vision of this, and he just, well, he starts with a decay. Arteezy will jump forward with a Chilling Touch to let bonus damage, and Solo triggering the Tombstone to get himself out of this one. But it ends up being extra money for Arteezy. Burning through a hell of a lot of mana for the Undying. So he can't harass in the lane anymore. He's not going to trigger a Mango, so he can decay twice in that bottom lane.
Same can be said for PPD, though. He used a lot of mana. Okay, he does have a Clarity, so he's going to get his mana back up. But yeah. Arteezy, good thing for him, he gets the Tombstone. That's some gold. I think he lost 3 or 4 CS going for that bit of harassment on Undying, but I think it had to be done.
If he got the kill, then it would have been worth it.
Absolutely. Even without it, I think it was the right play.
Yeah. Universe having fun on this top lane. Up against a lot of harassment. And in fact, with the rotation coming over from Fear, there's a little bit more to work with here. But still, you want to come underneath the Gyro with Flat Cannon Rocket Barrage? Not really the dream. Even down on bottom lane as this pull through was happening. PPD and Arteezy aren't giving Solo any kind of space here. With this continuous mana break, like just killing off the mana of the Undying. He's lost almost all of his aggression.
Well, 2 mangoes are always nice. And now that he's out of mana, this trading for Arteezy is actually not very good. Doesn't really take much damage. Stout Shield, and of course had 3 creeps on support, so Arteezy has to back down. And Max got Tranquils, so he'll be healing up too.
They jump
here we
again.
go.
They're going after Solo with a Chilling Touch bonus damage. They have more than enough to do the work, and EG will claim first blood. Not the strongest of lanes, but EG patient until they can get their hit.
And the trade-off is, how's Universe doing? He's 1 level behind Mag's clock, so decent for them. And in the mid lane, of course, as expected, Sumail is beating no one. He got so much help in the start, so he has to be able to.
But again, no one is managing to catch up. Sumail trying to get very aggressive. Shadow striking as well as screaming towards no one. It's only a level 1 Shadow Strike, however. It's the level 3 Scream for Sumail. So he likes to go for this build a little bit more. Heavier on the Scream, so when he hits level 6, he has a Scream and Sonic Wave ready to go. Arteezy, not a healthy man.
There's a salve.
Yeah. Almost helps him to use the salve when he's got the decay on him.
Sumail in the mid lane is... How far ahead is he? Actually, not that far ahead on experience. On
Fear?
gold he is.
He actually nightmared over on Pasha, so it isolates Seema in a way. Fear's still got his brains up available, and with the axes combined, Seema, he actually has to Shallow Grave. He starts the TP. That was a little late, but it's still gonna be long enough.
He ate his mango by mistake. He messed up his hotkeys, so loses that a little bit, so he has to buy a new one. Like the idea of running around with a mango and dazzle here actually always allows you to...
Bottom lane, PPD, caught out by Mag. Arteezy will come and join him. That coffee still going to hit, and with the decay coming in from the Undying, combining with the Tombstone, Vega will get revenge on the bottom lane.
In this laning stage, well, the important thing for EG is that Arteezy is getting farm on his anti-mage, and they are accomplishing it. This is not the amount of farm that he would get in the safe lane, but in comparison to the enemy team, I think it's good enough for now. This is when the tricky part begins, though. Undying is starting to feel more confident. He is pressuring him away. Mag now finally has a good position in the lane. He's also level 6, so at any point in time, they can just jump on PPD. So maybe he has to move away, and I'm imagining Arteezy will rotate soon.
Yeah. Rotation is the next part of this game. Even the Beastmaster, look towards Universe, he's still 3/4 of a level away from having level 6. But considering how aggressive Vega are positioning themselves, like up on this top lane, Fear and Universe, they're going to go for Solo. The Nightmare preps the work. The Hawk on the tree line is what helped him out, and it's just a successful rotation for Sumail. He doesn't have mana for his Sonic Wave. The cooldown's going to make this very difficult. Universe can't catch up with Fear. Still in range for the Brain Sap, but Sumail goes down. Parcher with a great rotation. It's going to be picking up 2 now for Vega. No one's on the run after Fear. And maybe... Oh, he's got Power Shot off cooldown. Is he going to go it? He's going to have a crack. It's going to hit Fear. 11 HP on Fear.
Very nice attempt there for no one. But it looked like it was going to be a good rotation for EG.
Where's Clockwork's rocket? Clockwork, hang on. Hang on.
It's too far ahead. But the thing you need to keep in mind about this is it looks good for EG when Sumail TP's in, and him running out of mana for the Sonic Wave is, of course, just a misplay. But Nightmare works for both teams. They buy time for Vega to reinforce, and they obviously rotated up heroes as well, so they were ready in numbers to take the fight to EG. And the fact that Solo got Tombstone down already won them the fight. Sumail had to blink aggressively, had no escape route after that. And it becomes a very easy fight for them as a result, and now they get the tower. This is almost, that's a pretty big loss for EG right here.
Yep. And that one time is like, do you want to blow your regeneration just after you TP, just so you have the mana Mag? And he gets Shadow Striked here. Potentially, Sumail could blink himself forward and go for that Sonic Wave attack. Arteezy was looking for it. They could have committed both Sonic Wave as well as Mana Void to get that kill on the Clockwork. But they'll just let him walk back to base now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Arteezy is starting to do some pretty good damage here on bottom, so they're responding to the pressure that Vega are putting top. I still think Vega will be able to take this top tower and maybe defend their bottom one at the same time, but they need to be able to teleport in the Undying first, and he's still securing top.
I'd be a little bit more concerned about the defense if Vega do TP to the bottom lane, because it's only going to take a quick rotation from Sumail, and he does have that big burst damage, which we haven't seen inflicted.
They saw him with the ward,
Vega.
though. They know what's happening here, so Pasha should not be getting caught out alone.
With no creep wave from EG, they can't really attack this anyway. Not unless they want to take some considerable damage. It's the upside for EG is the fact that Universe has completed up, has managed to hit level 6, but there's just no mana sustain on this Beastmaster yet. And I'm wondering too if this is one of these Beastmaster games where we go back to the classic build, just the straight Necro rush.
They're still looking for Pasha.
They are.
But he's playing it very safe underneath the tower. EG are wasting a lot of time if they don't end up finding this kill somehow.
They really want to go there. Sumel's going to walk in, starts with the Shadow Strike.
This is
now,
not happening.
Yeah, they're baiting the TP. They bring the Dazzle down. Now, the Dire Observe Ward did scout out the fact that Mag was rotating, and Arteezy blinks into him. Mag will drop the cogs, he gets burned out a little bit. Still that blink on cooldown for 6 seconds. The Shackle latches on Arteezy. No one needs more damage. The Ice Blast on the way in, combining with a Sonic Wave. It doesn't really do enough. The AM's already down. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off with the Wind Ranger being the collateral. Mag will keep the AA out, but Sumail, no blink for 3 more seconds. He needs to get himself out. Now the blink is up, away from the Rocket Barrage of Pasha, but Solo dropping down the Tombstone. Still no blink for Sumail. Has to use his 1 charges, and he will get away from the rest of Vegas. So just a straight out 1-for-1 AM for the Ranger.
EG did commit really big ultimates there, though. I guess both teams did, so EG's just have a little longer cooldown. This Sonic Wave is still off for 1.5 minutes, and you look over to Vega's side, and they almost have everything ready to go again.
Yeah, and they make the most
40
out of
seconds. They might get a tower, just or at least some good damage in here from Pasha. Tombstone on cooldown is, of course, a big issue for them, and they might just cancel because of that.
The only thing that would really slow this down properly is when PBD reaches base, it can have the mana to throw out the Ice Blast, which is now coming down. It's going to hit Pasha pretty well. In fact, hits all 3 heroes. There's no one to follow that up. In fact, it's Sumail in the middle lane who gets burnt out by the Clockwork Cogs. So again, another kill coming the way of Vega, now putting it at 5-3, and they'll finish what they started before. They're going to take out this bottom tower. The Flag Cannon will mop up most of the creep wave. And they're going to catapult their own on the way. There's just not enough time for EG to catch up. In fact, actually, look at the build coming from Arteezy. He felt like he couldn't go directly into the Battle Fury, so he's got a headdress up his sleeve. It can go into the Vlads later on, but
it's a very standard build for Antimage when he's against harassment, but usually we see it picked up, say, if you're laning against a Darkseer or something like that just outputs consistent harassment. Since the buff to Headdress giving 3 health regen instead of 2, it's way more valuable. But it's not a pit stop you want to make along the way. This battle period for Arteezy is actually going to be probably close to like 18, 19 minutes at this rate.
Yeah, it really delays him. Mag, Universe. Okay, he's going to walk down to Universe, which will allow for the Roar, the Ice Blast, and then boom with the Mana Void. Not even required. Ends up saving it in EG. Just a good prep for that fight. But while they're preparing for that one, Vega are just destroying this mid-tier 1. More and more money being pumped into this Wind Ranger. That Aghanim Scepter is not going to be a slow one anymore for Wind Ranger.
And Vega get the more important towers. They've taken all 3, so... but they get the mid tower. They don't even lose the top one. They're now 3 towers ahead, and they're on the hunt here as well with the invisible Wind Ranger.
Well, it works that Weave gave the vision, but actually no, not of PPD.
TZ will get out.
Yeah, blinks up and then
Universe
TP's
has
away.
1 second. He's going to be fine too. They don't see him.
Yeah,
but he lost his bore.
Acceptable casualty.
That's the perfect sound for that. Call down.
Yeah, Sumail's got no blink again. It's up to level 3.
If you had blink level 2, I think it would have died actually. So Pasha going for that kill is worth the chance, right? If it doesn't work out, oh well. You got 40 seconds to cooldown.
Okay. Sumail just blinks away, leaving Arteezy. Arteezy, now he's got to do the same thing. Away from both Pasha as well as Mag, but Mag's gonna hookshot himself down. Sumail got some extra damage. Arteezy needs more time, gets his way through the cogs, and in fact with Fear holding Pasha in, the Fiend Strip's gonna do the work. The Ice Blast will connect. Gyrocop's gonna go down. Now your Sonic Wave will spill, but no one's there. They're gonna get a 1-for-1 trade up. Sumail blinks himself forward, but Dazzle can go to work now. There's still Shadow Grave available, and they isolate Fear while Fear isolates himself inside the Nightmare. He can't Brain Zap, can't do anything, and that'll be a 2-for-1 trade-off, but you trade your 2 supports for the Gyrocopter core.
EG have to...
They may get more too. Seema? No.
They keep having to commit so much to protecting Arteezy, and during all of this time, he doesn't get a kill. I think he got an assist, but no, like, very little gold flow for him.
They're going to come down for Seema. Burning a lot of mana. Damn,
yeah,
that Shadow Wave hurts really hard.
If he had a medallion, he could have one-shot Arteezy there.
think Arteezy should be very happy he TP'd out in the tree lane too and didn't just keep running backwards, because no one, if that power shot had connected, they'll also be low. And he's just being harassed everywhere. The rocket's even going to hit Arteezy on the top, dropping him even lower. Just no safe places on this map for EG, really, because wherever you feel safe, the Clockwork can just rotate in for a hook shot. And with the Blade Mail now completed over on Mag, you can't fight back.
Now, this is a very powerful item when you get it this early. It's one of the big advantages of being able to run a safe lane Clockwork like they have in this game. I think he's a much more impactful hero than Beastmaster right now, who's like a walking roar. Mag has a hookshot, which is also a good stun. He zones them out with cogs. He has way more damage output than the Beast. And now the Blade Mail too. He can put both Sumail and even the Beastmaster of Universe in a very bad position.
Sumail's building into the Orca, but he can't even attack the Clockwork once he's completed it.
Yeah.
Like, who else does he attack? He wants to attack into an Undying. That might be useful. Solo, is he actually... That Ice Blast is dropping him very, very low back at base, but he will survive. He just has to remain there thanks to PPD. Mag's also in a bit of no man's land. Shadow Strike from Sumail will be able to slow him down. Fear just commits instantly into the Fiend's Grip. They want a quick and very efficient kill before that Blade Mail can be triggered.
I'm sorry. Did you say stop?
Arteezy was involved again, but did not get the kill. So still another 1,000 to go for his Battle Fury. This might still be a little bit faster than I expected. So maybe minute 17 instead of 18.
It's okay when the Queen of Pain gets the kill, though, because it's still the two big timing items EG's looking for. It's the Orchid as well as the Battle Fury together.
Yeah.
And Sumail can't really have this Orchid being delayed anymore.
And Vega need to itemize against an AM and a Queen of Pain that they barely have stuns or silences for. Clockwork going for the Blade Mail I think is a good choice. I'm curious to see if Mag wants to go for a Hex or an Orchid sometime in his build to deal with these heroes. Or who else would you get the Hex on?
Sumail blinked himself into Solo as well as Pasha. The cooldown won't connect on anything, however. And he just triggers the Illusion Rune and runs away. Poor
nice.
Really?
Are they trying this?
No. They've got to be baiting EG into a fight. That's all this should be.
Yeah, level 4 Tombstone is ready.
It's a good position for it too, because you just throw the Tombstone up on the hillside. The trade-off is the fact that Arteezy's still trying to force out this tier 1 tower on the top. The Ice Blast will make this very difficult. Hits both Pasha as well as no one. So no heal from Seema will help out. You know there's another Hawk coming out in 1 second time. So EG will get the vision here. And Arteezy just keeps creep skipping it.
They don't have Ice Blast for the fight though, and all the damage it's done is being more or less negated here by Seema.
True. And he's just started up the weave, hoping EG will attack. It still feels like bait. They're actually going to smoke themselves up while sitting inside the river, power shotting and going. They need that Hawk, they need the vision. And now, hook shot up. They go after Universe. Sumail, well, he's sitting around, but if he throws that Sonic Wave, he's just going to end up hurting himself more than helping. So Vega, they bring down the Beastmaster. Tombstone has been popped, and it's not in really the most favorable position. Solo, he can't Soul Rip to keep it alive. And Roshan's low. Now the Ice Blast does come in. Very small radius, however, because PPD's just too close. Throws down the Vortex. They see inside the pit the Sonic Wave.
Back to Roche.
Roshan denies him. Sumail will get killed up by Wind Ranger. Roshan finally brought down. And it will be the Aegis Immortal into the hands of the Wind Ranger.
That was a very costly Roche to take, though. It took them very, very long. Arteezy should be on top of the net worth by quite a bit, and he is. Gyro died. He got his Battle Fury and another 1,000 gold during that, like, what was that, 1.5 minute span that they went for Roshan in?
So basically the question being, what you're asking is, you took Roshan, but at what cost?
Yeah.
Like the Gyrocopter, like he also died during that. So you lost your top net worth hero on Vega, and now both Sumail as well as Arteezy are in front of him.
He's almost got the Vlads already. It's pretty good timing for Arteezy here.
They're going to gank bottom lane.
This was the hero.
With the smoke, they can just roar onto Pasha. Fiend's Grip can be committed as well. And in fact, Fear in a Brain Sound as well as Fiend's Grip. They really, really wanted that Gyro dead.
I feel like EG are in a very, very good position in this game all of a sudden. And I'm saying that right after they lost the Roshan fight. But the fact that AM has got as much as he did when he was the one hero Vega really needed to shut down, and Sumail also isn't looking half bad with his farm. These two blinking heroes will just keep split pushing and farming very well. Pasha, if he keeps dying like this, they just won't have enough in the tank for when this AM gets big.
That's right. Because really when you look at it, if we go into another 40 to 60 minute game like our game 1 and game 2, who's really on top of this? The Wind Range can do wonderful damage. You got great initiation. Vega's got really great team fight control through the Undying and Dazzle. But is it enough to battle against a 6-slotted anti-mage when you still have like Ice Blast, Beastmaster, Raw control? Like, there's a lot EG has to offer as well going into the late game. And they want to do bottom lane again. The Nightmare, solo, stays where he is. That Ice Blast can hit per friend.
A little early on the Brain Sap there.
Mm-hmm.
And he will be healed up to full. But they can't really push the tower, I think. Okay, he's going to use the Tombstone as well. Maybe they will. Just Undying and Dazzle doing Undying and Dazzle things in the bottom lane. Very confident play
They're not
here.
fighting. In fact, Arteezy just blinked back up into no one as well as Mag. Because he wasted a little bit more time here, he can blink a second time. And with the creep wave arriving, Mag doesn't have a clean line for a hook shot, but he'll still be able to latch it. One more second to the blink, the shackle won't latch, and Arteezy blinked over the cogs and away. The power shot will still connect. But there's so much committal, and now EG understand the two big cores are up on the top, so they can fight on bottom lane solo. This time that Ice Blast will connect with the Sonic Wave. They get through the Undying and down towards Seema, putting that Orchid to work. The bottom tower can also be denied up. So EG, not only do they keep their anti-mage alive, they're able to stop the push on bottom lane and deny up the tower.
It was actually a really nice attempt from Vega, the way they set it up, with these two heroes pushing bottom and the other smoking. Arteezy got a false feeling of safety in the top lane, but the two heroes that could kill him were not down at bottom. But they didn't manage to find the line for the shackle shot, so it didn't work out. Trading 2 supports for a tier 2.
Woo!
Decent,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
He just man avoided to stop Mag from TPing back. He's wasting time. That's what, this game almost feels like a waste of time for Vega.
Yeah, this is such a waste of time.
That's all EG are doing. Like, they're just making him run around and just, like, lose 20 minutes of their life.
It's what EG want to do for sure, just split push and buy time. And Arteezy is starting to get so far ahead now that Vega are losing this game very, very much over the last few minutes. When it was looking so good for them, they're just not able to put the amount of pressure that they need to.
At least they can kill PPD here. No one jumps in. Power shot will get the vision. And PPD will die to Vega. Now, that one Radiant Observer was scouting it all out.
Radiant's top tower is under
So
attack.
Vega, they still have to worry. Like, you get a kill in an AA. That's great. But Arteezy is now taking out your tier 2 tower. Mag is here to try and stop him, but like, Mag doesn't have enough control to kill off the anti-mage. And this is the timing we were also talking about for the AEM. It's a horrible timing for the Undying because now Tombstone's going to become being put into jeopardy. And it just makes AEM overall stronger. And we're 21 minutes into the game. It's the Mana Star build-up that I'm talking about here.
Yep.
Once this is up, you could also go for solo pickups. Take away all the mana with a quick attack. Use it aggressively, not just defensively.
Solo was trying to scare Universe away from the Tombstone, but he remained calm. Killed it off in TP. There goes another tower the way of Vega. No one will claim that one.
Well, the Ice Blast flying up to the top lane. Undying's already down. So Solo might be able to play Intimidation tactics previously, but Arteezy gets the kill. Tower's still got a lot of life left on it, so it is a hero for a tier 2. And EG keep losing this map control. Like, they've got one remaining out of tower, but is it because you're just looking at Hawks? You're looking at, like...
I mean, of course map control matters, but it's not enough, is what I meant to say. Arteezy's still finding enough farm, and even with all the towers gone, we're starting to reach that point when it's going to be very difficult for Vega to even kill him in the first place.
Well, he's going for more. He's chasing after Seema. He doesn't really burn that much mana at the moment, but he still does a lot of damage. He went for a lot of points up in stats too as this anti-mage.
Yep. That's the way to go.
Mid-tier 1 tower. Okay, it's within deny range. They want to go for this. Samel just jumps forward, gets the Orchid over on Seema, commits the Sonic Wave, so Seema should pop from the Orchid attack. And with the Ice Blast connecting on Mag, Clockwork wants to TP out. The Nightmare will end up cancelling this. After they take the tower, they'll take the Clockwork as well. And Solo running forward, but this Tombstone won't do anything. He saw him to keep it up, but because he sticks around so long, Samel can slow him down, attack him up, and allow Arteezy to find the pick. And no one, he arrives, but the Orchid's already off cooldown. Pasha might let this cooldown go, but he's Nightmare in control for the moment. Was able to walk himself out of the cold feet. And Arteezy, there's no trees to be shackled to. In fact, Samel's still on this front line. His blink is available. And EG, they take 3 heroes now, as well as that tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, Universe takes the tier 2 tower. And that's his level 3 Necro book already.
so much weight on no one's shoulders right now to counter out this AM. He's the only hero who can do it. And he now has a Blink Dagger Shackle Shot together with his Aghanim Scepter. His farm is pretty good. They have to find the initiation angle, and all the while, every time they're looking for something, EG are doing a very good job at spreading out their resources and putting pressure on multiple lanes. And, I don't know. Mag is getting X. Once again, not sure it's the right choice here. It is such a great item on the hero in general, but...
It's such a Vega item too. Because there's always that hook shot off cooldown. It's the attack, go again, and go again, and go again.
Absolutely. I'm starting to wonder if this Blade Mail was not the purchase he should have gone for. It doesn't seem like it had that big of an impact. When you have this good farm, he could have actually tried for an Orchid. I think that's what, we've seen a couple of other Clockworks players do it. I think mainly Bone 7, like playing with that Orchid when he was against Anti-Mage early on. Because if you get it before the Manta, it's so difficult to play AM on the map, but Arteezy's just not been under pressure.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you can't pressure. Like, it's not for a one of trying. Mag has been moving around this map, searching for kills, trying to make the Blade Mail item work. Because EG understands what Vega want to achieve, they're not allowing them to do it. So this is really just smart decision-making by EG. Mag with this Invis rune, okay, they can try and watch Arteezy go, but Arteezy just bouncing himself around the Radiant jungle. He'll have to TP back in a moment because Vega's knocking on the door. They're sick of chasing after EG.
They have to do this.
Instead, they push and go. Wait, they have to, but they're not. Wind Ranger retreats. He sees Arteezy. Okay, well, you had a 1 in 3 chance.
Tis mine.
He had a 0 in 3 chance.
And Arteezy's already back to the Dar jungle. So Vega, they hunt him. They know what Nayam can do, and with the hook shot, the shackle, well, there is one tree there. Focus fire is going, but Arteezy, is he tanky enough? Yep. He blinks himself up. There's little to no armor left on him after a starts now going into the negatives, but he blinks again into the tree line and straight TPs out, survives.
And this is the reason I'm saying Vega has to do something drastic. At the same time, they can't. It's one of those very standard AM games where you're the other team and you feel like, okay, we have to start pushing the base. AM is getting too big. But at the same time, EG's defensive capabilities are good enough. They drop a couple of Ice Vortexes, they throw an Ice Blast, buy time, always the threat of Sumail's AoE damage, and just see why EG last picked this Anti-Mage here. It makes perfect sense for the game plan and composition. 10,000 gold lead closing in. Roshan soon too. I think this one won't go to Vega.
It would be highly unlikely it would. There's just so much for EG to play around with, like a full Aghanim Scepter also completed. Over on the Queen of Pain. Undying for triggers his ulti in mid. Not sure if misclick or not from Solo. But this is kind of like the worst time because he will not have this for Roshan. Roshan's up in 5 seconds from now.
And ED should be checking it with either Boar or Hawk. They actually aren't right now. Sumail also walked past it, so they don't know yet. It's also possible they don't mind. As long as Vega don't get it, then their chance at breaching high ground is almost non-existent. Or TZ just keeps farming away. Sumail is making good progress too with the Orchid Ags build up. Beastmaster Necro 3 almost blink. Bane with both Force Staff, Cloak, and a little bit of Bank. And then
Vega.
the AA with Arcane Boots.
Vega just smoked underneath the Dire Observer Ward. They're coming over to Roshan, so they may try and steal it themselves. And this is when you want to see that Hawk up and running, and no one. He starts it, the Focus Fire is coming up, and Universe on the wrong side of the map. He just TP'd back home to pick up the Blink Dagger. These double TPs towards the mid lane also being watched by the Observer Ward, the Radiant side.
They actually get away with this.
Yeah, they're going to finish.
Wow, that's a little bit of a misplay from EG. I think they could have defended that.
Is that going It's waiting for the kill secure. But Ice Blast chills up Vega. But yeah, they got what they came for. The Aegis the Immortal now. That's a win range to second life. Which means you're going to have that sustained damage throughout the engagement. But EG, they've been burning so much time at Vega previously. What's going to stop them from doing it again?
Yeah, it might also have been a deliberate choice from EG, and they knew it from the start that Vega were going for it, but they were like, okay, this is the biggest risk. This is the biggest chance for Vega to come back.
And that Aegis is gone. That lasted a grand total of 25 seconds.
Not very important Roshan after all.
Oh, blink
now
forward.
no one is mad, but
Yeah.
he's not going to find anyone.
This is the 2 blink heroes. Sumail as well as Arteezy, the Koff as well as the AM. So easy to disengage. The observer wards, which were also aggressively placed over in the Radiant jungle, are now timing out. Like both the mid lane as well as the one watching closer. And Vega, they're trying to use no one as bait. EG feel this, so they just throw the Ice Blast down behind the Wind Ranger. Blink, Shackle, it latches! It actually got the real Artur, and now Solo moving forward. Hookshot, so they need to keep that control up with the pushback. They're able to do it. Vega bringing down the anti-mage. Sumail tried to slow it down, but he may lose his own life for this one. They need one tree for no one to work with, and, well, they also need the space. Blink is not available, and Sumail's away. Universe also adding the pressure on the bottom lane is going to force Vega to retreat and defend.
Yeah, they get a key kill. This should open up the map a little bit for Vega. Now the challenge for them is they have to do it again, and maybe another time, but it's a start. The next challenge is to find AM on his side of the map so that they can get some sort of collateral damage out or force a buyback. Because getting RTs and getting them on the sideline is of course great.
Well, they might have a chance for it. That Aghanim Scepter is now up for the clockwork. So if Vega are going to play their style, well, okay. Well, their style might be to lose Seema. The Sonic Wave's going to kill him anyway. Mag getting chilled up by that Ice Blast. Does not want to hurdle himself forward with the hook shot. Even if you have seen Raw being used as well as the Ice Blast, there's still Fiend Script. There's still level 3 Necro units to fight against.
Pasha's moving up. Let's try to find some farm in the Dire jungle here.
That's depressing for Solo. He just committed a tombstone inside the jungle, but there was only one small Wild Wing left and the other camp was empty.
Yeah, and the Hawk is even watching it, laughing at him.
Bottom lane, that pressure's coming. The Necro units will be visible, but they time out the second the creep wave arrives. The Vega, they keep coming back. And AM keeps getting bigger. 2,600 gold. Okay, for Arteezy now, what's the item? Is it the Skadi? Is it what? Because he's got his ultimate orb on him. It's just going to be the Lincolns? It's
Definitely
be
Lincolns. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a pretty cool choice here because if you look over the Radiant lineup, how can they kill him? They have to land a Shackle Shot. And what else can stop his Lincolns? There is actually nothing apart from Poison Touch and Soul Rift. Technically Homing Missile, but he's not going to skill it, and it needs to reach first before it longs the Lincolns. He's going to be almost immortal.
Universe has opened up a Timber Mill, cutting himself his own little home on the bottom lane. And from there, he's just sending out his minions, his Hawks. And there it is. Lincoln Sphere is now done, 30 minutes in for Arteezy. Hookshot up, does find Fear, but Forstaff actually pushes him over the cogs of Mag. And Fear will just walk himself away to safety. But there is the triple Ancient stack, which Pasha is now taking. So that's good for him, pushing himself closer towards that Butterfly. And will dictate the next item as well from Arteezy. He might have maybe been looking towards something like an Abyssal Blade. Now he'll probably have to go in for that Monkey King bar.
Depends who he feels like he needs to counter. Gyro is not a good hero against Anti-Mage, so if he can counter the other ones or just play a split push kind of game, oh, Shackle Shot.
Well, if he wants to counter the other ones, he gets evasion of his own, so Wind Ranger, like, is building into the Daedalus, can't instantly attack into the AM, so Butterfly could be his next choice.
This is actually what no one tried there. It's his only way of killing AM. He has to shackle one of his Manta illusions to the real one. But Arteezy reacted fast, got out. Still want to commend Vega for how close they've kept the game for the last 10 minutes. I thought EG were going to start pulling further ahead, but the goal is plateaued at 7,500. If they can keep this going for the next 10 minutes, they actually do have a chance in late game. Like, AM is a great late gamer. He's not one of the absolute strongest, but he is up against one of the best counters, which is actually that Wind Ranger.
Pasha, real trouble. Yeah, Universe just blinks forward with a Sonic Wave. They've got the kill. The Hawks just see all.
Another farming tombstone. You know what kind of game it is for Undying when this happens?
A bad one.
It's a split push game.
It's the only thing you can do. And Alfia, okay, he's going to Glimmer Cape in, but already they're left. PPD wants this tombstone.
Nope.
Kills the cure.
Position 6A is what Fear is saying right now.
It's the core the core habits of Bane, of Fear.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, so tier 2 tower will drop. That's the last remaining outer tower for Vega. And then looking at Arteezy, they're just staring him down, and Arteezy understands this. They use the Soul Rip, but because he waits out to Mana Style, the hookshot from Mag will not connect. Luckily, he's got another one in 5 seconds' time. But EG are now splitting the attention of Vega.
And that one kill just yielded them 4,000 gold. That was the gyro kill. That's how important they are right now. Getting the tower, getting the pressure. Of course, way more farm with gyro on the sidelines for a minute with 0 GPM then.
At least he spent some of his money before death having that quarterstaff purchased.
Yeah, he is close to the butter. You still just saw how fast he melted in that roar. I don't even think the evasion is going to be enough.
And they got enough control over him anyway.
Absolutely.
You got Roar, you've got Fiend Script, you could just do direct attack as well. So you have like the Necros, if they burn the mana out, then you can have the Mana Void that will do a hell of a lot of work. And then you've also got the pure damage coming from Bane with the Brain Sap. Not to mention everything Sumail brings to the fight. Evasion really isn't his friend.
And back to status quo.
Back to the farm game. Sumail's almost finished up his Scythe of Ice. With these last Mud Golems dying, he'll be able to take it.
Yep.
The ward from Vega on this top lane, it's giving him confidence that maybe they can find Arteezy. I was actually waiting for them to put it on the cliffside.
But they're on top of one themselves, so...
Yeah.
Not happening either. EG are just controlling the map very well. It's so difficult game to play.
How do you stop them? Like, you can't keep your own wards up because the Hawks give the flying vision, and you got the Beastmaster running around with the gem. So you can't keep your own wards up. And the wards you do keep up will just be off target. Solo, okay, yeah. The heavy commitment, making sure there's no follow-up. That Ice Blast actually connects on no one. He'll get the Shackle on Fear, but Fear still with 4 staff available. Limit himself to safety. Mag trying to get the other side of the Wild Wing so he can hookshot himself up. But the Orc is there from Sumail. The Blade Mail will stop the attack, and Fear did 4-staff himself up for the cooldown. He's going to brain sap one of the Mud Golems to give him life, but Sumail drops Vega. They need a little bit more from this. Arteezy, well, he classed EE as one of the guys that gave him a good start. He watches his teammates die while he farms.
Classic split push anti-mage game, this one.
It really is. He's got 5.6k gold now. 24,000 net worth, 35 minutes into the game.
Curious to see what his item of choice is. All right, he bought something. Is it butter?
Yeah, it's a butterfly. He bought a quarterstaff.
Yeah, he's got it after this stack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, triple stack of Ancients from to farm up.
That's a quad, actually.
He's going over 700 gold and experience a minute. Doesn't even have to be involved in too many kills. Like, it's 4-2-3 anti-mage. 427 CS now. Wait, who's no Talisman's just left inside the pit? That's a lot of money wasted.
I think it's no one's from earlier when they got Roche. He needed to make a slot. And it's difficult for them to send the courier or a hero out there, or he might just have forgotten. It sells for about 200 something, so it's not that great.
Okay, so you're getting the damage up on the Wind Ranger, but now you're battling against the evasion of the Anti-Mage. Do you leave it at the Crystallis? Like, he just bought the Demon Edge, but he can complete up the full Daedalus and just hope that his attacks connect.
MKB is better for killing AM right now.
Yep. But you'll have to wait another 900 gold.
Yeah, I think no one has one job this game, which is to focus AM. I see no other way for them to kill him, and well, he would have probably bought the Daedalus by now if that was the choice. So he has to itemize 100% to counter the AM.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, it's going to be hard, but it's the one chance they do have.
And if Anti-Mage is given even more time, like he's already up to 3.5k net worth after buying it, not net worth, gold after buying up a butterfly. He can 6-slot himself within the next 2-3 minutes at this rate. And there's Roshan up, which he can solo.
Might be looking for a fight here.
Well, he sold
his Lance.
No one bottom lane. Blink Raw's going to go. Sumail, Sonic Wave with the Ice Blast connecting. The Beastmaster Actually gets almost 800 gold for this, and Fear Nightmares over on the Undying. This allows him to kill off the Tombstone and then attack in to this Undying. Wait out the Nightmare, surround him hard, and now Solo will be brought down. They might even find more because Seema gets caught out, and EG, they're basically playing leapfrog on the bottom lane. Catching up to Pasha. Samalis is a little bit too far away. Can blink forward but has no disable. But EG doesn't really matter for them. Okay, Arteezy just goes in anyway. Kills off the homing missile. The Creep Wave still hasn't arrived for them, so the backdoor regeneration is there. And they force the fortification out from Vega before the Creep Wave even arrives.
This is 2 lanes of Rax if they don't buy back Wind Ranger, I think.
The call down.
At the very least 1.
This call down and flat count has been used so early. The Creep Wave is never going to retreat.
Alright, they get 1 lane.
Yeah. Well, they might have more time, especially if Samel goes for this initiation. He's got everything back off cooldown. And EG, they're just poised, seeing if Vega will give them the opening. They won't, so they back up, and they're headed towards Roshan.
And Arteezy with 6k. He sold his Vlads before that, so he didn't even have that as part of the fight. Didn't need it. Now, I'm imagining he's going to take the Aegis, and they're going to try to use it right away, and then he'll buy probably an Abyssal. Then he can solo Wind Ranger. And there's no choice for no one here. He can't.
Mag, he's in a good position for a hook shot, but Bane, the Nightmare, is going to stop this, and this buys us time. It's so big time, and the boar even blocks out. They can't finish the job, but Cogs trying to push him back, but it's taken out by the Dire side. Roshan belongs to EG, and the fight will go their way too. The Mana Void spilling so much damage out with a scream. It's 3 down, and basically game GG. EG will be the first team here at the Frankfurt Major to get into the semi-finals, pushing Vega down 2-1 here in the quarters.
And it really just comes down to Vega's inability to shut down the AM early on. I thought they would invest a lot more resources into disallowing Arteezy from getting this game. From a draft perspective, I feel like they don't have the counters needed. That said, what really glued EG's lineup together was Arteezy was split pushing somewhere, and that allowed Beastmaster and Queen of Pain to find countless kills with Ice Blast and just delaying Vega more and more. So very nice strategy all around. Of course, Bane also involved in a lot. Fear in those 12 kills with a couple of really important setups, and their lineup was just very solid.
Yeah, that it was. The AM works for them, and the combo from Vega unfortunately will drop them down now into the lower bracket. Let's get the thoughts, however. I believe we're actually heading back over to the panel to get their quick thoughts.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, back on the panel once more with the men and the boys, of course. Melini, Purge is also here, so is Jacob. Everything seems to have fallen into place for EG after a difficult 3-game set.
I mean, I wouldn't say difficult. Game 3 looked pretty easy to me after about 15 minutes or so when they created all that space around Roche. I mean, Toby called it out perfectly. They're just wasting time, and that's exactly what they did. They delayed Vega, and they allowed Arteezy to get a Battle Fury, and then nothing could stop him.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's literally just Vega playing against the clock. There's an Antimage in the game. He's farming. You don't have the tools to shut him down. And as Cinderin was saying, Queen of Pain, Beastmaster spent a lot of time just wasting Vega's time. The Rose fight, even though Vega gets the kill on the Beastmaster and the Queen of Pain, they get the Aegis, still worth it because they bought like 5 minutes of free farm for the Anti-Mage.
Okay. Thoughts, Ben? As expected in the end?
Yeah, I still didn't like because they didn't really respond that well to the Queen of Pain. They let off with really no disables. It was like Dazzle, Undying, and Gyrocopter, and they just couldn't really catch anyone ever. And then that just like, okay, hey, let's just pick Anti-Mage. They have no catch. They can't really pressure us. As long as we don't let the Undying crush us in early fights, we should have this one.
Okay, thoughts on Vega Squadron? Because they have run EG relatively close.
Yeah, I think they can have a good run in the lower bracket, depending on who they face up against and when. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go very deep in the tournament, and we'll see them later on.
Okay, we'll take a quick break here and head over to Coddle Guy. Happy birthday, friend. He's with Arteezy.
Thank you so much, Paul. Here on the floor. Hello?
Have fun, Sin.
Can't wait for the fucking food. What's going on here? Okay. Stay there. And...
Unfortunately, we've We've got a small problem with the mic. We'll get that fixed and we'll go back to the birthday boy with Arteezy in a minute. It just gives us a little bit more time to talk about how good Evil Geniuses were in that third game, because that looked more like the kind of play that they want to bring to this tournament to win it.
Yeah, I liked how they showed diversity in their strategies and their picks. They went for 3 different kind of play styles in all the games, so I feel pretty confident in them running really deep in the tournament, potentially be winner material.
Which is different, as you said on day one, that they were kind of steady picks. They weren't, desperate in any way, and they weren't really showing us too much. Do you feel like they've shown us a bit more?
They have. They picked Invoker. There are some of their other drafts. They're like, oh, we're not going to go for straight meta heroes. We'll pick Sven in one game, Invoke in the other.
And saw earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, and in game 3, they basically just read the opponent's draft and they said they have no solution for mobility. They have really weak stuns. They're going to want to fight. We just grab an anti-mage, and they had so many kill setups too. It was basically either Bane plus Queen of Pain, Bane plus anti-mage, that involving A. They oftentimes had more damage than they need. How many times did you guys see an A ultimate flying in and the person was already dead? Like, EG was just all over that lineup and how to play it correctly.
Indeed. Your thoughts on AG?
I think it was smart of them in the game 3 to not kind of take it to where Vega wanted them to play, which is just fighting all out in the early game and, having to rely on... They just avoided fighting in the first 20 minutes, and that's Vega's greatest strength, just being able to crush you in the early game and just keep on with the 5-man and take out all the objectives. But yeah, it was a nice draft.
All right, let's find out from Arteezy what he made of Evil Genius's plans and their game. He's with Coddle.
Thank you so much, Paul. Whoa! All right, here on the floor with the winner, Artur and Evil Geniuses. Congratulations first. But I got to ask you, you shaved.
I shaved, yeah.
Why'd you shave?
Because I think I've never won a LAN with a beard, so I had to shave it.
Only Fear can win a LAN with a beard. All right.
I won DAC with a beard. I think, did he win TI with a beard? I don't remember. But
yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a beard.
We're going to win the majors with his beard. Not
Fair
two beards, though. We can't have 2 beards.
I can't, yeah. 2 wrongs don't make a right. So let's talk a little bit about the matchup. Game number 1, a long, hour-long match. It felt like, for the most part, Vega had the advantage, but you were able to keep up on farm. Eventually, an opportunity opened up, and you guys were able to sink the win. Were you nervous, though, going into game 1?
That was just a classic example of first game of the day for us. Like, we had no idea what was going on. We took a fight top lane, and we just all died. We're like, all right, well, we're dead. And then as time progressed, we started to figure out what to do. And then I think we managed to play the late game pretty well. A little bit of mistakes there, here and there, but we played pretty well late game.
What about game 2? You guys actually handed over Doom and Shadow Fiend and even the Tusk. Do you think that maybe you gave them a bit too much, or were you still confident with the lineup you had and it just didn't seem to work out?
I think if we were to play that game over, I feel like we could still win. It's like one of those games where I'd say we win 8 out of 10 times. All we have to do is play a certain way and not make mistakes. But we kind of screwed up the second Aegis, and the game went downhill because we had a timing. If we didn't make that timing, we just lose to SF Doom.
Game 3, though, you need a win, and for a lot of people, the saying is if you need a win, you play an AM. Is that how you guys felt, or is it just happened to work out that way?
It wasn't pre-planned or anything. It's just they're picking these heroes. Like, okay, well, anti-mage, and I'm like, okay.
Fair enough. You did a great job with the AM. Congratulations again, and good luck moving further, man. Take it back, Paul.
Thank you very much, Coddle guy down there on the floor with Arteezy. So a successful first game for EG. They do move through to the semi-finals of the upper bracket, and Vega Squadron aren't eliminated just yet. They do get another chance in the lower half later on in the tournament. Let's take a look at the moments from that third game. There weren't a huge amount of moments in that last game for Vega to maybe enjoy, but they've definitely learned something.
I think they just need to protect their draft a little bit more next time. They had some really good early fights, such as this one where they kept... well, he did end up dying, but they got a big turnaround here, killing Sumail. They got Fear as well, maybe? Yeah, they ultimately chased him down. Oh, no, I'm sorry, he did run.
Almost got him with the power shot.
Yeah. So they had some good early momentum there, but as a whole, this was just the moments before EG started wasting their time properly, so this is Vega getting an advantage. This gank alone, just shows how aggressive Arteezy can play. Like, all these times, he gets pressured, and it doesn't take that much for him to escape some of these little engagements.
I think that was the second time he was able to kill the cogs really fast. I think a lot of players panic when they get hook shot without the blink, but I think that was the second time he blinked and then he got caught and immediately killed the cog so he could escape. I think that was really crucial for his early farm.
Yeah, just a couple of evasive survives and you have Manta, and then it's almost impossible for you to die.
And this was kind of the Hail Mary fight for Vega, and great summoning positioning by Universe to ensure that Arteezy is able to pick up that Aegis and block the hook shot.
That blade mill was so good. But he had a cheese, so... Yeah, the game seemed quite over even far before this point, in my opinion. They just had it completely in the bag from the 18-minute mark and on. You just see every single time somebody dies. On Vega's side, it's just, okay, and Arteezy's in the backline farming while this happens.
Again, it's very telling that they get the Roshan and kill 2 people, and yet it feels like EG is in the driver's seat and is winning. So, that, yeah, anti-mage, anti-fun.
Doesn't like the anti-mage. What about you, Ben?
Gotta bust them out now and then, man. They're here to win.
Very effective. Very effective. And when it farms like that on Arteezy, it's ridiculous.
It's one of the better ways to deal with Undying, though, because Undying is kind of sometimes first picked, and a lot of times they just try and fight it with more fight, but instead they're just like, oh, well, Undying, we're just going to avoid you all game.
Seemed like the perfect way to play everything in that last game from EG. There's not an awful lot you can pick on them for doing wrong, is there?
They read the draft and they said AM is impossible to kill this game unless Wind Ranger gets way ahead, because even by the time he had Ags, like, all you have to do is blink away and it's over. And she's not going to be able to chase you as well. She had to get a blink dagger so she counters mobility, and at that point he's got a Manta and a little bit more. She would have had to have like a Daedalus or like a Desolator to be able to catch up to him at that point and get solo kills.
Generally, the lineup was actually pretty good against the way Vega likes to play. They had a lot of split push ability. We saw Universe pushing down towers on his own as well. Queen of Pain can easily translate into a split pusher. It's just EG can just play around with them around the map as they see fit.
Okay, well, thank you very much to all of you, to Melanie, to Melk, and to Purge as well. And a very thank you for tuning in as well today. It's the first day of the Frankfurt Major at the main hall, as it were. But, of course, we've already had our 2 days of group stages. We've got another upper bracket match coming next, but before then we're going to have a short break and let the players set up. So when we come back, we'll have LGD versus CDEC. And a very warm welcome back to Frankfurt as we go back towards our second game of the day. After having a wonderful first match, our second game is almost upon us as we get towards LGD and CDEC. They'll go head-to-head for a place in the semi-finals, where Evil Geniuses have already made their way through. We've had a little bit of a change of personnel on the desk as well. Synderen is back joining us. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah?
How are you?
Everything okay? Enjoy that first match?
Yeah.
It was fun, wasn't it? In places.
Especially the first and second game, I think, were really enjoyable.
Yeah, third one was a little bit stompy. Yeah. But nevertheless, we're looking forward to our next matchup. We're going to start with CDEC. Obviously, for those that watch back at the International, they know all about them now, whereas back then it was almost like we didn't really know an awful lot about them. Now we know lots about them. They come here as, I guess, part of a collective that are just behind the top 2 or 3 teams that might be able to sneak a win.
I think it's definitely possible. They're picking slightly differently than everybody else. They're favoring Visage consistently, and it's one of the heroes. It's actually the only support hero that is in the top 5 for heroes that are getting kills in all of the picks. So as a support, it's able to do a lot, and I think that they have very talented supports on their team, so they can get that done.
Okay, Synderen, thoughts?
I think CDEC were unpredictable going in. I didn't know what to expect, rather. They've impressed me positively so far. I consider them the favorites of the matchup against LGD today, but it's probably going to be fairly close. I think it's more likely this goes 2-0 than the first match, though.
Really? Interesting, Melk.
I think this matchup is particularly interesting because I feel like LGD has been looking to CDC and seeing what they did right over the summer at TI, obviously. And Sylar especially looks to be someone who's transformed his play from being the more classical type of carry into taking a page out of aggressive book where you help the team, you play very aggressive early on, and you just fight as much as you can and be there for your team rather than always be adamant about being that one position.
But the way that they've come through the group relatively easily, actually. I mean, we kept going on early on about how strong eHome were, but when CDEC come in and they took down Mineski 2-1, 2-0 against eHome in their second game as well, it seemed almost too easy for them.
That's kind of how it felt to me as well. They haven't had the best performance. After leaving TI, they got direct invites to almost every single LAN, and they usually didn't perform very well there. They didn't look as good as they did at TI. TI really was an amazing run for them. Not saying they're bad players or anything, or their team composition is bad, but it definitely seems like they got a bit of a good run, and they've also improved a little bit as well.
So the biggest problem I have with them is the fact that they don't seem to really change their picks and strategies a whole lot. What we're seeing from them now doesn't divert much from what we saw from them at TI, and I feel like that's a huge strategical letdown.
So they haven't moved with the meta?
No, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, there's plenty of teams who don't follow the meta whatsoever, Virtus.pro being one of them, and still being arguably the most dominant team out of the CIS region. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's more that they're very predictable in how they play.
100% first blood rate in group stage. Sorry, that took my eye away from what you were talking about.
I thought you were looking at me, and that's why you...
Well, obviously I was looking at you, man.
Right. So, I mean, that's for me, that's potentially a backside to how they play.
Okay. Well, I think it's very interesting how they play, and we're going to find out more from you, gents, in just a moment. But also, let's find out from CDEC themselves how they felt about the Frankfurt Major before the group started.
TI 之后的话，我们战队先做了一个短暂的放假。随着新版本的变化的话，我们慢慢的在尝试一些新的阵容和套路。其实外界那些压力对我们没多大的影响，说实话的话，因为我们本来打职业时间就不长，然后现在大家打比赛的话都是比较放松的状态吧，然后。希望我们能越打越好。我们 CDC 最好的优点就是在于我们非常的团结。我觉得打了这么多比赛的话，我觉得首先打比赛的话要相信队友，不管队友是崩盘还是怎么样了。或者因为有些小失误都要相信队友，而且打比赛千万不能急，然后要心平气和的打完。 法兰克福的话，我最想遇到EG吧，因为他们之前在 TI 决赛把我们打下去了嘛。我觉得我们队的话，只要状态好，然后阵容这些东西选好的话，我觉得是能战胜他们的。感谢一直以来支持 CDEC 的粉丝们，我们会加油的。然后祝秋季赛越办越好。
Very interesting indeed. They want to face evil geniuses, and they might just get the opportunity, but they will get the opportunity to do that if they can get past their sister team, LGD, who they face in this quarterfinals. Couldn't have been a worse draw for these two teams, could it?
I mean, I think all the teams here are very good. I think
Just the fact that they're linked together and they kind of know each other and they've practiced together.
That might be an advantage to one of them. Which one will remains to be seen.
Please tell us, Jacob. Please tell us.
I mean, I think, just like Troll said, I think CDC is probably the favorite going into this matchup, also because of the result they put up in the group stage. That being said, I think LGD has more diversity, and potentially I feel like they have a bit more individual skill on some of the roles. CDC's real strength is how they come together as a team. I think that's one of the reasons they did so successful at TI as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup regardless.
Okay, let's take a look at the LGD moments from their group stage matches, because they obviously played quite well in that group, finishing second in the group overall. How do you summarise their group stage performances in what could have been a tricky group? Because Newbie Young played out of their skins in that game. Cloud9 also stepped up on occasion as well, and they had Team Secret in there. So they came through in second. Was that, obviously, it's what we thought they would come through, but it was a bit harder than it should have been.
I think the set wasn't too bad for them. They ended up doing a 2-0 versus C9 to my memory, and this was the final game of their group. I think they played very well as a whole. I actually think they have a decent shot of beating CDC. I think they're favored actually in the two, even though CDC does put up really good stats. That still could be influenced by the teams that they played against in the first round.
Cinder?
Yeah, I believe this was against Cloud9. They played Cloud9 twice.
They did. Yeah, it was 2-1 the first time.
Yeah, 2-1 and then 2-0. And there was a clear improvement, at least against Cloud9 toward the second series. Like, they figured them out. They knew what to do. It looked like they got their coordination better under control and started playing better as a team. The guy in the shot right now, maybe, on the Lina, I think is going to be the key of this matchup for them. Maybe has an ability to take over games on key heroes.
Are they a better or a worse team, Purge, than we saw at TI with a slightly different lineup, of course?
I mean, they got third at TI, so that's already pretty amazing. I would say right now they're looking worse than that, but I definitely think that they could have an upswing towards the end of the tournament, depending on how they mesh together and what kind of teams they play against. Because they are, like most Chinese teams, they're very consistent, they have very good teamwork, and I think they also have a great playmaker, like Sin said, with maybe on the mid lane. So I think it could push them into big heights.
I think what holds true for all of the top teams here at the tournament is that they've had sort of a shaky start, but that they keep developing, they keep improving throughout the tournament, and they just keep showing better and better games. I think the Vega EG match already showed that the teams were already better than they were in the group stages. And then LGD, probably a slightly harder group, as Kevin was saying. I think they can. I think they showed great potential. I think they had some really dominant games as well in the group stage. So I wouldn't count them out against CDC at all.
Okay. Difficult the way that these two match up, being that they're both from Chinese Dota, they're both from sister teams, they know each other really well, the players know each other well. CDC, of course, consistent lineup, that's got to count for something, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, especially when they come out second place in TI. But that's, again, like a lot of people questioned why EG would make changes and pick out AUI. I think a lot of people would have questioned why CDC would make changes, considering their results. So it's not too surprising that they haven't.
Okay. Let's find out now from LGD exactly what their thoughts were heading into the Frankfurt Major.
就是在 TI5 结束之后，然后就是跟老年的好友吧，以前曾经的好友，然后一起在聊了一些，聊以后未来的一些计划吧，然后大家就比较有默契的就一拍即合，然后决定大家一起合作。 压力肯定是有的，因为毕竟加入这个队不久，然后跟大家处的时间也不长，而且老聂这个队是一支很有底蕴的老牌强队，所以还是需要一些时间来把自己融入进去吧。可能我现在还在继续打职业的最大的动力就是想拿STI 的冠军。
战队，我觉得是我打职业以来待过最开心的一支队。不管是气氛还是游戏里面的一些东西，都让我感觉很舒服。客服联赛，我的目标是前3。
LGD, of course, third place at TI5, and headed here potentially to do better at the Frankfurt Major, but they've got to get past their sister team first. It's a tall order because CDEC have been playing so well. I just wonder, a few months ago, we would have said this was an LGD win. But I get the sense from some of you that CDEC may be the slight favourite.
You've got to respect what they've done, what they achieved over the summer.
Yes.
I love Sinner. He's so good. He's so forthright with his opinions, comes forward with them.
I've used up my word quota for this panel, so.
Have you? Really?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting.
Thankfully.
Thankfully. Don't you start against each other now. I don't want to be a referee in the middle of this. We'll come back and find out more thoughts about LGD in a minute, but it's time for the players to enter the arena. So, players are entering the booths for their matchup in this quarter-final of the upper bracket. Gives us the opportunity to talk a little bit further about LGD in particular. And one player that I really want to pick out and discuss is the Kari Seiler. Thoughts?
I think the way he's adjusted his play is great. He's very interesting to follow right now. We talked a bit about this during the group stages as well, how he acclimates and adjusts to what his team needs rather than just playing the traditional one carry. And it's been very cool to see.
We saw that a lot at TI4, even going back there when they were doing this all-in push strat. He started doing safe lane Nature's Prophet, and he's had a couple games on Queen of Pain, more typical mid heroes. Like in the past, he would only play hard carries like Lone Druid, stuff that gets a ton of farm. Now he's actually transitioning towards more mid heroes in the safe lane, and it allows his team for more dynamic picks.
And very consistent as well, seemingly almost the rock of the team right now.
I think he, over the last 2 years, has been maybe the most stable carry in the Chinese scene, at least one of them. And I agree with what Jacob and Kevin are saying.
Hold on, you agree with Jacob?
I agree with what Kevin was saying. But he agreed with Jacob, so what can I do, right? But yeah, he's adjusted well. When you have maybe in the team, he is a playmaker who takes a lot of farm. So for Seiler to be able to step down a little bit on it, and for them to be able to play some of the same heroes, give the team an edge.
Okay. Prediction time, gents. We'll start with Purge, as ever, on the end.
I'm gonna stick with my LGD, and I'm gonna say 2-1.
Why?
I think that they're the better team. I mean, obviously they were second and third place at TI, so they're pretty close. I just feel like they've been playing better recently, whereas CDC has had a couple tournaments where they kind of faltered, didn't look nearly as good as TI.
Okay, Jacob.
I don't know what it is today. I don't know if it's because I want to look as good as Kevin and then therefore mimics him, but I agree with him. I think 2-1 for LGD is a very likely scenario.
Okay. I can't go with LGD. I just can't do it. My heart is with
2-1 CDEC.
CDEC 2-1. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. That was a great idea.
That's almost like we'd worked that together and come up with some sort of plan.
But that said, I don't think a 2-0 is out of the question either for CDEC.
Why?
I think it's more...
Do you think it's clear cut?
What's that, sorry?
I mean, do you think it's as clear cut as that for CDEC?
No, it's not. That's also why I think 2-1 is most likely. But if they win the first game and look convincing, I have a feeling LGD will have a hard time adjusting to CDEC in the second game. But they probably practiced a lot against each other, so maybe they just know each other.
So I think I make that 2-2. Yeah, that's 2-2 on the panel. And I'm over 1, so I feel sorry for you, Sind. I already got one wrong today. I went Vega.
I did too, actually.
Did you?
So did this
So
guy.
No.
I mean, I was mostly close.
He went AG. But he was 2-0, yeah.
It's the end result that matters, Kevin. Why do you gotta again?
I gotta break you down, man.
Yeah. His tie is better than yours as well, Jacob.
Well, you tied mine, so that's no surprise.
Wow.
Damn.
I sat there, didn't I? Fell into that trap. With regards to your two picks, you two have now to club together, okay? So you're now the LGD boys. Collectively together, what are they going to do that's going to take them ahead of CDEC in this first draft?
I don't know, maybe more dynamic picks. I would say they're slightly more dynamic than CDEC is.
Okay.
Unlike most other teams, I think this could actually be a battle of the clockworks, or whoever gets it, because CDC likes playing it a lot, and we know RTK does. That's pretty much his go-to.
A battle of the clockworks?
Yeah, I
How
could
would
very
that
well
work?
see that happen.
Ducks here as well.
I mean,
both teams.
It's a battle of who gets the clockwork or the Darkseer. Right. Darkseer is another one. Yeah.
I think no one gets Darkseer, but I would like to see it.
No one gets Undying, no one gets Tusk.
Tusk still 100%?
Yep.
Do you think it's going to stay?
Nope.
No.
The entirety of that?
I'm just waiting for that moment where Jacob says, oh, it could be this game. No, it won't be this game. And then it is that game. Yeah. Because it's already caught him out once. It was 5th pick in game 2, I think. Yeah.
10th pick. Technically.
Actually, yeah.
Technically it was 10th pick.
They picked it just to spite you, and then they won.
I think they overheard him.
I think so.
Yeah. It's exactly what they did.
I agree with the banning of maybe Shadow Fiend. Very likely would have been their first pick. Well, I guess it would have been their return pick. So they basically have to decide, do we want to keep Shadow Fiend?
Although I'm not a fan of his item build on it. The rushing Shadow Blade.
There's been a lot of that lately. But you can get kills with it and things like that. Obviously, it's not good for HP or survivability in some ways.
Well, the difference being I like it in pub games. Don't get me wrong. Like that's if I had to play it in a public game, I would go Shadow Blade anytime. But at this level, and it showed obvious weaknesses as well.
Whoa!
That's a first pick Spirit Breaker.
A first pick Spirit Breaker. That's a first for the
So
tournament.
these are two Chinese teams. They don't like playing Slaughter.
Nope.
China just doesn't embrace Slaughter
And it
whatsoever.
wasn't banned out, and I doubt it will be picked either.
Slaughter has 65% win rate on the 20 games he's been played, as of this morning, at least before the match has started. So I see some value in Spirit Breaker. Obviously, you can do a combo with Darkseer and things like that, but it seems crazy that they leave this.
Makes you
away.
wonder, is there something disrespectful about fish in Chinese culture?
I think it's the other way around.
That's also where my
Yeah,
mind.
they also don't pick Slark or Naga. That's very... No.
Reserve time.
I'm expecting a Darkseer here. That's got to be. Yeah, there we go. So that's one of RTK's absolute best picks.
And counters the Spirit Breaker pick.
Pretty good.
Would they go for Winter Wyvern? I like the Queen of Pain a lot, especially because we know that it's outside of the Lina, it's Shiki's second most successful hero. A mid player who's already rumored or known to be limited in his hero pool.
10 seconds remaining.
They picked a lot of Dazzle as well,
5
OGD that is,
remaining.
in their games earlier this week.
C-Dex, turn to pick.
A lot of everything. I mean, they have such experienced players. They've been playing since longer than TI1 type players. They can play almost any hero.
Yeah.
So it really just comes down to what do they think is going to fit in their draft the best.
Should have probably seen the Gyrocopter pick coming, actually, considering aggressive on CDC's lineup.
You could also play the Queen of Pain, though, for CDC now. So it's what we talked about with Sylar and maybe for LGD. There's that one hero overlap for CDC, which is the Queen of Pain, that both Shiki and aggressive play. I think apart from that, everything else, there we go. Because now they keep their options open, right? Now LGD doesn't exactly know what's going to happen with this. So if they counterpick it really hard mid, CDGC can just be like, nice, we safe lane our aggressive Queen of Pain instead then. I'd like to see some Earthshaker too.
10 seconds
For
remaining.
LGG? For either team. I think Q plays a really good one. I don't know if they would pick it together with Breaker though. It's not because it's an amazing pick here. I just feel like it's overlooked in a lot of the games.
I was talking about how CDC's limited strategic depth is a weakness, but at the same time, you gotta admire how great they are at getting these heroes and making them work together every single time. They always land on these comfortable picks where they know just how to play it and how to execute it. They know the timings. They know how to work well together.
I feel like the only pick that I see a lot of connection with, because frankly both of the drafts have so many options, is maybe a Dazzle for LGD, since CDC currently has a lot of burst damage to the Spear Breaker and the Claw. Ban the AA, pick Dazzle for LGD. That's my guess.
Yeah, I like the Dazzle pick for LGD a lot as well. It's great against Spirit Breaker. He always makes it very clear who the target is, so you can prepare mentally for the grave before it's even needed.
Do you think LGD should ban out the Ember Spirit?
5 seconds remaining.
I think it's too early, unless the heroes they're going to pick are countered by an Ember.
I think the thing LGD will be a little worried about if they go for an Ember pick is that he could then be okay, never mind.
Don't they want Ember?
LGD?
They want the Ember, technically, because it's good against Queen of Pain.
But does Sylar play Ember? It's only maybe, right?
Yeah, but they've got Gyro already. I mean,
yeah, because then they have to put the Ember mid, and then you're playing it against Queen of Pain. That's not a good lane, so then they might have been considering that.
But maybe never go safe lane.
Oh, so you would have put the Gyro mid against Queen? I don't think that's good either.
No, I'm saying does maybe ever go safe lane with Ember, for example. And then put Sylar mid. I guess we don't ever really see that. It's pretty
rare, at least. Yeah, I still think it's a Dazzle for LGD. It's the pick. More about what they want to ban if they're scared of the AA. CDEC do play it, I believe.
So what does CDEC pick now that they've lost their other support follow? Something strong at laning at least.
Rubik?
They're very low damage early game. I feel like their pre-6 would be too weak with a Rubik.
Oh, they ban the Dazzle and take the Wyvern. Okay, that's another way of doing it.
Yeah,
better synergy with Darkseer, I guess. This is very similar. It's actually 3 of the heroes that EG had in game 2 against Vega, which EG did lose, but it did show what it can do, at least.
So are we expecting a maybe Invoke?
We could see that, I think. The difference is this time around CDC will obviously have very different picks than what Vega did. So we could see the lineup from LGD being way more powerful than it was for EG if they draft into it. And CDC is a team that loves going 5-man and fighting together. And this is a lineup that's very difficult to fight into. So maybe they get a little bit out of their comfort zone here.
This draft is still just so open right now. Their next pick is really going to decide things. Right now, I mean, LGD has such good defensive heroes and they don't have the best counter. And it also limits what cores they can pick. They can't just throw out something like a TA to counter Gyrocopter. They could pick AM here. Maybe it's a little early for that, but AM currently is pretty darn good against LGD's.
He is really good here. It's true.
But do they pick it now or do they wait a second?
That being said, for offlaners, there's a high risk of the Clockwork being banned out as the last ban from LGD as well. So if they do want that,
they can also run Breaker as an offlaner.
It's true.
They could also run Bounty, which is something CDEC has still drafted even after it's fallen out of favor. They have played as an offlaner in the past.
Even LGD has played Bounty.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. They actually played it 2 days ago. There's a Shaker. Woo! Nice. I like this hero.
Did you just applaud yourself?
No, I didn't applaud. I did, you know.
Okay.
Yes.
He doesn't clap like you do, Jacob.
Jacob, that's just you.
Okay, so I feel like neither of these lineups particularly counter each other yet. Which seems peculiar to me, because a lot of the other drafts, the teams completely draft around having good cores against good cores and supports that counter the cores, but thus far, like CDC still hasn't really revealed that much with the Earthshaker pick.
This is really just CDC's cookie cutter lineup that sort of works well against everything. You know, it's a Spirit Breaker. It's probably gonna be pretty good against everything. An Earthshaker leaves everything open, and Queen of Pain as well. As long as there's no hard silences and disables on the enemy lineup, Queen of Pain is just always a great hero to have.
Well, they have one now with Wind Ranger. Kind of reminds me of the lineup that was picked versus EG just a moment ago.
I'm just thinking about classic CDC heroes for aggressive.
You have to start worrying about the lack of disable on LGD's side of things.
Look at Lina.
Remaining.
They could get a Lina and then they play Lina Quap as their 2 cores. I think that's questionable. I'm thinking Phantom Lancer. It's not that great though, but like Jacob pointed out, there's not that much disable, so he can maybe be very evasive in the fights and just farm up.
Wouldn't they Anti-Mage instead?
Does Aggressive play that? I think it's a better pick. I just don't think CDC play an Anti-Mage. Do they? Which is very unusual. Like if you look historically at Dota 2, Anti-Mage has been a Chinese staple for like almost every single team. Always been okay,
Okay, so there's the Visage that they picked a lot in the group stage, got tons of kills with it. It's not amazing at zoning Darkseer is one downside, so no hard disable. If he surges, he gets away. But in the early to mid game, he'll be pretty darn strong. You know, you can nuke through Winter Wyvern, Cold Embrace, you can target down Gyrocopter. He won't be able to solo kill Wind Ranger, but those other heroes might have to be a little bit worried about an overleveled Visage, so the draft's coming together decently.
Do you think it's an offlane Shaker or Breaker?
I think it's a Shaker.
Okay.
ROTK did have some Earthshaker offlane games previously played, at least in this group stage.
But it's the other team that has it.
You're completely right.
I'm mainly thinking about which one they think is most valuable for winning mid and safe lane, because I think the Breaker is better for winning the mid against the Wind Ranger in a lot of situations, but the Shaker is better at shutting down Darkseer. Like you pointed out, Visage doesn't keep him away that well, but a good Fissure ruins Darkseer's escape on the safe lane or in the off lane.
That's a good point.
10 seconds remaining.
There's value for both. I guess if Earthshaker's roaming, I mean, either way, the other support can come, right? Like, you could have an Earthshaker roam to mid and do a Fissure, and Spirit Breaker could charge from the safe lane, or you could have Spirit Breaker charge from the off lane, and Earthshaker rotate over. I think either way, you're still fine for the mid rotations. It just comes down to the laning, so I guess it would make more sense to put, like you said, Earthshaker as a support to zone to help threaten the Darkseer, basically. With Earthshaker and 1, I think it'd be a lot safer versus Darkseer as well, because SB had to have to get a melee range to do anything.
Breaker also has a very easy time getting away from Gyro Wyvern. You can always just charge when they engage on him. Shaker doesn't have the same luxury.
That's a good point.
But the secondary support pick could stop that, of course.
Garda is the Visage player, right? Or is that Q?
I think they both play it. Mainly Q, the way I remember it. But if they have a Shaker, I think it's mainly Q on that one. Curious to see what they do there. I think Rubik is actually pretty good for LGD. Some good steals here. Good against the Breaker offlane, good against Shaker offlane.
Yeah, I like it.
It leaves them a little bit susceptible in the early game, though. I think Wyvern Rubik is kind of greedy, or not greedy, but just weak very early. But come mid-game, it's going to be a great pick for LGD, so they can go for it.
Rob Sunderin. Can we get a clap out of Mel? Thank you. Now I know what he's feeling.
All clap, too.
Wow, double, and the crowd.
Woohoo!
I was like, oh, that was like a...
That's almost as good as your Invoker call on day one.
That was a shot in the dark and it made me look smart.
Last pick Invoker made you look very smart.
I'm going to own up to that one.
Where are we going last pick then?
5 seconds remaining.
Need a hard carry, so Anti-Mage is less good now that Rubik has a stun and he can still blink. So do we go back to the PL?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me by now that Trolls would have that on lockdown as well.
Oh,
we get another clap.
2 out of 2 for Cinder and Rubik and Phantom Lancerin. Thank you very much, chaps. We'll head over to our commentary team for Game 1 of LGD versus CDEC.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm live here with Merlini, getting ready to cast LGD versus CDEC. Best of 3 action, quarterfinal action here in the winner's bracket, Ben. In a lot of ways, this is kind of like big brother versus little brother. CDEC, they used to be kind of the farm team for LGD. The Student became the master at TI5, and these teams have only played once in 6.85 as far as recorded games go. It was a BO1 at Nanyang, and LGD did get destroyed, but very little tape on them.
The farm team.
Not any
That's an
longer.
aggressive way to putting it. It's more like an academy.
Academy team. Well, there's so many of them now in China. You've got VG Gaming Potential, you've got Newbie Youth, you've got CDEC Youth. They've got a lot of these up-and-coming talented players who aren't very well known, but they're starting to make a name for themselves here. One of them, at least, Newbie Young, had a pretty good showing in the early moments of the group stage. So with that, we get underway. It is game number 1 of a best-of-3 winner. Will be able to move into the semifinals of the winner bracket. So looking at the draft, Ben, we had a lot of self-congratulations on the panel, but they didn't really assess the drafts. Do you think either team is a better one here?
I like LGD's a little bit more. They don't really have that much synergy with the Visage. They haven't had a lot of success with it, but a lot of the times we've seen Visage own is when they have amplified damage, just buffing up the damage of the birds. And Phantom Lancer is generally a little bit too slow for this particular style. After the recent nerfs, he just hasn't been as strong.
It does speak to something that was brought up on the panel, which is that CDEC, a bit of a limited hero pool in terms of they just don't want to pick other stuff. And you look at the win rate for Phantom Lancer since the nerfs, he's got like a 30-something% win rate, but it is an aggressive comfort hero, and they're going to stick with what's worked for them in the past. So with that, the teams will take a moment here. It looks like RTK needs to sort out his settings. So we'll see LGD getting aggressive. 5 heroes early on moving into this Radiant jungle. Pretty damn scary level 1 with the Darkseer, the Gyrocopter. A lot of damage from those two, and they are the frontliners for now.
Yeah, I think that LGD's lineup just has good solutions for everything that CDEC has. They have the Rubik to stop the Spirit Breaker's early game roaming and to cancel his charges later in the game. They have the team fight and the AoE to deal with a Phantom Lancer in the late game. And I would prefer LGD's late game heroes as well with their Wind Ranger and the Gyrocopter. So all in all, I think LGD's just has more strengths on their side.
And I guess that's where if you're CDEC, you're counting on your execution, because that's how this team has had such good results. It's not necessarily outdrafting their opponents, but just picking lineups that are comfortable for them, and so they can bring their A+ game instead of, maybe a B+ performance. So looks like the players are getting settled here, hopefully getting back underway in a moment. Looks like LGD early on, they do want to try and contest this Radiant jungle. Is this just to slow down the Visage and prevent his early levels?
Of course. And they have to secure the lane for the Darkseer. They're pretty confident that they can actually zone out the Earthshaker pretty early on. Earthshaker's generally just, fissure, chill back, so there's not that much you can do about that. So instead they look to make sure they have ROTK off to a good start. He's been very hit or miss this tournament. I've seen some amazing hook shots and some ones that haven't connected as much.
I think you've just described RTK's life story. He's always hit or miss. He has the amazing plays, but then he has those games where he gets a little bit over-aggressive, gives up a bunch of kills.
Yeah, but there are players that are stabilized too, right? Like G from Virtus.pro, for example. I think he used to sometimes have games that he dies a lot, but not really so much anymore. Sumail too used to die a lot more, and he stabilized so much. ROTK, I think, is one of the few players that still goes for the very high-risk plays.
Yeah, and that's where something I brought up on the panel during the group stages. I feel like he's the key to the team, not only because he's the leader, but because he's the one that has those very kind of pendulum swinging performances. One game carries the team, one game can even cost them the big team.
Sometimes they don't even need him. In that series versus Cloud9, they didn't.
I mean,
really
this draft definitely counts on the Darkseer, though. Like, you look at the combinations that they're looking for, that vacuum into a call down, into Winter's Curse. Yeah, you could hit a shackle shot, but you really want that big Darkseer performance to kind of glue it all together.
His Darkseer was so good at TI when he was on eHome.
Yeah, it really was. He felt so comfortable on that team. I will say he hasn't really seemed as comfortable in LGD, and not sure where that comes from, if it's just getting used to some of the new faces. He mentioned he wanted to reunite with old teammates, like, of course, DDC, MMY coming to mind, but...
Well, we never know the intricacies of a team, right? It could be ROTK plus, like, he might have to just do all the shot calling inside the entire game instead of maybe having some more assistance on eHome.
And you can tell just from his volume alone, his leadership style is totally different from Xiaowei's. The guy is very animated, very passionate. Xiaowei, you don't hear that kind of just yelling and intensity. Not to say that he's not taking his job seriously, but he definitely brings a more calm approach to the team dynamic. Oh, the teams look very calm now. Just relaxing, waiting for the game to get underway. Who do you favor in the series?
It's pretty tight. I would say LGD just because they've shown a little bit more versatility, as some of the panelists said. CDEC, they generally played the same heroes, and Phantom Lancer 2 is one that most teams wouldn't turn to in this particular game.
Relax, buddy. He's having a little mouth spasm there. I'll get myself on the record to say it. I think CDEC take this, maybe not this game, but I still think they come and take this.
CDEC's execution in teamfight is just way better than what I've seen from LGD, though.
Yeah, it's surprising, too, because you look at these LGD players, all of them individually have had incredible teamfight moments, but just as a group, it's not quite there. Maybe they're missing Xiao 8.
Everyone misses Xiao 8.
Those are big shoes to fill.
Come back to newbie. Come back to LGD.
Well, he's lining his pockets off of that, I suppose. Whenever the guy gets re-signed, which seems to be every 6 months, he's got a fancy new contract. Speaking of fancy new contracts, apparently they lead to very nice shoes. ROTK, it looks like he's taking a page out of his old teammate's Burnings book. You know, they like the swag sneakers.
I haven't seen them.
No?
You'll have to show me a picture. Tweet it out. For all the world.
From what I've been told, a lot of the clothing that Burning owns is very premier, you might say. $500 sneakers, a couple $100 pairs of pants.
And even his backpack's like...
He's very well dressed. And he's not like, wearing a suit or anything, but he's swagged out, that's for sure. RTK is just trying to get with the Burning hype. Player we'll see tomorrow. Early days here at Frankfurt, obviously EG walking away with a somewhat expected result, though Vega did come in looking very strong in the opening moments of the series. Game 3, they kind of fell apart, but does this EG feel like they have what it takes to go all the way? Are you seeing more vulnerabilities compared to the previous iteration?
I mean, it was similar to TI, where they did decently during the group stage, but I think the later rounds of the main tournament is where you actually see EG strength. So I still think it's too early to tell, even though it's day 3.
And that always has been their strength, is their ability to adapt more than anything else. It'd be nice for them to just get a clean win for once, but they've had to scrap and claw.
They're actually pretty innovative
so
this tournament, though. They're way more innovative than they were previously.
I agree. I feel like they're showing more diversity and picks, and maybe that's something that having Arteezy back brings to the table that they didn't feel as comfortable before. Looks like the team's still getting settled here.
Or maybe they were just forced to because Sumail's go-to heroes were nerfed.
That's true. And AUI's staple heroes were just so damn strong at that tournament, the way that EG used them. So.
Will we see any techies this tournament? Any Pudges, any Centaurs?
I'll take that bet if you want to make it.
I mean, there's maybe 20 heroes?
What kind of odds would I have to give you, Ben?
For techies?
For techies. I think there's absolutely no chance that there's a techies pick.
1 to 40, maybe?
40 to 1? What's the point? What do I get? Like a scrap of bread or something? Meanwhile, you're walking away with half the grocery store? That doesn't sound very fair.
Those are the odds, man.
Okay, I'll take it. Sure, why not? 40 to 1 odds. We have you on record. Any other bets you want to make while we're waiting for the
How do you like that gyrocopter set that was just focused on?
Yar, matey. Is this a new one? This is the...
It looks ridiculous. He's an admiral and a sky captain in one.
I'm actually liking it a lot.
He's like swagged out.
It needs its own voice pack though, and you need like the Kunkka-esque version. Is there an all pirate team possible in Dota 2?
I mean, we could just make Kunkka
pirate
viable.
Just 5 Kunkkas. They're all constantly Xing each other. You've got like a chain of Kunkkas down the map. That would be fun. Where is Kunkka, by the way? The boat's so good. 400 damage at level 1. It's like 4 spells in one. You have the damage reduction, the massive AoE stun.
But then you have a Kunkka. He's better when there's a Shadow Demon that's been pretty popular. He's kind of hard to combo now.
But then you have a Shadow Demon.
Most people like the big team fight combos as opposed to the lane winning combos. So I think that's also part of it.
I mean, everyone's picking Darkseer, right? Like, in theory, Kunkka, he loves being with Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to hit.
Yeah.
That requires really good timing.
You need, like, that fissure follow-up or something if you really want the boat to connect.
Maybe if you could still vacuum people during song.
Well, you buff Kunkka, that's one way to bring Sing Sing back into the meta.
Let's make it 500 damage in 5 seconds. Why not?
I feel like the damage is not the issue, though, right? Give it 1,000 damage. Well, then he'd probably...
I mean, it does so much more than that, though. You have damage, you have move speed,
you have the damage reduction, stun, sadness, tears for the enemy team.
Super low cooldown.
Get to pour rum all over them.
Light them on fire.
If only it like synergized with Batride or something, then they're like easier to ignite and take more damage. What is going on with Earthshaker there, man? He's got like a little bit of a lockjaw going on. So Q is going to be on a signature Visage. This is, to me, I became really impressed with TI when I started to see Q's versatility. So in the group stage, he played like all kind of the standard supports, but then they mixed in a silencer, a visage, and this was when nobody was really picking those heroes. And I don't think he missed a global that entire tournament. Then I cast him after TI and I brought it up and he promptly whiffed a global. But he's shown a great versatility for a fairly unknown support prior to that event.
So word is we have problems with the headsets and they are still sorting it out.
Okay, good to know. The players are anxious to get underway, I'm sure. This is a big match for both. Winner of this will move in, and I believe at that point they're guaranteed top 12. Is that correct?
No, they're already secured top 12.
Oh, sorry, it would be top 8 at that point. So it's a pretty big match. Then you really start to get into the money.
This is close to the Earthshaker log that I so despise. Probably my #1 hated cosmetic.
Do you have like a published list of your...
No, it's just... Well, first is
What
the,
is going on?
First is the Earthshaker log.
Look, this is what happens when you have the log, Ben. You just start to lose your mind.
No, that's not actually the log. It's close to the log.
Okay, well,
the log actually has like a leaf coming out
even
of it, so you know it's a
approaching
log.
log status, he just starts to like freak out and twitch everywhere. I hate this thing.
And then the second is the Sven pantaloons that make him look like a jester. Have you seen those? It was like one of the first
pantaloons?
cosmetics. Yeah.
Yeah, they're okay.
They look like clown pantaloons.
It's really
He's not a clown.
It's I can live with it. I mean, Gyrocopter's not a sky pirate, but it still looks cool.
Yeah. What about what cosmetics don't you like?
I hate. Oh shit, he might hear me. I hate the Casper Nick set. It's terrible. I don't think he heard me.
He looked over.
Yeah.
Really?
That's the one set
I like
that
that set.
that I've always. I love Casper. He's a great guy. I can't stand.
Isn't that the one that you can change to like 4 different colors?
Yeah, but it's hideous. 4 different variations of hideous still add up to hideous.
Someone was mentioning how the trophy is like tiny, and they're gonna. Jacob thought it was a hat, or was it Kevin? Kevin thought it was a hat.
It's very portable, though.
It
I wonder if they get to take it.
I mean, it's like it's supposed to be like a.
What's the deal with the Aegis? They get to like take it for the year, or do they just get to take pictures with it?
Ask EG?
I know EG had a replica made of it for past TIs, but I'm not sure what the deal is nowadays. So we'll see. Courier trying to be stealthy here.
Slither its way up the steps.
I swear, I'm not here.
Are you a Venoling or a Huntling guy? Kind of guy. The Huntling's the bounty hunter.
Definitely Huntling.
Definitely Huntling. I don't know. This is
Mainly
kinda
because I
cute.
have a golden Huntling.
Oh.
So.
Biased.
Yeah. Those things were worth a lot when they first came out, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But they have too much sentimental value.
Ooh,
Ben.
look at that
Can't part
courier.
with them.
Who needs cosmetics?
You know, there was a very angry Reddit thread about the fact that PPD is not using
throw
an alternate courier. He's using the basic donkey, and that is just unacceptable. How can you win TI and use the regular courier?
Maybe it's like more gray and it blends in with the terrain. Remember in Dota 1 when people would select dark green because it faded in with the minimap?
Even the Dota heroes are starting to just fiend a little bit. They're like, we just want to play. I can't take it anymore. Get me in the game.
It's cool how it has their cosmetics, though.
Yeah, that's something that they added back at TI that I really enjoy. Is we see some lovely fans in the audience, guys. Thank you all for coming out on day 1. Looking beautiful. See, we clap for other people, unlike the panel. They just clap for themselves. Smug bunch that they are.
You're going to be up there soon.
I've never seen so much self-congratulation in my life. Every pick, it's like, oh, great job, guys. We're the best panel ever. We're the A team. You know, Red Eye actually tweeted that earlier. Isn't that disgusting, Ben?
That was when I was on there.
He
so
lumped you on
I
the A
can't-
team.
I can't agree.
Do you agree with that assessment? Was that the A team?
No comment.
Only because you're casting with me now.
I can
You're
clap.
a chameleon, you know. You'll clap for whichever group you're in, then you'll sneak along to the next. Like, yeah, guys, now we're the A team. Maybe you're the A team, Ben.
Okay. I can't clap for that.
Okay. See, you're different then. Yeah. Still waiting for the headset issues to get resolved here, guys. Thank you very much for your patience. You know, I want to see CDEG bring that Drow Ranger back. It's something VP have run. They've been very successful in the right games. It used to be one of Aggressive's most played heroes before the qualifiers. Do you think there's going to be a game where they can work it in there, mix it up a little bit?
I don't think any team aside from VP really like drafting Drow Ranger, and even then it's still very risky. Like teams just don't feel comfortable past 25 minutes with that sort of position 1.
And there's so many good gap closers right now. Like Tusk is amazing. We see quite a bit of Clockwork. Whether or not he's always the best pick, I guess up for debate. Spirit Breaker, Night Stalker as well. So, all right, we're gonna go back to Paul. They've had enough of us.
Well, we've never had enough of you, LD. We love hearing from you, but we thought we'd give you a little bit of a break while the issue gets fixed, and we're back on the panel. What did you have for lunch?
I don't know what that was, actually.
It was nice, though.
He's the wrong person to ask. The person that really should be asking is over there.
I had some food.
Did you? Yeah. Because I heard earlier that you may have wanted some food.
I made it very clear. I was looking for some food.
Yes, hot mics are not good. Anyway, gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about this game before it does kick on. We don't often have a chance for you to all summarise the draft because it has to change over very quickly, obviously, to the game. Now you have an opportunity to actually discuss the pros and strengths of the two drafts.
Well, first thing to point out is that PL, a hero of TI5, is not really the same hero that he was before. He got some nerfs, an agility gain nerf, which means that he does less damage as the game scales on than he used to. And also, it takes longer to cast your second spell. It wasn't a big increase, but it was enough where you couldn't just dodge any spell you wanted to, no matter your reaction time. So the hero is still good situationally. We've seen some really good PL wins during the group stage, but I feel like it's not as strong, so that may still be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I think the first time we've seen it across the whole tournament.
No, it's been picked once or
twice. It may have been one of the off games that we didn't cover on the
Kind of like the anti-mage. If you see there's no counters, in which case the counter to PL is usually AoE, then he's a great pick. And in this game, there's some AoE, so I'm not really sure if he's going to work. What do you guys think?
Gyro versus PL. I mean, one of the classic carry counter picks is Gyro. The other is Ember. I think those are the two most favorite ones. And the Gyrocopter versus PL matchup is interesting in the sense that Flak Cannon is obviously great, but when Flak Cannon is down, Gyro is horrible against him. Then Rocket Barrage does nothing because you have multiple illusions around you. Call down is very easy for him to dodge with just Doppelganger. So I'd say I don't think LGD have enough counters in their arsenal that they can just take this super late. They probably need to hit a sweet spot where they win the game between maybe 40 to 50 minutes.
Okay, it's quite late. Okay, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I'm with the two gentlemen on this. I think the Lancer, again, trails back to CDC always picking what is within their comfort zone. Anti-Mage seems to be the clear-cut option here, like by far the best carry pick that they could have hoped for. The only real thing they had against it was a Rubik. And they still opt for the Phantom Lancer just because Aggressive hasn't played any games of Anti-Mage.
All right, sounds like we're ready to go back, so let's rejoin your commentary team now. D, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. We're back, we're live. It's LGD versus CDEC, game 1 in the best of 3. The teams back off, and in the Radiant jungle, there have been some wards planted down, an Observer as well as a Sentry, all to deny this early pole camp action. And it looks like the first Sentry planted by Q is going to be a whiff Ben. So Visage may be struggling for his levels.
Where'd he give his other one to?
What's that?
Where's his other Sentry?
Let's see. I'm not actually seeing it right now.
It
might have been dewarded.
Wow, that's not actually good for Visage at all, especially with them having 2 heroes down here in the early game. They really want to make sure that ROTK...
Oh, you know what? I think it might have been on the Courier, because Garter's got one now.
Okay.
So he is going to initiate here, charging towards the bottom lane. Seems like they really want to stop RTK from getting that quick level 2. Coming in hot and heavy. ROTK.
He's already skilled Arctic.
No surge yet. DDC doesn't have the easy save here. They have a Mango for an extra lance if they really want to commit for this. They don't even need it. There's the Soul Assumption, and CDEC get on the board. Nice and early. 1-0 the score. Great movement there, and well, this is what you want to do against the Darkseer. Don't let him get that easy level 2.
It might have been better to hold the skill point out on the Winter Wyvern. I think Cold Embrace, he has like a chance of living, maybe even Splinter Shards, but Arctic Burn it's very difficult to stop the charge coming out from the Spirit Breaker, and ROTK is going to continue to struggle. But luckily, they aren't allowed to pull in that lane, so let's say he goes off to the jungle, they can't come out hugely ahead in the economic gain.
So looking at some of our other matchups, we may see a true 1v1 here early on, with Shiki playing the Queen of Pain, as mentioned by the panel. Definitely one of his most comfortable heroes, maybe on that very high-octane playmaking mid, the Wind Ranger. Early on, pretty even start here as both players just focused on the harass and those early last hits. I do want to point out up in the Dire jungle that LGD have also missed on a D-ward of their own. So there's great vision here right now for Xi on the Shaker. It is also going to scout Momoya's rotation over towards mid, as we see DDC off in the woods. Looks like he wants to do a bit of stacking definitely something LGD can take advantage of. They've got very good jungle clear ability.
So let's see if they're able to deward that Dire Ward. I think it's really gonna hurt them unless they get lots of kills on ROTK.
Well, he is still level 1 though, so not easy for him to get away from a potential gank.
As long as he keeps all 3 of them down here, though, that's pretty good because they can't stack and pull for the Queen of Pain. And on top of that, both LGD supports are stacking for the Darks here, so he can catch back up. Looks like ROTK's already headed back there.
Yeah, he's headed off for this bottom lane. Feels like he's done his job, and they will at long last find the first ward, but that's only the Sentry, which was expiring soon. Still the Observer, not scouted. They'll probably recognize this in relatively short order. In fact, gonna resort to farming the medium camp as Gyrocopter just free farming away in the top lane. Already 14 and 12. Your Phantom Lancer struggling a bit more aggressive, having the last hit under tower to the Ion Shell at times. Only 10 and 8, but still having an okay go of it. And, well, over to the mid lane where maybe, as we often see, Ben, is able to get the early advantage.
Yep, he has his bottle way earlier than Shiki. Shiki's actually kind of low, but they don't really have the
trying to bait here. They've got the charge coming in, rotation from behind. XZ wants to help him out. Shiki, he gets a lot more help than a lot of other mids, and this might be enough. No, they don't get a bash, and now XZ's in danger. Shackle coming through, won't actually latch, but they look for pursuit. They've got bottle charges available here. Maybe not quite enough, it seems. Even MMY rotating 6 heroes into that mid lane in the end, but no kills.
Wow, Shiki was really close to dying right there. If he even got hit by like a non-charged power shot, he would have died.
Oh, I bet he'd like an upgraded courier. 3.5 minutes in, it's still in pedestrian mode. These supports are not wanting to purchase one just yet.
And Tyler really has evolved his play, and I think all the Chinese carries saw CDC and their success, and they're like, okay, we got to play like aggressive. This, you know, just AFK farming for 20, 25 minutes just does not stand anymore.
It wasn't even just the Chinese teams. To add to your point, It was a lot of the Western teams really started to adopt that style as well.
Yeah, so no like super early HOD and stacking. It's all about the Sage, so you survive, so you can fight more, sometimes even the drums.
Yeah, I mean, once in a while you'd see him get like BOTs on PL, but that was only if he was already having a really good time of it, and he'd still come to fights. And if not, then often we'd see that treads into Aquila, the drums even, for that extra bit of survivability in the early engagements.
It might be hard for him to keep up with Aggressive's farm, though, because Aggressive is shaping up to be maybe an early BOT rush. ROTK still kind of struggling to get leveled in this bottom lane, and if he commits for fighting items and C-Deck is able to, you know, just kind of dodge with the Phantom Lancer and have him BOT in a fight and not die, then Aggressive will be way ahead of this Gyrocopter.
Man, the impact of these early wards, Ben, there's been very little successful jungling from C-Deck. They managed to farm this camp a couple of times, and at the same time, LGD, they've tried to make a couple of moves top lane onto the Earthshaker, but also foiled by the ward. Those wards have played a huge role here in the laning stage.
Yeah, they missed with the second sentry on Q. So no pull for Visage. That's, you know, you want your Visage to be 6 as soon as possible. And it's just going to be, you know, post 10 minutes this game.
Looking to make the jump on maybe, perhaps. They do bring the Spirit Breaker towards that mid lane. He's posted up fairly far, but they're going to need the +1. XC rotating in. Looks like he just poked his head out into dire Observer ward range.
It's really risky. If Rubik's there and there is like a small blind spot to the north of maybe, which is exactly where the supports are, and he gets lifted into the right side, he is just dead.
Well, they are going to go for the charge, but it's not the way you might think. They're going bottom, and ROTK has no vision of this. No teleport scroll either, so he's not going to have an easy way out. He does have the surge available, but the charge continues. How far do they want to go? They're going to commit for it. Looking for that bash. They get it. Still not enough. Aggressive looks for the lance, but he gets fogged. He can't finish the kill. The TP got canceled. I think they were just expecting he was already dead, but in fact, RTK, living that charmed life, will back off, salve up, and ship shape once more.
It was a nice maneuver by ROTK. He sidestepped a little bit to the right, so Aggressive got fogged.
And a lot of jungle stacking here for both teams now, Ben. Seems like it's going to be a very economy-focused mid-game as we hit that 6-minute mark. Nobody really looking for those aggressive early ganks, at least not yet. Gyro has hit level 6. The Darkseer about to get his level 3 Ion Shell, and over for C-Deck, Shiki. Still need a level 2 Scream. He actually opted for the second point in Shadow Strike. We saw earlier Sumail just taking the 1 point, focusing more on his ability to fight those larger scale engagements, clear the stacks, but Shiki wanted the lane dominance. Unfortunately, has not gotten it. Still a bit behind in terms of CS.
ROTK is doing a very good job of keeping the Visage occupied though, but finally the Observer Ward has despawned and maybe they'll be able to start pulling come 7 minutes, and Q still desperately hurting for experience with just 1 kill on ROTK. But here we see a smoke maneuver.
I think CDEC are feeling like they're not getting enough out of this laning stage. They want to break it down now. Almost level 7 here, Cheeky making the move on the top lane. This is a very dangerous dive. If Sylar sees it coming, he's going to back off. There's the chart, the fissure as well, but they don't have to follow up, and Carter is the sacrifice on the altar of Sylar, and they might, oh, Cheeky, lucky that he didn't get caught by that shackle. He will survive. Did not work out the way they had planned.
The Fissure placed him on, he wanted to block him off to the left so that Queen of Pain can scream and Sonic Wave and right click with the DD and then blink out because of the TPs, but Shiki saw that the Fissure was on the wrong side and he had to blink across the Fissure in order to connect with that kill, which would leave him vulnerable to the TPs. So
and quite likely he just dies as well when the cooldown gets dropped there, so I think the right play to back off.
I'm surprised they had vision of him to charge. He was kind of hugging the tree line, and with that ward out in mid from maybe, it's very obvious as to when Queen of Pain is going to be leaving the lane.
Yeah, I think that mid ward is probably what did them in. Not even necessarily seeing the charge, but just knowing that Queen of Pain's been off the lane for a while. They are going to find an opening here, though. Maybe he's trapped on the side of the Fissure. He does manage to win run back. DDC dropping fairly low. There's the charge. Shackle not going to connect, and now they jump on to maybe Quaffle over the top. Maybe will go down. So they look for more. They turn with the call down though. Sylar has arrived, a complete airball from the carry player here of LGD. The Fissure comes in, trapping Sylar on the wrong side of it. The team can't back him up too easily. Almost gets bashed over, and in fact, Shiki jumps in. The rocket barrage and barely survives. 30 HP, and away he goes. What a miraculous fight. CDEC just so good in these early skirmishes. Well, they were not even slightly disgruntled by that first kill top. They just go right back to the well. And this time, it's a big win.
Oh, excellent play by Xe right there. That was the perfectly placed Fissure right there to split Gyro off from the rest of his team. I'm a little surprised he didn't take the rune. Maybe actually was able to snag up the bounty, but at the end of the day, that pulled LGD into a poor position.
So Q now is going to grab his energy booster. Looks like he does already have the arcane boots completed. This will definitely be of use for Xe, who's not gotten a whole lot of farm there on the Earthshaker. Shiki also will take a bit of a benefit. Curious to see what the build will be for the Visage this game. Oftentimes Q doesn't really go for that early Ags. He does quite often favor like either a Solar Crest or even sometimes getting the mech for the team. So maybe the way he goes this time as well.
I think Medallion's pretty good because they don't have a good counter to Winter's Curse, and you really want that target to be able to survive.
This charge top. Carter actually canceled it, but the cooldown had already been used. Could have been an opportunity to go for the kill there on the Rubik. As Aggressive will engage on RTK bottom, but tanks the Lance, surges away. So both teams feinting back and forth, but still nobody really contesting the actual jungles where the stacking has been going on nonstop. They did manage to clear out one of the big stacks in the LGD woods as well as the medium camp.
Well, they need a charge to start off the fights, and they don't have any vision into the jungle. So with that, they actually don't know where Winter Wyvern is ever because he's generally just stacking and checking runes. And there's usually at least 2 missing.
In trouble here. Shackle will interrupt the charge. There's no Nether Strike yet, but they still want to die for this. This is a pretty hefty commitment, especially with no Sonic Wave. And after baiting out the rotation, CDEC at the perfect moment. Just back off and we'll retreat. So forcing out the 4-hero rotation. And all the while, Aggressive still farming bottom. Pretty good map control here in terms of the way CDEC are moving. Treads are the choice for Aggressive though, so maybe he was considering the BOTs, but he goes for the combat build, definitely as tanky as possible and looking to be a little more durable in these fights.
Yeah, CDEC are really looking for opportunities to kill, but just with the supports constantly floating in the dire jungle, it's really hard for them. I'd like to see them get an aggressive Observer Ward down next to the Roshan Pit and try and gank ROTK and then take that tower out and see how many supports are out there. But instead, I mean, they don't really have the best heroes to take out stacks.
I think they're waiting for the level 6 on Q. It's been pretty slow coming thanks to the camp being blocked and all the failed D-wards that you pointed out, but he's about to get it. And with the familiars, then they can take the tower more easily.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's a good time, but they'll be level 6 pretty soon on Rubik and Winter Wyvern as well.
And that's the scary thing, is LGD are so good at defending once they get their levels up. And already RTK, he's managed to hit level 7, despite hardly entering the lane. Maybe he's got the max power shot. DDC the level 2, soon level 3 Splinter Blast, and they've got cooldown. So
yeah, they're really good at defending in the traditional sense, though, with Power Shot coming out and Winter Wyvern Splinter Shards to clear out the creep wave. But what CDEC are banking on is a really chaotic fight. Is like Visage Familiars coming around from behind, Charge coming around from one direction, and they just swoop in with a Fissure to split off the team, and that's the fight that they're looking for. So they shouldn't be pushing in the traditional, hey, let's group up as 5 with a mech, and they want to take them by storm and just catch them out when they're 2, and by the time they TP in, they're already dead because there's people coming in from all sides.
Well, the second they get level 6 on Q, away they go. Literally just clipped it with only 25 experience to spare, and now the whole squad moves top. Shiki is scouted here, but do they fully know what's coming Sylar's way? The charge goes in. Fissure not going to be on the mark, but they still get off at least that initial stun from Garden. The cooldowns drop, and CDEC say, just kidding, we want to get the hell out, but there's the Shackle. It's on to 2. The quad pull coming through from the side from Shiki. Not enough damage to get the kill just yet. RTK with the mech, able to turn that one around, combined with the cooldown, and if they'd hit that Fissure, it could have been a different story.
MNY's been in a really good position and really good at anticipating where the Rubik's or where the Spirit Breaker's gonna be. He was able to stop that charge, and a lot of damage coming out, a lot of ultimates coming out, and that's even without the Winter's Curse. I think if Winter's Curse comes out there, a hero gets shackled right after that, and that's 3 heroes dead for CDEC. So they have to be extremely careful. They're kind of charging without vision. They don't have vision behind this tower and into the dire jungle.
I feel like it just comes back to the slow leveling on the Visage. I feel they wanted to make that play at like 10 minutes, not 12 to 13. But unfortunately, the timing wasn't quite right now. As we'll see a charge towards bottom from Garter. Sylar he would have to engage into, though. That is not an easy target to take down, and instead they're going to opt to fall back to a farming kind of holding pattern here. But how do you feel the teams are going to match up if this is just a static game? Do you think CDEC can hold their own against LGD?
I think LGD's team fight is much, much stronger, and without aggressive going for a super greedy build, I think that LGD should pull ahead in the mid game if they keep executing like they do.
Here comes the smoke. LGD heading towards bottom. They want to get a deep ward out. The ping was used just now as they swing towards the Radiant safe lane, planting the ward in the jungle. Carter just trying to get that level 6. He's also close, but feeling a bit underleveled there on the Spirit Breaker.
Both teams just trying to look for a smoke gank into 1 or 2 kills into a tower, but neither team really giving any quarter in that regard, and kind of reading the game right. Mid lane is just people going to be farming. There's good wave clear on both sides, so that's not really the lane that they're looking for. They want to take over control of the jungle so they can come out ahead in economy, because both teams' late game potency is relatively even at this point.
LGD, they feel like they have the strength to just bull rush a tower. So they're going to reveal 4 heroes here bottom. And while that's going on, DDC, Fissure was thrown out towards the creep wave, but he's going to TP away. So nobody getting caught. In the meantime, CDEC are working on that mid tower, but their push isn't all that fast without the familiars in position. And so the tower bottom will fall. Glyphs get expended. Blink now up on the Wind Ranger. LGD going for those early combat items, and it's the Radiant's turn to get their own aggressive ward up.
They've already used and chopped down this entire jungle though, like 5 times over with the amount of stacks that they've already cleared out. So
it feels like they got their money's worth already.
It's a little late for when you want the Observer Ward, but as you said, they really didn't have the opportunity to earlier. Maybe just lacking the firepower without the Visage Familiars. And LGD going for a big play here.
The Pirate Gyro trailing after maybe. Now has the blink for the big playmaking initiation.
And the mech on ROTK.
Yeah, had that for some time actually. Had it in the top tower fight, and again, it could come into huge opportunity if they get the good team fight they're looking for. Also, Vacuum's still only level 1 here, so that is the one thing they're lacking for the reliable team fight, and perhaps that's why they were waiting for the maybe blink. They might find their jump here momentarily. XZ just out of vision. Instead, they'll reveal Sylar, but you see the Gyro running by the tower like this, and you just know he is not alone.
Still, CDEC actually didn't get that much out of that entire last couple of minutes. They lost their bottom tower. They probably could have committed to the T1 tower had they known LGD's position, but they didn't decide to bait out the TPs, and instead it looks like LGD will actually get the tower because of CDEC's hesitancy.
They try to stall here with the familiars as well as the Fissure, but it's not going to be enough as the tower gets pounded and quickly brought down, as well as both of the familiars, it looks like.
If it continues at this rate, LGD are just going to take control of the Dire jungle and do their Ancients and the Dire or do Ancients and Roshan at their will. So it's not really shaping up to be that good for CDC at all.
They just, it seems like they just don't really feel confidence in their ability to fight, and why would you against this massive combo that LGD have? Maybe they look for the pickoff, but with the wards that LGD have, the vision, if you check it out, they see almost everything. Good ward in each lane or near each lane to prevent any sort of sneaky rotations. So now they back off to the jungle. Slow and steady will do it. And they have still yet to give up too much map control. Yeah, they lost the tower top, but hasn't stopped them from farming this lane.
See smoke on either support on both sides, and just looking for that one smoke gank to kind of open this game up for each of these teams.
Yeah, you check the smoke and they're running out. That is a limited resource, and both teams have expended a lot of it early on trying to get that critical game-changing fight. No success thus far.
But CDEC will keep pressing on for that. That's generally just how they play. It's like, okay, it's going to be even, and then they're just going to keep smoking until they take like one big team fight, and then after that, they keep the train rolling. And LGD have been doing a really good job of having sufficient numbers to strengthen and bolster where their weak spots are.
Yeah, they're just hugging each other. Very rarely are LGD off on their own, and even if they are, there's normally a tower nearby or a ward, so they know it's safe.
But they drafted and anticipated for this. It was the very first pick Spirit Breaker.
Right.
So you know what kind of game you're already set for just from that pick alone.
And going back to that draft, that's where I love the LGD grab of the Darkseer, because you have the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer, then getting towered over is a lot scarier. But they took it away. They denied the combo that CDEC do run quite a bit of. They also get RTK, I think that probably his most comfortable hero right now that actually is reliable in this meta, whereas the Clockwork they will draft a lot, but we've seen plenty of those games where Clock just doesn't really fit. But this Darkseer always brings a lot to the table.
Both teams are very hesitant of going too greedily, though. We see a smoke coming out from LGD, but maybe going for like the Blink first as opposed to a Scepter or a Maelstrom. We see Gyrocopter with SNY instead of, let's say, an HOD. Same with the Phantom Lancer going with the Treads instead of the BOTs. Like, no one wants to commit.
Queen of Pain with a BKB.
Yeah.
There's the Blink, though. They jump onto Shiki here. Winter's Curse deployed as well. There's the charge from Garter, trying to burst him down. Shiki never gets it off, and will drop off the bat now. The Blink being stolen here by the Rubik. Fissure coming through to try and slow down RTK, but there's the pursuit of 2 heroes. Shackle maybe does it again, and then the follow-up coming in as Sylar charges forward, gets off the cooldown, secures the 3rd kill. It all began with maybe, and it ends with 3 CDEC heroes hitting the deck.
That was a really nice chain stun, though. They even had some disables to keep the Wind Ranger from immediately killing the Queen of Pain, but after that they had the Lift and the Winter's Curse and then the Vacuum just for that tiny bit of disable time so that they could just burst her down before the BKB. And when you lose a big team fight like that after picking up a BKB first and committing to all these early game items, it's not shaping up well.
Well, for LGD it certainly is now. They'll take the mid tower, maybe. Well on his way to that Aghanim Scepter as the Familiars push out the bottom lane. Wave will get power shotted here, and they're also going to look to push out top with Momoya as well as DDC there. So they get the lane control back their way after pressuring down mid. And it does feel like maybe they'll look towards the Roshan relatively soon with the map control beginning to tilt their direction.
So they need to be able to eliminate these supports very early on in the fight. Like a Winter's Curse is so disruptive to the flow of the team fight for CDEC that they're just unwilling to do so. So that means they need like a charge from the Fog or ideally a Blink on the Shaker. So that's probably next what they were waiting for, but everything's just come out too slow for them, losing their jungle control from the start and delaying Visage's level 6, so the smokes came out late. Like everything just keeps on getting delayed and delayed.
And it's just not a CDEC tempo. It's very passive, reactionary. This is a team that wants to be in your face, and your side of the map, diving you at the tower, taking early objectives, playing from a lead, and more so than a lot of other teams who are comfortable in that split push game and the slower pace. That's just not the CDEC way. But they're forced into it now.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't really get enough out of the bottom lane, though. Like even aside from the pull, they weren't able to kill ROTK that one time. They have an early Aquila on the Phantom Lancer, but that T1 tower is still relatively healthy, and they're just giving up so many objectives around the map right now.
Yeah, still yet to even grab the tier 1 mid, and there is a glyph available. Recife will finally complete his Diffusal Blade, so it's a pretty big item. But LGD, the ones taking the bigger objectives. Tier 2 now down bottom lane, and that really opens up the way towards our potential Roshan. Looks like they want to clear out top first. Garter might get caught out here momentarily. Maybe he's looking for the initiation. Blinks and Shackles latches him to his own catapult. What a terrible way to go. And down, Garter will fall. So again, LGD finding the pickoffs, not really giving anything up, just clean and very surgical here.
They also just have better observer wards. They saw him farming out alone. It's like, okay, let's TP over there and get a kill. Seedek just had that observer ward in the dire jungle. It just expired, but even if they see anyone with a charge, it's not like they can realistically get over there. They don't have the mobility, and they don't have even the damage, I think, to commit to a kill. And again, look at LGD's positioning. All 5 of them huddling around very close together. Even if SC, DEC were able to eliminate a support early on in the fight, I'm not sure how effective that would be. Unless they have the Earthshaker.
They have the Diffusal Blade now and aggressive.
His Blink's out, actually.
They smoke with this. They're going to commit the Echo for Sylar, but is it really enough? They've stolen the Enchant Totem, not the ideal spell for MMY, but they managed to blow up Sylar. At the very least, still Shiki getting smacked down by aggressive, and the Earthshaker will survive, so they get the pick on the Gyrocopter.
It was nice and swift. Seedek overcommitted to the Gyrocopter, as they should have. If they Glimmer plus Cold Embrace...
Not done yet.
Oh no.
Maybe he's going back in, finds the Shackle, lays into aggressive. Splinter Blast coming through the charge to interrupt it. No, aggressive manages to doppelganger, tries to retreat out, turns to fight on maybe. Is he going to be able to find the real one? No, he's not. Aggressive in a hail of spears brings him down. And elsewhere, XE continues pursuit, trying to hunt down RTK. They also lost the Rubik. Blinking forward. Shiki's going to go for this. Looks like the Shadow Strike might be enough. Surging and juking LGD. Looking for DDC as well, who glimmers, runs away, but he got pinged. Looks like they barely saw him. Not sure, guess not. He will make it out. Still, they get 3. They almost get a 4th. And they take some of that prize momentum away from LGD.
And that was really good how they just threw everything they had at the Gyrocopter, though. There was no Cold Embrace, Glimmer Cape save, and the Winter's Curse actually came out after the Gyrocopter already had fallen.
What a very slow game as far as the kills go, Ben. Only 6-6, which makes every little kill you see so much more important. Makes a big difference here. Delaying Sylar's BKB as it looks to be, preventing maybe from getting towards that next big item. RTK did manage to put together a Blink though, and he is now level 11, about to get that level 2 wall once he hits 12, and then things may get trickier. Something also worth mentioning is obviously with a PL in the game, the Darkseer could play a huge role.
And we see LGD commit to an early gem at this point, which kind of coincides with what they've been trying to do and pick smart fights. And they realize that if they keep running around as 5, they're going to lose out in farm because of the Blink and the doppelganger from Phantom Lancers. They're not going to really be able to kill their split pushers, whereas Seedek can kill their split pushers with Spirit Breaker and the same mobility from their other 2 cores. So it's important that they are able to farm out alone, and they'll feel safe if there are no observer wards cleared out by the gem.
LGD definitely don't feel too safe now. 4 heroes clumped up mid, just hugging and playing defensively. Maybe he's going to see an opportunity to try to sneak bottom. Nope, has a second thought about it. We'll back off. But it's Seedek who are spreading the map now. So kind of a switcheroo from what happened the past 10 minutes or so. All just due to that one fight.
Yeah, the Echo was... having the Blink Echo just not giving enough time for LGD to prepare is...
And that was
really
the Blink reveal, by the way. He had not showed it before that. So. Pretty big time to get it out. And Q, kind of true to his Visage form, as I mentioned. He generally goes for more of the utility items on the Visage, less of the carry, Aghanim's, Solar Crest into AC. So he grabs the mech for now. Just looking to bolster their team fight and match RTK. But the familiars do their work. They take down the tier 1 mid at long last. Seedek have been just struggling to bring this bulwark down, but at long last it does fall. At the same moment, Sylar grabs his BKB. Do LGD feel any desire to fight on the back of this?
I mean, they can play one of 2 ways. They can just get Sylar nice and big, but they can also team fight with the Gyrocopter. Now that he has BKB, he shouldn't die if DDC is in a good position. So DDC is priority number 1. Like if you see Rubik, if you see their entire team, you just hone in on the Winter Wyvern and blow them up with like a Blink Echo and a Sonic Wave, and then after that, you can commit to the other heroes.
Especially now that he's carried the gem. That's just a double helping of goodness if Seedek can find.
Well, no one else can save him. I guess there's like a mech from Darkseer, but that's it. The counter with Cold Embrace and Glimmer and Winter's Curse is just huge. it's too much to ignore.
He's relatively easy to kill and hugely important to bring down, as they are going to find Sylar in the back of the double familiar zone. They look to blow him up, throwing out the Sonic Wave. He hangs up for now. He still can't get up that damn BKB, but finally he does. Turns and lays into Garter. Shiki trying to focus on Maybe, who got a Shacklement to bring down the Earthshaker. Sylar surviving through it. Oh, it's up to Aggressive to turn this fight around. Gets off the Purge, looking for the Lances. Can he shut down Maybe? Barely brings him down. Somehow they managed to turn the fight back a little bit, but the gem survives and DDC snakes away. So they don't lose either of their carries, Ben, whereas LGD do lose the Wind Ranger, but still a 3 for 2, numerically favoring LGD.
Sylar was also really close to dying. I think that, that was so close. They actually had that even planned out. They're like, okay, we're gonna blink in Echo and we're gonna try and fissure DDC, and DDC was like kind of like at the bottom of the cliff and didn't actually get hit by the fissure. And with that fissure stun on DDC, they would have like immediately wiped out Sylar.
Here might be a tool to deal with the Wyvern, who turned that fight around in a big way. Get the Orchid now, and there's
he needs
nothing to deal with that.
Blink, I suppose, maybe on DDC, or they just need Blink on like Darkseer so they can counter with a Blink Vacuum Wall so that they can stop the chain stun from the Earthshaker and allow Gyro to pop his BKB. But they have to stop the chain stun somehow, or have a Cold Embrace plus Glimmer Cape. But
I mean, that was just like the sickest, ideal way to start the fight, where you get the double familiar stun before the Blink Echo, so you know you can commit into it. Maybe not something they can always count on.
Yeah, but that's what CDEC are looking for now. They're looking for the Winter Wyvern, so somebody else has to step up to the plate. Somebody else has to save Sylar from these jumps, or alternatively, LGD get the jump on CDEC, but that hasn't really been happening because of their somewhat passive play style.
Well, MMY now up to 1,800 gold. Maybe you could go for a fourth staff, though generally we would see the Blink. But even a Blink could be huge here, potentially stealing that Queen of Pain ult, the Fissure.
I still think it's more on ROTK. ROTK can vacuum the Earthshaker away from the Gyrocopter, and that should buy enough time for him to pop his BKB, because
look at this.
Blink Dagger and PL. It's not bad.
So you think it's mostly on ROTK?
Yeah, I think it's mostly on ROTK to salvage the fights for LGD. Now that Winter Wyvern has proven to be the super important factor that just makes or breaks Sylar. You have to have multiple redundancies in order to save Gyro, and without a stacked Gyro, you're unlikely to win the game because Wind Ranger is simply not that great of a carry versus the Phantom Lancer.
So what do you think of the Blink Lancer? This is, I'm sure, an incredibly uncommon item on PL. I've hardly ever seen it.
I mean, he can go in and cause a lot of havoc in the fights. They can't really focus him down that well. Like, let's say he like blinks in and juxtaposes and Manta Styles on one of the supports. Like, what are they realistically going to do? Like, you can't really shackle. There's going to be 5 illusions there minimum, or 5 heroes there minimum. You could vacuum wall. That's also not really that great. Rubik Lift, single target. Gyrocopter can start flanking them down, but by that time, the horde of CDEC heroes are going to come in and destroy your heroes that don't have BKB, which is everyone aside from Gyro.
Yeah, and as we saw last fight, there's no guarantee he gets it off early.
Yeah, so CDEC are looking for other ways to start out the fight. You have Spirit Breaker kind of, but he's unreliable because he doesn't have a BKB, and there's a Rubik on the other side. Earthshaker, somewhat unreliable if you can't keep track of the Winter Wyvern, so now they're starting off with a different way. They have the Orchid on the Queen of Pain with a Blink BKB, and now the Blink Dagger on the Phantom Lancer. Also, it'll just help with him split pushing.
All right, another smoke from LGD. These teams perpetually just chewing through them as soon as they become available and looking for those jumps. Maybe find Q here, but he is only a support Visage. Love to get something bigger. Familiars stalking over where LGD are. They don't know it, but they're in a decent position to cause problems. They're going to cut the wave a little bit, killing off the range creep. CDEC backing off. Clearly sensing something is up, and now Shiki says, screw it, I'm out. Hasted and blinks away. Well, so do they try to take this Roche? Can they risk it?
Well, they are scouted out by the Observer Ward. But from their point of view, they have, Visage Familiar to scout, but also Aggressive has been very, he's been sending out his illusions constantly. Manta illusions, Juxtapose illusions, just scouting out Roshan, and of course the Visage Familiar is trying to keep track of LGD's positioning. So I don't think there's a way they can sneak it. I don't think they have a Solar Crest on their side, and really no minus armor at all. Maybe once Wind Ranger picks up her next item, they can do Roche quickly enough so that CDEC can't respond.
You know, LGD are back to 5-manning again after that failed smoke gank. CDEC also clustering up a bit, a little more spread out, but Shiki's going to join the team, and it might be their turn to go for a smoke. No, none on their inventories currently, so I guess they just want to work together down this bottom lane. Familiars once more in position. You mentioned the scouting, the illusions. The Familiars have also been all over the place, really giving them that extra bit of intel. Something LGD, they don't really have. They don't have a great scouting tool aside from, I guess, the power shot. This bottom tower might become the destination. Okay, now they smoke, and they will move. Let's see where they want to head. XC, down the ramp, around towards mid, thinking about it. Where do they want to go?
Aggressive has been doing a really good job of staying alive in the fights and making sure that he can be the one that cleans up at the very, very end. So as long as he continues to do that, and I think the Blink Dagger kind of aligns with that, then they should be perfectly okay come team fight time.
Oh, they got a big ward down for the smoke gang, potentially. Let's see, aggressive poking illusions out now. They are going to get scouted. And with those, I think the Familiars, yet also those scouted. LGD pretty much know what's up. CDEC 2 will back off. Another failed smoke gank. These teams have just not been able to catch each other very well.
Well, going into the right side is just asking to die. You're going to file into that choke in. You don't know if they have a reserve ward up there, so CDEC definitely should not have gone into that right side.
Yeah, it's just a testament to the map awareness of both teams that they just can't get the jump on each other.
Yeah, the positioning is like really, really important for both teams. Like, I think CDEC even have to be a little bit more careful because of the vacuum that can pull them in from seemingly good positioning.
Yeah, and the only thing CDEC really have is that echo, but it's not as easy to set up. Maybe the quap hold after.
I mean, they've been winning fights with one-man echoes, so like if they clump up, fights are going to be way worse.
Yeah, that's for sure. So they're going to show aggressive over towards the mid lane. Familiars are going to scout out LGD now. A little karate chop from RTK, looking for the Familiar stuns. They do get them. Fissure was used as well, but they may lose these Familiars. Resummon available.
But now they can't really TP in to defend mid. If they TP in, they're just going to get slaughtered one by one. So now they just kind of have to give that tower up for free.
Oh, XC, he's expecting this rotation. The glyph is forced out now. The PL illusion stacking up. A very big objective here. It's been a slow and steady game. Fissure looking to cut off LGD, separate them. No, decides not to. They're content with the tower mid.
That was a really risky position by the Earthshaker. If, let's say, like Winter Wyvern had gone to fly over and scout a little bit, he would have been dead. Or a Wind Ranger power shot, which happened a little later on.
He did have the ward though near the river, so XC saw quite a bit of the movement.
Don't they have a gem though? Yeah, they do. They weren't able to see that ward.
Scout it.
Yeah, it's a good ward.
They've actually been able to keep the wards up despite the gem. I think just because LGD are so scared about getting on the map.
Okay, so we see Medallion pick up by Darkseer. They want to try and stake and Roche with Wind Ranger and Gyro. I think they have enough damage with the Focus Fire.
Will Aggressive stay disciplined with the scouting? Hard to do it when you're back at the well.
DDC still didn't scout out this ward. I think he can see it during daytime, but he is a little bit too far right on the camp.
It's just like right in that little nook that he can't quite see it. Now the Familiars are going to reveal that LGD are up to something mischievous. They are in the pit. And Aggressive, like a bloodhound, is going to hone in. Wants to get aggressive here. How appropriate. Moving in with illusions now to keep the scouting. And LGD are going to have none of it. They only want to sneak. They do not want to take that 5v5 fight, at least not while they're in the pit. But he's getting big now. He gets the Reaver.
Neither team really has split push pressure, which is, where the analysts think that Anti-Mage might have been a better pick, but it's not really what CDEC plays because you don't have the option of 5-man early. But it's been that sort of game where having the side lane pressure and then having to disperse as a 5-man group and just losing out on farm and towers would have been much more favorable to these teams.
They're afraid of these Familiar stuns. Sylar, gotta be careful. They're cooling down in 5 seconds, and CDEC are moving forward. No dire vision into that woods. But then they say, not now. And LGD come back. Ping pong here, Ben.
CDEC actually need a gem.
Nobody's scoring points.
They need a gem fairly soon on CDEC because of the massive 5-on-5 man. It's probably like 80% positioning and the first jump when it comes to these sort of team fights. And having a gem like that to take down Observer Ward is crucial.
Well, they might not have an anti-mage, but they're still going to try to accomplish it with the Blink Phantom Lancer.
He's pretty much an anti-mage.
He's got Mana Burn, he's got illusions.
He has Blink.
He's got a Blink.
Yeah.
Just maybe missing the cooldowns. But RTK will get caught out here. Ran right into the mid lane. This could be terrible. Aggressive. Doppelganger. He ends up on the high ground as well. He's going to charge forward. He runs at LGD, and they just get turned and scared, and RTK will get beaten down from behind. Aggressive just laughs in the faces of LGD. That was after a game of quiet Dota for like 15 minutes, that was one of the biggest picks you could hope for.
Yeah, but now Seedek just, I think, head into Roche Pit very, very soon. Without the Darkseer, like, much of their combo is actually gone. They do need to de-ward. I don't know if they have any sentry wards on them, though. Oh, it looks like they picked up a gem on Q.
Oh, they want that additional objective first. And they're going to force out the RTK buyback. A big win now for Seedek already as the Illusions lay into the tower with Familiars together. They will bring it down, ramping up their map control a bit, and the gem is online for the Visage, as mentioned. So this will allow them to try and secure a little more map control. Likely going to find this Observer Ward in the Radiant Wood soon. It's amazing how much just one kill in a game like this can actually do.
With Heart coming out soon on PL, though, I don't know if LGD have the damage. They haven't really been scaling that well.
RTK, he just fought back. He cannot afford to get caught now. And LGD are going to smoke. RTK up in front, Doppelganger back from aggressive, Garter into the trees, Familiars into the lane. They might reveal what's coming. XC could get caught out here. It's Q who gets scouted first. He's the gem carrier. Fissure gets dropped, looking for the retreat, but there's the blink, the shackle, as well as the lift. Everything for Q. And the gem will be a donation back to LGD. That was not held for very long.
And now they can sneak in a Roche.
Well, that definitely makes the buyback worth it if they get it.
Yeah, these smokes are just...
Are they not going?
I mean, maybe they're scared of...
Another blink, maybe pressing forward, but there are a lot of PLs here. Potentially the wall gets dropped. Aggressive gonna back out. They quickly clear the illusion. Shiki from the side though, focusing on the supports. Garter charging in, backing out Shiki BKB, and he'll blink away. Heads back to the east to try and retreat maybe. Looking for the shackle power shots one way. It is nighttime. I don't think he saw around in the trees. Another blink from Shiki. Oh, gonna be able to dodge out. If that was daytime, that's probably a dead Queen of Pain. And now Aggressive will officially complete the hard. MKB up on the gyro, so, well, Ben, you wanted damage. They're starting to get it now.
And they have a good ward down without the gem available to Seedek. So now their ability to maneuver is just, I don't really know where they can really move around the map and catch LGD by surprise.
Let's see if our Blink Lancer has anything to say about that. For now, he's focusing on mid. The pings begin to come out. Familiars are down in the river. Roche dropping low. Do Seedek want to make their way in? They are TPing the Shaker, but it looks like it'll be a bit late to the party. No illusions there yet, and Aegis is claimed. Seedek just going to try to counter push, but they are not looking for a fight, at least not now. Aggressive does have to be a bit careful. And
yeah, now I think you just played a split push game with Phantom Lancer. The only catch that they really have is probably like Glimmer Cape into Winter's Curse.
Oh, Aggressive. Back to the top lane, so like you said, split push is the way that Seedek are looking to go.
I mean, you can't fight into the Aegis at this point unless you get the perfect Echo Slam, but LGD have been very wary of leaving that opening there. So yeah, just get Phantom Lancer to push out all the lanes and just be super annoying, always throwing them on supports. And they still don't have good clear for the illusions at all.
Is it time for Boots of Travel on the PL? Is that just the way the game's going, where he needs that extra mobility?
I think so, but once you already committed to treads, you have to, generally swap out the BOTs as your 6th item instead of your 5th.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Butterfly maybe not that great because of Gyro's MKB, but
there's Scotty is the other big one we often.
I mean, he could also just go damage and go for
like Abyssal Blade even.
Abyssal or MKB of his own if he really wants to kill the Wind Ranger.
Seedek. Are they looking for the fight here? They are charging Sylar. Aggressive, the first man in. Sylar going to deploy the BKB and the cooldown. He's really committing for this, but the backup's not there yet. DDC has a blink. He drops the curse. It's on Shiki, and Aggressive will make short work of his Queen of Pain, who has no buyback. Now he's trying to fight into the entirety of the LGD squad. They haven't even cracked the Aegis just yet. He still keeps on going, still focusing on Sylar. Now decides to run. Garner just bulldozes through, coming in fast. They'll finish off DDC. Gem hits the deck. RTK trapped off in the trees. The Aegis has been expended now. Looks like the Phantom Lancer survived and looks to turn it. Sylar, round 2, let's rumble, baby, as Aggressive runs back in, continues to commit, he'll bring down Sylar second time, almost. Solar Crest, is it enough? It's not. And again, jumping forward, the bash on RTK, they're gonna get 4, as well as the Aegis. Seedek, known for their incredible fighting prowess, pull it off again. Aegis or no Aegis.
Impressive play by Aggressive. He he knows that he has to, bait out a lot of the spells, get the positioning of the supports, and he goes in on the gyro. He's like, "Do you have an Aegis? I don't really care. I don't think you can kill me." And they have so much lockdown for him, even through the BKB. And that was actually crazy how much damage Aggressive did during that fight.
I think one of the defining characteristics of this team is how willing they are to take fights that other teams wouldn't. They're just not. They don't get scared. Like, there's an Aegis there, but if they see an opportunity, they will go for it.
That was even with a pretty nice Winter's Curse. They used it on the Queen of Pain. It caught the
PL
Earthshaker.
killed the Queen of Pain at the start of the fight. And didn't even have the buyback there, but it ends up working out quite well in the end.
But still, just not a good way to deal with this massive amount of fans.
Bottom lane, they've caught out maybe with the fissure. Can they follow this up? Shiki's in position as well. The familiars go to work. There's the charge, and they are going to lose a Wind Ranger. Another big grab as CDEC sees momentum. They also took down the tier 2 while that was happening. They're right back in this game, and in fact, it seems like they're in the driver's seat.
So what do LGD have to do now? They consistently realize that, okay, Phantom Lancer, once he has illusions out, we don't want to blow our big ultimates, but people are going to die if we don't. So I don't know. I don't think that Gyrocopter is like big enough relative to the PL. You need to be like a few thousand net worth ahead just because of Flat Cannon being on a 30-second cooldown. And on top of that, he was locked in Cold Embrace and unable to really deal damage to the illusions, especially with Phantom Lancer going for this kind of anti-magic build. There's like
just the raw HP basically.
It's not going to work. The Splitter Shards plus Ion Shell is just not enough.
He truly is becoming anti-mage, going the anti-magic build, getting the Blink Dagger, has the Mana Burn, the illusions. This is, I mean, maybe they just should have drafted it, but it's working here for Aggressive. That's the ultimate orb now. Looks like the Scotty might be that next choice. We'll see though, some other options here if he wants to consider them. As CDEC clear out a small Ancient stack. Unfortunately for them, there is no Roche for some time, but they get the tier 2 bottom. They have fully wiped the LGD map of any towers outside the base. And LGD are not looking to leave that base anytime soon. Just 5 heroes camping out mid. Now, Ben, they are a great high ground lineup. It's very scary to push into this.
Yeah, but they also need to come outside of their base, or else Phantom Lancer's just going to overtake the Gyrocopter.
He forced his way in here. He got a 2-hero fissure through the trees. The Familiar's coming in aggressive. Blinks forward with a lot of confidence. Wants to go, but they curse him. Where's the follow-up for this RTK? He gets silenced. He hasn't cast a thing. He cleanses it. Vacuum wall, but aggressive just fights his way through it. Shiki on the backline, bringing down Momoya. And now they turn back for Sylar. There's the bash. That's what the doctor ordered. CDEC continue to pummel him. Sylar down again. 4 have fallen. CDEC, flawless in their execution down the stretch, are now looking to break the base. There are only 2 buybacks.
Aggressive again. Just unkillable at this point. He runs in, Gyro BKB's pause flag, and he gets solo Winter's Curse, and they're throwing everything they can at him, but can't even drop him below half in this fight.
It seems like this build just counters the combo. He's just too tanky to die to it. Aggressive now, jumping forward, driving them back. They force out the buybacks here. 2 now expended by LGD, but Aggressive says, screw it, man, they can't touch me. I'm not afraid. He'll bring down the creeps. He'll start working again on the melee racks, hacking away. The team's not even remotely close. They're gonna come back here, but they hardly need to protect their bold carry player. Again, throwing out illusions. LGD forced back more and more. There's the shackle. They're going to commit now with the call out as well. They have a good amount of firepower, but isn't enough. He's still alive. Shiki jumping forward. He gets the kill on Momoya. That's a dieback for the Rubik, and now chases for more. Aggressive is slaughtering them under the tier 4s. Keeps on going on Arcade in the back. My God, they could use a wall, but they just don't have it. This PL won't die. He still survives through it. Finally goes down, but has the buyback ready. Doesn't have the BOT gold, but he's just going to look to run down mid and rejoin the fight as maybe works on Q. LGD, the lone survivor, does manage to get a kill in the Visage. Jumping forward as the Earthshaker runs up the ramp. Turns, Fissure, as he trapped him in. Looks like he has. It's the death cage for maybe. He'll fall as well. 5 dead. 2 of them diebacks. And this might be a late of Rex. Is going to be a late of Rex, looks like, if not the game.
Yep, I think that's pretty much game. And LGD thought they would be okay as long as they withstood the first couple of smokes, and I can't really fault them for that. They thought that Gyrocopter would have enough damage to deal with Phantom Lancer if he went like a normal, maybe butterfly build, I suppose, but with the heart instead of the butterfly, there is just no way they can kill him.
And that, Manta tried to dodge that shackle, does get latched by, but there's no follow back. C, blinking forward, finds the angle for the 2-hero fissure. Another easy grab. CDEC. Once they found that one good fight, they just cracked the game open. like a bottle of champagne, and they simply haven't looked back. They take one lane of Rex, they look for two. Game one, more and more, feeling like it's theirs to lose. Aggressive, Shackle not going to connect, they silence maybe. ED get bested in the late game. Sidek again showing that miraculous poise under pressure. This team just does not falter.
I think that XZ actually played extremely well on the Earthshaker. Like his fissures, his first play with his Blink Dagger, it just completely set LGD off every single fight. They were like always one step behind Sidek's team fight.
Well, smiles in the booth as the Aggressive himself will stand up, has a nice sip of water. This is just business as usual for Sidek, and well, they haven't played a whole lot of LGD recently, Ben, but it looked like they had a clear game plan. They let LGD have that early game advantage, but they never looked nervous. They never forced a bad fight. They were very patient. They found the one good opportunity. From there, they were just off to the races. Impressive stuff. Well, to break it down more, I believe we're going to hand it back to the panel, see what Red Eye and the analysts have to say.
Thank you very much, LD, down in the commentary area. And yes, we are back at the panel right now, where two of us are very happy, at least. And two have got some explaining to do. Jacob, Purge.
Jacob, do you want me to handle this?
Go ahead.
They almost won. Not very countered by the draft that LGD went for, but I genuinely believe that LGD was outperforming for the first 30 or so minutes. For example, I really like Shiki's item adjustment rather than the typical rush your ags on Wind Ranger. He went point booster into blink, and then he got a lot done, and normally we don't feel that much pressure from a Wind Ranger in the early game. So they did a lot of stuff like that. They had a lot of great fights, but then at some point, man, you just can't kill the PL.
At some point.
I just want to say, I think I'm generally not very confident if I say someone is the best player on a specific hero in the world, but Aggressive is unbelievable on Phantom Lancer. I don't think no one comes close to him even, I want to say, which I think is very unique nowadays. If you go back some years in Dota history, a lot of players had like their primes were on this or these two or these three heroes. They were just better than everyone else. For me, that's Aggressive on PL.
So basically Valve need to nerf Aggressive.
Yeah, or just remove PL from the game when you can. In addition to that, of course, like they pointed out, I think the Earthshaker by XZ was incredible. And Garter, with very few tools at his disposal, did a lot on Spirit Breaker. Like every single fight, they would flank out 2 or 3 heroes with Fissure and Charge, and that's why Aggressive got to shine as much as he could in that game on the PL. So great strategy.
Slightly different kind of tactic, I suppose. Well, not a tactic, but style of play from CDEC. We're used to seeing them rushing in and all this crazy Dota going on. This was much more passive, clever, smart, patient kind of play.
We're used to seeing clever and smart play.
Dare I say boring at times, but very effective.
Each to their own. I think they did what needed to be done. I think they felt comfortable that they had the late game and that they shouldn't just overcommit or anything. At one point, it was 8-8 in kills, and I think CDC was actually very happy with how the game went up until that point. And then, as Pert was saying, it looked as if LGD had a slight room for winning and maybe even closing the game out, and then too much time passed by, and then, you know, when there's a diffuser blade up on the Phantom Lancer and he has sufficient levels, he will just take down every target in a matter of seconds.
Even about that, though, I feel like CDEC didn't have the perfect early game. That double ward block on the safe lane completely killed their momentum from both Spirit Breaker and from the Visage. It was like 8-9 minutes, and Visage was still level 4. And that's a hero that you want to get 6 on as fast as possible, and they didn't really have as many traditional shifted junglers, for example, to just give somebody a safe lane. It just really gimped their supports. And normally we see Q giving himself like 3 position-ish farm coming from a 4 position. And that just never happened. He was forced to go Arcane's mech and just kind of sit behind his team, do standard things. So I really feel like LGD did what they needed to get ahead, but they just didn't quite close it out early enough.
Not going to be too worried about that first game, are they? I mean, they both know each other really well. They know how they play. It did seem like CDEC decided to adjust the way and the style that they played, perhaps because it was LGD.
I'm not sure if the style was that different. I just really feel like PL was the perfect pick there, and it really countered what LGD drafted, and LGD played really good, but they just couldn't pull it out when he was that tanky.
What changes would you like to see from LGD?
I think if you're LGD right now, you're questioning how are we going to beat CDC just because they picked what LGD probably expected them to pick. It's still within all the specters of what kind of heroes they want. So they're probably scratching their head a bit in terms of strategy, and I think they should just apply more pressure early on.
Okay, and from CDC's point of view, couldn't have gone any better, really, could it?
It could. I think they didn't only lose the early game because LGD played it great. I think CDC also made a couple of mistakes. You see a Fissure early that fails, and then Spirit Breaker is just, what did LD say? He got sacrificed on Siler's altar or something. It's like a ritual under his tower. There were a couple of misplays here and there. They can obviously optimize, but overall, I would agree. They should be very satisfied. I don't think they need to make major adjustments for the next game.
Okay. Are we expecting any specific bans aimed at any particular player because of what we've seen in game one?
I think the Shadow Fiend again. It's probably safe to say it's out. It's not a hero that Shigi is comfortable playing, and it's something that maybe really likes playing, so I doubt that'll go through. Doombringer, I don't expect to go through either. Slaughter, I fully expect to go through the entire way. And I suppose Tusk is probably banned as well.
Okay. Got some highlights from game one. This is a quick reminder for you as well. It is a best of three. It is an upper bracket game. The winner will make their way through to the semi-finals and guarantee themselves a top 6 finish. And after this particular match is finished, we will have all 4 lower bracket matches.
It's a double kill that basically came because he did go that different item build with the blink after the point booster. Really good fight there. We kept seeing Quap almost die to those Winner's Curses. She did actually die one time to it. It's cool to see that kind of value. It's actually one thing that makes it very dangerous to have PL on your own team because you have so much physical damage.
The re-engage that actually bites them in the ass.
Yeah, they got a vacuum there that they did miss aggressive.
That's such a good outplay with faking with the illusion there, running away when Dranger couldn't find the right one.
This fight was really interesting. They thought that they could kill the gyro, so aggressive tried to go for the backline, but his leap down didn't work, and it allowed him to mech wand heal, pop his BKB, and LGD got a ridiculous amount of value out of this fight. The gyro actually survived there somehow. It was pretty crazy.
The Lancer still turns around and see the Windrunner TPing out, see how fast he dies.
Yeah. I believe there's a go to Winner's Curse in this fight. Yeah, this is the one where the Queen of Pain was not able to stay alive. So that was a pretty great kill, but the same problem still persists. A lot of stuff is going on, and PL is running around spawning illusions and hitting support heroes. And every time he gets a little low, he disengages, regens a bit with the heart, targeting supports again. And once the supports are gone, there's really not that much stuff to disable him. So then he can easily soul the gyro at this point. That's basically what happens right at the end. Just nothing he can do.
Any players underperformed, do you think, in this game? Well, we built maybe up.
Underperformed?
Yeah.
Not particularly, no. There was no performances where I just thought, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think they all played well. It was too bad that the supports got under level, but that was more really good blocking than it was field ward fail.
It's a very, I say, typical Chinese match where none of them overextend. There is no real rush to things, and that Chinese teams seem to generally be very confident in their lineups and the heroes they pick, and don't seem to rush into decisions and feel comfortable going into late game, regardless of what the enemy has.
Okay, looking forward then to game 2. What do you expect from the draft?
I'm gonna expect a LGD victory out of the draft, and then another one.
We have to, right?
Make our predictions correct.
Yes, you're going to need those as well, otherwise you lose to the 2 noobs over this side that haven't got a prediction right today.
I think
Sorry to include you in the noob camp, but...
No, not a noob.
Thank you, buddy.
That threw Jacob off totally. He was ready for good smackdowns.
Yeah. Do you throw him off like that a lot?
Do you ever throw
Is it
me
easy?
off?
It seems easy.
So I think there's a lot of focus on the Queen of Pain this time around. I still feel like it's probably the go-to hero for either side if they want to win this matchup, just because it's not going to get banned, but it needs to be picked up in the first four picks.
Are you sure you wouldn't ban it over here, like, even like maybe a support, Undying, something like that?
Depends on which team you are. If you're CDC, no. If you're LGD, no. So no.
So if you're either of these teams, no.
I don't expect to see the Undying, honestly.
No.
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 No. Are we just going to go with no?
Great analysis, just say no.
Yes.
Brilliant. One-word answers. Okay. What about LGD?
No.
Don't get counterpicked, or don't let the hero that counters your whole draft through at the end. It's something that's very hard to foresee, but you know, it's something that is going to be in CDEC's lineup, and just don't let it take you off guard like it did there. Because honestly, I think it really was the pick. If they had any other carry, I think LGD was outplaying them until those moments where PL was just hard to counter.
Okay. There were a few questions earlier on about the booths here, and in answer to that, they actually are the same booths that we had at the International. They were shipped over and rebuilt, so a number of questions have come in from Twitter asking that particular question, so we thought we'd clear that one up, which also means that they get to kind of experience that same kind of feeling that they've got. EG must just go in there and go, oh, we're home, brilliant, just set up and play.
It's a little different. They flipped their perspective. Before, they were facing towards the inner circle of the radius. Now they're facing on the outer, so they're not facing each other anymore.
Yeah, that's a shame.
They have more space to play because the outside of a circle of a thing is going to have more length.
Wait, you're bringing science to this desk now?
That's math.
Careful, careful, because that's going to throw Jacob right off.
That had nothing to do with me. You're the one just calling it science straight up.
All right, sorry, it was maths, not science. So I've been corrected. I stand corrected. But great to have the booths here. Great to have the trophy as well. What do you think of the trophy?
It's a hat.
It's a hat, yeah.
It's also a Neagle song, not a.
It's a Tidehunter
Oh
tentacle.
my goodness, Jacob, it isn't.
I can't believe it, actually. I can't believe it.
Like
3 days.
I glance at the
3
top of it
days.
every now and then, and I just see like, oh, okay, that's a little.
Yeah, a beak.
And
A beak.
you never really thought about the eye being a part of a tentacle that has like a little eye up there and then a beak.
No, that's.
Oh, it has an eye.
You see that? It's the I see it now.
It's a very beautiful tentacle.
It is very beautiful, and it will be in the hands of one of the teams by the end of this week, that's for sure, as we head towards Saturday. What are you looking forward to this afternoon with the lower bracket games coming up?
OG Fnatic, I think, is the one to watch for me. Outside of that, I think the newbie Young game is going to prove interesting as well.
You're not looking forward to Cloud9 Alliance? I thought that's the one most
Me
people
too.
are curious
Yeah,
about.
I'm definitely looking forward to that one.
Alliance lost. Was Alliance the only team that lost every match? Or every single
every game,
They're the only
yes.
team that lost
In the
every single
groups.
game.
Yep.
So either they go with the worst possible record or they are back. So I'm curious to see about that.
Yeah, Team Unknown as well, obviously 0-4.
Oh, they also went 0-4.
Yeah, and Roshan has more kills than Team Unknown does at this major.
Is that how many is it? How many rush kills do we have? We saw one earlier today.
Yeah, we did in the previous game.
You're talking like less than 5,
Yes.
like that.
Yeah.
All right. I was hoping
That's a bit
maybe
rough.
Unknown could come through and do a little bit of an upset, but with that stat, it's not looking good.
No, it's a bit sad. But we are looking forward to those lower bracket games. Yeah, but Cloud9 Alliance is what I picked out. Why don't you like that?
I didn't say I didn't like
What have
it.
you got against those two teams?
Nothing at all. I just preferred seeing the OG Fnatic game.
Okay, why?
I think it could hold a lot of interest. I think
Keep roasting him.
it's two drafts that are very different. So is the Alliance Cloud9 by that metric. But yeah, something just speaks to me in No Tail. He's Danish, so.
Yeah. Okay.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, OG could still do a lot of damage in that lower bracket, couldn't they? They weren't that far away from going into the upper half.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think Fnatic is one of the most dangerous teams running up against in a best of one.
Yeah.
Which is why it's a cutthroat match.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Orange Boys can definitely turn it on in a single game. Dangerous teams down there include eHome as well. Didn't expect to see them in the lower bracket, did we?
Yeah, and it's a good matchup too, eHome versus Newbie Young. So everybody thought eHome would do well. They tilted a little bit. They said, oh, that's fine. We're just practicing with our tournament on the line. And now they're against a team that's maybe could have made winner's bracket. They gave a lot of good teams a run for their money. So that one as well. There's going to be a lot of good best of ones today. That's for sure.
Yep. I'm not too far away from the draft for the second game right now, so just bear with us while we get that one ready. The two teams are understand back in the booth, so we shouldn't be too far away. I also want to talk about Mineski. We won't see them play until tomorrow, but they're in the upper bracket and playing secret. You'd imagine if you saw that on paper at the start of the tournament, you'd have gone, well, it's a 2-0 to secret, but I don't know if it's that quite straightforward, is it?
So I don't want to be a naysayer after they made it into the winner bracket, but
But you are going to be a naysayer,
They're
right?
already the surprise of the winner bracket, and I think Team Secret is considered, if not the biggest favorite, definitely one of the biggest favorites. So I don't expect too much of an upset out of that match. On the other hand, if they do manage to cause an upset, it's going to be a huge one.
Yeah. They had pretty good stats going in. They had some of the highest overall team GPM compared to, like, they were like top 5 or something like that. That's pretty amazing for a team that everybody thought was going to do poorly. And I think they looked really good yesterday.
Okay. All right. Well, again, we are just moments away from the draft and being told it is imminent. and we are going to see the start of the draft. Who are the first 4 bans? Let's have a bit of fun.
Moonbringer, Shadow Fiend, Tusk, and
Undying.
Undying's got to be.
I'd agree with that.
Really?
Only one that maybe won't
Come
go
on,
through
a
is...
little bit more argument here, boys.
I could see maybe Doom sneaking through, maybe. But
would either of them
I thought it was
kick
more
it?
likely that Undying would sneak through then.
I think the team that bans Doom will be CDC. They haven't played it, right?
No, I didn't think LGD had played it much either. I mean, much like the Slaughter, they're not going to pick or ban it, are they?
It's like top 3 pick bans, so surely even Chinese teams would snag it.
I'm just thinking Doom might be CDEC's Leshrac of the tournament. Like similar to TI5, they banned Lesh every single game because there was the one hero they couldn't deal with and didn't play that well. I think Doom also counters their style of play pretty well. He's durable in fights, he's really annoying, can shut down aggressive, who does a lot for them in the fights regardless of carry.
Or Shiki on the mid lane with a Queen of Pain or
Yes.
a Lina.
What are we looking for from maybe?
Any
Ember?
hero.
Any hero?
CM mid.
Ember's going to get banned out.
You're a big maybe fan.
I think he's very, very talented. Yeah, he does things a little different than everybody else. He doesn't just follow the straight. I think he has talent and he has good ideas.
Yeah. Not going to get the Ember though, is he?
He could have in this game.
When did it get banned? Last phase, actually.
It's the last phase.
Was, yeah.
They picked the Wind Ranger over the Ember Spirit. I'd like to see the Queen of Pain being played by him.
Okay. Any other thoughts on CDC in terms of the way that they play? Perhaps they play differently this time. Maybe it is a bit more exciting, a bit more.
I could
in your
imagine
face.
that either side would like a bounty hunter pickup as well. If you are to choose 2 teams in the tournament that plays bounty hunter, these would be the ones. We've already seen LGD play it, and we also seen CDC play it, and it was also one of their most picked heroes in TI. So
Was that banned in the last game or not?
eventually it was.
Second phase?
Yeah.
Fifth or sixth?
4th. And I think.
Was it?
Yeah, it was definitely second round. Bounty and Visage, by the way, they had an 80% win rate in the group stage. So
4-1, I guess?
yeah, it wasn't that many games, but still.
Probably off the back of CDC and 1 game with LGD.
Okay, here we go then with the draft for the second game between LGD and CDEC. If you're just joining us, CDEC have a game lead, and we'll be looking to close this match out and reach the semi-final of the first ever major in Dota 2 history.
5 seconds remaining.
Tense moment here.
Reserve time.
Yeah, so LGD has the overall first pick this time. Last time it was CDC with the Spirit Breaker. I think they're going to get it again if they want it. But that would probably be my...
Yeah, it wasn't as impactful as you would expect the first pick to be. It's a good hero by all means, but it also blocks up one of their other go-to heroes that would be banned later on in the draft. Anyway.
Still forced LGD in a direction. I think part of the reason they picked the Rubik was to counter the Spirit Breaker, and the Rubik ended up being really, really weak in that game.
There was an
compared to
Earthshaker and a Queen of Pain on the other side, so...
It was still useful for the spell steals. But
This is an awfully long time for the first ban.
And it also put them in that position again where they had the last pick, Phantom Lancer.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
C-Dex, turn to
So
ban.
immediately off the bat, Trolls is wrong.
Actually, what I was going to say, and this is no joke, I was going to say if LGD do ban something else than the 4 we talked about, it's either Breaker or Shaker, but not both. So their second ban will still be a meta ban, I think.
Is that what you would have said as well if you were wrong?
No, I'm stupid. I'm like...
we shut Jacob down again, didn't we?
All right, then.
SF ban, no surprise there.
Should be...
10 seconds remaining.
I think Tusk from LGD, and then... Oh, no, they're going to ban Undying. CDC love playing Undying, and else they're going to force them to pick between Undying and Doom. All right, never mind. Let's play some different Dota.
Okay.
Could be for Visage. Jaro's pretty good against Visage.
So as I was saying earlier, LGD probably have a hard time figuring out how to take CDC out of their comfort zone in terms of strategizing. This could be one of them.
5 seconds remaining.
Ban Aggressive's 2 most popular heroes.
Spirit Break?
Reserve
Aggressive.
time.
You said it.
I said his 2 most popular heroes. I'm talking about Gyro. You obviously don't ban PL first round.
Oh, right, okay.
And they're not going to pick it in the first set, most likely. So you're just a step behind. You almost got it.
No, I just didn't follow why you would say ban the 2 and then Spirit Breaker is one of the bans.
This is amazing. I actually don't have to burn Jacob anymore. Purge just does it himself.
There we go. Undying. All right, we've got 2 out of 4.
Not bad.
Now we get the...
I'm prone to believe they'll go for the Tusk rather than the Doom. And I'm sure they're going to prove me wrong in a second.
Watch them pick PL first.
That would be bad.
I don't think CDC will get Tusk and Doom, though. So LGD can probably get something entirely different and then settle for one of the two others. Okay. No, maybe I should just be quiet for this draft. I used up everything on the previous one.
Yeah, you got the last 2 picks right, and that's it now. That's you're done. Your quota is done.
So Doombringer, Queen of Pain.
There is still a Darkseer in the pool, so we may see them not pick up the Doom at all.
But with Spiritbreaker gone, is that... Do you really still want to rely on that? Unless these teams are thinking about picking Brood.
So the thing is, with the current pool and these 2 offlane players, there's a lot of heroes that they like playing. So Clockwork and Darkseer still in the pool. Maybe you don't want to waste, and I put that in quotation marks, waste a pick on the Doombringer right now.
There's so many tier 1 picks here, I feel like it's...
Queen of Pain is definitely high up right now for me.
Yeah. And I think the reason CDC are starting to take extra time was that they were expecting a Doom pick. That's what they were already planning for. Alright, LGD will take Doom, we'll get our Tusk +1. That's the club.
Doom. Turn to pick.
I don't know how comfortable they are playing against Doom.
I don't know if they expect them to pick Doom. They might go for a Hail Mary play and just think that LGD won't pick it up and go for a Darkseer instead.
We'll get banned second round then.
Shaker. Yeah, CDC are exceptionally good with both those heroes, so...
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
So they're going to pick Wyvern, yeah.
One of the best supports currently being played. Still no Slardar, of course. Probably won't see it.
Definitely won't see it. And a very broad pool of offlane heroes still available.
It's looking to be a good AM game.
This could be in LGD's favor, though. They get to decide which offlane hero they want, and then they could ban out the other 2 and sort of put CDC on the back foot.
So the 3 you're talking about are Clockwork, Darkseer, and
Doombringer.
Okay. And there's still like Earthshaker and stuff like that.
There is.
Reserve time.
Using up so much time. We only have 55 seconds left. Alina, okay.
LGD's turn to ban.
So pretty good against Queen of Pain. Very good against Cold Embrace as well, because you can generally nuke through that. Can protect Lina a little bit. I like the openings for both teams, really. Neither gives away too much.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like we might see LGD actually ban PL this phase.
5 seconds
time around.
remaining.
After the Brood.
CDEX turn to
I think
ban.
PL is really good against Tusk. You can't trap him with Ice Shards. If you go in with Snowball, it's pretty easy to either create space with Doppelganger or even dodge it entirely if you time it right. Lina is pretty good early on, similar to how Gyro was good early on last game, and then it's just super difficult later on to deal with. You might just play it safe with that ban.
I'd actually completely forgotten about the Brood Mother. It could have gone horribly wrong for LGD.
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm glad they didn't.
Darkseer is still in for CDC.
5 seconds remaining.
That would be another good ban for LGD, I guess.
Reserve time.
Do they bother, though, with the heroes they have? I mean, they already banned Broods, so... Darkseer's obviously still good. I guess it works with Winter Wyvern really well, so... And they're spending a lot of time in this draft.
Well, it is just outside of the comfort zone of both teams, I think. This is such a different banning stage that picking becomes a lot harder because you need to evaluate all of the heroes that you actually still let through.
CDEX
The
turn
bounty
to
hunter
ban.
goes again. It's 2 games in a row as well.
Ember is still in too.
Bounty makes sense. The mid matchup's pretty even, so Bounty in either way could really mess it up.
Ten seconds remaining.
Okay, Doom does finally get banned.
And the Darkseer comes straight away.
So they banned the Doom to allow themselves to pick Darkseer. It's one of the best counters. Doom purges Surge, and then of course you can't do anything afterwards. CDC still have the option of going with something very classic for them at TI5, which is, of course, that Phantom Lancer. They've also banned out Anti-Mage. Or they could go for the Ember on aggressive as well.
10 seconds.
I'm very curious to see what LGD's plan is here. Considering they've given CDC a tremendous amount of 5-on-5 AoE and decent lane control on all 3 lanes, so... And still, yet again, within their comfort zone.
I like the Dazzle pick, limits some of the CDC burst here. Nice Stalker, good against Lina, good against Dazzle. I like that pick a lot.
He's very good with the Ion Shell.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have picked it if it wasn't for the Ion Shell.
Yeah, they would have been limit on damage.
So now they're gonna probably get 2 melee cores that can utilize Ion Shell. So Night Stalker, well, he is a support in this game, I guess, but 2 melee heroes. Night Stalker will get a shell, and the other one will be aggressive. So either Ember or, well, Yell. I don't see any other pick that CDC would rate over that. It's actually surprising to me they get Night Stalker, not because it's a bad pick, but I just haven't seen CDC play this hero so much in general.
Reserve time.
They have played it before, though.
Yeah, and with the Spirit Breaker and the Bounty Hunter banned out, it is the third of those kind of heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, right.
I see.
C-Dex,
Okay,
turn to
that's
back.
a bit out of place. A lot of teams have been picking Bristleback against things like Wisp Tiny, very situational cases, but LGD did really need a tanky hero in some ways this heavily counters the Winter Wyvern. If you're running at a team and you get ulted, your allies are probably going to be behind you, so they'll take reduced damage there.
5 seconds remaining.
He's not the best versus Darkseer in lane though, so I've seen some matchups where, like Nanyang for example, Ice Ice got a ton of kills on a solo Bristleback. So it's definitely possible to exploit that matchup.
No Tower's played it twice so far this major, won both games with it. And
LGD's
the other one was
turn to
Cuckoo
back.
and lost on the Bristol.
So Clockwork left over for LGD, I guess?
Just got banned out.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking.
10 seconds remaining.
What offlaners did they have left then?
5 seconds remaining.
Who's to say it's not an offlane Bristol?
It's a PL ban.
Solo off.
Ember.
C-Dex, turn to pick.
Now I redeem
Has
myself.
to be an Ember.
I mean, it's the obvious choice. There's been so many obvious choices in this draft and none of them happened apart from the Darkseer pick, I feel, so...
I don't like Ember versus Bristle that much, because he can just turn his back
No.
to the chains and stuff.
Aggressive actually plays a good Slardar, and that is still in. And that's a good hero against Bristle, so they might pull it out for that reason. It's also great with Ion Shell.
Yeah, he really should pick Slark.
Slardar is great here.
10 seconds remaining.
Did you say Slark?
No.
Because that's also good. And Aggressive also plays that one, actually. They did try it at TI5 against EG in the finals. They lost, but I think he played well.
I don't like it against Lina, Bristle.
To the Ember.
Okay.
No? Is it your cue?
Turn to pick.
I'll just do it for you, I guess. Got the pick? Come on, man.
Just too used to it.
Final pick. Where are we going?
I honestly have no idea what LGD is going for here.
They have really weak disables for Ember Spirit.
Does RTK play Bristle? Because they can still dual lane off lane that and then go for something entirely different for the safe lane.
It's not bad with Tusk. They could close the gap, get a Mango on RTK, get a bunch of stacks on one of the heroes. Although Night Stalker has high armor, so it's a little iffy, but...
Okay,
all right.
this is his last off
A
lane.
little bit more standard Earthshaker. Right, okay. Teams are ready, lineups are ready, and so are our commentary team. LD, it's all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. LD and Merlini here. We are live in the Mesa in Frankfurt, getting ready for game number 2. LGD trailing C-Deck 0-1. Ben, that last game felt like the execution was just better from C-Deck.
Aggressive is a monster.
Yes, he is.
Is his Ember Spear better or his Phantom Lancer?
Well, he certainly played more PL, I believe, but with this draft, like, it's just easy for Ember. You got the Ion Shell, you get other heroes to run in first, and the Night Stalker, you just clean up. I'm actually terrified for LGD.
I'm very surprised they didn't ban it last.
Yeah, also a little surprised they banned the Bounty Hunter over the Darkseer. Bounty is a hero that C-Deck like to run, but At the same time, they already had strong defensive heroes. In the Tusk, the Dazzle, something that they were clearly looking for as well. And well, now they have that devastating combo to go with the Ion Shell, the Ember Spirit later on in the draft, and just the big AoE combo as well.
Maybe they wanted to really hope that maybe gets out of control and the Bounty Hunter can prevent that.
He even had a pretty decent start last game. He was at least marginally ahead in the mid lane, but it didn't seem to matter when the clutch moments popped up.
Okay, CDEC don't want the same start in their safe lane as last game. Already TPing down and realizing that Observer Ward, it was just like, okay, we can't pull. What are we supposed to do for the first 5 or 6 minutes of the game? Luckily, ROTK gave them a kill, but without that, they would have just been so underleveled and underfarmed.
Oh man, this vision they have is great off the bat. One Observer Ward up in the Dire Woods. Not something that you generally look to D-ward.
Did someone TP there to drop
that?
I
believe, TP'd mid and then ran up the river to plant it.
It's a pretty smart move. Now they're almost guaranteed bottom row.
Well, last game it felt like LGD might have had the slightly better warding situation overall on the laning stage, but this game, things looking really nice for CDEC. This is just a standard lane ward up top for the Dire. We'll be XC on the offlane Darkseer here. Curious to see where Garter looks to go and which lane they want to pressure. Generally, that Night Stalker Darkseer do work together once the first night hits, as the horn will sound, and we're underway. Game 2, LGD versus CDEC has begun.
The battle begins.
Is Sylar actually going mid?
Guess so. Yeah, he's got a little money saved up here. So they are going to run the Dazzle Bristle dual lane potentially, at least starting with the creep block mid for now. This does leave RTK in the offlane Shaker, something that has not really worked much this tournament, Ben. It feels like you just kind of forfeit the lane to the enemy carry and they get free farm. A lot of teams have started to shy away from it.
Yeah, it's just very hard to do anything as an Earthshaker aside from block creeps.
Carter already exchanging some blows here with DDC. Gets the Shadow Wave off, but just keeps on going anyway. Because there is a little pursuit onto XC in the top lane of the Darkseer. Everybody's skirmishing. Sylar, the one that might be in trouble though, being chased down the river by Shiki. Has his level 2. There is a salve. Really looking to pressure. He's going to commit that blink and dives even further onto Sylar, looking for the first blood. Up the cliff he goes. He is going to sell, but the auto attack cancels it. Sylar's in all kinds of trouble. He ticks down to the poison. And Shiki gets off to a hot start mid. What the hell just happened there?
Just a long chase by them. I was actually initially wondering why they would pair the Bristleback and the Dazzle versus the Queen of Pain as opposed to the Lina. I guess maybe they thought that they couldn't secure Bristleback's farm versus the Darkseer Island Shell, but I mean, Queen of Pain is just free to buy a magic stick and have her way in the mid lane, and especially with that Observer Ward already up there to see what exactly is going on with their support line. This is just the time of Shiki's life.
Yeah, Shiki, not often known for really dominating the lane unless he has that Lina and occasionally the Queen of Pain in the right matchup, but he's off to a hot start now. Should have a much easier time. Already the 4 denies as well. So looking at the other lanes, it is an offlane Darkseer. Ben really not being contested here, already level 3. RTK struggling a bit more, has hit 2.5 though.
He might come under trouble at the rune.
Oh, looks like he will. The Void's there. There is no TP scroll. He's going to have to run away the good old-fashioned way, but the Arctic Bird ticks in. There will be another Void soon. RTK may also go down. Looks for the fissure into the trees and will escape. But it is going to cost him a lot of regen and may even have to go back to base. We'll see. For now, he's camping mid. Maybe he tries to turn this mid lane around. Shiki does still have that ward, but it won't.
XC on top.
Won't see RTK. And meanwhile, XC, well, he's kind of caught out here, but just keeps on sprinting to the right. He will get stun. Note, maybe off the mark there. XC, Surge cooling down, has the salve available. Maybe with another Slave, it's only level 1, and with the Poison Touch, should be enough for the kill. LGD do strike back, but that one forces a 4-hero rotation as RTK has just entirely abandoned this bottom lane for now.
And MMY is just a beast on the Tusk. That Ice Charge forcing him to run all the way right and allowing him to be cut off by the mid laners. Nice placement.
You know, Tusk is a pretty damn good hero, but there are good Tusk players and there are great ones, and MMY is definitely in the great ones.
There's those like places in the map you're like, there's no way they can lock me in with the Ice Shards here.
And then it's like he just like turned into an architect and just built the perfect prison. You're just crying, sobbing.
ROTK.
In your sleep.
The struggles continue.
This is just the offlane Shaker in action. If he doesn't get any help, how is he supposed to stay in the lane?
At least he hasn't died yet.
Yeah, that's true. But you compare this to the Darkseer. XC level 4 isn't being pressured either. And it feels like there's kind of this cascade effect from that early first blood with 2 heroes now committed to the mid lane, and they're not really shutting down Shiki whatsoever, even in CS, still with the Bristleback. Ancient's not being stacked yet, something that we do often see, although they do have a single double stack up on the big camp here towards the mid lane. So the lane's looking really good for C-Deck early on.
And Aggressive is getting free farm as opposed to maybe who has had to, lead the lane a little bit to try and help the Tusk pressure the Darkseer and has to deal with the Ion Shell. And Ion Shell's not easy as a range hero.
And it's Ion Shell with Ember and Night Stalker, like two of the best heroes just run at you and cause havoc. And they're getting their early levels as well.
And this Observer Ward early just peeks into DDC while he's stacking too.
Shiki wants to contest Sylar here. He's going to walk into a snowball. Blinks out, shards, beautiful. Oh, almost. Just barely failing to wrangle him in. That could have been a kill and a much needed one as well. But Shiki is going to suffer here for the regen now. Being denied that rune is the Bristleback grabs one. Garter forced to take the bounty rune away from the...
you said beautiful before he'd even hit.
I was expecting it. It pushed him out. It was like right there.
Yeah.
I caught myself then. Come on. You throw me under the bus, man.
Well, you do expect MNY to hit those.
Yeah.
I mean, he has some nice...
I think that was just Dota having mercy on Shiki. That's my theory anyway.
Oh, nighttime hits. Stack is not yet taken by LGD, and with Darkseer, Ember, and Queen in the game, you have to wonder whether or not CDEC are going to smoke up there at some point, or at least run in there with a Night Stalker and scout what's going on. Now it's looking to be a quad stack.
Ember is now level 6. He's got the jump potentially on RTK. No teleports in LGD. And they do have the lane ward as well, so they see him under the tower. This is the easiest possible kill if he gets caught. But for now, RTK is going to lunge back and hide.
They don't have vision around there.
Dire's bottom tower.
Well, they do have the... Oh, you mean for LGD?
No, C-Deck don't have...
Well, they have the lane ward, so they saw him.
It doesn't seem that far.
It just barely saw him, but now he's backed off.
Oof.
RTK very far back. And Garter pressing in. He's got the level 1 silence as well here. Now DDC has rotated, though. He senses that C-Deck may want to go
Yeah,
for
but they have 3 heroes there now.
And there are now 3 TPs. It hits nighttime, and LGD are like, okay, we need to be ready for this. Good adjustment by them. The chains are going to come through, interrupting the fissure. RTK manages to get up, but now they look to die. Just kidding. They force the TP. They back off. MMY now has to rotate, and Garter looks to retreat, but they're looking to cut him off here. Sylar, oh, actually just wants the rune. The whole team hunting Garter, but Sylar is not.
Oh, he has no goo.
Radiant's
Viscous
top tower
Sneasel
is
goo.
under attack.
Sounds about as disgusting
Radiant
as it is.
structures are fortified.
I mean, this is feeling like the dream start for C-Deck, though. They got their fast levels and farm on the Ember. Already, your Darkseer has the level 3 Ion Shell. In fact, has cracked 6. Shiki had a pretty solid start mid, continues to do fine and get his levels. Night Stalker slipping a little bit in the experience department, but they're basically online now, Ben. All their key heroes.
Yep, Ember hits that level 7 mark and is just really, really scary with Ion Shell plus Flame Guard. That can break the game wide open, barring great plays from Tusk and perhaps Lina.
And LGD definitely fearful of that aggression. They plant 2 wards near the mid lane, both rather defensive ones.
Yeah, but that won't save you from like Ion Shell, TP into Remnant. So they have to be there with bodies, not only with vision.
That's where the TPs come into play, and they now have 4. They're definitely fearing the aggression, but it's not really coming from C-Deck for now. They're content to farm, push out the lanes. Looks like they may try to reapply some pressure bottom as Aggressive, Garter, and Q all congregate. Still Shiki sitting mid, but he's also ready to teleport if duty calls.
They're severely lacking levels on their supports, though. Both the Night Stalker and the Winter Wyvern are only level 3 from LGD.
Yeah, there's a slight advantage here for LGD as they've got 1 up to 4 in that Tusk. But then I guess that is somewhat balanced out by RTK struggling as they get off the Void. Aggressive. They give out the dive here, but while that was happening, maybe does find a kill. They're going to commit onto RTK. They will get him. So they lose the Darkseer top, but they grab the kill bottom lane.
And he still has that Ion Shell on the creep, so it's still going to push out the lane a little bit.
1 for 1 there, though. So the Darkseer being slowed down.
But they get to, that's the benefit of having the Darkseer. Like generally, even when you die the lane, you won't lose your tower, which is pretty darn nice. And one of the deficiencies of Earthshaker.
All that's going on. Ancients are being stacked here. Just a double stack for now. And C-Deck are going to get right into this. They drop the ward. They will not let the Bristleback grab anything for free. MMY on the hunt.
LGD already know, though. They saw him place it, and they pinged it out.
I'm just looking at the posture of Aggressive. He's living up to his name here. Posted up way on the bottom lane, not afraid of getting ganked, and that is a concern for LGD. They don't have the easiest initiation on the Ember Spirit.
Still maybe working on his way to the Yules. Is their team fight really that good? I guess maybe if Bristle's in a really good position or is able to spray a lot of quills.
You've got Shaker, Tuss, so I guess you can never say the team fight's bad, but it's more, can you really hit that, 3-4 hero fissure
and counter
snowball.
the vacuum into Winter's Curse combo.
Right, you roll, that's the thing, you roll in against a Wyvern. Well, I mean, he's nowhere near level 6, but once he gets it, the punish is there. Very static laning stage again after the early rotations. It's been a pretty passive series for both teams, but it looks like Aggressive maybe looks to change that up as RTK lurches forward bottom. No, he's too scared. He's not going to move out. The same happening top. Garter just hugging his tower. It's maybe is going to push in the lane now. These teams are just not really in any hurry to fight.
No, someone looking for level 6 from supports. If you're CDC, ideally you want to fight under nighttime or with the help of darkness, and that's still not going to come for a couple of minutes. LGD looking to make a move with the Tusk.
Well, as you mentioned, it is now daytime. Could be a good opportunity to go for that kill. Maybe with the phase boots grabbed up here, a little extra mobility for him. XZ, the man that might get caught. There's the snowball. Shards will follow, trapping XZ, and he drops the wall. Quickly gets zapped in the grill and will drop. MMY, though, is the trade. 1 for 1. They're looking for more. Ember arrives. They want to track down maybe here. And the 2 carry players will now duke it out. But Aggressive is going to get the upper hand, brings him down. They did manage to lose the Nightstalk on the other end of the fight, but Aggressive now finds his footing. He charges forward onto Sylar. Not an easy hero to take down, but he's going to try for it. That Flame Guard's wearing off soon, though. Don't think he can actually get this kill on his own. He'll need some assist. Cheeky has the ultimate. He's trying to bait them in. Aggressive does do it. Cheeky hanging onto the ult. Some more. Can he turn on Sylar? No blink. He's going to have to long ball it here if he goes. Ember buying back, re-engaging. No sleight of fist. He gets off the chains just barely. The quad bolt's there. It's just enough damage with the chains. And Aggressive now finds himself on the wrong side of a fissure, or perhaps the right side, because he keeps on running in. In the end, will be forced back. That was a very early buyback. They get the Ion Shell off now, and they look for more. MMY is next, backed into the burning swords of Aggressive. Will find the kill. Well, an early buyback, Ben, but it does result in 2 extra kills.
I think that was worth it for him in the end. Without the kill on the Tusk, I don't think it would have been worth it, but they end up killing the Lina too, which is a pretty big deal. Slowing down her Yules is imperative, and she has to get a Yules versus the Nightstalker, who's going to be able to silence her up very early on in fights.
They also got their level 6 on Q in part off of that fight, so now they have the Winter's Curse.
Still a very delayed mech coming out from XZ because of the 3 deaths.
Aggressive, just toying with maybe here. Doesn't have the remnants available, or he could have gone for that. It does drop him quite low. No, a little bit of aggression. And now we see an early grab of the Vanguard for Sylar. So are you expecting the full Crimson Guard this game?
It's okay versus Sleight of Fist, but other than that, I might need to build more support items. I don't think they have a mech coming out on their team soon. Usually MMY built the mech, but he doesn't even have his Arcane Boots yet.
Yeah, he's pretty poor. So you think skip that and go for the mech maybe, then an AC or something like that? BKB?
I mean, I think eventually you want to finish up the Crimson Guard, but maybe like a SNY or a mech first before. But I think Crimson Guard is okay here. Versus Winter's Curse, I think is pretty useful. Darkseer wall.
We'll see if that's the choice. For now, Sylar saving up a bit of gold. Dire Squad did manage to get off into the Radiant jungle. And they planted down a relatively deep Observer Ward. They did it at night as well, so kind of a risky maneuver, but ends up paying off. See Aggressive pushing in that top lane. Not going to see any Boots of Travel. Just went for the very early treads. And now I believe has the drums on the way on the courier. Indeed he does. So kind of your typical Aggressive build. There is a roll in the bottom lane though. Big snowball dive from MMY, but he's gone too far. He's been baited in deep, and now he may end up dropping. They get the curse off with the back combo from XZ. Beautifully played. The Splinter Blast coming in as well. And now Aggressive is starting to get in range for the fight, maybe. Caught out turns with a go to Echo as well. Big commitment, but Ember arrives, locks onto RTK, tries for the TP out. Is there a way to cancel this? The back's cooling out. Ember dumping in deeper. Shiki's joining the fray as well. This is C-Deck. playing their classic aggression, and once more, it does pay off. A 3 for 1.
Wow, that teamwork from them too. They just, as soon as they saw the Lina in a bad position, boom, Winter's Curse, everyone just turns on her and just kills her. If they didn't have that quick of a turn on her, Grave would have come in on the Dazzle, and instead they were able to just kill maybe and keep slowing down his Yule Scepter. He wasn't even able to spend his unreliable gold before he died.
It just seems like LGD are not ready for the diving that's coming as bottom lane. There is a jump onto RTK and burned down by the Ion Shell. Flame Guard once more. Cdek just styling on LGD, and it's really feeling like they don't have control for this Ember. He may even go back in. Maybe he's TP'd in. Is there a dodge on the snowball? No, he still gets caught. Punch. Do they have the follow-up? Not just yet. Able to zip away. Space created for the rest of the team.
Yeah, he's kind of pushing the hero to the limit, forcing them to, you know, TP in, save, and if not for the Tusk, I think Lina would have died there.
How do they deal with this position in the game now?
They had to play a lot smarter during nighttime. You had a Tusk solo snowballing someone during nighttime, and this is pretty close to their T1 without their T1 up. So they're desperate for getting kills so they can make their way back into the game, and they don't want it to end up how it was last game, where Aggressive just farms out of control and eventually just dominates their whole team. So instead, they're trying to make some more aggressive moves, but you know, it's nighttime. Night Stalker's already level 6. It's just not the best time to do so.
Well, the Knight still a little bit left here. Garter has managed to crack level 7.
Managed to see a smoke up in near the mid lane. LGD making their way to the jungle.
Unfortunately for them, there won't be any heroes to find, but perhaps they can at least grab the tier 1. It'll be a bit slow going, though. Not the strongest pushing lineup here. Ideally, I would like to find that pick first, but it's not coming. Aggressive, meanwhile, is going to look to cut the wave mid, perhaps, starting to work on that tier 1 together with Shiki. Two big carry players.
They kind of just always ignore the Bristleback. They know that his mobility can't be matched, or his mobility can't match the Ember Spirits, so they get the Ember Spirit to kind of
rolling on Shiki, and Shiki is gone. A little giggle there from Alina.
Yeah, just underestimation of the Earthshaker's initiation range. The Fissure into other stun combo is one that just catches so many people off guard. You're like, okay, I can see it's nighttime. I feel pretty comfortable, and then boom, Fissure from like 1,500 range away.
Yeah, so they see the roll mid. They lose their Lina, or their Queen of Pain to the Lina rather, and they're like, okay, great, let's smoke right now, fight at the bottom lane. There's just no stopping Cdek from going for these kills. RTK will get caught out the Void, as well as the Sounds deployed, and also dead. Kill number 7. Aggressive continues to ramp up, and now hunting for Sylar. He's cursed, surrounded, and beaten down. His own illusion even turned against him. Well, as quickly as they get the 1 kill, Cdek hunting for more. Aggressive, charging forward, doesn't have the chains for a few seconds, has an additional remnant, could commit for this one. Actually has 2 available, chains are there, grabs maybe once more, and then dives past him towards MMY, even looking for another kill. Now he'll settle for that. But again and again, Cdek just keep on punishing LGD.
That window for them was so small in order to catch out those 2 heroes on the bottom lane. ROTK was set in a position that he could like Fissure and cover Sylar's track if they wanted to run away, but again, the Bristleback is kind of the hero that has been isolated. He hasn't really been in line in the front line. You need him in front so that the Night Stalker and the Ember Spirit can't just walk
Another
by
dive, ROTK, he's in pretty far here. Aggressive jumps the Remnant behind him, but then pops the Drum Charger, runs forward. He's got the escape plan available. They look to lock him down, they commit the Echo. No, he zips away, Houdini! Making it out, even dodging the shards which were chasing him. Oh my, he's just playing with LGD.
I think that was like 11 or 12 HP.
I'm not sure he planned it quite that way, but it just feels like the story of this game. Everything's working for the man.
Yeah, he's been playing very, very well. Just all up in their face all the time.
Are you a little surprised they got the Ember last pick?
Yes, I am.
They already had?
Well, from their mindset, it's like, wow, the PL, we thought we had a good lineup for the PL and we still lost to him. Why don't we just ban it out to be safe? But from an objective point of view, it did seem like Ember was a much better pick. It's much better suited for this type of game. There's no direct counters to him, great synergy with the Ion Shell, and a natural aggressive hero.
Well, LGD looking for the comeback now, are going to make their way into the Roche pit.
I think they should give it to Maybe, though, instead of Sylar, just because Sylar hasn't really...
Like you said, he just gets kited.
Threatened.
Yeah, and ignored largely. Well, they grab the Aegis. Time for Cdek to charge in, seems to be the call. All right, they'll think about it. They were looking for that fight. If LGD walk up their ramp, they definitely would have gone.
Well, they wanted to see if anyone was low, but they aren't because of Urn and Dazzle heal.
They still have the lane ward mid. So they want to try and swing around for a side swipe here. It doesn't look like it. Top lane is beginning to push, though, and that tower very low. So they're going to send 4 that way. Gressif will hold the mid line. Is closing in on the Battle Fury now.
But now Seedek are just looking for opportunities where Bristleback isn't there. But now that there's not as many options because Lina has the Aegis, and she's actually getting her farm in finally.
If the teams just trade farm and this goes later, do you see much hope for LGD being able to take it at that point?
I mean, Bristle, we saw how difficult it was for them to take it out on bottom. They even committed to wall and the Winter's Curse on a 4v1 situation just because they're scared of his damage output. And combine that with the Dazzle Weave, those Quill Sprays are just going to do immense amounts of damage. So you can't kite him forever. Eventually, like if he's getting tired of getting kited, he'll just get a BKB, or they'll get 4 staffs and Glimmer Cape so that he can kind of do what he wants. But now LGD, they're in a very, very good formation. It's like, okay, Siler's up in front, and our weak supports, especially ROTK without the blink, are protected.
It definitely seems like LGD is the team that wants the organized fight with the kind of clunkier, slower heroes like the Earthshaker and Dazzle, the Bristle who needs to be tanking, where Seedek have these ultra mobile, backstabbing type heroes.
Especially with the darkness. That's I think their main key to win these fights later.
RTK has been backed, silenced, and should be taking down here with the Soul Burn. Drops indeed, and Shiki grabs another kill. This has not been the best series for RTK so far. That crucial pickoff when he was mid is the Darkseer last game, and he's dying quite a few times here as well.
Well, I kind of liked how XC played the last game. He wasn't getting that much from the lane. He played very safely, and then he tried to just fissure from long range and get kills until he had his Blink Dagger. But ROTK instead has been trying to farm his way into his Blink as opposed to kill and then farm.
Rather than let them come to him.
Yeah, it's not a good path for Earthshaker, only having 1,000 gold right now. I mean, Night Stalker is already going to be able to fight him out pretty easily, and then combine it with the fact that he doesn't have a blink, and Garter may have a Scepter by like maybe 5-10 minutes after he gets his blink, and Echoes are going to be hard to find.
Especially with the Night Vision and the Ember Spirit in the game, just so good at catching him out. Do you see maybe Invis right now?
I mean, even like the Orchid coming out too, or like an instant Winter's Curse following an Echo.
They have a lot of ways to shut him down.
But Seedek might have forced him into this position, though. They last banned out the Clockwork, fully expecting an ROTK hero to be last.
Well, they definitely know their LGD, and that's where some teams do run the offlane Tusk, but MMY is always the Tusk, and it's always a support, so...
ROTK plays it occasionally.
Yeah, not this tournament, though. I think every game that they've run at this event, it has been MMY. I mean, certainly he's been magnificent on the hero. It's tough to argue with it, but does maybe tip your hand a bit more as far as the draft goes. So LGD group up 5 top. This Aegis has about a minute and a half or so. Do you think Seedek look for a fight, or did they just split push away?
Not this top tower. This top tower is just not good positioning for them. They are just not set up. Like, maybe you go for a wraparound, but I think they're really waiting for the Darkseer Blink Dagger, and then once they have that, they can fight, because they'll coincide with the time of the Aegis expiring on Lina. So, what, 1 minute left? That's okay. You're in a pretty comfortable position if you're CDEC, and you don't have to take this fight. The T1 tower doesn't really mean that much to you right now. It's not like it's controlling your jungle. It's not like CDEC are farming Ancients. So.
And now Aggressive as his Battle Fury. Shiki up to 1,600 gold. As you mentioned, the Darkseer Blink online. So they've gotten a couple of key items during this time.
But what this will mean is that CDC, their aggression was stalled because of the Aegis. So like come 5, 6, 7 minutes from now, they're going to be really concerned about protecting the area, warding it up, maybe throwing a remnant in there, because that's kind of been their only wrench in their plans this entire game.
They are on the smoke now. Nighttime has fallen for a bit, and they are hunting. Garter.
They see Siler mid, and they're immediately like, okay, we can pick off these weak supports behind or find anyone else, because he's somewhat isolated. And there's a very small window in between where he's going to hook up to the rest of his team, but looks like they won't find that.
They don't have Aggressive with them. I think they were banking on that push mid and then go for the 5-man surround, but didn't actually materialize. Instead, LGD swing towards the bottom lane now. They do have Siler being scouted out here. And it's going to be 4 minutes until the next Roshan respawn, so this will be a window for Seedek if they don't want to fight into the pit to fight before it spawns.
Oh, we see a smoke from LGD on from behind. I don't know if it was under the Observer Ward, but it might have been.
Oh, XC, such a crucial here to get caught, but he blinks out. They're going to slowly chase after Garter. The Gouda stack up, but this will give time for Cedek to prep on the high ground.
I think they saw this
Sylar, and they leave aggressive in reserve. He chains out the Earthshaker, who doesn't have a blink just yet, very close to it. A shot in the dark from MMY, but doesn't find anyone with the shard. Cedek, they got to the high ground. They have the AoE combo, and LGD just don't want to risk it.
A good use of darkness, though. They won't have vision to, like, let's say, Snowball or Eels combo somebody. And Earthshaker's actually really close to blink now, just 50 gold away.
No, looks like RTK should be able to grab it with this wave. Chucks out the fissure, and there's the blink. We saw last game, the blink on Earthshaker can just completely change the game, even if it's only a one-hero echo. Could be the death of Aggressive, who they desperately need to kill, as Sylar is scouted out in the river, but Aggressive is busy cutting off the backlines. Isolates DDC, and Cedek will retreat.
They don't have vision. They don't know if the Shaker has blink right now. It's about that time, and you want to be able to find him out so you can at least orchid him.
So LGD stay clumped up in the mid lane, and I guess at this point they're just waiting for the next Roshan.
Well, they need to keep their farm up too. Sylar needs to keep on doing ancient stacks, and it's daytime, so they have a little bit more movement around the map. So they just need to make sure that they don't fall too far behind in terms of farm.
On the mid lane they go. They are going to curse Sylar. They're committing for this one, but they don't have the full team here.
They know that Earthshaker has blink. They all split up.
Oh, the chains is there, interrupting LGD's jump forward as Aggressive rolls back. The snowball coming in. MMY, they want to turn on him now. Quickly burst him down if possible. Silence. There's the back. The wall. My God, my kingdom for a curse. They don't have it. Maybe they don't need it. The scream and the sleight of fist almost finished off two of those squishy backliners, and now a remnant forward. Aggressive out for blood. Hot on the trail. Will bring down DDC. Another pickoff. Sylar may have survived, but the rest of the team is in shambles as Cedek just completely outmaneuver LGD again.
Again, it's all aggressive. Firstly, he's on the high ground, so they get vision of the Shaker, so they see his blink. Secondly, he baits the snowball into like the Radiant Ancients so that they're forced to fight on the terms they don't really want to. After that, he sleight of fist the Earthshaker so he can't blink, and then all of them just converge after they get sight from a sleight of fist to drop a vacuum.
Imagine if they had Winter's Curse there. That's a 5-man wipe, probably.
That was just
scary.
Aggressive just doing all the right things for his team. Getting vision and pulling them into a bad position is no easy feat.
Well, maybe showed off an incredible Ember Spirit at TI5, but Aggressive says two could play at that game, and he's even going to go the same build here. Grabs the early Blink Dagger. Something might maybe really paved the way for back at that event.
But that's LGD's best shot.
Yeah.
It's daytime, there's no darkness, and you just got the Blink Dagger. Like, when you don't have any of those tools, the last tool left is Aegis. Without the Aegis, they have no chance of winning a fight realistically.
And it is so risky to go into the pit against this combo.
I mean, but what else do you do? If you wait for night, darkness is already up, and there's, what, 100 seconds left until darkness? So half of that will be taken up by Night Stalker's ultimate, and then after that, you have to wait for 4
Aggressive
minutes.
just jumps in mid, and okay, back he goes.
Is under attack.
Thought he didn't have a Remnant there for a second, but he is prepared as always. So yeah, that Roshan, if it is the next objective, it's coming soon. Only looks like maybe 15 seconds or so to go. But there's a catch mid on Sylar. Not going to follow that one up. Any moment now, the big rock will be back.
Yeah, but it's about time to pop darkness. You might as well pop it at 27:10, and then when it ends, it'll be 28, and then nighttime for the next 4, and then that's the time that I think, and as well as all their ultimates cooling down. So this is about the time for them to try and seal the deal.
Well, they're going to send the Ember Spirit towards top, trying to bait somebody back as the tower just gets chipped away on creeps, and nobody comes to defend. Maybe Cedek going to start to suspect that Roshan might be in the cards, but clear out the wave.
Yeah, they're not actually in position to defend it, though. But at least they'll get a T2 at a minimum. And they're actually grouping up for a smoke right now.
Well, tower will die to creep, so Aggressive plays it safe, is going to back off. Rest of the team waiting for their carry player to rejoin them.
It's a little bit slow. Like LGD, they potentially could have taken Roche. It would have been super YOLO and super risky, but that's kind of like their only chance.
Their
I would
position,
say.
yeah.
Their position kind of demands that they have to take that sort of risk.
There is a ward that's scouted out RTK, and in fact, the way that they've traveled, they might run straight into the freight chain that is CDEK, and they jump in. It's RTK caught out again. Then the Remnant forward from Aggressive, already looking for the second kill. He knows the first one secured. They chase forward on the Sylar, up to the high ground. The BKBs come out, beautiful Clop connection. Easy kills left and right here for CDEK as they jump forward. Another Remnant, another grab. There's the chains. DDC down as well. 4 have fallen. It's about to be 5. The curse, it wasn't even needed, and now it's deployed onto Sylar. Tries to run to the well, can't make it out. Chopped armadillo for dinner, and this just might be the end. LGD, everywhere they go. CDEK are 20 steps ahead of them.
They do a really good job of playing around the bristleback though, and I mean, we've seen very few bristlebacks without Wisp, but when they are picked, it's usually like in an offensive dual lane with the Dazzle plus Bristle to put some pressure on the enemy carry, or it's versus a Broodmother. And this is one of the biggest weaknesses of the hero. Like if you're the last one alive and you can't put out enough pressure, he's kind of useless. They just ran by him. All his supports are very, very poor. And if he farms out alone, his team can't take a fight because there's not that BB front line.
They just don't seem to have the tools to shut down the Ember Spirit at this point. 11-1-7. He's been in on 18 out of 22 kills. And he's kept up his farm, sitting very close to the Bristleback, who's had 4 heroes behind him most of the game. Very impressive showing, and now they're going to move over towards the Dire Ancients. Aggressive will farm those as well. CDEK using the map well here, keeping their economy going even after a great team fight, and the graphs reflect it. Shooting up to over a 14,000 gold lead, similar on the experience.
Aggressive is just
advantage.
Really good about not dying though. Like some carry players will try and make these plays and then just give away 1 or 2 deaths, which will just, you know, nullify all of your hard work because of how high on net worth he is. But Aggressive is just, he only did that one time in mid where he fought back, and here we go with the last blow. They already have a Remnant in there though. It's sitting behind. I don't even know if
they do see it, looking at Sylar's vision, but they're not reacting to it. They're still working on it. They're almost begging CDEK to come, and I think CDEK are going to oblige. They've got the combo up. LGD are not actually scouted up that hill, but you know CDEK expect them to be in the neighborhood. So in the end, LGD are going to have to back down. And now a blink on Q. Even more ways to find that dominant team fight that spells doom for LGD.
Yeah, they don't have eyes on Night Stalker. They don't know if he actually has his.
Look at Aggressive. The 2 hero chains. They were trying to deward and he set up the fight. The team's gonna follow. They snowball and try to hang on. The back was committed. They still have a wall. They still have a curse here if they need it. The quad finishes up DDC. There's the echo from RTK, but they need more backup. They've jumped into the curse, and Sylar's burning. The Ion Shell's bringing him down. He's almost dead. A blink, a scream. He tries to run, but the vampire's on the hunt. And elsewhere, Aggressive was looking to dive a little bit further. Sylar diving, retreating down the mid lane, wants to get the hell away. 4 heroes streaming after him. Finally, they'll bring him down. Another death here for LGD. It looked like they had the good counter initiative from RTK, but there's just too many ways to turn the fight for CDEK.
It's actually crazy. It doesn't matter what hero Aggressive is. He always is able to start off the fight. Ember Spirit.
And survive, apparently.
It doesn't matter. Well, that was a really good winner's curse.
2 hero chains, and then the follow comes from Q. He caught out maybe as well. They're looking to go on this. The back's there. They slow him down. They poke at him. He's going to throw out the Yule Scepter, trying to hang on to his own life, but Aggressive is into the fray again. He gets the chains once more. CDEK just keep on punching LGD, and they can't seem to take the beating. Cheeky, though. He'll go down at least. Something. A consolation prize. They get off the fissure, looking for more. Beautiful enchant totem. RTK is going to turn this fight. They've dropped 2. They might lose XC. Gets off the surge. The chase continues. They have a blink soon. Fissure available. But already, the Darkseer's backing off. Q up on the high ground will also retreat. And they're not going to pursue any further. So in the end, they do force out the buyback there on the Bristleback. Gets a couple of kills for the team, but only a small consolation as they're unable to bring down this out-of-control Ember.
But at this point, you kind of have to go for Roche. You are so far behind that you need 2 lives on Bristleback in order to maybe even think about winning a large-scale 5-on-5.
And already he's scouting it. Lucian's immediately into the pit. This guy just, no quarter is given by Aggressive this game. This series. XC tried to back Sylar up onto the high ground. They do lock him down, but he's Sleight of Fist, dodging away from an enchant totem, and then jumps out. The snowball dragging him away from the main engagement. The main engagement happens to the south, where XC's been caught out. He blinks out. The Glimmer Cape used to keep him alive, and now the Axe is up on the Night Stalker. So the vision game will tip dramatically towards Seedek from here
And
on
now
in.
he's bought enough time for all the heroes to revive. 2 on the side of CDEC, 1 on the side of LGD.
And he's catching them as well. He's jumped one. Sylar, not the easiest target to bring down. Into the pit he goes. But like you said, Ben, they're all back now, and they've got the combo, the back into curse.
Still no wall though, so maybe not really willing to take the fight. They still have a good amount left on nighttime. 3 minutes left, so they're not in really that big of a rush. And as you said, the Night Stalker Axe is just going to prove even more problematic for Earthshaker. I thought Earthshaker had a good ult last game. The only problem was he didn't get the Winter Wyvern, and then the Winter Wyvern cursed the Bristleback, which forced the Earthshaker to run over and start beating on him.
It is the power of this type of draft. You've got so many ways to turn the fight. If you don't catch the Ember, he can maybe just kill you. Obviously, that Wyvern or Darkseer can really interrupt things, and it's just been hard for LGD to find that picture-perfect fight. They are looking for it now on the move. They smoked. But Seedek don't get caught. Aggressive blinks in. He drops the Sleight of Fist in the middle of the trees, and that zips out, thwarting LGD at every possible turn. They have managed to lock in XZ, but do they really want to go? Shiki's up on the high ground. There's the curse. The back as well. Getting ready for some AoE. They buy back the Queen of Pain, and they're going to look to run forward. Aggressive, slashing his way through DDC. Beyond Godlike. Somebody kill this guy. Finally, they get the job done. It's a big commitment, but LGD desperately needed that. Unfortunately, it may cost them their Sylar. He turns his back, still takes the quad bolt, and into the fray again. They killed him once. Aggressive Remnant T4. The Echo not quite connecting on him, and now he's going to find 2 more. Gets the chains on RTK, brings him down as well. 4 heroes dead. Seedek, no mercy once again. Even when you think LGD have a good fight, they still get punished.
That was pretty good. They caught Shiki out without his BKB.
It was a gold loss here, but the lanes are now pushing against LGD, and Seedek might even look for a lane of Rax.
I admire how LGD take the fight outside the base, though. If Seedek aren't all there, or if Winter Wyvern doesn't have a blink, let's say, they get an easy pick, and then they sneak on a Roche, and then they still have a fighting chance.
BKB up now on the Lino. We'll see if that makes a difference. Seedek, though, trying to bait out these buybacks. They're not going to be forthcoming. Tusk will respawn soon, so doesn't want to use his, but crucially, the Bristleback is not available. They will deploy the Weave here, making Seedek a little more squishy. Maybe being given a bit of bonus armor from the Medallion as Seedek continue to slice away at objectives. Just poking on the melee. They're going to dive onto maybe. BKB forced out. And he will back off, but that's the 10-second. Down the drain. Seedek chains it again, but this time it's a kiting maneuver. They're not actually looking for kills. RTK, blink forward, got the fissure to start this one off. The enchant totem, attention, MMY jumping in, but Aggressive looks to turn and punish. Gets the chains up, there's the grave. LGD, they've got the whole gang back now. Looks like Seedek really need to get out, and no, Aggressive wants to go back in. Typical. Okay, now he's back. Good job covering the retreat.
Queen of Pain's actually fallen a little behind in terms of farm, already behind the Lina, but still, Bristleback, if not really accounted for, will stack up on his sprays. He was able to do a ton of damage in the last fight, especially with the weave up.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they want to be playing those long fights with the Dazzle, the Bristle. Seedek very much about that big combination, the Vac, the wall, the Curse, and the Ember Spirit over the top.
Yeah, they really have to have a good echo, though, on ROTK. Too many times he's been hit by Splinter Shards or a Sleight of Fist, usually, and just been unable to connect on the Blink Echo. And
is there, like, an item he could buy that could make a difference
some
here?
people like Shadowblade, but he is just way too farmed. Generally, the progression is, like, Blink Force into Shadowblade if you're having a lot of trouble jumping, but smokes work okay, too. I don't know if they have any smokes left. Doesn't look like it. But, I mean, with the Night Stalker Axe, what realistically can you do?
We'll see if they have any answers. LGD did complete their Assault Cuirass now on Sylar. Pretty big pickup there for the Bristleback. Also managed to grab the Solar Crest on the Dazzle, so he does become very tanky. And we saw last fight just how difficult the guy is to bring down.
Yeah, they just have to be really patient and wait for CDEC to, like, slightly overcommit on the Bristleback and have a lapse in positioning and try and wait for maybe a 3-man clump, and then just be really quick about dumping your spells.
Well, with the buybacks having been used up on their 2 carries, Seedek really want that extra life that an Aegis provides. And they're going to walk into the pit and try to grab it now. Sylar, I think he may have walked in vision of the Spirit. Yeah, looks like they did scout him, but they're going to back off instead. Very safe play knowing that the buybacks are on cooldown. Though, to be fair, they still have a tier 1 up mid, so it's not like a lane of Rax will be easy for LGD.
Staying in the pit will open them up for a Blink Echo Slam, or like a Fissure into a Blink Echo, which would just be really bad for them.
They did get a blink on MMY at long last. He's definitely struggled a bit more on the Tusk this game. 2 and 7, not his usual performance. But maybe he can go in first and just let ROTK kind of sit back, wait for the right opening as the Bristle charges in. It's going to reveal Smoke. Shiki quickly there with the Shadow Strike, but they really want these backlighters aggressive, trying for it from the high ground. Didn't get the chains off though, and now Q jumps in. Beautiful curse there, catches out 2 heroes, then the wall, the back combos, the combo comes through. They bring down DDC, now hunting on the maybe. ROTK once again doesn't get anything off. He's silenced and then suddenly he's dead. So it's going to be up to Sylar and MMY as they also lose their Lina. Ember Spear just zipping above in the heavens, and now finds the chains. Jumping onto Sylar, not looking so tanky after all. Trying to back off low, but they continue to kite, control him. Silence, Remnants forward, and they get it done. 4, 5 hit the deck. C-Deck again and again, just out-fighting LGD. Better initiation, better vision.
GG.
And just a flawless performance here. 2-0ing LGD. Big Brother has met his maker.
It takes a lot of discipline to just completely ignore the Bristleback. We saw the Ember Spirit like sleight of fist the 2 heroes to the left. We saw the Night Stalker wrap around to the back and isolate the Earthshaker. They just did an excellent job of always finding ROTK and just kind of ignoring the Bristleback and eliminating his teammates.
And this is what generally happens with C-Deck, because they get the early lead and then they never look back. Last game they had to make an adjustment because they were struggling a bit early. They showed their versatility in doing that, Ben, but I wonder where you pin this one. Is it on the draft? Is it on the execution? A little bit of both?
Maybe even the laning.
Yeah, that could be it too, but...
The Earthshaker wasn't able to stand up in the lane. The Bristleback gave up a very early death too, so just, not LGD's game.
Impressive showing by C-Deck here, though. They are going to move on in the winner's bracket. They look good as they enter the semifinals. They'll have some time to get ready for their next opponent, but while they're doing that, guys, we're going to hand it back to the panel so they can break this game down a bit further. Paul, over to you.
Thank you very much, LD. Yes, back on the panel right now, where 2 of us are, 2 of us are quite smug right now, and 2 of us look pretty dumb.
And handsome.
That doesn't make up for the fact that you got that horrendously wrong.
On one hand, I guessed wrong.
Here come the excuses.
On the other hand, LGD were so close.
Wrong.
Okay.
So I'm pretty happy right now. I don't know.
Really?
You missed my humor.
I even included you in the handsomeness.
Joking aside, draft, execution, laning, which one? Take your pick or all of them?
All 3, I think. I feel like CDC just performed to their usual standards, so to speak.
Yeah.
I feel like Aggressive is a monster.
He is
probably
a
the carry to look out for right now.
Yeah.
And definitely have me convinced of being the true contender for the title of this major.
High praise.
I was a little disappointed with their lack of stuns again. Same thing, the carry came in at the last pick, and all of a sudden their only way to deal with him was a Lina setup or Earthshaker chain stun, but like they're pointing out, Earthshaker consistently died. Nightstalker would find him, or somebody else would initiate on Earthshaker, and when that happens and you can't Echo Slam initiate, then your aggressive is going to go awesome. He's going to do amazing things and get a lot of kills and just own the game, basically.
He was impressive, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he was probably the best player in both games. I would say absolutely outstanding play for me.
And although you've picked CDC to win, are you actually surprised that it's 2-0, honestly?
I thought in order of what was most likely, the 2-1 outcomes were the most likely, and then I would say 2-0 for C-Deck. So, yes and no. It's not the one I was expecting, but it doesn't surprise me that much either. And I want to mention for me the CDC qualities that they're carrying over from TI5. I feel like it's the same kind of team we see. They're super explosive in fights. They're very aggressive when the time is right, and they just read the game exceptionally well. So.
And they're so on the same page as well. We saw that very last team fight. It was a beautiful example of how they just completely ignored the Bristleback, ran all the way through the secret shop to go on the back side of them. The Winter Wyvern jumping in. Beautiful play, beautiful execution of the team fight, and knowing what objectives they need to fulfill to win.
Okay, what about RGD? Disappointing, obviously, for them, but they're going to drop down into the lower bracket. They'll get another chance.
I think their biggest issue was strategy. Definitely no clue about how to counter CDC. They tried sort of a Hail Mary draft where they ban out CDC-specific heroes, and I think the follow-up and the picking phase were lackluster. A lot of the picks had me questioning what their plan was. letting the Darkseer through, for instance, and not having any real reason to do so was one of them. Night Stalker as well.
I mean, we picked out three things: draft, execution, laning. What do you think was their weakness in the end, LGD?
I think the draft was the biggest weakness out of those three in this particular game. I think in the first game, they actually did all three things very well. That's why it was as close as it was. But for this game, the draft didn't make that much sense. They got a Bristleback as their only real core, and he just got kited all game. So they couldn't kill heroes, more or less, with their draft.
Okay. Let's go and find out who Kotl has over on the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paul. We are here on the stage right now with Aggressive of CDEC, a very dominant 2-0 performance. Now, we've gotten to talk to you in New York at ESL One. We talked to you in Singapore at Nanyang, and you said that was practice, and you were learning and adapting. Are you still practicing and learning, or do you think you're starting to get to that point where you're reaching your prime?
恭喜你们以2-0的比分这场取得胜利。那我们以前在纽约、在南洋都一直问你，你是不是还在学习你们的队伍？你每次都在答案就是你们还在学，还在适应这个新版本。这次你们是不是不用再学了，可以出山展现你们的实力？
实力是一部分吧，运气也挺重要的。然后就是我们可能比之前打完 TI 之后的话会强一点，但是我们还是要学习吧，我感觉还不是很强。
Strength is a part of it, but luck is also a part of it. And we learned a lot ever since TI. And I think we're not quite where we need to be just yet, but we're getting better.
Now, when you're going against a team like LGD, which are some of your friends or maybe even colleagues, and you have a strong performance like this one, is it almost bittersweet because they are friends of yours?
那这次你们对老干爹是你们的朋友，以前是队友，像兄弟一样。那这次你们击败他们，有没有感觉到有点就是嘉喜交加，悲喜交加？
能够和兄弟战队交手的话，其实这么早遇到我还不是很想遇到他们的，就是希望在后面碰到他们吧。能战胜他们的话，非常的荣幸嘛。
Being that we're so close with them, I didn't want to face them this early. I was hoping we'd meet them later on, but we feel very good that we were able to beat them.
All right, now for a bit of a fun one here. Gyrocopter, Phantom Lancer, Ember Spirit. Which of those three do you think you're the best with, and which do you think you have the most fun with, and a bit of why?
就3个英雄：飞机、火猫，还有猴子。那这3个英雄之中，你哪一个最喜欢？哪一个认为你打得最厉害？
感觉的话，飞机吧。
Gyrocopter.
Simple enough. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations and good luck moving further. We're going to send it back your way. Paul?
Thank you very much. Always extenuating on the name. I like that. It's always going up in the air. Bit loud earlier on with the old shake back, but that's fine. We're all surprised by the sound when it came through eventually. We are going to take a quick break now. When we come back, however, get ready for Cloud9 versus Alliance. We'll see you in a few. And a very warm welcome back to Frankfurt for the live Dota 2 Major, the first ever of its kind, and welcome back to the Join Dota panel. That's right, I'm joined by many members of that particular fraternity. All three of them, kind of. I'm feeling a bit, you know.
We're missing Blitz, though.
You are missing Blitz, yes.
Go JD.
Go JD. Welcome, Capitalist, and also the ever handsome Toby One. How are you doing?
You got that
you
a
give
little
me
up.
handsome
I
and
thought
not Cap?
I would today.
Like Cap is the JD stud. Like, we've accepted this fact a long time ago.
Really?
You introduced me as your sometime lover, Paul.
I know,
Like,
but I was trying to give some love the other way just so you didn't feel jealous.
I don't like this whole polyamorous situation.
Right, okay, all right, okay, fair enough. Well, we're going to move on. It's going to be a very good game, I think, this one. I mean, we pray it's going to be a good game. It's a best of one. How can it not be a great game? It's Alliance versus Cloud9. We're going to start off with Alliance. Great to see them back in a major. Full admittance here, I'm an Alliance fanboy.
Wow, you must have, like...
Just putting it on the line.
You must have shed tears or hung white
I
flags
did.
on your door, man, because
I did.
there was no mercy given to them during the groups.
No, there wasn't, unfortunately. It was quite sad.
It was quite sad, but I think at the same way, the reason Alliance was back to begin with was because they had this unique playstyle, this very unique way of drafting, sticking by what's worked for them 2 years ago. Let's do that again. And while it worked against tier 2 teams, it's yet to be seen to be efficient against the A
Better
class.
teams, and even international teams who might not be tier 2. They might be, might not be tier 1. They might be tier 2.
I mean, going into this tournament, they did have some pretty significant wins. They beat Empire 2 times in a row. They beat OG, who was another one of the teams that people were looking at and going, okay, they're probably going to do pretty well at the majors. And then it turns out that both Alliance and OG just suffered terribly in that group stage. And I'm not entirely sure if they're actually going to be able to come out of this bracket. I mean, I know you've got a lot of experience on both of those teams, but it just seems like there's something missing, something that has completely gone wrong. I mean, for example, the Alliance drafting, right? Like they went Tiny Whisk 2 times in a row, lost that. And then they drafted and let the other team get Huskar 2 times in a row, right? It feels like there's something off there, that they would actually let that happen and not actually be able to adjust to successfully win the second game.
I mean, saying that as well, they learn fast at least, and maybe not fast enough, but they do learn eventually that they've made a few mistakes, so surely they won't be making those mistakes. I do want to discuss one particular player. Again, he's a mate. It's great to see him at these events, but I know he was very miserable yesterday. I saw him tweeting it was probably the worst day of his professional career, and that's Loader. Hasn't had the best of times. How does he dig himself out of that trough?
That's a good
Jacob,
question.
you've had experience of this.
I mean, they didn't even have a single win, so I can see how that must be the most miserable feeling of any pro player. I think what they need to do is maybe revise how they go about drafting, or now that they're in a best of one scenario, just pray to God that it works this time around so they can have some momentum back and get some self-confidence.
What do you think?
It's kind of rough. Like, I don't even know if they need to change anything or just go back to what they were doing. We were talking about how they were having a lot of success online against some teams which we all thought would be very formidable here. And they just don't have that same kind of draft. Like, yeah, the Huskar definitely threw them off and they didn't correct for that. But at the same time, like, we're starting to see a very, like, you know what's going to be coming during the drafting phase. We've already seen it being very similar through the first 2 series today and across the group stage. I don't know if they're really going to change it. There's a lot of stuff which is coming their way, which can be easily predicted. It's just, I don't know if they're getting confused during the drafting phase. So I'm really interested to see what happens in this series, how it all unfolds, especially for the
Well, hold your horses, because, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah.
And we aren't all gods either, but even gods have to start somewhere. And without him, we may never have had those memories from TI3. But thankfully, there's a good friend of his that we have to thank him for giving us the one and only Elgod.
I began my Dota career here in Gothenburg, actually. There was a small internet cafe, and then a friend of mine actually showed me the game and wanted me to try out this new map.
Me and Jonathan went to this internet cafe. It reeked of sweat and manliness, in a good way, of course. And I found this map called Dota, and I introduced him because I played it once before myself and thought this I could win over him. Jonathan is very good at games. So we started playing 1 versus 1. It took about 7 to 8 minutes and I died. When Jonathan won TI3, I called him 6 in the morning in Sweden and cried on the phone. I was like, oh my God. So, I mean, everything he does, I follow.
Winning the international meant everything to me. Most important thing for me was like, yeah, you're one of the best players in the world ever.
Unbelievable. The Lions grabbed the championship, guys.
I mean, I kind of expected us to go into a slump after winning TI. Just studying the other teams that had won TI and talking to players and just thinking about the mindset and everything. You just have to keep trying, and after a while you realize that it's so much about people and making people work together. It's not only about me being able to work with a team. The most important thing is that they work together. When you lose that unity or sense of identity as a team, you learn to miss it.
He's become, as a leader, is really inspiring. The way he sees problems and always see a solution to it. Even though it's not obvious, an obvious solution, he always say, okay, this has gone wrong, now what we do to make it better.
My family actually watch some games. My big brother, he's 10 years older than me, he actually watches almost all the games. My father watches a little bit, but he's more like, he studies the numbers. My older brother, he's, I would say a nerd in a good way, because he was the one who got me interested in computer games and reading. I read a lot of books. Then there's my other brother. He kind of taught me that whole side of the world where you do sports and you socialize with people, and this kind of new momentum and new energy level and get everyone psyched and pumped. Even though we made a team, but we had a good boot camp before the majors, or the qualifier for the majors, where we were able to get that energy back. We're not afraid to lose. If you don't fear us now, you will soon.
Very impressive indeed, and haunting words. Haunting words from Loda at the end.
Seems slightly hollow in the light of their performance in the group stage.
Definitely have to step up. One of the key parts about that team, of course, is experience. Loda has a ton of that. How important it is to the team and to him and to the unity that he talked about to have S4 back in the team?
I think one of the biggest things is, including S4, does build that kind of camaraderie. They're friends, they know each other going way back. I mean, they're TI champions, excluding one. I think they have that kind of experience. The big thing is they need to do right now is remember that they were champions, they still are champions in a way, and they remember just don't be afraid to lose. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, the other thing, if you're not afraid of us yet, you will be, right? That rings a little hollow, like Jacob said. But the other thing, not being afraid to lose, I think that does make a lot of sense for Alliance, who had such a rough group stage and are now left in a best-of-1 scenario against Cloud9. I mean, for me, they're a bit of a wild card, whether or not they can actually pull out, a best-of-1 against Alliance. I think they could actually pull out a best-of-1 against many teams and surprise them just with a jumpstart performance. But, as we've seen in best-of-3 scenarios, they're not quite as good. So I think this is going to be a tough scenario for Alliance to be in.
Okay, S4 returning to the team. It's got to give them something, isn't it?
It kind of needed to happen. They needed to find that leadership, that knowledge, the experience which S4 brings to the team, and also the dynamic nature he brings with all the heroes he can play. That's something which is just beautiful, and I loved also the way that My Nuts works with it too. Like you get like that. You knew it was going to come at one point, guys. But you have like that Queen of Pain pickup. You instantly think it's going to be S4, but no, all of a sudden it's going to be that support role. And that's the kind of dynamicness I thought we were going to see from them during the group stage. And then it's like 2 games of Tiny. Also rather hollow that the hero he was playing during that video was Tiny. It's just a very, very, very sad group stage for them. But
hopefully they can shrug it off. Talking of sad group stages, Cloud9's wasn't that much better. I mean, they had an opportunity of getting out of that group, didn't take it. Do you feel that was about right with where they finished?
Actually, in a lot of ways, I feel like their group stage was a lot more successful than that of Alliance. There's some shining moments in the group stage that I think Cloud9 can take with them. I think my personal expectations for Cloud9 were a lot lower than they were for Alliance. So in that regard, I think Cloud9 should prove themselves happy to actually do as well as they did, and they definitely have strategies that work against this field of top teams.
One of the key parts of Cloud9's success in the last few months, at least when they've been winning, And even when they've been losing, actually, it's the length of time that these guys take to get it done. I mean, they are methodical to a point. In fact, I think they have the longest average game time of any of the teams here at the major.
Yeah, Cloud9 actually have some really interesting play styles, but for me, it always goes back to whether or not they have certain key performers, and for me, that's Ritsu and that's MSS. Those are the two that I always look to at Cloud9 to provide that kind of overwhelming kind of early game force that allows them to be able to set up for the mid to late game.
Okay, MSS is a good time to bring him up as well. And let's talk a little bit about him and the way that he's fitted into this Cloud9 team.
I mean, he's been on a few teams before this and has always lacked that success that certain other NA players obviously got through either being on Evil Geniuses, which he was as well. And so he's a formidable offlane player, probably one of the best from North America, always in the shadow of Universe, obviously. But definitely a great player in his own right.
He needs to have some success at some point. Like, he's been to almost every major event out there, but has he won anything either?
I don't think he's even come close.
And the sad part is he's put everything on the line in order to be there in the first place, and yet he's always suffered with the teams that he's been with.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's not always easy being an esports superstar, and even less so when your parents don't like what you're doing. This is a story of a man who had to take extreme measures in order to become a Dota professional.
My name is Arif Anwar. My ID is MSS and I play offlane for Cloud9. I was born in the United States. My parents came here, I think 10 years before I was born, with my sister and brother. We've lived in this apartment for the entirety of my life. When it came to gaming, my brother and I lived the standard strict Asian life, where if we wanted to play, we would have to do it in secrecy. We would only be able to play when our dad wasn't home. If we ever heard like the door open, we would have to like Alt F4, turn off the computer, and just like pretend we're doing something. Whenever my parents caught us playing, they would just say the standard stuff like, stop wasting your time and just go study.
I explain him to whatever he do, he have to focus on his study.
I was one of those people where like, there's no way I would play this game professionally. But it was until I started standing in for teams like the old Liquid and Dignitas and EG. I realized like, I'm actually good at this game. After TI like ended and all the teams were shuffling, I got offers from Liquid and EG. This was during my senior year. It was an extremely stressful time for me. It was during the same time I was applying for colleges. There was a whole like 2 to 3 weeks of me just being so stressed, delaying my college applications. And I had to keep lying to my parents that I did apply. It was the worst feeling ever. Just having to lie to my parents, and even worse, I had to lie to my brother. Originally, I was supposed to go to NYU Poly, and I had to pretend that I actually like got in, and I had to go to the orientation and stuff. This went on for like weeks. It took a toll on my brain and like mental state. I had to go with EG because they were offering a team house, and there's no way I could stay at home and play. I needed to get out of this house. Like I wanted to get out of this house. I wanted to do what makes me happy and see what life can bring. I had to keep telling my parents that school hasn't started yet. I had to pretty much sneak out of the house. I had to get my passport somehow. So I made up this excuse that, yeah, I'm gonna go get my school ID, and I needed an ID of my own. Put like any clothes I can find in my tiny backpack, and I just booked it.
He didn't say nothing. Later on, all of a sudden, one day, he left home.
আমার কাছে খুব খারাপ লাগছে কারণ আমার ছোট ছেলে এখন আমার কান্না আসে ওই দিনের কথা মনে উঠলে কারণ ও আমাকে বলে দেয়নি সেদিন আমি আমার হাজবেন্ড কান্না করতে করতে মানে পাগলের মতন হয়ে গেছি
I had no idea that he was, that my brother was going to, like run away or anything. So it came as a shock to me as well. And in my mind, I just kept calling him an idiot because I thought there's a million different ways to do this.
I felt really bad not telling my brother because I was really close with him. I felt like I pretty much betrayed him. And so I was on EG for around 4 months. And after like all our losses, like I knew this team was done for. I was really depressed. I was like, man, is this really how it ends? But then I got asked to stand in for Team Dog. We became Mouse Sports. I was really happy to be part of that team. We qualified for TI, and it was probably like one of the happiest days of my life. Like, I felt so accomplished. We placed 11th place. All we had to do was win one more best of 3, and we would have been top 8, and that would have secured $800,000 instead of the $40,000 that we got. At this point, like, my parents didn't even know that I went to TI, and they didn't know I was playing for like 10 million. My parents and I don't talk about Dota at all. I kind of given up like trying to explain it to them. Like, there's no point. After we got eliminated from TI, I had to go to school because I promised them. Right now I'm studying computer science at Hunter College. I really do just want to play this game full time, but it can't just come naturally. Like, I need to prove my worth to my parents, and hopefully if we do well in majors, I can convince them to believe in this. They just see it as a game, but I see it more. I see it as an important part of my life, and my main drive to win is to show them what I can do in this game.
I think we can all relate to that. Stories. Many of those stories in there will relate to many of the players that play the game right now. Either of you got something like that? I mean, your mum's very supportive of you.
Struck me straight through the heart, man. Like, I consider MSS a really good friend.
Yeah.
So it was really touching to watch this story. I heard about it from Ken, and I was just like, couldn't wait to watch it just because MSS, like, I know that he struggled, and he's such a good player. But this is also, like, people look at it, and people look at Samael, right? And they go, oh my God, like, look at Prodigy, started from nothing, went to the top, right? And this shows you the other side of the story, where someone who, started from nothing and didn't make it to the top, and now he's struggling in that mid-state where he doesn't know where to go.
Yeah, you had great support from your mum in particular. I met her at TI very nicely, and it's great. But Jacob, it's not always like that. Parents aren't always as understanding.
No, it's definitely not. It took me 10 years to convince them that gaming was a great thing, so I can relate to that. Not as dramatic, but definitely close to.
Yeah, and you've moved continents to come and get involved in esports, so I guess you probably had similar kind of interactions as well.
You kind of got to sacrifice, especially when you started in esports as early as we did. But to sacrifice on that level just really gives you so much more respect for MSS.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's Cloud9. I guess the thing we ought to talk about is the game. As much as that was very touching, he does need to step up now. His team need to step up, and they need to bring it right now. Otherwise, they're in danger because they're going home. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is pretty much, this is obviously do or die in a best of 1, but it's also not just this game, right? But if they win this best of 1, obviously that's all they can focus on, but they have such a hard road to go from here. But I talked to MSS beforehand. He was feeling positive. They were also feeling positive, though, in their best of 3. They wanted to face up against LGD again, and we saw how that went. That went even worse for them. So as much as I'm cheering for Cloud9, I got to temper my expectations a little bit. I hope they just go for signature Cloud9, just the way I hope that Alliance don't try and mess around with their picks too much and just go with their own style.
Okay, we'll hear from Jacob and, of course, from Toby in just a moment. But first of all, the players are ready. So players will get settled, and we'll get settled too, because I'm really looking forward to this game. We also have a small matter of a few predictions to get out of the way as well, and we'll start with you, Capitalist, because you're first. You're in primary position number 1.
Uh-oh.
Time to lay down.
This isn't a hard one.
Exactly who's gonna... Is it not a hard one?
I mean, after we just watched that,
Yeah, no, right?
Like, my
It's
original
bits at
prediction
the
was
end.
Alliance, but how could I say no to that? Like, how could I say no to that MSS story?
Did you go with Alliance originally?
I did go with Alliance originally.
You have
Can
to,
I change it
no,
now?
you have to stick with it.
All right.
Like producers are going, you can't change, you can't
Alliance. I'll say Alliance
All
because
right.
I do feel that they have more depth to them strategy-wise, and I think that's
traitor.
where this game really lies.
After that MSS feature,
I'm so sorry, MSS.
he's going to watch the VOD back and be like, Capitalist is no longer my friend. Jacob, where you going?
Alliance. I think they are the better team at rising above the losses. They can rise to the occasion, and I think they will.
So despite everything we discussed earlier, you both gone for Alliance?
Yeah, I think they're the better team.
Okay. All right. Well, it's easy for me. It's Alliance because, you know, fanboy. Nothing, you know, it's all heart me. There's no head here at all. There's absolutely no head whatsoever. So it's heart for me. Toby, where are you? Heart or head?
Well, obviously, I'm going to be different to absolutely everybody else and go with Alliance.
Brilliant.
Really, they are the stronger team coming into team fights, especially a best of 1. If you're just going to go based on player skill, I kind of lean more towards Alliance. And as the boys are saying too, the depth in their draft, S4's got a lot more to play around with this time around. And there's a lot more ways they can win. I kind of feel like Cloud9 bottles themselves a little bit too much towards Ritsu as well as MSS. And I need to see more from the rest of them, to see that individual wonderful play from 1437 like we used to. It just needs to come back if they're going to win this best of 1.
All right, there's no way I'm sitting on an all-Alliance panel. The graphics gone. I'm changing it. Cloud9 all the way. Let's go, North America.
I was about to say, like, that being said, just because the 4 of us all go for Alliance, that's... doesn't paint the picture of which team is the favorite.
No, I was going to ask that, but we're not going to get time because the draft is upon us and we are already into the bans.
So for me, a lot of this draft, I said I wanted to see signature picks. So for me, I really want to see a good Ritsu here. I want to see Ember Spirit. I want to see Templar Assassin. One of those two picked up for Ritsu because, like, I feel like he oftentimes carries Cloud9. Like, he puts the whole entire team on his back oftentimes. And Alliance, I mean, you know, they have so many options, especially with Admiral Bulldog. Let's see a Nature's Prophet. Let's go.
Are you not worried, though, like, if Ritsu goes for these signature heroes? Like, you mentioned Ember as well as TA. Like, it's going to be a little bit too predictable. S4 will be prepared for this.
I don't think it... Sometimes, you know, it doesn't matter if the enemy team is prepared
We've
when
seen
you
that
have a
with CDC.
really star player.
I mean, if there's any team that you know how it's going to draft, it's CDC, so it doesn't really matter.
I think somebody said it was just like, sometimes the enemy team does know how you're going to draft, but you choose to draft into that anyway because you feel so confident.
So here's a bit of a predicament for Cloud9 because they haven't picked Slaughter throughout their games, and they, especially against LGD, they didn't even ban it. They haven't banned it against Alliance. Loda played Slaughter 6 months before Slaughter got good. So
it is a tricky one, right? Do you give up the Slaughter to Alliance, who also have My Nuts, who can play the 4 positions?
Exactly. I think they're likely to give it over to them and either pick up the... okay, I wasn't going to say Queen of Pain. I should have just said that I was going to say Queen of Pain. I was thinking either Tusk or the Ancient Aberration.
It's interesting for Alliance here because Cloud9 have banned out the Wisp, but we said earlier on they played Tiny Wisp twice, I think, in a row. And lost both of those. So why would they ban that? Are they obviously particularly scared of it?
I mean, it's still Alliance through and through.
Yeah.
You still have a team that is feared for their Wisp play. But I was going to go back to what Jacob said. I really was going to agree with the Tusk because, especially Tusk over Slaughter, because they're massively more successful with that. But not terribly surprising they're going to get a Nuts Tusk in here and Gyrocopter, because why not? That hero is so strong right now.
Yeah, it's that safe one, but at the same time, we understand the hero which destroyed Alliance during the group stages, the Huskar, and Gyro is very, very weak up against that Huskar, so I'll be a little bit concerned about that. And I actually thought they're going to block pick Cloud9 from getting that Dazzle. It's one of those heroes that Thebans play, I think, more than 70% of his games throughout the Frankfurt Majors so far. And it would have been a nice little combo hero to go with that Tusker.
Winter Wyvern.
I can see that. For me, it was either the Winter Wyvern and Ancient Apparition because they have more success with those two. I feel like the Winter Wyvern, some people really disagree, but I feel like the Winter Wyvern is a decent responding hero to Tusk's aggression. It's very easy to see telegraph where he's going to snowball. It's a good way to protect that hero, especially if you're able to get the Glimmer Cape as well.
Well, you're absolutely right. I think
seconds
it's a great counter for Tusk. I'm still surprised they didn't choose to go for the Slardar instead.
Reserve
Since
time.
like, win rate-wise, just one of the best heroes, and for Alliance too.
Cloud9 haven't played it an awful lot, though. Have they?
Cloud9?
Yeah.
No, not at all. I mean,
Most of the time when they picked it up, they've lost with it.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you even ban at this stage? Like, you're going up against the Gyro and the Tusker. You can't work out if that's going to be the offlaner or if it's just going to be the supporter. So the only things you can really ban against is the heroes which you hate playing against. The Admiral Bulldog, Nature's Prophet's been removed. You could also look towards S4's mid hero. Like, who is really going to contest the Queen of Pain? All S4 want to have up against that Quap.
I oftentimes look towards the Wind Ranger as being one of the most dangerous heroes.
Exactly.
A really good holding hero sets up the Gyrocopter if you get a good shackle shot, can win the laning phase up against the Queen of Pain. The problem with the Wind Ranger is that you do have problems with Winter Wyvern, whose Cold Embrace is very successful, but we've actually seen some players try and work around that, even going so far as working Maelstrom into their build, just to provide more magic damage.
10 seconds.
Interesting to see that S4 bans out the Templar Assassin, so he's assuming that Queen of Pain is in fact not going to be heading towards the middle lane. He's a little bit more worried about Ritsu's hero still.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really do believe that I think this is a little bit of difference in playstyle where Cloud9 are more often to have their mid be their true one position, whereas Alliance are much less likely. In fact, if anything, you look towards Admiral Bulldog to almost be the one position later on into the game. Looking at this...
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe the last man for Alliance here. I'm still looking at Nightstalker as being a dangerous hero. Jacob, I know you mentioned it in the beginning of the day that Nightstalker, you really feel like it's going to be the hero of the tournament. I completely agree. Seeing the success of some
I'm hoping
teams
we're so early on still that it will be picked up more. We have seen it being played with success today, though. So this Slardar ban makes me question how much preparation the Alliance has actually done.
It's still dangerous for a Gyrocopter because he's so susceptible to that kind of physical damage, especially if they're not going to pick up the Wind Ranger, because we could still have that mid position or even put the Wind Ranger as a safe lane farmer. You could open as your 3-4 with like a Slardar Wind Ranger, right? And that would be really dangerous for a Gyrocopter carry, especially since they're picking up the Darkseer.
I don't disagree with you. It's more to the point that Cloud9 just haven't picked up this Slardar whatsoever. So knowing that, you would probably want to run the risk of just banning something else out that you know they feel comfortable playing, such as, for instance, the Beastmaster.
I could understand that too, but at the same time, the Slardar works really well against Alliance, so it's just that safety net. Maybe Cloud9 do mix things up in this game. I can understand your point. Cloud9 probably wouldn't have drafted it. There's almost that safety thing. It's a best of one. You want to be safer and sure.
I think a Disruptor would be a great pickup here for Alliance. A good controlling hero versus Queen of Pain combos really well with the Darkseer, sets up the Gyrocopter as well, and also in some way prevents Cloud9 from potentially picking that hero up, as this could be an Earthshaker offlane.
Be a little concerned about the laning phase though. Is this going to be Alliance? Because you assume it's now my nuts on that Tusker. So you run Darkseer as well as Tusker off lane. Would you need a stronger hero than a Disruptor in that safe lane to combine with the Gyro?
If it's an Earthshaker off lane, definitely not. But there could be a much stronger laning phase offlaner for Cloud9 that could contest a Disruptor. But because you have a Gyrocopter to be able to back that up, I really don't think you need more than one hero. Just being able to control a hero when you have a Gyrocopter as your carry is good enough.
Cloud9's turn to pick.
There's that safer hero instead. So they go for the Dazzle. Ensure team fights have a huge armor advantage. In fact, the physical damage of Cloud9's have a real hard time getting through this Alliance lineup, considering they don't have any yet.
This would be the other support usually look to when you have a Gyrocopter. Both Slardar and Dazzle, I think, combo really well with Gyrocopter because the minus armor that they bring to the table, the flat cannon becomes
There's
actually...
very little lockdown on the lineup of Cloud9 right now. Is there anything that prevents Cloud9 from just picking up the Ember Spirit?
Remaining.
I mean, I know there's a Gyrocopter and everything, but even then, I still feel like...
No, I agree. I think you absolutely can still pick that hero up because you only have the lockdown of the Tusk. and that's very meaningless for an Ember Spirit.
And
He'll
then
see the
close out
snowball
the draft
coming.
with a Beastmaster, and Cloud9 basically got a dream lineup for them.
You might have one problem though, because Alliance do like running Gyro as well as Dazzle as a dual off lane. So with that, they could actually just fight directly into the Ember Spirit early on and cause him real CS issues.
Very surprised that they don't pick up the Ember Spirit and leave the Ancient Apparition for the last pick, because that, for me, would be the most likely banned hero for Alliance here. But then again, they do also have the Animage that they can fall back on that hasn't been banned away. That's also a Cloud9 staple, very mobile hero, which takes advantage of the same things you're pointing out.
You've got to imagine that's the next ban, isn't it?
That or the Ember, it's one of the two.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Cloud9 probably saw that and went, okay, we can have either one of those heroes, so we pick up the Ancient Apparition because we really like that hero. They have a pretty decent win rate. It goes well against both Darkseer and Dazzle. Darkseer is a naturally early mech picker, and then you also have the obvious heals from Dazzle. And Gyrocopter, I think, is actually very dependent on lifesteal and sustain in general because he has a low HP pool. You can oftentimes just poke at the Gyrocopter.
So the AM is the ban.
Turn to ban.
Of mid heroes right now, Wind Ranger, Lina are the two that comes to mind. We have seen some S4 Batrider in the past.
Except Batrider's had an absolutely terrible stat for this tournament. I think he's played 2 games and lost both of them. I know he's at least 100% win loss.
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3 loss?
All 3 lost.
Okay. So even worse than I thought.
Yeah, and I really only put value in the... this is actually why I was surprised that Alliance banned away the Templar Assassin, because they have that natural counter in the Bat. They showcased that not too long before the tournament actually started, and it destroyed.
So they do go for the Lina ban. I think the Wind Ranger would be the most likely scenario here.
Will be a good combo.
Of other potential heroes.
Easy damage. There's finally that control you're searching for from Alliance. Solid S4 hero.
There's also Son of Magnus.
That combos really well with the Gyrocopter. The increase in damage is more beneficial for Gyro than most.
I'd be a little concerned that you'd have too many melee heroes coming in close onto both the call, potential Echo Slam, Ice Blast. There's a lot of ways they could just shut them down.
You have a lot of weak heroes. If you want to really try and snowball against Cloud9, you could go so far as picking up... I was actually looking towards Tiny, but the matchup against Queen of Pain is really rough.
Then there's a Zeus as well.
Wind Ranger at
but
your
it is the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that's the most obvious one.
Cloud9's turn to pick.
So Alliance going back to what is comfortable for them.
I was going to say, we've also seen this lineup relatively often so far in the 3 days here at Frankfurt. This 5, actually.
Yeah, and it's at the same time the 4 heroes of Cloud9 aren't too unfamiliar faces either, so...
Although we haven't seen a huge amount of AA with Wyvern in the same team, usually in the same game.
Really interested to see how Alliance approach this lane, because if they do run this like Darkseer on the safe lane up against an offlane Earthshaker, that ES is going to have to burn through so many consumables, and the Dazzle Gyro can contest whoever the safe laner is of Cloud9. They can just run it safe too by keeping the Gyro safe. Like there's nothing wrong with it with a Tuskar.
They're going up against the
Darkseer
Winter
offlane.
Wyvern Ancient Apparition though. I don't think there's many heroes outside of AA that deals better with Try versus Try than...
That's what I'm just thinking. Alliance just go for this duel, get the most out of the lanes they possibly can. Play your odds on all the lanes.
Yeah, because the Gyro's gonna have an easy time farming up against the Earthshaker anyways. It's a Spectre.
And it's a Spectre right at the very end. 007's in the house, ladies and gents. Cloud9 versus Alliance is on the way. Let's head over to our commentary team of Purge and the excitable Odie Pixel.
Indeed, thank you very much, Paul. It is myself and Purge getting ready to take you guys here at the stadium and here at home into Cloud9 versus Alliance. We've seen the videos. We know how much this game means to both of the teams, and it's going to be insane. Best of one, of course. The loser will be going home. Purge, are you ready?
I'm absolutely ready. This draft is going to be great. We haven't seen Spectres too often. I don't know if it's going to match up great against the Wind Ranger, because if she gets ahead, she can definitely punish him. But with that said, they have the A and the Winter Wyvern combo and an Earthshaker. They have tons of solo kill potential.
Yeah, and I mean, the panel were talking about it. They were saying in terms of Cloud9, if they want to bring this one through, they've got to stick with the heroes that they know. And do you think that draft's going to complement Cloud9's playstyle?
They've done similar things to this. They even picked to carry Naga Siren recently, so it's all about the Radiance, basically, and that's what they have to aim for. If they can get a good timing on it, they can absolutely open up the map.
All right, well, let's not waste any more time and let's get ourselves into the game here with this elimination match between Cloud9 and Alliance. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of fan support from both of these sides, waiting and watching it online. And here we go. So, Purge, what can we look for here in the early game? Lane-wise, is it going to be the standard stuff from both teams, or are they going to switch it up?
There was a possibility that C9 went aggressive, but because they picked the Spectre, it's much more likely they just play it completely normal and standard, since both sides really just want to protect their carry. Queen of Pain can move around for ganks and things like that, but as can the carries on both Alliance and C9. So I think it's just going to be completely standard, straightforward with some rotations here and there, and hopefully one team can come out on top and then push that advantage for Roshans and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of pushing an advantage, as you said, the Wind Ranger, if she gets ahead of the Spectre, is going to be great for Alliance. But at the same time, if this game does go very late, you've got to favor Cloud9's draft, surely, with the Spectre backing them up.
Yeah, Spectre backing you up is very good. But with that said as well, I really like having Wind Ranger in the late game because just a Blink Shackle is a lot of times all the setup you need to score a kill. Now, it depends on positioning a little bit. If the Winter Wyvern, SVG here, is in a good position, then he also counters that Wind Ranger, so it's still going to very much so come down to initiations.
I mean, that is one thing. In fact, looking at Alliance's lineup, as you said with the Wind Ranger, if she's going to start to move around the map, the Cold Embrace is kind of going to screw with the side because the only one that's really going to have the magical burst to go through that is, of course, Loader on the Gyrocopter, surely.
Yeah, basically Gyro. You know, you've got a little magic damage from Darkseer, Tusk as well, but yeah, essentially it's mostly limited on that one hero. Power shot here and there. So yeah, SVG can definitely do pretty big saving things this game.
And here we go as the lanes pan out. It looks like, of course, we're going to see for the time being the Dazzle making a bit of a move towards the top lane. Okay, let's see if he needs to help out Bulldog to just get a bit of a start here against this tri-lane the Cloud9 are going to be running. And of course, on your off lane, this MSS Shaker, one of his heroes that people know him for playing.
It looks like Ake shifted the offlane, like you said, to help Admiral Bulldog, but the reality is that they weren't even there yet because they all went to the bot room. They're hoping to grab an early team fight. And since Bulldog is now 2, he's pretty set. He's going to have Surge now, and they don't have any hard stones in this lane. It's just Spectre, Winter Wyvern, and Ancient Apparition. It's a lot of damage, but they can't lock him down and prevent him from moving, so he should be okay here.
And I know it's early days, but top lane, they're going to try going on to Bulldog. He's going to surge himself away. Okay, taking a few Arctic burns to the backside here, but he should be able to walk it off. I mean, the mid lane, S4 at the moment, 5 for 3 on his Wind Ranger compared to the 4 for 0, so he's getting the denies in, down at the bottom. Nuts just giving it some against MSS as they trade hits here. And Nuts should be able to force MSS back up. He throws out the shard, but MSS just gives him the casual walk to the side juke, and he's going to be A-OK. We'll walk it off. I mean, in terms of kind of first blood potency, which lane do you think we're going to be watching, Purge?
Could be mid, Brax, sorry, is very low already. A couple of hits here and a power shot, and he could go down, but he's going to dodge that out just fine, and now the self comes. So that lane is definitely possible. This dual off lane, or this tri-lane versus dual off lane is definitely possible. You saw the damage there. Arctic Burn and Chilling Touch is a ton of magic damage on 2 ranged heroes. Very synergistic lane, a little weak on Disable, but the damage potential is definitely there.
I mean, looking at the Spectre at the moment, he's still finding the farm, even though he's against this dual lane, 10 CS at the moment. I mean, do you feel Alliance need to put more attention on focusing on the Spectre at the moment, or can they afford to do that later on?
They can't really, and that's because of the Observer Ward that C9 plays down. It blocks the large camp. Ooh, Brax getting low. But they put this Observer Ward here to block the large camp so that the Radiant offlane can't do side pulls, which is another thing that would have helped with Dazzle being there. If you do side pulls, you can nuke the creeps, maybe get some of those last hits. It denies the farm from C9, but instead they've been chain pulling here and guaranteeing a lot of last hits on Ritsu.
And well, Ritsu at the moment ahead of Loader in terms of CS, 14 for 1 compared to the 9 for 5 on his Gyro. Top lane, of course, the fact that it is Bulldog. He's got 6 CS on the moment on this Darkseer, so not as great as he would have liked in terms of farm, but he's getting the levels, level 3 at the moment on the little purple man. But Savage and 1437 trying to do their best to harass him back. Here we go again. The force out the surge. Bulldog will have to back up. Takes a fair bit, but he's still got a Tango and a Salve remaining in his inventory, so he should be fine to return back to the lane. But nonetheless, is beginning to run out of those consumables.
Yeah, if he continues to spam Iron Shells on the creep waves, it is going to hurt Ritsu's farm. Ritsu's still doing great despite that. And even without a Quelling Blade, actually, that's very impressive that his last hits are so high thus far. Against a Darkseer and without a Quelling Blade, you'd normally be a lot more zoned and less prepared to take those last hits.
And still towards the mid lane, S4 keeping the edge, 17 for 7 against the 10 for 0 on the Queen of Pain. So S4's going to be happy with that. Bottom lane, going in with a snowball onto MSS, just stopping down this clarity and continuing to just create as much space as they can here for Loader on the Gyrocopter.
You know, it's kind of good that he is occasionally baiting out snowballs like that. Where they,
we're going to see a shackle latch here. Follows up with a power shot. And still, Brax really getting bullied here in this mid lane. And here we go. They're going to try Bulldog again. He goes out with a surge. Still, the damage is going to bring him fairly low. He's only got the Soul Ring, so he's going to have to take a bit of time to regen back up.
That's a really good solution to the Darkseer. I mean, every 50 seconds, and it is long cooldowns for both Chilling Touch and Arctic Burn, but every 50 seconds they put this really high HP hero down to 20%.
Brax, he really needs to be careful. He's laning up against a level 3 power shot now, so he needs to just keep on the edge when S4 charges that one up.
Pretty low levels on all the supports in this game. With the exception of Winter Wyvern, he's almost at 3 here.
Oh, nuts.
Oh, is he going to get the kill?
He's not gonna, oh, he hasn't got the blink! Oh, he has just in time! Oh, Brax. I mean, Nuts has certainly caught the attention of the side of Cloud9 because they've actually sent 3 heroes mid. They're rotating MSS in as well from the offlane. So, I mean, Nuts creating a lot of space there for his side as he draws 4 heroes from Cloud9 towards that mid lane.
That was a great attempt by him. I'm not sure if he did a Ice Shards immediately after his Snowball, but to get maximum efficiency, you'd have to Snowball, right-click once, and then land the Ice Shards. And I think that he did both, but without attacking because he thought he would get the kill, but it was just barely too short.
Still top lane, Ritsu having a fine old time, 26 for 5, as we see there. 80% win rate at the moment on this hero. So they're certainly going to feel comfortable when they pick that one up for him. Wyvern's going to be able to top him up. Back to the mid lane. Brax is getting in a bit close and personal. Pops out the screen. S4 with the illusion, just harassing back this Queen. And yeah, Brax has to really blink away from that one. I mean, at this point, do they send someone mid to help out the Queen, or do they just kind of have to accept the fact that he's lost that lane against the Wind Ranger?
I mean, he's getting less farm, and that's unfortunate, but what's really going to matter is once Brax gets enough levels to successfully gank with his ult and a bunch of Scream, that he does create space, and he wants basically Alliance heroes to TP to defend lanes that aren't close to Spectre. And if he can do that, it buys Spectre space, and then Spectre's going to be able to get a Radiance, and then he's going to drastically be able to out-team fight and out-farm heroes like Gyro.
Top lane, Nuts. He's got the shell on him, and he's going to go for 1-4-3-7. The shards have been dropped down. He is blocked. This could be a first blood, and it will be. Nuts claiming first blood there for the side of Alliance. Ritsu tried to come in for a bit of reverse action, but to no avail. And 1-0 on the board now for Alliance with a very nice movement from Nuts to the top lane that just caught the AA totally off guard.
Yeah, and that was the easiest kill ever too, because they probably saw bot lane. Oh, there's SVG, the Winter Wyvern. If there's only 2 heroes and neither one has a hard disable, then that's the easiest kill ever once you Ice Shard him in.
It's going to be interesting as well to see, of course, Loda on this Gyrocopter, how active he's going to be and when he kind of starts to join the fights. He's got the phase boots. Do you imagine we are going to see the phase drums joining the teams and team fights, especially when Bulldog finally gets the mech online? When that comes around just after the 10-minute mark.
I'm not sure if we'll see a drum. I think it'll be useful this game because when Spec ults, it'll help his team run away from those illusions, but I'm not 100%. Some Gyrocopters do that build. Some just say, you know what, I don't need the mana component as much. I'm just going to buy a Sanjin Yasha. It's kind of the same thing, for yourself at least. So much more likely we'll see that build instead because it'll help him kite the Spectre.
S4, here we go, the classic goes in with a focus fire. Nuts will throw down the shards. S4's going to be a little careful. They're actually going to use the Haunt here. Ritsu seeing if he can join the fight. They're not going to go for S4 there with the Haunt. They're in fact just going to go for the kill on Nuts. At the same time though, AA does go down, so it's a 1-for-1 there between the side. And of course the fact that Ritsu was able there to get himself involved in a bit of action favoring the side of Cloud9.
So I think that was a very small mistake there by 1437. He turned to cast Chilling Touch and instead I think he should have just kept running because as soon as the dagger hit the Tusk, he slowed and shouldn't be able to catch up to the Ancient Apparition. So he does get a kill out of that. He's going to be pretty happy with that and a kill going to Brax as well.
And they're not happy with this Tusk, this Spectre. They're going to send the Tusk back up top again here. Nuts ready to make a jump on Rich. They know he hasn't got the Haunt. This is the time where he's vulnerable. He will Yamango now will be able to Spectral Dagger himself across the tree line. And that will just save his life there. Ritsu's going to be A-OK mid lane. S4 just throwing up power shots here onto Brax. It's going to be dodged. A bit of pressure being put on this top lane. You can see Nuts really wanting to make a jump in. Bulldog's already pushed the lane in, and Ritsu's going to have to head into the tree line. 1-4-3-7's there at the moment, but it's just the 2 of them on the side of Cloud9, and Nuts is just seeing if he can make a jump. He's just going to cut the creep wave here with the shell, just really piling on the pressure on this top lane now and making sure that this Spectre has a hard time getting the farm he needs.
This melee plus Darkseer offlane is working really great. They don't have to use Spirit Breaker. I mean, Tusk is working just as well. I really feel like Nuts is leveraging Tusk as a support roamer in the way that a lot of other teams aren't doing correctly because the pressure that's felt on the map right now is amazing. They pressured the Queen of Pain mid. They've killed some supports top. Yeah, maybe they have some weak supports, so it's not very easy for them to stop an aggressor like Tusk, but I think he's doing a great job this game.
And the mid lane as well, worth noting. Brax has really caught up in terms of the CS. He's now 39 for 5 compared to the 42 for 10. So he's really closing that gap here, and S4 trying to move in on him. Brax trying to juke down, but the shackle shot from S4, bang on target. They look to try and follow it with the snowball, but it's not quite in time. Brax will get the blink off, the shards will catch him, but MSS is there with the response. Goes straight in onto Nuts, and there's your horn. They'll take down Nuts, they'll find the kill there, and they're potentially trying to go for more. Ritsu now with the urn, pops the charge down onto S4, but S4 is going to be very glad that he's got that invis and will get himself back to safety.
And this is a great way to transition into a lot of kills.
Oh, look at this. Loader and Ake with the smoke. They want Ritsu. They want his blood. Ritsu will throw out the dagger, but S4's there as well, still fighting with minimal health. Ritsu gets himself up to the high ground there. And they're going to be able to follow this one through. Ritsu, he's going to have to try and juke this out. There's TPs coming around from Alliance trying to close him in, and Ritsu does not have a TP himself. Nuts has found him. Bulldog's there as well. They'll move, and he's got the shards and the snowball if needed, and there we go. But, oh, okay, still has the vision there for the snowball. Power shot will finish it off, and S4 there takes the kill on Spectre.
Oh, that's not the best there. He did buy Gloves of Haste at least, but he doesn't really want to make a fast treads. And in a lot of cases, Spectre will just get an urn, Ring of Akala. That's already pretty good HP survivability, but will he go for the treads now? It's not really what you want to do, but it will keep him more survivable. But that was a little unfortunate. If he had a teleport scroll there, he definitely would have lived.
And top lane again, just pushing this lane in 1-4-3-7. He's hiding in the trees, but he could be in a lot of trouble if they get wind that the AA is hiding it. As soon as the lane comes around, he's trying to tango himself deeper into the forest, but the pings come out, they've seen him. Nuts is ready to go, and here's the backup from S4 and Bulldog. The shards to set it up, but the TPs are coming through. This is going to hold Alliance back. MSS gets the fish onto Nuts, and Nuts now out of mana, out of luck. He'll eat a mango, tries to buy himself some time. He needs some backup from the rest of Alliance. Is it going to come, though? There's your snowball. He's going to walk it off, and it looks like he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. They'll have to let my Nuts drop, and the rest of Alliance do just get themselves out of there.
They can deny their Tier 1 tower as well, but this is not really what you want to deal with. Alliance has done a great job by shifting to the top lane to push this, because as soon as his Tier 1 tower is dead, there's not as many safe places for Spectre to farm. If the creep wave's anywhere away from the Tier 2 tower, his team can't easily TP and defend him, so it's going to limit a lot of those support resources by them being able to defend the Spectre if he does get in trouble like that. There's the deny. Will they catch him?
Oh, couldn't quite get it there, but he's going to give Ritsu the old rundown. She should be oh no, not the shackle! And the wall gets slashed. Richard does have one. Can he get it out? Uses the spectral dagger. Moves himself into the tree line. Very, very close situation there for him. But this is exactly what you don't want when you're on the Spectre, having this amount of pressure put on you, and there's just no help at the moment from Cloud9.
He made a mistake too. He trapped himself in the trees, so he's going to have to use another dagger just to get out. So now he's at 0 mana. A pretty big cost there. On the bright side, he's got 2 mana regen items with the Ring of Akala and the Urn of Shadows. Both great early game pickups. But it's going to be a bit until he's ready to use an ult again. And he's lost at least 10 CS maybe, 5 CS from using this mana mistake, because now he has to go back to base, so he can't be too happy about this.
Yeah, look what's been happening at the bottom lane. Loader's been using this time perfectly to hit creeps. He's top of the CS board, top of the net worth, but there's a smoke from Cloud9 coming in. Loader's got to be careful. Pings are coming through.
He got spotted.
So yeah, looks like Alliance are aware. And it's just a question of whether Cloud9 can find anything here with this smoke.
Whoa.
And Loader's just going to TP out. He's going to play it safe, join the forces in the mid lane, get ready to put some pressure on it, and maybe get ready to fight if Cloud9 responds.
Yeah, that was a great read, basically. He saw the Winter Wyvern, the other 2 heroes were smoked, and because he saw just a Winter Wyvern, he thought for sure, that guy's not by himself, he's just the bait. So he TPs to go with his team. They're going to kill all the Tier 1 towers if they can, and put C9 in a bad spot.
Both teams maybe looking to fight here. Cloud9 have come through with 3 on the defense, but S4 now with the DD. Look to try and finish off this tower with the help of his friends. SVG just on the sideline. He has got level 6. He's got that Winter's Curse if they want to try and find something, but Alliance just playing it carefully for the time being. Brax was putting a bit of pressure on bottom, forces out the fortification from Alliance. Now Alliance will move back in on the tier 1. Should be able to get the tower here.
As soon as this fight starts, he can TP. But they're gonna give up on that one.
Yeah, okay, they're claiming the gold for the boys. He'll get the money in the bank. Bottom lane, Brax still pushing. TPs are now going to come through. It is S4. Just going to clear him out there with the power shot. So Alliance will find the tier 1 mid, and they also managed to defend the tier 1 bottom.
So it's getting to be in a bit of a bad position against C9. Losing those 2 towers, again, they can't cover their allies very much. And Ritsu is nowhere near close to Relic. It's actually backing up a little bit and going for a Poor Man's Shield and a Quelling Blade. So I've never seen this many early game items on Spectre, but I'm wondering if it's a bit of a mistake. He will be able to farm the jungle very well, and that may be his line of thinking. Because I lost my tier 1 tower, I can't just passively sit in lane and hit creeps. I actually need to go somewhere that's kind of safe, though slower, and to do that, he's going to compensate with the Quelling Blade and the Poor Man's Shield.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the progression at the moment, top 3 highest net worth on the board are all on the side of Alliance. Mech, of course, was just finished by Bulldog on the Darkseer, so as a team, they're going to be much more in shape to fight. And looks like, so Loda, he's picked up the casual lifesteal. He's picked up an Ogre Club now, and it looks like he's going to be going for that S&Y, as you suggested.
That's an earlier Morbid mess than most Gyros build lately. If they do build a Helm of the Dominator, then they stack a lot, but he's gone backwards a little bit. I wonder if this is just to keep his HP consistently high in case he gets AI splasted occasionally. In the downtime between that, he can lifesteal back up to full. So that's maybe my guess here. He'll go Sanj back into it.
And they really would love this kill top. They've just popped down a nice lane ward there, the Cloud9 side, between the tier 1 and the tier 2, so they can see if any reaction comes when they try and make a move. Fish is going to be there. Here's your Ice Blast. I think Loda's going to be able to walk out of that, and he certainly is. So they can't really follow through on that, and Loda's going to be fine. And meanwhile, there's a bit of a chase here, looking for 1437. S4 going for his old coach. A secret straight in with a snowball. They'll get the kill there with a focus fire. Another pickup for Alliance. Meanwhile, top lane, the fight did kick off. MSS got in there with the Echo Sound. Finds the big value kill there onto Loda. So a trade that, well, for the time being, Cloud9 will be happy out. But Alliance, they're looking for more. There's no tier 1 here, nothing to back up to. So Cloud9 are fairly exposed. S4, can he find the setup? There's your Shackle. It's not going to latch, though. So SVG and Ritsu hiding in the tree line. There's more heroes on the side of the lines coming through. So SVG's going to simply TP out. Looks like MSS will get left behind, and he certainly will. They'll get the kill there as well. Killing spree now for S4. So effectively a 2-for-1. Maybe not over yet. The Ice Blast is coming in, and with the Horn, on point, on target. Killing spree now for the Spectre. And Cloud9, they may lose 2 supports, but they take down a Core and Ake.
That actually helped Ritsu in 2 ways. He went to farm the large camp, but there's an observer ward here that they placed as they were shifting to the top lane. So that's actually not a very safe place to farm in his own jungle. So he's got to be very careful. But we just looked at him. He had 0 gold, but after that short period of events, he's up to 1,700.
It's scary.
That's half of a relic. This has got to be a little dangerous here for Alliance. They're doing a great job rotating and being efficient, but if he gets the Radiance, the fights get really, really difficult.
Absolutely. And now feeling a bit more confident farming down in this bottom lane with the backup of both SVG on the Wyvern. Krax, he is around on that Queen of Pain. Just about to hit level 11 as he's got the Sonic Wave available off cooldown. And very close as well to finishing off that Orchid. So here we go. Ice Blast. This could be a big one. Loader and S4 needs to be careful. There it goes. Hits the both. Brax yells into the lug holes there of the Wind Ranger, and they're looking for more. Loader's got the Ice Blast debuff on him. He will go down as well. Double kill for Brax. Beautiful play from Cloud9. And Ake's desperately trying to find something, but there's 4 heroes still here. Bulldog and Nuts now turning up, and Nuts, he wants to go deep. He's got his train onto MSS, but the cold breaks from SVG's there. There's already been TP out from one of them, so it's only these 2 left. The wall gets dropped. They want the kill. They want MSS's blood, and they get it. So they do find the Earthshaker, but again, a trade that Alliance aren't coming out on top of, and Cloud9, they're going to be pretty damn happy with.
Yeah, the only thing that I can criticize C9 therefore is they're a little bit on a different page. Ritsu got scared there, threw a dagger back into safety. They could have killed him a little faster, and that might have allowed them as well to not have MSS be threatened, for example. So either way, it's still a big advantage for C9, but it looks like a crack that may affect them.
So, I mean, we can see from the boards at the moment, just 2K, it's a very close game. 7 for 6, 17 minutes in. I think a lot of people expected in terms of skill level, it was always going to be a close one. Some described this match, it was pretty much a coin toss between these 2 sides. He looks for the Shackle S4, isn't going to get it. Didn't quite have the range to latch onto the creep. And Loda now moving up to the top lane to continue to farm. And I think it was Loda before. Sometimes he picks up the Sanj and then goes back for a BKB. I mean, is this a game where he needs a BKB now, or can he still afford to finish off the S&Y?
It's a pretty darn good BKB game for a lot of reasons. Spectre does Desolate damage. If he's by himself, he's going to do a bunch of right-click. You can use Earn. If he gets a Radiance, it'll stop that damage, that missed chance. And the same thing goes for like Earthshaker. Lots of magic nukes there. Queen of Pain, yeah, she does pure damage, but a lot of her other damage is magic as well. And not to mention Queen of Pain's making an Orchid, so he won't take as much damage in from that. So I think it's pretty reasonable to go for Sanj back into BKB in this sort of game. But with the same thing said, he does kind of have to worry about trying to outfarm the Spectre, who will scale faster than him since he is on time to get a decent Radiance.
And he's just coming up to 3K at the moment in the bank for this Spectre. That's your Orchid, yeah, as you said, fully complete now for the Queen of Pain. Top lane, Alliance, they're going to look to try and take this tier 2. Let's see if any kind of fight kicks off from Cloud9. They'll throw up an Ice Blast. Loda, take that one on the chin. It's going to be a question of if Cloud9 want to come up here. They're starting to put on the pressure. S4 going in with a focus fire.
So the pressure continues, basically. And again, C9's not really falling for it. If Alliance could get kills and towers out of this, they would be really happy. But for now, I think C9's going to be pretty content with what's happening on the map. And Ritsu, again, moves across the map.
Just moving forward there, the Wind Ranger, seeing if you get a shackle shot. And they'll get the space that they need there. Loader will be able to take that tower, claim it for himself. You've got Ritsu now moving the courier to the secret shop, preparing for that relic, which he will have now in just 300 gold. So members of Alliance now backing up over to their side of the map. They haven't really got any vision here in their own jungle, so they're not going to see that Ritsu is farming away. And I think Ritsu, at this point, it looks like he is on track to have that relic without any sticky situations occurring.
Relic is not the full piece, though.
No.
You got to have both.
Still a fair bit to go on top, but it's the big hurdle. He's going to feel happy. And talking about big hurdles, we've got a Midas now on your AA.
That'll help his levels a lot.
I mean, if they can find Ritsu here, this is going to be huge.
Really good. This is a good idea. Great choice there.
TP.
Stagger to hide in trees and then TP out. So they would have had to guess. They figured it out eventually, but they would have been a little faster. They could have stopped him, and that would have even delayed Relic. No, he actually did already have the Relic. So, but still, delaying the actual gain of the recipe is going to make a difference. And S4 revealing his presence, but.
TP straight out. I'm talking about S4. Got the Aghanims now complete, so the killing power really stepping up for him. Also worth noting, so Loader did go back for that second Ogre Club, so he is just sticking at the sand. He's playing it safely, going for that BKB, ready for the fights. And also worth noting, Bulldog a few minutes ago, he's got that Blink Dagger. So the fight potential really is there now for Alliance. It's just a question of whether they can find the openings that C9 are going to give them to jump in.
Yeah, I really like the Blink on Darkseer, actually, because if he makes a replica of Spectre and he has a Radiance, then they're going to get Radiance for their team as well. So both teams are going to get hit pretty hard from that. C9's going to have to prioritize either not getting Loda caught in there, or I'm sorry, Spectre caught in there, or they need to make sure that they kill it instantly if it does spawn.
This was going to get hit by the Ice Blast here. Brax was about, but it would have been a little bit ballsy jumping in to try and finish him off whilst the rest of Alliance was there. MSS, he's halfway pretty much to his own Blink Dagger on this Earthshaker, another really key item that C9 are going to try and look to get online as soon as they can. I mean, at this point, this kind of state of play, when you've got a Spectre, do you think Cloud9 are going to be much more happy with this tempo the game's going at?
Oh, they've got to be happy right now. If you look at their KDAs, they're doing great. Brax is 3-0-1. There's 4-1-2 on Ritsu. Even their supports are not in a horrible place. A player that maybe died a few times in the early game is 1437, but he's also got his Midas now. So I think those are pretty necessary downs. The only hero that's maybe lagging behind a little bit is going to be MSS. But if they just get a Radiance and they take a pretty good team fight and he can be around for the experience, he's going to get a Blink almost instantly. They've got to be happy with this. But Alliance is pushing forward. They got to keep pressuring.
Yeah, and they certainly are. Looking for this tier 2. This blast will come through onto S4, followed up by a Splinter Blast from SVG. But they'll stick around, they'll take the tower. And once again, Cloud9 is just going to let this one go. And more money into Gyro's bank, and as we can see, Loda still just sitting pretty much bang on neck and neck with the Spectre's farm. And that, of course, is a Spectre that's been involved in a lot more action than the Gyrocopter has at this point.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons you get the Urn. It gives you a little bit of more offensive potential and less likely that you'll have to go back to base after you do have a fight, but it's up.
That's the Radiance.
So very likely we'll see C9 group up right now with a smoke, try to force a fight, but Alliance is going to be aware of that. They know that he just had a Relic from the top lane, and I'm sure they can figure it out. It's going to be soon, so we'll see how they react to this. Loda continues to farm.
Unusual Horn here, trying to go for nuts. They did find the connection, and they're going to get the kill there. So there's another kill there for Cloud9. That'll pick up the kill onto Minuts. S4's got a DD, he knows Haunt's down. He may look to go for Roche here with the backup of Ake and Loda, and they certainly are. They know Haunt's gone, they know Ice Blast has just been popped. This is the time to do it. And what it looks about, I think they should get away with it. And if that's going to be the case, I think they'll happily sacrifice the Tusk for that.
Yeah, and I don't think C9 is too upset about this either, really, because they're just trying to wedge as much gold and experience into their side as they can. And Aegis is not the scariest thing in the world with their combos, because they have such amazing team fight. Pretty much all of their heroes, every single one of their heroes is really good in a team fight situation. They just need to ramp up a little bit in levels and gold before they can be stronger than their opponents. So considering they got a kill in exchange for Roshan, that's way better than them just getting Roshan and them not getting a kill.
I mean, I guess the question is now on S4, what does he go for after this Aghanims? Does he need more mobility? Does he need to get himself a blink, or are we going to see him just go full out damage? I mean, an early MKB because of the Spectre's Radiance, potentially?
It's possible, but generally a Daedalus is going to do way more single target damage. He may just go halfway into physical damage and do a Daedalus, I'm sorry, a Desolator, because it's a lot less expensive as an item. So maybe a Deso is the possibility. A Blink would be if he wants to deal with the Queen of Pain, and a damage item if he wants to worry more about Spectre. And to be honest, I don't even think a Blink is going to be that great this game anyways, because as soon as Spectre ulties,
the radiance, yeah.
he's going to get it interrupted, and it's going to be unlikely that he's able to use his Blink. So they've got to go first, or he's got to get a different item.
And this Queen's going to be becoming more of an issue. We've already seen Brax. He's been having a great game. 4 kills, hasn't died at all, 1 assist. And he is closing in on his own BKB. So then suddenly it's going to be a lot harder for Alliance to control him and really to do anything about this Quap, unless he overextends with a really aggressive Blink.
Yeah, he should be fine. And Brax is a pretty patient player, as we've seen so far this game. So I think he's going to be able to handle this no problem. If he grabs some really good ultimates during these fights, it's going to be huge.
S4 did end up going for the Blink.
Okay. It's fine. I mean, they do need to pressure in some ways. Him plus one other hero could definitely kill him like this.
Okay, there we go. There's the Blink. Strand to Ritsu is a big kill if they can get it. Do they have the control? They use the vacuum, trying to keep it in place. They will. Ritsu now down for nearly a full minute, but it looks like Cloud9 will be able to fight through the... Oh, the Sonic Wave! It's on another bloody server! Now they'll try and look for Bulldog. He's stuck in the trees. S4 will join. He goes back in
shackle.
Just shackles them. The Echo Slam. Nox is there with the snowball. MSS will go down. 3 down at the moment. Loader coming in with a BKB, looking to clean up. Brax trying to TP out. Looks like he'll get himself away. SVG flying away across the tree line, but the Frozen Sigil's after him. He'll crash down in the middle of the forest. They'll look for the shackle. It won't latch, but it doesn't matter. They look for the kill. They're going to get it. Alliance take 4 down. They lose Darkseer. They lose the Aegis, but they don't care. That is the kind of fight that Alliance were hoping for.
That Blink Dagger completely paying off. They just needed Wind Ranger with Focus Fire and one other hero that has damage, and you're going to be able to kill that guy with a 4-second stun. So really nicely done there by Alliance. They get a lot of big kills. With that said, I think C9 is still pretty okay here. They're still ahead on their 2 cores. They've got great KDAs. They kept the Queen of Pain alive, which is pretty solid, so no kill streak going over there. And as they get more and more HP, Spectre is going to be really scary.
Blink Dagger now done here on Nuts, and Cloud9. They're not happy. They want to find something in return. They smoke up. And let's see what they can do with this one. Making motions towards the top lane, where S4 at the moment, he's farming the large camp here. And if he's cooking the reaction with the Blink, he should be okay. And pings are coming out from the side to check it out. And S4 straight out of there. So Cloud9, they won't be able to find anything with that smoke.
They do still have Spec ult, so naturally looking for a kill here or a team fight. There's a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker as well, so I think we saw it in the last fight was the first time.
Yeah, that was the first.
That stun that came out to
Slam.
stun Wind Ranger definitely helped keep the Queen of Pain alive for just a moment longer. There's good items back on Alliance though. There's a Helm of the Dominator now up for Gyrocopter, so he'll be scaling his farm with this. He's got the BKB, probably do SNY next, and then maybe a Satanic, maybe a Butterfly, Scotty perhaps.
And we look at Ritsu now as well. How's his farm? So he's just got the Band of Elven skin at the moment after that fight. I imagine himself going for, would I just get the Manta Cell next as the next movement here for the Spectre?
That's what he's aiming to do. It'll help him a little bit against Wind Ranger, for example. If a Wind Ranger is by herself and she has Wind Run on, I believe you still get the Desolate even if you miss. It's a good solution against heroes that have evasion like PA. So I think that works. He does end up going back for a Vitality booster. I think that's a bit better.
I'm just going to go for a little sucky. He's not going to get him. No follow-up there to lock down Brax.
I feel like you should not say that. That was really close to being obscene.
Wow. 10 for 9 at the moment. As you said, Cloud9 you feel is still going to be fairly confident with their position.
I think they've got a little bit to worry about there. They lost 4 heroes, but they did kill the Aegis, so next team fight should be all right with them. And Spectre is transitioning his items slightly. He's probably going to back off and go for a Heart, though, since he did buy the Band of Elven skin. Or maybe it's just a casual Vitality booster back. But this is one of the problems with all these early items that he bought. He bought a Poor Man's Shield, he bought an Urn, he bought a Ring of Aquila. Pretty much every item he finishes now, he's got to sell those back. So obviously it's great to have a good early game, but he's delayed his items just slightly by this, and now he's really worried about the gank, as you can see by his positioning.
Yeah, Ritsu keeping himself in the trees, MSS as well. Aware that Alliance may be on their rounds, and Ritsu straight out, and so is MSS as well. So
he's probably like, finally I get a place to farm that's relatively safe, so he'll be happy about that one. And he transitions more towards his Heart. So this is kind of the area where I feel like Wind Ranger is really strong. She's got her damage item already. It looks like she's going to make a BKB afterwards just to prevent all the stuns and the chain nukes that people throw out, but I feel like she could get ahead of the Spectre and get close to starting to solo kill him, but because she's going this BKB route, I think Ritsu's still going to be fine for a while here. So hopefully for his sake, tank up.
I mean, the issue really is going to be when one of either the Jara or the Wind Ranger do get that first big damage item out on top of these kind of more defensive builds that they've started off with. SNY's nearly being completed here by Loader. Just needs to finish off his own band of Elven Skin, and he'll have that one ready for the fight. And top lane, Ritsu maybe looking to put on a bit of pressure here. Let's see if Alliance make any response. Tier 1 on the top is still standing.
There's one huge response. It's a pipe on Admiral Bulldog already. And he has great
He
increase.
is so farmed. Bulldog has been having a really nice time in terms of just keeping the farm up throughout the chaos.
Yeah, man, he's actually matching the top net worth. That's insane. And this pipe is so big because whenever Spectre uses her ultimate, they're going to be doing 50 Radiance burn a second, and for 8 seconds or so, that damage block is just gonna cover it. The pipe will stop all of that damage. Not to mention that all of the heroes near Darkseer are going to have an extra 10% magic resistance. So the pipe is a perfect item to counter an early Radiance like this. And I feel like he got it so early that the overpowered value that Radiance normally has on a Spectre has kind of been missed here.
SNY now onto Loader. They're very much ready to fight here at the top Alliance. It's going to be a question of whether Cloud9 try and force the issue. They've got Brax, SVG, and MSS ready to move forward. Because there is that Echo Slam, and maybe this Ice Blast sets something up here. In fact, it might hit onto a green, it will. The question is, do they want to try and jump? It doesn't look like they want to. S4's already moving in. It's going to be the Glimmer Cape here on SVG, and with the Arctic Burn as well, will be able to get himself away. TP's out immediately, and it looks like everyone else is going to be alright as well. MSS from the sidelines gets himself away. And at the moment, both teams just averting and avoiding each other very, very nicely.
Yeah, that was actually really good for Cloud9. They recognized where all of Alliance was. Nobody got caught. They forced their movements out of them, and now Ritsu can go to the opposite side of the map, and he can get free farm. So Yasha up for him now. He still could go back for the Manta. It's a decent option due to the way they changed Dispersion as well, because if you increase your armor, then you reflect sometimes a bit more damage than you end up taking.
BKB now complete here for S4. Alliance still ready to put on the pressure. We've got 4 heroes at the moment. Pretty much halfway down the mid lane of Cloud9.
Yo, Ritsu is so good at getting trapped in trees. I don't know if he's doing this on purpose.
He's jumping in and loading. It's going to force out the BKB here. And it doesn't look like Alliance will be able to find anything in return. We've got S4 trying to move forward and away with that Blinky Will. He gets the shackle shot out, but they don't have detection. Where's your detection, boys? Glimmer Cape, it will run out now, but SVG's got the Arctic Burn, gets himself away, vacuum back there, and they'll get the kill. They bring him back in, and then they shoot him right down. Wyvern now off the pitch for 50 seconds. Again, the rest of Cloud9 will be all right, but nonetheless, and again, 31 minutes in, 11 for 9. It's certainly a lot less chaotic than I thought it would be between these two teams. They're playing it very, very carefully.
Yeah, it's incredibly carefully. Again, it's a best-of-1 elimination match, and
it's understandable.
I'm sure they've been thinking about this for 2 days. Like, what do we pick? What is our secret strat that we're going to go for? Alliance said, we're going completely standard, and C9 said, we're going to go mostly standard, but throw in a Spectre and see if that works. I like MSS's position as well. He's looking to see if he can get a free solo kill down here on a hero like Dazzle, for example. Ooh. Another shackle mid, but nothing lands.
Trying for on Brax. Roshan, it's going to be up here in any second.
They could kill S4 here if they initiate with MSS first. He's going to find Tussle.
Oh, S4 looks for the shackle setup. It's not going to let for the snowballs there to follow up the Walrus Punch. They'll bring down MSS. Brax is forced to blink back. Missile is going in on him. S4 put the BKB. He'd love to try and find something more, but 1437 will be able to get himself back up to the high ground. Now with the Earthshaker dead for 30 seconds, maybe this is the time to look for Roche. Ritsu is putting on a lot of pressure though on this top lane. Looks like Alliance will leave him be, and at least 3 of them looking to soon be joined by S4. They'll go straight for the Roche, and it looks like C9 won't be able to do anything to stop it. They do have Haunt, but whether they want to try and fight without the Shaker, that's going to be another question, and it looks like it's already going to be too late.
So this Roche is a lot more important than the previous one was, because Alliance already is ready to take the team fight to C9. So BKB on these core heroes means the Radiance Burn doesn't do a whole lot, and they have the pipe, and they have the mech. So it just comes down to Alliance's support heroes staying alive for the initial burst of Haunt. And if they can do that, they're going to turn around and win the rest of the fight. So C9 has to take a good team fight here. It's going to come down very heavily to MSS in these fights, or a really big Winter Wyvern ult.
I mean, I think the issue is, well, you look at the cores of both sides, and Cloud9, yeah, they've got a Spectre and a Quap farming fairly decently, but they themselves are behind 3 cores on the side of Alliance, and then the next title on Cloud9 is an AA at 5.5k. I mean, the net worth difference now between the two sides in terms of cores is pretty massive, and we can see that on the graph, a 12k lead for Alliance, which is pretty impressive in a game where there just hasn't been that many kills.
Yeah, they're farming very well. The fact that Darkseer is on the top of that is absolutely insane. He's been really mobile around the map and pushing out all the waves and feeling pretty comfortable in his position. He doesn't have to worry about silence, magic nukes too much. And S4 is in position, and the fight will start soon. They're going to go high ground.
Just trying to hold down S4's approach there. He's going to sit there strong, feeling confident. Orchid will get dropped onto him as well. The try before with the Arctic Burn, the Greaves are popped by Bulldog. S4 just simply moves back forward. At the same time, Ritsu does claim a tier 2 on the top lane. He's going to TP back now, though. Just realizing that Alliance might want to pile on the pressure, but Alliance, they say, all right, we're going to turn it down a bit, just play it a little bit more chill. Loader's going to back himself off, and they're not going to try to enforce the issue anymore there in the mid lane.
So with that tower kill, Ritsu could buy a Manta style right now, but it's a lot safer just to save her buyback. That way, if he gets initiated on and his team is still in the area and he dies right away, he can buy back and haunt. So it'll probably be a bit until he... Nope,
he's gone all in.
There it is.
He's gone all in.
So Manta will give him like 40 more attack speed. It'll give him the illusions, which are going to be really good when trying to pick off heroes by themselves, especially like a hero like Darkseer. That's the one hero that Ritsu would love to find by himself since he's so magic immune. Well, not a magic immune, you know, but very magic resistant and all that stuff. If he can do pure damage to the Darkseer and pick him off at the start of the fight, that would be really good for C9.
Indeed. Well, talking about getting a fair bit of gold under their belt, you've got nearly 3k here onto Bulldog. I guess he's got a lot of options really as this Darkseer, but would you feel at this point of the game could really turn the fights for Alliance if Bulldog's able to pick it up?
Yes, the only downside is that they don't have anything that combos with it amazing other than maybe like a snowball that could stun 5 heroes for a second, but they don't have like a Winter Wyvern ult, they don't have an AoE stun with the exception of Shackles. So yes, it's good, but the Darkseer is mostly picked this game, in my opinion, just to be really good at harassing and zoning a Spectre.
Brax just playing it safe in the trees. You've got Alliance, maybe ready to look for some more aggression. And we've seen in terms of kind of map control, Alliance have consistently been over the side of Cloud9. Aegis is going to go down here in 2 minutes, so we'll see if they'll try and do something with it before it does expire.
There's the weave as well, and the mech's on cooldown. 33 seconds left on that one.
S4 straight in. They'll play out of Fisher. There'll be an Ice Blast here. Just connects onto the Wind Ranger. Bursted fairly low. Down to about half health. And the pipe's also being popped here as well by Bulldog.
Okay. That was a safe 400 HP on S4 here. So pretty long cooldowns on their heals. So C9's defending pretty well, and in the meantime, again, Ritsu playing the Spectre is pushing out the lanes. And what he's trying to do is farm buyback as fast as he can. He's 200 away.
Ooh, S4 now caught out by the Fisher.
Oh, good.
And they've got the cold feet kicking in. He'll be surged up, ready to move as soon as that stun comes off, and then he will get himself away. Greaves and the Shadow Wave there, coming out to top him back up.
C9's doing such a great job of holding him back, because this is all they have to do. They know they have Aegis. They don't have to kill Wind Ranger. If they commit and they kill her, and she respawns, then they waste everything. If they only semi-commit, if they just throw some nukes on him and try to get him low, then that's the perfect situation. They don't want to force a fight because they think that they'll lose it.
There we go, straight onto the Rax. S4 trying to go. Fisher and the Ice Blast, everything coming down. This should be his Aegis. There'll be a Shallow Grave buying him some time to continue to latch onto the Rax, but the fortifications come out from Cloud9. There's your Aegis getting popped. BKB popped by Old Chicken. He was looking for a Sonic Wave there, Brax, and he does it, but with the Winter's Curse as well, locking S4 in place, but he got out the BKB. They can't follow through on this, and he just returns to the Rax. That's going to be the mid-range Rax going down. Now even Loader's moving in as well. There's an Orchid onto me, pops the BKB, and the flat cannon hits, just forcing Cloud9 back. There's your haunt from Ritsu. He's trying to go onto Ake, but Alliance is still fairly high up. Dazzle's going to go down, looking for more. MSS will get it. Double kill for Ritsu. They're trying to find S4 turns. Manages to take down MSS there with the focus fire. It's a 1 for 2 at the moment. Brax fairly low, so is SVG. And oh, look at this damage. SVG takes a power shot. Will go down. Double kill for S4. Making this trade a 2 for 2. They did get the ranged Rax, and Alliance as a 3-man, 3-piece. They might look to move in for more. They're still keeping on the pressure. They know there's no haunt. I know there's no Shaken Wyvern, but it looks like they'll play it cool. They don't want to throw anything away. They're fairly happy with that engagement, and they want to make sure that they don't give anything more to this Spectre.
I think both teams are pretty content with that, frankly. It's kind of a downside for Alliance because that's a lot more farm on Spectre. He had a great fight there, and he's up to 3,000 gold now, which he's going to immediately spend on a Reaver. So he wants more HP. He wants to be able to run at his opponents. His ult did nothing. They popped the pipe. They just walked away a little bit. The only value they really got was just running after their opponents and catching Ake without Ake graving himself. But I don't think he realized he was dying that fast. That pure damage really adds up rapidly, and he did go down. So it was pretty good for C9. They lose their range barracks, and their tier 3 tower, of course, but they're getting to the point where Spectre is getting ready to be able to handle multiple heroes by himself.
And just to hold the base, absolutely. Looking at Loader at the moment, he did pick up the talisman, 3.3k gold. I guess Butterfly this game, pretty nice in the sense that no one on Cloud9 is really going to be building an MKB. Maybe the Queen of Pain as it goes later, but other than that, it's unlikely.
Yeah, MKB is not a Spectre item that you want to build. You usually want to build hybrid, stat, agility items, HP items, things like that. Is going to be the best. So with that push, though, Alliance still got a lot of big items out of that. Like you said, they have Null Talisman, but he's got a Daedalus now on Wind Ranger. That is a big, big damage item. That means he can initiate and blow up pretty much anybody with the exception of Spectre by himself if he gets a Shackle Shot. And on top of that, there's also a Shiva's Guard on the Darkseer. That is an item that's amazing as well because it reduces attack speed by 45, and that applies to Illusions, who naturally are hard to build attack speed on unless you buy things like agility items. So Ritsu's Illusions, not only are they not doing much Radiance Burn damage due to the pipe, but they're also going to attack really slow due to the Shiva's Guard. Like, Darkseer is consistently buying the things that's going to make Ritsu do far less damage in fights.
It looks like at the moment as well, with these big item pickups, Alliance, they're not necessarily worrying about buyback at this point. They're probably going to go all in. You've already seen the quarterstaff now being picked up by Loader. He just needs a few hundred more gold to get the Eagle Song as well. And would you say at this point that's the right call? They've still got two tier 2 standing, so they've just got to go all in and look for the fights and to have the superior item progression compared to Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Spectre's damage is pure damage, which is blocked by Magic Immunity, the Radiance damage, which is blocked by Magic Immunity. So with his BKB, he stops all that. Spectre still has some physical on top of that, so boom, you get a Butterfly, and all of a sudden, the only way that you're going to die is Magic Nuke. So I'm still a little worried about that aspect due to the rest of C9's lineup being very, very good nuke potential. But on the backside of that, he's got a Dazzle. Now, it doesn't work perfectly against A, so I think this is the thing that C9 has to exploit. They have to target the Gyrocopter, and they have to burst him with Magic Nukes before he BKBs. And the only way they're going to do that is with an Earthshaker initiation. He's got to Echo Slam perfectly to set that up, and hopefully for C9, they can get the kill on Loda there at the start of the fight, and then clean up the rest.
I mean, talking in terms of starting the fight, the fact that they have got this Wind Ranger Alliance, S4, he's fairly stacked. As you said, pretty much other than the Spectre, anyone he gets a Shackle Shot locked down on, he can delete. When they go for these pushes, who do you think S4 is going to be looking for to jump on first when they start them?
Queen of Pain would be perfect. Ancient Apparition would be ideal because he's the one that's going to guarantee a lot of kills. Maybe even Winter Wyvern as well, because Winter Wyvern's one that can save people that are shackled, and including the Glimmer Cape, of course. So game resumes, and we'll see if Alliance continues their aggression.
Indeed. I mean, in terms of the graphs, if we start to see it settle down a little bit, it's still certainly moving in favor of the side of Alliance. Cloud9 really yet to get a huge grip on the game and swing it back round. But one good fight could certainly do that for the side, and we're going to see a smoke up from Alliance as they make their way towards the base of Cloud9. Roshan, of course, still... So it's going to be a minute or so, well, one more minute until we actually see the respawn time there on the big board.
They have a gem up as well, so they should be able to de-ward all these Dire Wards, but they're missing a couple of them, actually. Oh, initiation.
Oh, just jumping in on illusion.
New Manta, man. 30-second cooldown. Can fish with those all the time. Their ward does spot out the fact that Alliance is by the Roche pit, so they can read a little bit into what they're doing now. Kind of an expensive ward because it didn't last very long, but there's a gem up on the Ancient Apparition as well, so you may see everyone just kill each other's wards and play a dark game.
Yeah, and this is going to be nice as well for Cloud9 if like Brax and Ritsu can continue to do this, just pushing out these side lanes. S4's going to find a Shackle. How's he got the damage? He's trying to go for it here. He needs a few more crits if he's going to want to get the kill. The horn comes out. Ritsu will get himself drawn away, but he actually draws himself back up top. They want to maybe continue to fight him, and it's not going to work. He went back next to S4. That was not the play. They lose the Spectre now for 80 seconds. S4 blinks out, gets himself away just in time.
That was...
And Ritsu, he went out, but then he came back in.
I understand why he did that. He jumped to his enemies because he's like, oh, I need to be anywhere but this, but The real play that he needed to do instantly was Manta and then dagger into the trees. You keep the Manta illusions on the Wind Ranger, she can't blink. He just full-on panicked there. He didn't press Manta once. He jumped back and forth because he could maybe dodge some projectiles and stuff, but all he had to do is press Manta there, and he would have made things confusing. He needed to press Manta as soon as he started. He wasted Haunt instead, so even if he respawns, now Alliance says he doesn't even have Haunt. Like, that was an absolutely huge mistake that Ritsu just made.
And off the back of it, Alliance, they've got 30 seconds to do what they want with the basic Cloud9. They're going to look to move in onto the melee racks. Ice Blast comes out, strength head of S4, and Winter's Curse as well. They're looking to burst him down. Oh, but the Shallow Grave comes out in time from Ake. They'll be able to continue the fight, looking for MSS. BKB from Logan as he moves forward, and they'll get it there. Bulldog jumps in, finds the kill, and now Brax trying to move forward, gets the Shadow Strike out onto Bulldog. They're out of mana, they're low on health as well, the side of Cloud9. And there's your cooldown. It's coming in onto the quad. Brax, you blink away from this wall. So they do lose S4, but they get themselves a kill, and they do finish off the racks in the mid lane.
All right, so that's what happens when your spec uses ult. He wasn't going to be alive anyway, so just him dying, I guess, would have probably resulted in that as well. But C9's got to be a little unhappy about that one. More gold advantage going towards Alliance, and S4 got that as a solo kill. So a ton more gold going to him. And again, the big three of Alliance are all sitting higher net worth than Spectre is.
It's certainly going to get harder, though, to kill the Spectre now. He has finished off his Heart of Tarask, so in those situations where we see S4 catch him out across the map, he may not be able to dispatch of them as easy as he did before. Bulldog moving in there with the Shiva's Guard. There will be a nice blast flying through down to the side of Alliance, but they're going to be able to walk it off to the side. Bulldog and Ake will be able to dodge that. And as we saw just then, Roshan's probably going to be up about the same time that S4 comes back onto the map. But we'll see if Cloud9 are able to try and look for it before that situation occurs.
And they continue to farm, push out the mid lane. Now they're getting a lot less gold and experience on these creeps than they were before, so their turtle strat that they've basically been doing the last 20 minutes is going to be a little bit worse than it was before, since their opponents are always going to be getting a little bit more resources from every lane. With that said, though, because the wave is constantly pushing, Alliance isn't going to be near those creeps either, so it kind of levels off in a couple ways. But C9 definitely needs a big item up on Spectre next.
I mean, talking about getting big items online, 1437, 750 gold away from the Aghanims on this AA.
That's really huge, because there was a chance that S4 could have lived in the last fight if the Grave lasted long enough for the A ult to run out.
Yeah.
He could have stayed alive there, but when the Aghs comes out, there's pretty much nothing saving you. So, and I think he's happy to be the one that does die for that. The reason A got so much, because that was a mega kill streak there on S4. But again, the Aegis and the cheese is picked up, and their pressure can continue on the bot lane. Alliance is just playing this game a lot more safe and with a lot more advantage than what C9 is.
And of course, as we see, they've got a fair bit of damage now. The fact that Loaded did finish off that butterfly. And they have got pretty much all the ults available. Just waiting for that weave that's going to come back in 10 seconds from Ake.
All their heroes have good items. Yeah. BKB on Tusk, for example. I mean, maybe Ake doesn't have the best with just a Glimmer Cape and a Medallion, but that should be enough to keep his allies a little alive. Will we see an Echo?
He's going to make the jump. There'll be the fish of the Ice Blast looking for S4. The heals are coming out. Can they keep him alive? They put the Glimmer. Sonic Waves come through, but S4's going to be fine. The Shallow Grave's there from Ake, and he should be able. Is he going to live for the Ice Blast? Is the Ice Blast going to hit? Plus the BKB, but it doesn't matter. Aegis goes down, and a bit of a mistake there from S4 because he's not going to have the BKB here for the next time round. So it looks like Alliance probably won't want to push whilst the BKB's off corner.
Yeah, he popped his BKB to stop the magic damage from hitting him.
But he was already below the threshold.
But he was already below the threshold, so it killed him. So a slight misestimation in numbers for S4 there, and a great defense from C9. They didn't use anything. They basically used nothing except for some 40-second ultimates. So sick defense for them, and that's going to buy them a lot of time, that they can be a little aggressive, move around the map, not have to worry about that Aegis on Wind Ranger. They're certainly making it hard to go high ground. Despite being behind, this is going to allow Ritsu to pass up again. The constant fight for first place.
I mean, which I think is kind of expected as well. When you look at the lineup that Cloud9 are running this game, you know that the high ground defense is going to be decent.
Yeah, it's going to be very decent. It's not the... Yeah, it's pretty good at wave clear, I guess. Splinter Blast is fantastic. You've always got Fissure, Ice Blast. I think going forward, Alliance needs to get a pick before they push, or they need to get a ward on the high ground and initiate. If they're just doing a slow push, it's not going to work, and that's the really good thing that AA provides you.
I think the fact that you said as well, nuts with that BKB, he's also going to be able to save people in these fights from some of these big ults from the side of Cloud9 when the push is coming through.
The only problem is if there's nothing to snowball to.
That's true.
Most of these engagements have just been Wind Ranger standing by himself and getting ulted by 3 heroes on C9. And if that's the case, then what do? You can't snowball to an ally. Brax might get caught. That was so close.
Just blinking out in time.
Great ward placement here by Alliance. Very unlikely to be dewarded unless they shift by with the gem, which they still have. And 1437's only 250 gold away from his eggs. And then his...
And he's going to have level 16 as well.
Yeah, man, that's going to be good. It'll last for 17 seconds. If anybody dips below 12% HP, they're just dead.
DD Rune has been spotted here by Alliance. Looks like they're going to give that one again to S4. As he picks that up. And they do, of course, still have the cheese. It has been given to S4 after he did lose the Aegis. Loda was holding it initially. It's going to be smoke up from Cloud9. Ritzy reveals himself here on the top lane, but the rest of the team moving forward. They have, of course, got that Haunt ready to join the rest of this 4-man if they're able to find a pickoff. But as we've seen, a lot of these smokes from Cloud9, it's very hard for them to find something because Alliance, for the most part, playing it safe, and Bulldog himself surging straight away. And just as the time that Cloud9 come around the corner, and now with a Lotus Orb as well here on your Darks here.
This guy's farmed, man. He's got a lot of armor. Not the best defensive thing to stack here because there isn't that much physical damage coming out of Cloud9. I'd almost rather he builds some kind of a HP hybrid item, but frankly, the item by itself is just too useful not to have. Like, if he can reflect a Winter's Curse, or he can remove a slow from one of his allies, it'll be really useful.
And also the fact that the co-op at the moment, 3.6k gold. We don't really know what she's going, but there's the potential she might want to get a Scythe of Vice, but maybe she'll think twice about that now there's a Lotus Orb in the game, or do you think that's not too much of a drawback? Or was she looking for something else anyway?
I would still build a Scythe of Ice. I think it's absolutely worth having just to initiate. You don't have to rely on Winter's Curse or your Earthshaker to set up your disables. Obviously they move a little bit, so sometimes you miss, but I think that's a really good item to pick up for Queen of Pain here. She's already got the immunity, she can ult very often, she's got a silence. A disable is what she needs, unless she wants to pick up an AC perhaps, but again, they're not that reliant on physical damage here, so they'll probably go for the Hex. I think they're lacking disables much more than they need physical damage.
If S4 gets the Shackle here onto Brax, and Brax is just keeping himself safe.
Well, it could go the other way as well.
There is backup, there is Haunts available.
It's one of the few times Alliance has actually been spread out on the map. This could be a moment where initiation could happen. Ags is up on A. They're going to spot mine.
S4 can get the jump, and he does jump straight in, gets the Shackle, but MSS is there with a slam. Straight in with a Horn. S4 just melts, but he gets the cheese. He is the cheese, but the Winner's Curse is there onto him. Nuts is there, beating him down. S4 did get off the BKB, desperately trying to continue the fight.
Oh, he gets out.
Loda turns up. S4's going to survive, and Nuts continues with the BKB. Fairly low now outside of Cloud9, but so's Nuts. It looks like he's going to go down here. As they move
they got
through the
MSS.
power shot. Gets MSS. S4 fighting the first kill, and Nuts is going to survive.
Are you serious?
Nuts gets the wall, the vacuum Shackle on to Ritsu. He's stuck to the goddamn tree!
Oh my
gosh!
gosh.
Alliance lose nothing and take everything from the side of Cloud9!
That fight looked absolutely perfect for Cloud9 there, but the cheese, I was like, oh, you went invisible or something, because all of a sudden I see 2 full HP heroes, but the cheese pop there completely saved him. It was just so far away that Ice Blast couldn't get there in time. And he got away because he popped Wind Run, and he was BKB'd, so there was no way to do damage to him. He just gets out.
My goodness. I mean, there's going to be a buyback here on Ritsu. Not happy about that last bit of action. Alliance, they're ready to try and break a second set of racks, and they're going to feel confident doing so. They move up. Bulldog will get silenced straight away, making sure he can't get himself in. Initiating. And so on its way towards Brax. Let's take it down. And Alliance, they're going to keep it cool. They don't want to overextend, and they don't want to go too ham and get too excited. Cloud9, they are all back up as well now.
That was just such a rough little fight for Cloud9. If they won that, killed S4 and grabbed Nuts as well, and maybe grabbed a third, they could have definitely propelled themselves into a bit of a game lead here. But with that next fight, and it being completely one-sided, it's got to be demoralizing for their players. They have to go back to sitting in their base and waiting for a good engagement, because that was their chance. It just didn't quite work out for them. Gyrocopter going for an MKB as well. He's got a Demon Edge right now.
Okay.
He's got the money.
He's got a lot of money.
He's
got a lot of money.
Wealthy. Wind Ranger as well, going to be picking up a Scythe of Ice very soon as well. So she'll be able to rely on her hard disable. She doesn't even have to use Shackle Shot to start things off. That's basically a guaranteed solo kill on anybody if he wants it.
I mean, at this point, is there any reason for Alliance to force the issue, or do they just play passive, wait for the Roche, and go high ground when they've got Aegis and Cheese again?
Yeah, I would have said maybe play aggressive, but they've got a very short time, potentially until Roche, less than 4 minutes. So play safe. They have pretty much entire map control. They're setting up some observer wards. They're in a good spot, basically, and Cloud9 is, again, back to playing super passive. The only way Cloud9 is going to get ahead in gold is in a team fight, so all Alliance has to do is play pretty safe, get some map control, maybe get a pick here or there, and then eventually when you have Aegis and Roche, then you go for the high ground.
Top lane again, just the co-op hiding in the trees. S4, nuts, and back up. So it looks like they're consistently pushing the lanes in at this point of the game, but as we were saying, it looks like they're not looking to push any further. They're just almost certainly going to wait for that Roshan to come back around.
Blode is picking up his javelin slowly. Apparently he likes sitting on almost 4,000 gold, nothing less. Even though he could have the MKB. It'll be very good against the Radiance. Basically, Radiance blocks like about 1 out of 6 hits or so. So the extra MKB can actually increase your damage by a lot.
I'm going to see Ritsu here. Went back for a Diffusal blade on the Spectre.
Okay, I like this pretty well. It's going to... The Diffusal aspect, he can stop Surge. He can... There's not a whole lot of things he can remove, but the slow is going to be very potent. And in addition to that, it allows his illusions and his hero to drain some mana.
And looking at the Roche time as well, it's now been revealed how long we've got to wait, and it's playing on Alliance's side. It's going to be back up very, very shortly.
So good for them. Not that it matters that much. If it was a 3-minute Roche, they just stand around for an extra 3 minutes, continue to farm.
Okay, here we go. Time for Cloud9 to look for the plays. They've got 4 smoking up, and they're looking for the wraparound for Roshan. They know exactly what Alliance is waiting for. They need to just try and catch them off the back foot. I see the movement they make. There was already been drawn that they want to try and go round through the Radiant jungle.
Oh, they could see the Vortex because they have the Wolf in there. If they notice this, they'll know that they're outside of the base. And there's also creeps in the middle of the map, and no one's defending. So it's obvious that they're not there. This means Alliance is going to run around. They're going to wait for the smoke to run out. And then after, they're going to go back to their antics. Grab Roshan, go for a high ground.
Yeah, and it looks like Cloud9 realized that already. Straight away, 2 of them TPing back to the base. S4 jumps straight in onto the tier 3.
He knows they're not there. Look at that damage.
It's insane. Lotus Orbs on him from Bulldog.
We're going to see the reflect. Doesn't look like a reflex. I was hoping to see a dagger fly all the way back across, but guess that one doesn't work.
And now Roshan is available. Alliance, they've spotted it out, of course, with that Helm creep, and they'll go in and look to finish it. Get themselves Aegis and Cheese again. And Cloud9, do they have another smoke? I mean, can they try and contest this, or do they just have to accept that this is a corner? I mean, look at the damage. There's no way they can get there in time.
They'd have to win a fight before it starts, honestly, or they'd have to be there during this initial period, and they used their smoke already. I don't think they would be able to do that. So game gets really hard again. On the bright side, it's an Aegis on Gyrocopter, so they still do have the possibility to blow up Wind Ranger. I would definitely be a lot more worried about Wind Ranger than Gyrocopter, even at this stage, despite his farm being higher than anyone else.
Oh, Garia, they get the vision with the power shot.
Oh, 5,000.
No! I had a full AC on.
That was Queen of Pains.
Rack, sack, sacks. He's not going to be laughing at that one. That is not ideal for the man.
What a huge snipe. One of the good reasons to have an observer ward by the Roshan, or by the secret shop at this stage in the game. That is so big. That's a 5,000 gold advantage. Whatever gold advantage they have, it's even worse.
No, not great for Cloud, no.
Oh, Abe, Ice Blast missed. They should force this right now. They go in.
Gets the shackle, looks for 1-4-3-7 straight away. There will be a cold embrace there. Lotus got the Lotus Orb on him, and he's also got the
Lotus doing so much, they kill him.
Just flies over, rips through the Winter Wyvern, and now Alliance turn towards the racks. They'll be able to find the melee, and it looks like they'll play it safe once again. S4, no, he says, I want to take the ranged. He goes in on the Wind Ranger. Now blinks back out. But again, things are slowly falling apart for the side of Cloud9 here.
Not a good situation for them. That just looked like a tilt Ice Blast. I mean, 1437's been playing great all game, but he tried to land a skill shot without anybody setting up first, and I just don't think that's the thing you can do. Obviously, they're behind, and they have Aegis and Cheese, but that was not the way to deal with it. Satanic on the way for Gyrocopter as well. That'll be his next item. But don't worry, he doesn't have space until he dies once. So he's basically got 6th item completely set here.
I mean, look at all these items. There's Lincoln Sphere, you know, that's done for...
the career's a little busy.
Nice. Got a lot of things to deliver. Nuts. What's that? It's Lincoln Sphere for him as well, in fact. So it looks like everyone's getting a Lincoln's. Lincoln's for you, Lincoln's for you.
Man. Can reverse Orchid, reflect Winter's Curse, block all those good things.
And I guess that you just you really kind of want to rely on Ritsu for the damage, but the fact that he went for the heart, the man to the diffuser, if they put their BKBs, he hasn't got something like a butterfly that's really going to cut through the side of Alliance.
I mean, Spectre never really is a hero that does tons of physical damage. It's more like you get Radiance, you overwhelm them with Radiance, and that accelerates your other items ahead of you. So even if they do have BKBs at that point, their damage isn't enough to kill you anyways.
Right, just moves up, they take the tier 3. That's going to be a wall straight away first. That's right, Sonic Wave as well. Can they kill him? He's going to be kept alive, gets the BKB out. They'll just turn around.
They didn't Ice Blast.
They take down SVG, and they take down all three of them.
That has got to be it.
Triple kill for Loda. He is older, he is stronger, and he's going to take your axe.
They are playing this so safe. They still have Aegis. There's 2 dead heroes. They don't even have ultimates. I guess there is still a range barracks on the bottom, so going all in on this melee would not be a good idea, but surely they're going to stay around a bit. They're going back in.
So he just goes in with the Iron Shell. Punch straight up on 1437. They bring back and Brax just melts to the damage of Alliance, and that is the co-op down for it. It's GG. Alliance are back to actually winning games, and they'll do it. They keep in the tournament, and Cloud9 will be going home, Purge.
Man, really sad after watching that MSS video. But congrats to Alliance for taking the win. They're going to move on, guaranteeing themselves at least 12th place here in the tournament. But it's still a really hard-fought game from here on out.
It really was. And that game as well. I mean, Ritsu, he kept himself right at the top. We saw the farm and the Spectre was great, but Alliance, they just played it so carefully. They were so calculated every time they tried to go up. And I mean, as we were saying throughout the game, the decisions that were made, the fact, of course, the turnaround really was that fight at the top. You know, where we saw S4 look like he was going to die, but he got the cheese off, and he was able to turn it around with the help of his friends. Bulldog jumped in, got a beautiful vacuum wall, and well, I mean, that game indeed. And I think on that note, we should be able to throw it back over to the panel to see what they had to say about Alliance versus Cloud9.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel there, down in the commentary booth with Purge. Thank you very much, gents. We're back on the panel right now. And a round of applause, a spontaneous round of applause. I think the players are just coming out. We will
crowd
catch
goes
up.
wild.
The crowd does go wild, and they have every right to go wild because Alliance, a little bit early to say back, I suppose, but played an exceptionally good game.
I gotta say, Paul, I'm not ashamed of who hears this, but I gotta say, I love Nuts. That guy made easily one of the most single game-winning plays with the save on S4 in the top lane. Easily made sure that there was no way that Cloud9 could come back from that game. He played spectacularly. I mean, Tusk, this is why it's his signature hero. And I think Alliance as a whole just played pretty solid. Cloud9 riddled with mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the story of the game really was that it was a slow-paced game to start with that kind of just accelerated as it got further through. But every time Alliance got to the edge, they might have taken a Rax, they might have done one thing, and they were always very cautious, always made sure they weren't going to make any mistakes and throw this away.
You could definitely tell it was a best of one game and that both teams had nerves, like Cloud9 making a lot of mistakes, and on the same side, Alliance didn't make any mistakes because they had that experience. They'd been there before, they knew what it was about. They were able to keep calm and slowly take the game home.
They were really walking on ice as well because they kept pulling back every single time they thought there was any chance they would lose the game, they would pull back.
Yeah, every time. We'll get more thoughts from the panel in just a moment, but first of all, let's catch up with Loda, who's with Dakota.
Thank you, Paul. Here on the stage with Loda. Congratulations, you managed to make your way past Cloud9, these best of ones. This comes after what I'm sure you felt like was an upsetting group stage, but I gotta imagine now that you've pushed past this best of one, that's a bit of a weight off your shoulders, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, playing a best of one is not only scary, but anything can happen. So as you noticed, we played very safe. You can throw away the game quite easy versus Spectre, a Shaker lineup. So, but it feels really, really good.
So talk a bit now about the match against Cloud9. Do you felt like you got the draft you were hoping for? Did anything from Cloud9 catch you off guard a bit? Was there a bit of nerves? And it wasn't until you got maybe that big team fight top or maybe even taking down the Courier that you felt like, okay, we got this one?
Yeah, I feel like today we got the draft that we were happy about. Obviously, we had been talking a lot about it since it's only one game that decides everything. So today I feel like we had a very balanced lineup. compared to maybe during the group stage. We didn't really get exactly what we usually play, but we combined 2 ways of playing, and that didn't really work out so well. But what to say now? We're very excited to be able to play a BO3 in the next round, and we're gaining a lot of confidence for every win, so feels good.
Now, moving forward, it may just be that you're looking to take on whoever may come your way, but is there a tiny bit of you that just hopes that you might get to go against that Huskar playing Mineski team and get a little bit of redemption there, or are you just going to take who comes your way?
Nah, we're going to take whoever comes our way.
Fair enough. Congratulations again, Loda, and good luck moving forward. Let's give it up again for Alliance and Loda here, and we'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Yeah, crowd enjoying the Alliance in the house, of course, and we'll see them again in the next round at the expense of Cloud9, who will be very disappointed, obviously, going home.
You actually see Alliance's 7th man, or first lady rather, being at work here as well. There's Swedish flags on the entire crowd, despite us being in Germany. Almost like a home turf advantage for Alliance. Kelly has been handing out these Swedish flags so the crowd could go wild whenever Alliance did something good.
Yeah, Kelly's great to have Kelly around, of course, because she makes such a difference to the atmosphere, and it, like rightly said, is almost the 7th person of the team cheering them on in there. But let's talk about Cloud9, because it's disappointing. Hasn't gone their way. Group stages didn't go their way, and then they go out on a best of 1. They're going to be very upset about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think that a lot of the narrative of this best of 1 series actually comes down to the Loda video when he said, let's just not be afraid. Don't be afraid of that best of 1. I really feel like Cloud9 were afraid. Oftentimes in best of 1, teams, especially more inexperienced teams or teams who are looking at perhaps a matchup that they feel is not favorable to them, will look towards the late game. And I believe that's what Cloud9 did with their draft. And I also believe that Alliance didn't show any fear because they did make some mistakes in the early game. And Cloud9 looked to be in a great position. They absolutely did. They had Hannah Midas on Ancient Apparition. They had Radiance on Spectre. I really felt like Alliance perhaps were not controlling the game enough. They were making too many small slip-ups, and that was allowing Cloud9 to get enough of an early game step up that they would just get to the late game eventually and triumph. But Alliance held true, and they basically cleaned up their game in the mid-game, played it nice and slow and conservative to make sure they didn't throw, and slowly but surely took objective after objective.
Okay, let's take a look at the highlights, and Jacob, you can carry on with your thoughts as well at the same time once those highlights do pop up. Agree, disagree with what Cap's assessment there? We're saying that Cloud9 still had a chance early on?
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. I think around that 18-minute mark, they had the Relic up on the Spectre. They got a Midas on the Ancient Apparition. Things were starting to look up for them despite a rough early game, which was to be expected because of their laning phase. And from there, just Alliance started pressuring them so much. They utilized the Gyrocopt, the Wind Ranger, that had this mid-game momentum, and they got a lot more items up on them. And of course, S4 on the Wind Ranger was a constant menace all around the map. So they maybe got caught out a few times that they shouldn't have, gave away some kills and some team fights that they fought worse off than Alliance. Generally, they didn't play to win, they played not to lose.
Yeah, there were so many big abilities though from Cloud9. Like we've been talking about how great Alliance was, and Cloud9, just how things didn't come to play. Like you said the words while we're watching the game. It was like, okay, you had such an early hand of Midas on the Ancient Apparition. Nothing ever really came after that point. Even once you reach the Aghanim Scepter, the pressure wasn't there. And then you even look towards the Spectre. When do we really feel the presence of Ritsu coming into these fights? Like most of the time it was MSS with the huge echo slams. And that was only just to buy space for Cloud9 to disengage. Like this is actually one of those moments where the echo slam let them come back into the fight.
On the other hand, I was talking to Blitz when he was up here watching the game with me, and he was saying that Ritsu's doing exactly what he should be doing in this particular game. In other words, he's trying to hide, he's trying to push the lanes out. And anytime he can find that S4's disappeared and he knows exactly where he is on the map, he's going to try and push the lanes. And he couldn't really do much more, could he, Jacob?
I mean, he found up, which he should have, and then by the time he get the Radiance, it's ironically, they put more pressure on Alliance before he had the Radiance than afterwards. And that's, it's just a result of their draft, really. And then, of course, Alliance playing it the way they should with their lineup.
How do you even get around that, though? With a Spectre, you've got to babysit him. You've got to give him that support. How are you meant to influence the other lanes when you've Like, you're looking at Ancient Apparition. It's not like a Spirit Breaker who can just charge from one lane to the other. Like, we're talking about a Wyvern and an Ancient Apparition. They take time to rotate.
Yeah, there's so much responsibility on the back of the Earthshaker, the Queen of Pain, and of course the support duo as well, to put pressure on Alliance so that Spectre can just come in for the kill rather than using his ultimate to try and escape. This is, of course, being the highlight of the game for me. Of course, what Cap was saying, how he loved nuts.
He snowballs, he brings them into the snowball, giving time for S4 to pop the cheese, and then he was actually able to blink away after that with BKB win.
And at this point, you sort of think, well, okay, Cloud9 are okay here, and then suddenly it all falls apart.
It's because they
buys enough time for
escape.
Bulldog to come into the fight as well, and then, you know, also great play from S4 on the Wind Ranger. Also, archery tactics, anyone? Hitting that Earthshaker that blinks into the tree line.
Yeah, for me, a lot of this game, Cloud9 had to be able to provide a lot more openings for Ritsu. Like, early on, they were actually doing it okay. They had a couple engagements where they would leave MSS behind, but they would trade decently for Ritsu. That was good start, but I don't think they really continued that momentum. Earthshaker, I think MSS played pretty well, but I think there needed to be more openings set up by the Queen of Pain, and obviously a couple of misplays really cost them multiple team fights in a row.
Yeah, this is towards the end of the game and just finishing off really at this point. It was already GG, 24-12 up, 25,000 gold lead. There was no coming back from that.
Absolutely not.
No. Okay. In summary, obviously Cloud9 finished 13th to 16th now. Disappointing for them. Where do they go from here?
I think they have some talented players that they just need to iron out perhaps some of their drafting and their team synergy. I saw too many mistakes in team fights, and that for me oftentimes says that there's not enough good communication. You compare them to a team like CDEC who just stomped over LGD. It's not necessarily proving a wealth of draft or strategy. It's sometimes more about execution of team fights, and that's exactly what C9.
But that's going to come though, Jacob, isn't it? Because it's still early for them.
That's exactly the point I want to make. Often, far too often, teams seem to just disband or do roster changes as soon as they don't finish within a successful criteria that they put up for themselves. For instance, Cloud9 top 8, I think, would have been successful for them. Rather than take a page out of the Vega playbook and just stick together. They didn't even make it into TI, yet they stuck together. 3 months later, they win ESL 1 New York. They're here at the major. They're doing well despite being knocked down to the loser bracket by Evil Geniuses, the world champions. You know, sticking together, sticking it out, getting to know each other, assuming everyone's on the same skill level, on the same page, of course, pays off a lot more than just doing roster changes every time until it works.
Yeah, I mean, you point out Vega Squadron, but CDEC exactly the same. I mean, you know, okay, they finished second at TI, which is a great result for them, but they've stayed together as well, and they've been together for quite a while before that. So it seems like that's the recipe to success. So why don't we see that more often?
It's just one of those things, man, where the Dota scene has always been massively unstable. So players just jump from one side to the other. But I really like the core nature of Cloud9, what it was meant to be, and what it was flagged as when it was first created. It was the place where 1437 wanted to try and build up the American scene, create a team with potential, and get opportunities. And they have potential, they have an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I just got to say, I can tell you don't play a whole lot of Dota when you ask that question, because let me just tell you, Dota changes people, man. Dota breaks friendships. Dota, you know, the closest friendships in the world can be just torn apart by multiple bad games.
I agree with you, and actually the only experience I have really is that I'm no longer friends with Jacob, and I've only actually been playing with him for a little while.
Have we ever played?
Was Dota really?
Yeah, only in Counter-Strike, and you were utterly rubbish.
What? I'm much higher ranked than you. Definitely.
It is definitely a lot.
Okay.
That being said, though, there's a lot of good friends to be made in Dota as well.
Yes.
I mean, Molini and I have an unhealthily close relationship. He's sleeping over there. I was nurturing his cheek until he fell asleep. It's just a beautiful thing.
Very unhealthy.
Yeah, Molini.
You guys don't play anymore. You guys don't play anymore, so there's no bitter feelings from that.
That's true, but we never had bitter feelings.
Really? Okay, fine. Finally, then, final thoughts on this particular game. Let's just wrap up on it. Well done to Alliance, but plenty of work still ahead for them. What do they need to improve on still?
I would say that I like the fact that I think their drafting was a lot more successful this time around. I felt pretty confident. I mean, the ban on the Animage was exactly on point. If they didn't ban that one away, I think Cloud9 would have run away with the series with the last pick. I like to see that. I feel like they're a lot more cohesive than the group stage, both in drafting as well as play.
Okay, it's still going to be a rough ask, though. When they go up against teams which are going to pressure them more, you can't just hold back and be defensive. They're going to need to take those opportunities by the reins and really go for them. And Lotus still said, like during the interview, that they didn't get the draft they were 100% searching for. Like they combined multiple parts, and it still ended up working out for them.
I think he meant that about
I think
the
it was
initial
groups. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they were much more comfortable today with what they got. So.
Okay, well that's a lot better then.
It's already improved.
I'm still waiting to see how they go up against a team who's got a lot more depth in their drafting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to take a break here, and when we come back, we will have another match from the lower bracket. Again, it's do or die. This time, it's OG versus Fnatic. We'll see you in a few. And a welcome back to you, and a welcome to Frankfurt in this very cool evening indeed. Here in November, we're heading into our first ever major for Dota 2, and we're well into the dual tournament. Well, actually, we've done the group stages already last week, so where were you last week if you weren't with us? We're on day 3, would you believe? And it's time now to head into the lower bracket once more for more best-of-1 action. Do or die for all of these teams. OG versus Fnatic. We've also had a change of personnel here at the desk. We've added Blitz to the mix, and we've also decided to get rid of Malk finally. We've had enough of him, and instead we've replaced him with more British, which is very pleasing to the eye and to the vocal cords and to the ears. How you doing, Ted?
Happy to be here, Paul.
Good
Thank
to
you for
have you.
having me. I was hoping my microphone would explode then, but it didn't. That's a shame.
And then I'd have fallen off my chair in sort of Dakota style.
Sonic Wave, yeah, I would have liked.
Yeah, you're all good?
I'm happy, yeah.
Looking
it's
forward to
been
it?
Good. I am. I'm looking forward to this game. I know that the fans love best of ones. I like them too. I know the players don't like them so much, but they are great spectacle.
Yeah, players don't like best of ones, do they, Blitz?
No, they're incredibly scary to play in just because you never want to be in a situation where one game can determine the outcome. You want to get to that next level where you're going to be playing the best of threes for sure.
Yeah, you saw the relief on Loader's face in the interview. He's just like,
he's just like,
thank God for that.
Because the type of lineup they were playing against, that could have gone terribly. And so you're thinking to yourself the entire time while you're playing, is this where I go home? Is this where I go home? Am I really going to go home like this?
Yeah, and unfortunately, one team has to. One of those two teams is going to be OG or Fnatic. We'll start off with OG, the former Monkey Business Boys. And, you know, they've got some star names in here, some good players, some great players, players that maybe should have done better at TI, arguably, and have now started off on a new road. How do you think they're progressing, Cap?
I'm looking at OG as, for me going into this tournament, I thought they were going to be one of the rising teams that would actually place top 8 in the tournament, and they rather disappointed me in their group stage performance. That being said, they did have a rather tough group, Vici Gaming, Vega Squadron, two very admirable teams, and I think Vega Squadron especially have proved themselves to actually be a top-tier team 100%. So I still think that OG is the superior team in this best-of-1 matchup, but it's Fnatic, man. Anything goes.
Nice to see Fly and Big Daddy Notal reunited yet again. They've played together quite a lot over the years. What are you excited about, Ted?
I mean, obviously, I really like those guys a lot. I've actually worked with them a few times. They are lovely guys. They're very popular for a good reason. They are genuinely nice people. Yep. I'm interested to see them go up against their old organization. I think that's always going to be an interesting one. And I think that's going to be something to keep an eye on. And I know I've been talking to people about what their sort of strats are and stuff like that. And I don't know, I'd just like to see Johan play. I think he's a great player. Yeah. And he's exciting.
Yeah, exciting to watch indeed. Yeah, highlights for you of this team? Who stands out?
For me, it's Miracle. He was thrust into this position where they essentially say, okay, you don't really have a lot of competitive experience, but you're almost always going to be playing against the enemy team's best player. Let's see how you do. And you know, at first I thought, well, he might have a little bit of hiccups, he might be a little bit shaky, but this guy has just hit his stride. He's become a monster. It's very rare that I see him lose his mid-matchup. He was able to solo kill Sumail at MLG twice. This guy is no slouch at all. He's the one I look out for every time I play.
We're going to talk more about Miracle, but before we do that, let's just check in with OG as they headed in to their first ever major.
The captain of the team right now is Tal, and it will be forever.
Every team is going to say they expect to win. Obviously, I don't really want to say I expect us to win because that sounds really cocky. I think we can be one of the best teams, if not now, but in the future. My goals for the major is obviously winning the major, but like I said, every team is going to have the exact same goal.
I think our team is one of the most unproven ones with the most unproven players. Like I talked about before, the hunger seems to be very much like a big thing for us. I think that's one of the bigger difference between us and one of the more solidified teams.
For me, specifically, is I want, let's say we don't win this major or we don't win the next major or whatever, I want my team to be able to be good losers.
Prove my best, do my best, show that when I play core, I can do everything that's needed to win a game. But more importantly for the team, I want us to have fun.
Yes, indeed. Always part of the game is to have fun whilst you're winning. But, of course, winning does breed some of that fun as well. We were talking just before checking in with OG about Miracle, and you made some great points. Any thoughts on Miracle yourselves? Because, you know, he's the magnanimous mid.
Yeah, he really has been, I think, I agree with Blitz that he's been probably the most standout player for OG. For me, it's right next to Moonmeander. I think he's also been playing exceptionally, but Miracle is, I think, the player that will oftentimes carry this team. If you look towards Miracle doing well, it's most likely that OG are going to be winning, which is oftentimes why he has a target on him. I think other teams have tried to put pressure on him early on in the laning phase, shut him down to make sure he can't win his 1-versus-1 matchup, and I feel like that's the best way to deal with OG.
Okay, we'll move on to Fnatic, and what do you say about Fnatic after their group stage? We watched them play through that group, we watched them take a game against EG and thought, you know what, they actually look all right here, and then they decide to get their standard tiny wisp out and get destroyed, and in Black's own words, they were kind of like, we don't know what to do now. We've lost the thing that we thought we were really good at, and we've lost at it. So how will they bounce back from that now and face a very good team in OG?
For me, it's like Fnatic is a beautiful woman who's like just been crying a bunch and has makeup running all over her face. It's a beautiful mess, is what Fnatic is. I don't understand them because they have so much individual talent, but they are absolutely a mess when it comes to team play right now. They're switching roles constantly, partly due to like specialization in heroes, and maybe that's really the way they think they should go forward. But for me, I'm looking at Fnatic every single game, and I'm just like, what's going on here? What's going on there? How the hell did this happen? I don't really know how to read Fnatic right now.
Pyrian Flax is shaking his head violently in disgust.
I'm just amazed at that analogy. I'm just curious. So what did you do to that woman to make her cry, Cap? Was it the haircut?
I broke her heart.
Really, with that haircut? We were talking about this haircut earlier. I know Cap's defensive about it. My problem with the haircut is you can't have this haircut if you're losing any of your hair, okay? If you're losing it at the front, it'll stick out a mile. Losing it at the back, there'll be like a big dip. So this is like an offensive to me as a bald man, okay? This is like this is specifically targeted at me and other bald men. I know LD is going to join the club.
I'm just taunting you right now.
Yeah, Jake is getting there. We're going to start a petition, and I'm going to get it cut.
That's right, Pyrian. I have enough hair to make bad haircuts.
No, yeah, that annoys me, that you are wasting these golden years of hair on this.
I got to give you a question, though, Pyrian.
Okay.
I know you hated the last haircut, too. Which one is worse for you?
Remind me of the last one. I've blocked it out.
Pidgeotto.
Was it as bad as that? It can't have been as bad as that.
Let's turn to a man with hair.
See, now, there is a haircut. But there is a nice haircut. It's simple. It's elegant. You can run your fingers through that hair.
We've descended into some sort of hair critiques now, which I appreciate, Ted, but we do need to talk about Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
Where are they right now? Apart from hairstyles, where are they?
Use the Cap analogy?
You can absolutely use that. If that feels more natural to
me
you.
is like a team where when Cap first came on the scene and he was really good looking and, you know,
wow.
And then progressively, as time went on, his haircuts just get more and more stupid. And the other thing that you notice is the only reason he's so good looking is because the rest of us are not that great looking.
Wow.
So when Fnatic has to play in a region like C, yes, they're gonna look amazing, but when they come up against the best of Europe, when they come against the best of China, they just fall a little bit short. And it's not even by that much because we saw them take a game off EG, but it's just not all the way quite there.
All right, let's find out from Fnatic themselves what their thoughts are heading into the Frankfurt Major.
I'm here with Black of Team Fnatic here into your practice room. Now, obviously, the group stages has completed. Probably not going the way you expected. Where's the team's morale at now going into the main competition?
Obviously, we were pretty disappointed after yesterday's games, but we had a very long discussion about what went wrong and where we can do better. So hopefully we can take that into the main event and do much better.
Now, you're going to be going into the deadly best of ones. What do you think about that? I don't want you to spoil any strategies, but do you have something up your sleeve, maybe pulling out something wild? Or what are your impressions overall about going into best of one?
Personally, I always feel like a best of one, it's like anybody's game, no matter how good or bad you are, because it's like very unpredictable what's going to happen. But personally, I guess we'll just go with the flow, whatever is best we're going to do. and I don't think we have like anything super special planned. We're just going with like what are we good at.
Sounds good. Now your opponent is going to be OG, so I want to know your impressions about your opponent OG, and are you surprised that you're going to be going against them and that they also are going to be meeting you in the best of ones?
We were actually kind of surprised that Vega was playing so well. They also almost beat VG, but they had like an incredible comeback. It's actually quite close. But we actually had some practice games against OG, and kind of feels like we are 5-5, so it should be a pretty good match, and hope we can beat them.
Thank you so much for your time, Black. Best of luck in your matchup against OG, and that's going to be happening on the main stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Dakota there with his interview. And time now to introduce you all to the players. It's time for the player entrance. So as Fnatic and OG get themselves ready, it'll give us a few more minutes to pull all of our experts on the spot for their predictions and finalise their thoughts on both Fnatic versus OG. We haven't really discussed too much about the fact that this is some old Fnatic players going up against their former teams. You mentioned it a little bit. How much extra spice does that give?
I don't know, Pyrian. What do you think?
Me?
Yes, you.
You're the one who.
Yes, you, Ted.
When you said expert, I coughed. I don't know if the mic was on. I went, just to let people know, you know.
It's fine. You're accepted as an expert amongst experts.
Yeah. I don't know. It depends. I don't know. I don't want to talk about gossip and stuff like that. So I'm just going to say that I'm
really
excited to go up against.
Don't want to talk about gossip.
I don't gossip. I just flame. That's it. There's
okay,
no gossip.
right.
Yeah, I keep it all up front.
That's good.
But I'm just going to say I'm excited.
Right. So who would you flame if you could? Right
Cap,
now?
obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, second
Cap.
Will, but failing that. Yeah. I mean, we're cool.
Yeah, we're cool.
Yeah, we're cool.
Okay, Brits stick together. Brits bros.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Brits over Blitz.
Brits over Blitz. There it is. We were waiting for one. Lovely alliteration. And Cap, on the spot time, predictions. Where are we going?
You know, best of one really works out to Fnatic's favor, but I'm going to stick with OG being the superior team.
Okay, fair point. We got it right last time, I might add. Me and you.
I mean, I went with heart. I changed
went with
it
heart.
with heart.
I went with heart, and then you changed to Cloud9. So no changing this
I mean,
time.
my brain was right.
No
my
changing
heart
this
was wrong.
time.
That's happened before.
Period flex.
I think OG. I think OG will win it. I think in 32 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
You can write that down.
All right. Well, hang on. We'll write that down. Pyrian says 32 minutes. I'm also going to go with
I'm going to be
OG.
right once. I'm going to be right once.
That's how I feel about this game. I mean, I said I didn't want to play the prediction game. They said, no, you have to. And I said, well, okay, then it's got to be OG for this game.
If
So,
it's 33 counter is wrong.
okay.
So
32. 32. Okay, 32. We'll keep him to his word. So that's 3 for OG. Are we going to get a full house?
Yep, you definitely are.
Okay.
I think that OG is the more talented team. I think their strats are a little bit more stable. I feel like Fnatic, this is the format that best benefits them in a best of one. But I think best of one backs against the wall. I think OG are going to be able to pull it out.
Interesting. So you're going for OG, even though we all agreed this in the group stage and today. Fnatic, this potentially is a great opportunity for them with the style of play that they have and the drafts that they do.
Yeah, but they had to
that not
step
right?
up. They had to step up in the group stage, and they definitely did not.
Okay. But in best of one, they've got a shot, haven't they? This isn't all OG, surely. I mean, 4 people have said yes, but
It's not really, but if you looked at how OG played in the group stage, I think personally that Vega is a top 5 team here.
Right.
And there was no shame losing 2-1, 2-1 to them. And the games in which they lost, it didn't even look one-sided. Like, you look at the result and say, oh, they didn't make it into the groups. Yeah, it's rough, but the way that they played, I favor them.
Okay, we'll head into the draft then for the one and only game in the lower bracket. It's do or die. It's stay or go home for OG and Fnatic. Bans incoming any moment.
I think OG, they want to try to get out all the possible heroes that could just ruin their night. And that's something that they do have an advantage in, where they have to worry about so many different things, whereas Fnatic just have to focus on the one draft that they've developed. That's all they have to worry about, and executing that. Whereas OG, I feel like they think they're a superior team, so they're just going to play the safest style possible.
A little bit like Alliance, perhaps.
Exactly.
I think that's why you also see OG probably pick up something that's been rather stable for them, whether it's the Wiz Tiny that they go back to time and time again. I'm not sure if Fnatic will actually be willing to give that one up, or if they're going to take a chance that maybe they can get the Wiz. Tusk and Wisp are easily the top 2 pickups right now in my mind.
Yeah, it's interesting. Black said mid-groups that they were a bit stunned by the fact that they'd gone with their, in their words, their strongest, and it didn't work out. It'd be very interesting to see whether they go, well, that's been taken away from them because they can't do that now.
Turn to pick.
I mean, they've got to pick up the Tusk here, right?
I think that the way they're going to play, especially with these 2 pickups, is you just want to run at OG. You want to put the pressure on them from minute 0, and that's what you're going to do with a hero like Undying, and especially with the carry like Gyrocopter.
Okay, so they do go for it, and that's interesting. It's the other way around.
I was actually talking to a couple guy in LD, and they were saying that because No Tail knows Wisp so well, when he plays Tiny, it's even better because his understanding of Wisp is so great that he's just perfectly aware of what's going on and what's possible. So, and he's a brilliant player in his own right. So I think this is going to be pretty exciting. It's a classic.
It is classic.
This is one of those pairings that when your back's against the wall, why not, right? It's such a safe staple of any lineup. Any top team can run this duel.
And OG doubly so because they have 2 amazing Wisp players.
Yeah, they really do, but Fnatic, I like the way they've started their draft so far. By running the Gyrocopter and the Undying, it means that you can run the dual lanes pretty easily. Like, Gyrocopter is a hero that doesn't need really any help in the lane because 1-to-1, he pretty much beats any offlaner. And that's going to give Fnatic a little bit more flexibility in helping out their mid lane and helping out their off lane and trying to collectively win 2 out of the 3 lanes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a strong early draft, isn't it, from Fnatic? I mean, we've seen a lot of success from this pair so far.
Yeah, you saw yesterday too. They went for the split push style, but I think they kind of collected themselves and said, okay, against these types of teams, it's a little bit too slow. Like, we can't play that slow of a style. We actually have to bring the fight to them.
So Tusk is gone. 100% record is intact still. Pick ban-wise.
Will, what do you feel about the
10 seconds
Winter Wyvern versus Wiz Tiny? Because I know I've had kind of conflicting reports. Some players still feel that it's an exceptionally strong counter. It would definitely fit into the Fnatic lineup because it would set up a lot of the Gyrocopter Undying.
I think it's pretty good because it's a hero that can also go mid and help out whatever their mid hero is, which is going to determine a lot for me. For Fnatic, they have to pick something that's defensive, but you want something that can also help go high ground as a mid hero. I know they often like to play a mid that is more of a space eater than a space creator, but against a lineup like Tiny Wisp, it's pretty rough.
10 seconds remaining.
So with like a Wyvern Wind Ranger.
Yeah, you
as
could
a
do that.
3-4 pickup.
I don't even know if the Wind Ranger's excellent against it though, because no one really beats that matchup in the mid lane. It's so rough to play against.
There it is.
OG in response, I think a Dazzle would actually fit because they like when they run the Tiny Wisp to go for those strong lanes. I think Dazzle is one of the heroes that will help counter some of the aggression of Fnatic, especially the Wyvern single target focus with the ult, and then be able to provide a strong lane.
The one thing I do want to point out though, the issue with that is Ted actually brought it up earlier where he said, I want to see the statistic of teams that just draft a lot of stuns.
Yeah.
And if you take the Dazzle here, it feels like they are a little bit light in the disabled department.
Like, I would love to know what the statistic is. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen it. Most of the stats we get are match-specific, team-specific. But stats guys out there, I want to know how much does your win rate increase with each stun that you add, and up to which point does it level off, and do you start getting diminishing returns the number of stuns?
I like that.
I always think stuns are super, super
I
important.
think you've just set Knoxville a nice task.
Yeah, maybe he can go do some work for a change.
They don't really have, when BKBs come online and things of that nature, they don't really have the best way to just instantly initiate aside from the Tiny if he decides to go for the Blink Dagger route. So I'd imagine you go one of two ways here if you're OG. You decide to go for the split push route and just completely avoid the Undying at all times and pick something like the offlane Nature's Prophet, for example, for Moon. Or you decide to go for the route where you think you can take the fight early on and you want something that can initiate and make up for the lack of disables that you have so far. Because it's generally not going to be your carry that's going to do that job for you. So it's either, for me, you either go for something like the Clockwork or something around that area, or you decide to go for the Nature's Prophet and just play the 3 split up, pressure the map nonstop.
They won't make 32 minutes if they do that well. That's one thing I will say. Bristleback.
It's funny, that's one of the heroes that OG usually like to pair with the Dazzle. It buffs up your early team fight to make sure that you aren't just run over around the 20-minute marker. The thing that's concerning for me right now as OG, I feel like Dazzle promotes perhaps a little bit more team fight, but I do believe they should go for the split push. I'm not sure if Clockwork, like I'm looking at the initiators, if there was like a Spirit Breaker or something, I would feel a little bit more confident, but I don't think Clockwork is going to be particularly strong here, just because the Undying and Winter Wyvern factor. I think they're really good at being able to save the single target focus of the Clockwork. He jumps on the Gyrocopter perhaps with a Blade Mail trying to force something, but he's going to be rebuffed by the sustain.
Yeah, he's going to die. He's going to die. I don't know who I'd want to hook on that team, to be honest with you.
All right, so for OG, you still need a carry. If you look at the side of Fnatic, they're definitely just going to run at you. The Bristleback, too, pretty much promotes that, and it's going to be the Earthshaker.
Fanatics turn to
I think that was, for me, that was the best offlaner outside of the Clockwork that would promote early team fight. 100%, I think that's the best idea for OG. And leave that the hero that pairs with the Dazzle for last pick. I think that's a smarter strategical move, because if you have the Earthshaker banned out, then you're left with the Clockwork as your best initiator. And again, I don't think that would be a good idea.
The other thing is, if they're determined to run at him, a well-placed Fisher will basically say, well, we're not interested. We're just going to back off, reset the fight that way.
Yeah, definitely. When you're playing against heroes like Winter Wyvern, you need something that'll kind of change the ground, make sure that people can't just swarm on you. Because the Winter's Curse alone, you can kind of survive it. It's when everybody's hitting you on top of that. When they're on top of you with the Gyrocopter, with the Bristleback, that's when you're really worried. And I really like the Earthshaker pick. When I meant Clockwork, I just meant a hero like that.
Right.
Type of archetype.
Yeah.
Where you have something that can just go in, doesn't have to wait for the rest of the team, and take advantage of having something that can just instantly initiate. But for Fnatic, they still have to worry about a carry. Or they might actually even think the offlane and the Nature's Prophet. That's what I thought OG would go.
Oh, so maybe they think it, do you think it's something like they thought, okay, it's a Miracle Earthshaker, they're going to try and actually get Miracle, like something that comes online really early? Because I am struggling to find a hero that will be able to provide enough early team fight for Miracle that's left in the pool.
Yeah, definitely. For Fnatic, OG probably thinks it's going to be the offlaner, but it's in fact just going to be the Bane that they're going to pick up.
So what about the AM here?
I actually kind of like it, but the only concern is whether or not you have too many heroes that eat up space. But there's not too much disables for Fnatic. I guess you have the Winter Wyvern and the Bane.
Yeah, you got the Bane now. I don't know if you want to do that.
Miracle's played it, of course, as well. Played it here at Frankfurt.
That was their go-to backs against the wall hero, though, in the past. When they played against Liquid and...
Do you want it in a best of one?
5 seconds
You do, don't you?
It might be Miracle's most comfortable hero, but...
Playing a lot of Gyro here as well.
Yeah, Gyro's just so good overall. It just depends on whether or not OG think that they can play that tempo game and survive long enough to make the anti-mage strong. Because if you get to that point, then yeah, sure. The hero's going to be pretty unstoppable.
I don't know why, the only heroes that keep popping in my head is like Sven or Centaur, which is like really out there left fields.
I think the only problem there is like more melee heroes.
Yeah, I just can't think of a decently tanky hero that goes in and fights early on, unless they're still gonna open up that offlane and still go for the Miracle Earthshaker.
I think you have enough heroes though that can frontline for you. I don't think you need something else that is beefy and just tanks in.
Okay.
Because I think Ted's right here. You eventually need to be able to go for the high ground, and you don't want to just solely rely on your Tiny. They're running out of time. You've got... I'm trying to think right now. Wind Ranger would be kind of bad. They already have a Winter Wyvern, and Bristle isn't going to take too much damage.
Juggernaut is, Huskar.
Oh, hello.
All right, that's definitely synergy with Dazzle.
Okay, so the Huskar is in the board, and OG and Fnatic are all set. Let's head down to the commentary team for our second lower bracket game of the day.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Paul. It is myself and Purge once again bringing you the second best of one here in the lower bracket at the Frankfurt Major. And looking at the picks, Purge, I think we're just going to have as much action as in Game 1 that we saw between Alliance and, of course, Cloud9, but even more this time. Because there's a Huskar. Is this the game for a Huskar pick?
It's looking pretty good. I mean, Bristleback can kind of deal with it, but he may be forced to get something like a Blade Mill, which he doesn't really want to do. They do have some heals with Winter Wyvern and Undying, so I guess they have some counterplay there, but a lot of heroes that don't do that much damage to Huskar, namely Winter Wyvern, Gyrocopter, Undying, they can't deal with him very well. They're gonna have to rely on the pure damage from Bane and the physical damage from Bristleback to deal with them.
Absolutely. And one thing I really, the Winter's Curse. I mean, if that comes down on the Huskar and there's a Tiny next to him, it's not going to be a lot of fun for a Miracle, of course, on that Huskar. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into OG versus Fnatic, another elimination match here. Loser will go home. And let me talk to you about the drafts here, Kevin. We saw the panel, their predictions, everyone rooting for OG. Do Fnatic have the draft to take down OG in this best of one?
I feel like OG is the better team, and that's going to mean a lot, but draft-wise, I think they can do it. I mean, some of the other times we've seen Huskar picked, they aggressively tri-laned or they aggressively dueling, and that's something that Fnatic does almost all the time. We saw one of the stats earlier. It said Fnatic only aggressive tri-lanes like 7% of the time, or they don't tri-lane almost ever. So if they just go aggressively with Undying, and they can maybe pressure the Huskar before he hits level 2, level 3, then they can definitely get a lot of kills. But the downside is that if they really want to, they can easily shift the Wisp over and just help the Huskar get a bunch of kills in their early game. Starting off with a really nice D ward here.
I think, yeah, as you said, it's going to be all about this Huskar.
They got the Observer ward too, and that was blocking the large camp. So
great start for OG.
What a huge sentry. That was insane.
Some smart kids over on the side of OG, and it's all about the Huskar. If that Huskar gets out of control and gets ahead of Fnatic, it's going to be pretty much... We've seen a few Huskar games already this tournament. We've seen it manage to tear down Alliance earlier in the group stages, and we'll see if OG are able to use it to tear down Fnatic. Looking for go for the bounty rune here in Ohio. Needs to be a bit careful. Okay, that's your first blood. Shadow ate the heal bomb too much. Crit. Picking that one. And, well, okay, OG are going to be very happy with the way that this game's starting.
That was a great play. Fissure into the Avalanche, made sure he's chain stunned. They got the bounty rune on the Earthshaker, and then from there, the tether slow, something you normally don't see doing much, but it helped out a lot there, and that's a dead hero. A bad start for him, and that's going to get him to the lane a little bit later. Now, I'd also like to point out that Fnatic has seemingly changed their lanes. Well, they're consistent based on what they played in their last game with Mushi playing support and Ohio technically playing off lane. So I guess they stuck with what they did last, and personally, I think this is their best iteration of lineup.
And we'll see how well it's able to deal with this Huskar at top, having both the Gyro and the Wyvern there. Of course, there's going to be the backup of Flight and Crit on that Dazzle IO combination, so they do have every potential to go aggressive themselves and just try and look for action against Fnatic. They're going to have Bane coming up as well, so it is going to be the full try-on-try. So it's going to be interesting to see just how much Fnatic can do in terms of slowing down Miracle progression. And look at the aggression, he just walks in, gets a few spears down. Has to be a bit careful now the Arctic Burn comes through, but the heal from Fly's there, and OG, I think they're going to be fine in this lane.
That's some major value. If you guys don't know how IO works, if he gets healed, some of that heal gets also put on the person he's tethered to. So you get extra value from healing an IO, which is why they paired it with a Dazzle, so that when the heal comes through, the Shadow Wave will naturally bounce to Miracle, and he gets healed extra from the stuff that IO's getting. So this is a stronger Huskar than we normally encounter because it's basically two heroes that are entirely focused on healing somebody else. So he basically just has to get a couple levels in him, and he can do some crazy things.
Obviously, the fact that Crit is hanging around at this top lane does mean that Tiny's going to be left alone against the Bristleback mid. So far, for Notel, it's been all right. It's got 8 for 0 compared to the 7 for 1. But you'd imagine there's going to be a point where surely this Bristleback's going to do pretty well at harassing Tiny backing out of the lane.
Yeah, Tiny has very low base armor, so it's definitely a little scary for him. He's shifting to the top rune to help out Crit picking that up a little faster, and looks like he'll shift back top again. So No-Tail basically got some HP advantage out of that because in the meantime, Wisp was healing up, Wisp known as Io. So he is focusing a little bit on the Wisp here, and for that reason, I think DJ is going to get a little out of hand this game.
On top lane, Miracle, he's not really been getting the CS at the moment, 4-for-1, so it has been a bit of issue, the aggression that the Gyro's been able to put on. At the moment, 7-for-2 on him. And I mean, the lane that we haven't really talked about down bottom. You've obviously got this Shaker going up against a high on the Undying, and well, Moon going very aggressive here, just trading hits, both of them fairly low. CS-wise, though, Ohio has got the slight edge, and I guess is that something you'd expect, really, from an Undying against a melee hero strength?
Yeah, definitely. One of the real big downsides of Earthshaker is he's not very good in a one-on-one lane. Now, he's gone a skill build to adjust for this. He's getting extra Aftershock, so he gets more stun duration and more damage every time he casts a spell. And with Ohio being pretty out of mana, he's in a pretty good spot, but this is definitely more likely that Moon dies here than Ohio dies. So he's got to be very careful.
So far, it certainly seems that he has been able to be careful enough. I mean, albeit apart from the first blood, fairly even across the map. Fnatic still finding the farm favorably on the top for Black compared to Miracle. Mid lane now, Bristleback just a little ahead, but it's still very, very close across these lanes, really.
Man, Miracle's having a lot of trouble last setting up here. But that's very low base damage on Huskar. He doesn't have that much survivability.
He pops the Mango and he's going to get it. Very nicely done there. Mango into the Soul Rip and the Decay. Just enough, but at the same time, mid lane, DJ might find more for the side. They'll be turning around, throwing out the Avalanche, popping a salve. But in fact, the final core spray is there. We'll cancel it. It's all right, Crit's there with the regen. So DJ nearly being able to find that. But the fact that they have got this Iron, as long as Crit's going to be there every time with the TP rotations, they should be able to keep No-Tail alive. Maybe going to try and go for something here. Arctic Burn has been popped by Net, and he gets the slowdown onto both of them. No-Tail trying to chase down DJ. They'll force him back. Mushi's coming in as well, and OG needs to be careful. They look for an avalanche toss onto DJ, brings him low, but now the Nightmare from Mushi, setting something up onto No-Tail, but with the fact that the Bristles had to get out of there, they've kind of lost their main damage source. And now No-Tail's just moving forward with Crit. They'll get the toss onto the Wyvern, and Net's in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down, and they'll get themselves a second kill on the board, OG. Both of them under the belt of the IO so far.
That's a matchup you just can't underestimate. The Tiny IO, it's so strong, and they should have checked the IO and said he's got 3 charges and he's got like a 5 to 9 stick wand there. That means there's a ridiculous amount of heal and mana coming Tiny's way, and with that, all he has to do is kite. He's got the extra movement speed advantage from the tether as well, and eventually you're gonna get killed, so you really can't let that happen.
Ohio, I mean, this man, he's got a lot of balls and he's using them to perfection. Another kill against that Shaker. You said already how you'd expect to see him have a hard time, but this isn't great for OG. They may be finding kills, but Shaker, he's dying a bit too many times on the bottom lane.
So Moon can still transition decently because this hero is normally played as a support. So even if he does get really shut down in this lane, it's not the worst thing in the world for OG, but it just means that there's more on the backs of Huskar as well as Tiny. And with Huskar doing, I mean, both of the heroes are doing fine. They're not getting amazing last hits, but they're doing all right. But it's still going to require them to perform really well.
I mean, just at this point as well, we still see Moon return to lane, but it's going to be so hard now. The fact that there's Arcanes now and Undying, he's just going to constantly be able to keep up the spam and zone him out. I guess on the plus side, as you said, being a sport, and the fact that he's still finding levels, there is now level 6 on this Shaker 5.5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's okay. He could also rotate to the top lane or something to try to set up a kill. In their defense, they do have a lane ward, not giving Fnatic the best vision up here in case there is a rotation, but that's something that you can do, for example, if you're really behind. A little bit of a fissure block here by Moon, mostly just to prevent the bot rune. We'll see if No-Tail, yeah, No-Tail will be able to get the rune now. Really nicely done there.
Let's see if they find anything. We can obviously see Fnatic moving through the jungle. I guess just checking if any stacks are being created at the moment, which isn't the case on the side of OG. So they won't be able to take anything away from them at least. Phase Boots now picked up on Black, so they can maybe try and go a little bit more aggressive, but Miracle's still keeping up in terms of levels at least. The farm as well, he's actually closed the gap. 21 for 8 compared to 23 for 4, so space has been created. It's because Fnatic, they're kind of rotating around the map. Bottom lane, Ohio's trying to go in. He's dropped the tombstone. There'll be a TP reaction from Io, ready to keep him alive and trying to turn.
Comes the dunk.
Decay comes out.
Oh, that damage.
And they look for it. He gets the soul rip off, but it's not enough heals. Crit on a killing spree.
Oh, they gotta kill the zombies. Oh, he gets
They
killed.
should have. I mean, this Io, 3 kills at the moment. He's been playing absolutely amazing.
Yeah, this guy's one of the best IOs in the entire world, so not too surprising to see him playing great. Great Observer Ward as well. This is going to help protect the Earthshaker a little bit more from rotations, but getting that kill was so massive. That was probably the most farmed hero on the map, and Undyne, you don't rarely see it, but he can get out of control completely.
Mid lane as well, they're going to look for more. Crit and Notail moving in onto DJ. They'll get the damage down with the Fissure as well. Nice TP from Moon. It's a kill for Notail. And the 4th kill on the board for OG as they continue to dominate the lane.
It's another thing that Earthshaker can do amazing. Just TP in, land the Fissure, and it gives you an extra couple 2 right clicks. So really useful there. And this is creating a lot of space for Huskar as well. The downside is that he's been in a tri lane all game. He's only level 4 right now, so he's actually super under-leveled. He needs to hit 6 to be really strong. He's against a level 8 Undyne, and this is just not safe. It's going to lower his max HP with Decay, and he can easily kill him when he pops his ultimate.
It certainly is scary for Miracle, and the fact that they're sending the Bristle back up top as well. They put Mushi mid to get some levels on the Bane, and they're maybe going to look to dive potentially. I mean, they certainly can with that level 8 Undyne. As you said, they've got the tank ability to just run and go for it under the tower. But there is going to be reaction from OG. We can see backup coming in already, but it may be too late. Ohio's trying to go, drops the tombstone. It's just Fly and Miracle. They need help from their friends, and their friends are on their way. Fly gets the Grave off onto himself, and there's your TP in from Notail. Look at the Fissure, the Avalanche onto Ohio. The Toss is there as well. They bring him down. Crit now dominating on this IO, and they may even try and find more. OG going to see if they can catch this. They haven't got a Fissure for 6 seconds.
Toss Moon, it's the only way. Nope.
They're not going to go for it. But still, once again, OG reacting very nicely to what Fnatic are throwing at them.
Yeah, they're doing a great job there. Lots of TP reactions if they're losing their safe lane or their off lane. Then he just has to show up in a couple kills, and now he's sitting just fine. Level 8, 400 gold on the way. They've even got an armlet now in Miracle. He's getting some experience and gold from those rotations that other people are partaking in. So maybe he'll buy boots someday, but until then, he's got a lot of damage.
And they keep sending heroes up here. They're going to send Ohio back up here with DJ. They really want to try and make something happen. But Miracle still with the backing of both Crit and Fly on this lane. It's going to be a hard one to go for, and we've already seen how on top OG are with the TPs if a dive does come into hand from Fnatic.
But with Undyne and Bristleback, they're actually quite strong. They'll have a lot of reflect, a lot of physical damage. They can lower the HP of Huskar, even though he does do some magic. And the Tombstone Zombies as well are creating a lot of space. So only with 2 heroes here, they're actually preventing Huskar from farming while the rest of their heroes can potentially get last hits. So if they can balance this decently and not have to lose any kills on the top lane, this will be really good for Fnatic.
At the same time, though, it's giving a lot of space to Notail on the Tiny. He's top of the CS board at the moment, so he's finding pretty much perfect farm now on this mid lane.
And he opted for the pretty typical build that you go with IO, which is Treads. Just increases attack speed and his HP. So they continue to try to spam out DJ, but there's not really that much they can do to keep him back. Pretty standard skill build on him. No ancient stacks, unfortunately, so he can't fall back on that. But
this is nice as well from Fnatic. As soon as they get 6, they've got 6 on black. He's ready with the cooldown, and Mushi's there as well. They're going to look for some action on top. We saw OG deal with it before, but are they going to be able to deal with 4 heroes wrapping around? And here we go. Ohio coming in with a Flesh Golem, the Tombstone as well. There's your TP.
Oh, he's dead.
But Dazzle gets burned up already, and they need him to keep Miracle alive. Miracle's going to jump forward, looking for black. How good's his armlet toggling? He's got it on in the moment. We'll take it off.
He's armlet
toggling.
toggling.
He gets the right click. He didn't toggle in time. Echo Shovel to Mushi. They're looking for the recovery kills, and they do find 2. It's a 2 for 2 at the moment. Notail and Crit trying to chase down DJ, but there's a lot of cross. But they'll chuck in Crit. Crit lands on the head of DJ. They will find it. The Avalanche coming out to net. Notail playing to the edge of his life. They get the tether slow out. Fisher's there as well. They'll move it on the Wyvern. The slam comes through there with the Enchanto. This is double kill for Moon, and he's not down. He's looking for more. Chasing Ohio here. How long until he's got the Fisher? Get the toss. It goes through. Crit's there. There'll be a Soul Rip, but there's no one around to heal him. They got a Fisher.
They got him.
Triple kill for Moon as he gets the Fisher through.
This IO. Oh my god.
OG. They're just working together absolutely immaculately.
Yeah, they completely communicated everything they needed to do. IO uses his ultimate to go back to heal. He's like, I just got like 3 levels all of a sudden out of all these kills. He didn't panic once. Every time he got low, he said, I've got a full stick. Let's wait to bait them in. And then they did everything perfectly. The toss back, I don't know how you do damage with the ball of light, but really nice plays there by Crit and the rest of his team.
You can see absolutely why OG went for this first up in the draft. Straight up Tiny IO. If you leave it open, they're going to take it. And now Notail's got his drums done as well, so he's going to be even more ready for the fights. you know, if he wasn't already. He's top of the net worth, 4.3k. And the fact that they've had these fights, yes, Miracle didn't get perfect farm, great XP earlier on, but he's totally closed that gap now, and he's heading to the top.
Yeah, and this is a period of the game where a lot of single target damage really accelerates your farm. So he's going to be fine for a little bit. The only thing he's really going to need in the mid game is kills on heroes, basically, or Roshan kills. That's really the way that Huskar accelerates. So if Fnatic just plays more of a passive gank and farm game, then it's very likely the Huskar will get out-farmed, but if OG can force fights, which they very likely can with an IO Tiny, then I think Huskar is going to be right at the top of the net worth.
I mean, just look at the Moon, the fact that that triple kill, of course, gave him a good cash influx. He's on 1,300 gold towards the Blink, so it's going to be a reasonable timing for this off-lane Shaker's Blink Dagger.
And he's level 9, a level that Earthshakers are not even close to at this point. Usually they're only sitting at 6 or something, 7 maybe. So a lot of levels means more chain stuns, more single target damage, all that good stuff.
And I guess the question now for the Tiny, because he is running with a side composition, does he go for the Axe or does he need the Blink here?
I think it's a decent Blink game. Against heroes like Bane, for example, prevent the grip, just one-shot people. If there's basically heroes you can one-shot, you go for it.
He's got to fly away with his Arctic Bird. Miracle coming in with crit. Net, can he get himself away from this? The ball's still flying through and Moon's found him. Miracle's looking for more, jumping onto Black. Will force him back with the Burning Spears. Net, cold embraces himself, only prolonging the inevitable, though, as I'm sure they'll find it. They'll move in, the re-relocate, bringing them out, but No-Tail's already found the kill, and he's sticking around for more. DJ and Ohio are trying to move in. The Avalanche comes onto Net, the Soul Rip just keeping him alive in time, and No-Tail kind of lets us say Fly is still about here, and it looks like that's going to be enough to stop them from chasing him.
So No-Tail opts for buying a drum in the early game, actually. Just lots of HP, some movement speed for his allies, things like that.
Oh, No-Tail needs to be careful. DJ and Ohio once again trying to move forward, but as you said, this Tiny is fairly tanky at this point of the game.
He's actually so hard to kill. He's got a level 1 Craig exterior. Once he levels this up, anybody that attacks him has a chance to get stunned. And namely, that's going to be Bristleback. There's not a lot of good options to dealing with Tiny if he gets really tanky right now, not to mention the fact that he's backed up from an IO. It's going to be very difficult for Fnatic to deal with this now that he's 3-0-5, and the people backing him up have insane levels of farm as well. The only person on OG right now that isn't super far ahead is maybe Huskar, but I don't think he's worried about that at all right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Indeed, with the rest of his team doing as well as they are.
Radiant's top
I mean,
tower
you look at the side of Fnatic, what's the plan for them now? How do they kind of recover from this pretty bad early game that's kicked off?
They picked up level 6 on Bane, so what they need to do is start getting kills with this, definitely. Maybe do a smoke, grab Mushi, Undying +1, go top, try to get a double kill. You'd have to gank crit the IO because he's able to teleport somebody's tethered with away from battle. But they can definitely get this done. It's just going to take a little bit of damage and some disable. They're going to put it mid, maybe? Nope, Avalanche catches them.
Okay, Vanguard's now picked up by DJ, but at the same time, there we have it. The Blink Dagger money is complete for Moon, and he's got the Blink. They're looking for DJ as well. The smoke up is there from OG. They're sending the full team down here onto DJ. He's pretty much the hero that's doing the most, and there we go. Straight in onto DJ. There's the jump forward. Fisher as well. In comes Crit with the balls, and they'll try and turn around a little bit.
So much
and there's
damage.
the mega kill streak for Crit. Fnatic, can they turn? They get the Winter's Curse off onto Miracle. He's going to be able to live through that.
Oh, he's not dead.
He's actually keeping him alive. He'll finally go down, so it's a 1-for-1. No telling.
This is really good.
He wants to go back in. There's your Echo Slap from Moon.
Oh, the armlet toggle.
Well. They're all going to die. Maybe OG will die.
Maybe not.
No. Miracle with the armlet toggle keeps himself alive.
They get him off.
It's a team wipe against Fnatic. There was a lot of collateral for OG, but Miracle, this time the armlet toggling is on point, and he stays alive, along with Moon, who made some massive plays there.
Oh, that fight could have gone anyway. Like, initiating on DJ is great for Fnatic because every time that they do 250 damage or so, 230 now, it reflects the cool spray. It put everybody on OG down to like 40% HP or so. And then Fnatic TP supported, and even though Bristleback died before anything else happened, they were almost able to take a good fight. That was a great effort for them considering they're behind.
Indeed, but certainly the fact that it ended the way it did is not going to look too great in terms of the overall net worth difference between the two sides. Drums have now been picked up here by Black, so something else that Fnatic are going to have to offer when these skirmishes kick off, and maybe looking for something mid. Fly, Miracle, and Crit hanging about. You've also got Moon moving down the lane, and Miracle's going to feel confident to go forward. DJ will find himself a DD here, ready for the next battle.
They do deward the Ancients at least, so they can stack those up for Black. Not that he has a Helm of the Dominator yet, but That was such a good attempt at a fight, and they need to win a convincing fight like that, because if a team with a Wisp gets too far ahead, the game just basically ends, because it allows you to outplay all of your opponents due to the overpowered regen that you would get from those item advantages. So they need to put some pressure on their opponents, maybe get some kill setups, but it's so dangerous, because if they go on anywhere that the IO +1 isn't, then the IO +1 can just show up instantly, because there is a global teleport.
And I like this as well from Notel. This is a classic Notel thing to do. He likes to go for something a little bit different. He's going to go for the straight-up Shadow Blade here. Tell me why he'd do that this game, Purge.
It allows him to get solo kills without needing allies. If they have two heroes that combo really well with Wisp and Tiny, or Wisp +1, then the other core needs to be able to get there by themselves. So Notel can basically farm aggressively, then he can show up the lanes mysteriously, pop out from invis, possibly one-shot somebody, and if they're a little too tanky, you bring in the IO as well, with the Huskar, for example. So this gives them a lot more offensive possibilities in terms of ganking.
And of course, if that Bristle does start to get out of control, Silver Edge is going to be very nice to have against him in the later portions of the game.
You talking about Bristleback?
Yes.
Yeah.
Silver, yeah, to take away the Bristleback passive.
Because you can remove his passive for like 3 seconds or whatever, and it's a strength item. It's not terrible on Tiny. It's usually not worth buying early, but definitely good sometimes. And it looks like OG is going to go for some more ganking. Blink Dagger is up on Earthshaker. He's got a Boots of Travel recipe as well. What the heck?
This man, Moon Meander, he's having an absolute... He's second highest on the net worth. Look at his 7k value at the moment. He's higher than Notel's Tiny. He's going to be very happy with the way that this game's panned out. It looks like they won't find anything with the smoke, though. They did make a move towards the bottom. But Fnatic themselves playing a little bit more careful. You've got 4 of them grouped up towards the mid. Just Black was making motions towards the top, finding some solo farm.
I think they're just trying to read what Fnatic is doing. And frankly, I think this was the right smoke, because they should be looking for kills right now. But instead, they're all just kind of sitting mid and waiting for a fight to happen. And ultimately, this isn't going to gain them that much farm. But if OG was on the aggressive, then it would be a good play. But it ended up not being useful there. Tiny gets a kill on the bottom. OG does waste his smoke, but Moon might get caught.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice kill to get as well, seeing as how well he's doing so far. They'll jump in straight away with the Winter's Curse and the Fiend's Grip. Pretty much all the ults being dropped onto Moon there, and they will get the kill. That does end his mega kill streak. The money going to Mushi, though. But nonetheless, definitely a kill that Fnatic are going to be happy with.
Yeah, and one of the downsides of the high levels on Earthshaker is he's dead for 45 seconds. At this stage in the game, that's crazy. Are they going to fight this?
Notel is trying to move in here with the
Wants the one shot.
There we go. Avalanche sells onto Ohio, and he just disappears. Miracle's jumping forward looking for more, trying to find Black. Black will get the cooldown off, but already 2 dead on the side of Fnatic. Mushi will hold Notel back there with the Nightmare. And looks like Fnatic now will just retreat. And again, losing 2 heroes there. And that was a fight where OG didn't have their 5th player.
It's a perfect example of what Shadowblade does. I mean, if they see him approaching, or they see him anticipating the blink, then maybe they can protect themselves, but boom, instantly he just gets killed. And that's the one-shot scare that Tiny always brings to the table. Is that one of your heroes might just die at the start, and it only takes 1 hero resource to do it, and you're only on cooldown for 17 seconds. So Tiny is so threatening here, and he can also transition as a carry. Really strong in this position when he's not behind.
Indeed, OG are going to be feeling very comfortable for the way this game is progressing. We're reaching up to about a 10k net worth lead overall between the sides. Mac now picked up here by the Undying. And of course, the Bristleback, I believe, was working on his Crimson Guard, which he has got complete. So they do have better tools now, Fnatic, than they did before to take these fights and maybe even try and turn them around. Mid lane, here we go, the Shadow Blade again from Notel, closing it onto Black, and he's going to go for the toss Avalanche. There'll be a Nightmare holding him in, but there's a relocate, bringing Miracle in, jumps onto the Gyrocopter, and they're trying to get more, looking to chase down Mushi. The Tombstone will be dropped here by Ohio. They're trying to take, but Miracle just takes down the Tombstone, and they're going to be ready to fight for more here. He's forcing Ohio back, heading up high, seeing if they can chase anyone. They've found Net here. There's your Fisher trying to get themselves in a vision, and they'll get the Avalanche through. Jumps forward for Miracle. It's a dominating streak now for the Huskers. He picks up more kills yet under his belt. And Fnatic, they just don't have an answer for that when OG catch them off guard.
Yeah, and he's essentially more than caught up at this point. He's about to finish a Heaven's Halberd, an item we rarely see, but it gives him evasion, makes it hard for his opponents to hit him. And at this point, I just don't see Fnatic killing Huskar anymore. And they also have to worry about a Tiny, and they have to worry about an Earthshaker dunking them, and all these other issues.
It's very scary. Well, mid lane,
rip here. They could kill him.
There's no relocate for 20 seconds. Notel may have got a little bit too cocky, and he's going to pay. They'll say, all right, thanks for that one. Well, that's a big kill.
That was a gimme. I mean, he was way too far up and completely by himself. So moderately big mistake from Notel, but they're so far ahead right now that the only thing they have to worry about is losing this tower as a result of that. they will pressure it. I'm not a huge fan of this Crimson Guard on Bristleback. Normally the S and Y is the build, but he may build after. Fissure's going to block him on the opposite side.
And the Crimson Guard is out, but as you said, it's not seeming to do too much in terms of keeping DJ alive. There will be a cooldown, but Miracle just walks back into it, turns his attention towards the Bristle. There'll be a Soul Rip.
Oh, the
dunk! Onto two. The Winter's Curse is there, but they've already lost DJ on the Bristleback. And now there's a buyback from No-Tail. He's looking to join the fight. Tosses in Fly. Double kill for Miracle. And the rest of Fnatic just getting themselves the hell out. A higher look for a TP will be successful. But again, another fight where Fnatic just can't stop or slow down OG.
The Huskar just dives on Gyro and Gyro's dead. It's that simple. Like, the only way that Gyro could survive this is if he has Magic Immunity. It would, at the very least, stop the Burning Spears damage, but that's not what they need. They need to win team fights. They needed the Gyro to get ahead, and Gyro is sitting at almost half the net worth of Miracle. And Miracle was the hero that was gimped in the beginning. But Tiny, the Wisp, all the other supports, they created all the space. They allowed Miracle to catch up by getting kills. And now OG is looking in an absolutely unlosable position.
And this is going to be Roche easily said and done for the side of OG. No Fnatic in the neighborhood. Aegis now onto Miracle. I mean, we've already seen how confident he's been just jumping into these fights. He's only died once at the start where he had that unfortunate armlet toggling incident, but since then, 6 kills, 6 assists. This man is nigh on unstoppable.
So they will most likely group and go for some more tier 2 towers. They don't have to try to go down one lane and force it yet, but I think they'd feel pretty confident to do that as well, especially with the support items they're sitting on. They've got a Glimmer Cape, a Medallion. Dazzle can grave people. They can heal whoever takes damage with IO, reduce damage he takes with Overcharge. They have so many good solutions to dangerous situations.
Fnatic themselves, they're going to look to try and take the top tier 1. But it looks like OG will say, all right, we'll look for the favorable trade. We'll just power down the mid, try and take a tier 2. They've even got a fortification here, so it's going to waste a bit of time of Fnatic's. And it looks like, I don't think they're getting back in time to save this tower here, because the damage from OG, pretty reasonable there. We'll TP back. Are they going to try and fight here by the tier 2?
Well, they're just protecting themselves if they do get a little out of position. And I really like them taking a tier 1, though. They anticipated OG pushing because they had the Aegis. They said, let's go take a tier 1. They're not going to back for this. So they grab gold when they can. I really don't think they can fight here, unless OG overdives. That's the only way.
It's out.
He wants to overdive.
He really wants to go. I mean, now that Ogre Club, is that going to be the Aghanims, or is he just going to get a BKB for the fighting here?
If he wants to be ultra safe, he'll buy BKB, but I really think he'd get away with a BKB at this point. He's already got tons of stat items. They don't have that much damage on their team. He could definitely justify just getting a ridiculous amount of HP and being able to clear jungle camps by himself.
DJ needs to be careful here. Miracle's just going to sit there, go for the tower, and again, Fnatic, they can't really make a jump on this. It's far too risky, especially with No-Tail just hiding in the sidelines with that Shadow Blade ready to walk in and get the combo off if anyone comes to defend. And that's going to be another tier 2 down.
They even had a regen there. There was no dying for Miracle here. They will probably go high ground with this. We have some drawing on the map. It looks like Fly actually wants to play it safe, which when you're on a best of 1 and you know that you're better than the loser bracket, and they were very close to being in winner bracket, then they want to play this safe. Them going out here would be a huge upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I've taken away from watching OG many, many times is they're a very sensible team. They very rarely throw games. I can't remember the last time I've seen them get a lead. They might kind of slow down the pace, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see OG wait a little bit before trying to break the high ground. They'll almost certainly try to get the tier 2 first, but they just play it as safe as possible. And
oh, they're going to run into each other.
Time. Okay, Miracle. He needs to be, does still have the Aegis. There'll be a Phoenix group coming out here. He's going to be ready for round 2, and there we go. Crit moving in.
Oh, he got stunned.
And it doesn't matter. The heals are too much. Miracle's going to live. There'll be a Nightmare trying to hold back the Huskar, but he gets taken off. He jumps in, straight onto Black.
Miracle's
Graved up as well. Black will be able to get himself out there with the invisible Glimmer Cape.
He's in
no
trouble.
wants to die so far. DJ's trying to move in onto Fly, but No-Tail tosses him back. Miracle now being supported by Crit. DJ looking for the IO, but he can't quite find it. Moon will take down the Wyvern. Now they turn their attention towards DJ, leaping forward there on the Huskar. There's the toss from Tiny. Wicked sick for Miracle.
How is this guy still alive? I mean, Crit tried to relocate him out,
He
but
didn't even lose the Aegis.
he must have got hit by the Winter's Curse as he tethered through or something. And when you interrupt your stun on relocate, it cancels it. So it looked like he was going to die, at least lose his Aegis, but he just tanked all the damage. Fnatic just simply doesn't have enough.
It's just the trifactor of the IO, the Dazzle, and the Huskar. He just does not die. And especially at this point where he's 14,000 net worth, 6k ahead of the highest of Fnatic. I mean, you just got to ask, what is the plan here for Fnatic?
Oh, Tiny might be in trouble, slightly out of position. getting low. They do have a tombstone up, but they have to kill the IO first, or they have to kill the Dazzle first. They're going, offensive force that.
Miracle just jumps onto Ohio.
Oh,
there's a snap from Moon onto 2. There is a cold embrace keeping Ohio alive here. The cooldown as well. Moon's in a lot of trouble. The Shallow Grave comes out. And just in time from Flying, Moon will be able to keep himself alive. They did lose the IO in this. Maybe this is time for Fnatic to go. See if they can clean up some more. DJ's trying to find Moon, who's still fairly low, but Miracle, he's just jumping in, looking for Grout. The Caper's there. He's toggling it up. Again, Crit's brought back and come into the fight. Relocates in to keep Miracle alive so they can continue the aggression here. There'll be Nasal Goo coming out onto Miracle. They're going to be fine. It did cost a buyback from Crit, but he keeps his team alive, takes the Huskar back to base, and he's going to be tip-top shape.
All right, so Fnatic defends, but they are still so far behind. There was a buyback from the IO in that fight, so not that much loss for Fnatic, but considering they haven't been farming much this whole time, and the Gyro is about half of the net worth behind Huskar, and he's not even good at killing Huskar in the first place, it is looking absolutely dire for Fnatic here. Sanjay and Yasha on the way for Gyrocopter. That'll give him some mobility, but it's not going to allow him to kite the Huskar. The Crimson Guard's helping a lot against Huskar. He's really limiting his damage, but those Burning Spears still add up heavily.
And some big items coming out. The fact that the Huskar, I think he's just a few hundred gold away from finishing off an AC. Big Daddy, of course, on the tiny Mr. No-Tail. He's pretty much got that BKB done as well. So the fights are just looking to get harder and harder for Fnatic.
It's definitely not easier, that's for sure. And like you said, with the BKB, he's just so safe now. He can do all these crazy things that he was doing before with even less chance of losing. When you have this much gold advantage, you don't even have to really build damage anymore. You just have to get more HP than your opponents because you know that you're going to outlast the meager damage they're outputting. It is a BKB. It's a BKB on Gyrocopter, actually. No Sanjay and Yasha. So that gives him some protection against Huskar. He doesn't have to worry as much about getting one shot by Tiny, but you're still looking for like a miracle team fight here on Fnatic for them to be able to take OG. They can still do it. They're defending well high ground, but they need to get the perfect circumstances. And I'm talking like Winter Wyvern ult into huge decays and soul rips and AoE damage. It's the only way they're going to win this game.
As we can see a smoke up from OG. Let's see if they're able to find anything here. Looks like they're probably just going to make the move towards the top. Moon's going to maybe bait mid. They're hanging around the Ancients. But understandably, Fnatic playing very, very carefully, keeping themselves in the base. They're not going to be coming out. And OG would just try and move towards the top, get the creep momentum working around and try and take away that final tier 2 here by the looks of it from Fnatic.
I think it's safer to play this way. I mean, it's clear Fnatic doesn't want to leave their base, but with the same vein, they're just not getting farmed by being in there. So if OG continues to delay this, they get an item on top of an item on top of an item, and then it get to the point where basically Huskar plus IO could kill everybody on Fnatic. So it also causes them some frustration as well. Not a bad thing to aim for. More likely to make a mistake. Do they have a gem yet, though? That's the real question. I don't see a gem yet on OG. I think that's
got the sentries.
Maybe the only mistake they're making.
And well, look how far Fnatic are coming out here in this mid lane.
Oh, Ned has to be careful. He gets trapped on the wrong side.
Oh dear.
Oh?
Oh dear.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Just feeling him out.
I think he's still in a lot of trouble, Purge.
That guy's
there was
dead.
a Wyvern there. At the same time, they do find a kill onto Dazzle.
I just see blood on the ground.
Support.
Wait, where'd Dazzle die? Oh, over by the top.
Yeah, they
okay.
used the Fiend's Grip on him, so
Okay.
that is down.
Not the hero they wanted. They would have loved to grab maybe Tiny or Shaker, but Dazzle's not really the best. It'll probably still hold the OG back for a bit. They're not going to be too upset about that. 400 gold for that Dazzle kill, by the way, even though he has no items. It's just because their team is so far ahead. Almost 20,000 gold ahead. They have like 50% more gold than their opponents.
Oh, No-Tail. He's going to find DJ. DJ, he's in a lot of trouble here. There's your Avalanche. Here's the backup from the rest of the side. He will get off the Crimson Guard, but what does it matter? He just gets destroyed by Miracle. Now on a godlike streak on this Huskar. And, oh man.
The Bristol's working pretty good at doing damage to IO, but they're just too far behind at this point. For that to actually be like a real threat, they'd have to have a full team fight and full cool reflection for IO to actually go down low.
No-Tail, he's just fine on his own. He just walks in, takes the kill, walks off.
That's the Shadow Blade. And not only are they afraid of those heroes showing up, but they also have to put sentries down in normal places where they would be safe. They can't just protect themselves with Observer Wards. So it double compounds the effect that they're behind. Something that the Shadow Blade does that a Blink Dagger would not be able to do.
What are they waiting on next, OG, is a big iron pickup. They just picked up the Lotus Orb on the Shaker. Got 2.1k here on the Huskar. And it's going to be the Solar Crest now finished up on Dazzle as well. So, I mean, if your claws weren't going to die before, they're certainly not going to die now.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe another strength item on the Huskar, maybe a Black King bar. He could either go Satanic, which is going to give you about half the HP of a heart, or he could pick up a heart itself. That'd give him 1,000 HP. And at that point, he's pretty genuinely unkillable. Either of those options would be great, or he can just save buybacks and things like that. Or he can just grab an Aegis, then he has to die twice. Well, more like 5 times with a Dazzle and an IO.
And here we have it going for Roche. Fnatic not in any position or shape at all to contest this.
It's Miracle and Moon on the camera there.
Very focused.
They're confident.
A little bit of a smile there. We got this, lads. He's happy.
It's looking good. There's the smoke from Fnatic. I mean, they're not going to deward with. Okay, they will deward with this. That reveals net.
Yeah, lots of pings coming out of G. Realizing the situation straight away.
Guess they were hoping to maybe catch somebody up there, and if they didn't, they would immediately deward and retreat. It's a pretty... I feel like it's... I guess it's an okay shot, because they need to basically find one hero. They knew they were by Roche, so they might have found one hero there while dewarding. Decent shot, because they don't want to just take a 5v5 smoke. They're so far behind they can't do that. They have to do a high ground smoke, or a high ground fight, like what they're about to defend against.
Here we go. They're trying to throw stuff at Miracle, but Miracle really doesn't care. He's just going to walk it off, turn around. And the fact, I mean, just little things like the fact that they've got the Vlads now onto Crit Sire. That's going to help them so much with these fights, OG.
Huskar's damage is really weak here. But he's so evasive. He's got minus 90 damage from the Enfeeble.
Oh, but some goo getting sent back the way of DJ.
It's raid boss time. That's what we're looking at. Reflect spells, 50 armor. It's got at least 50% evasion here. Somewhere around there.
Just sits there, hits the tower. Not a care in the world here, Miracle.
Oh, the missile reflection.
Here we go, return fire. Onto Black.
Will they fight with this? Okay. That was leveled up too. That was a good reflection.
Okay, Fisher onto Hollow.
Oh, the offensive force.
Chucked in. They'll drop down the weave. No Tail ready to start the fight. Crimson Card has come out here. No Tail's actually popped the BKB. There'll be Winter's Curse, but there's no one around him. It just doesn't matter. And now Miracle, he's just taking down the Tombstone first, getting his priorities. Black's trying to move in with the BKB, with the cooldown. Miracle getting fairly low, but there's still crit on the sidelines, and there's still Fly there with the Grave. Miracle's going to be fine. DJ is managing to stack up the Quill Sprays on the side of OG, but they just toss Miracle out. They get him out of there.
The buddy
and No Tail just keeping his old team safe. It's
a bit of a whiffed initiation for both teams, really. I mean, Tiny went in, tried to catch somebody, didn't get anybody. Fissure's going to come. Could have reflected that missile.
Come on.
Yeah, come on. There's the
he's got Satanic.
Now he can heal so fast.
All right.
Good reflection.
Return goo. And that's a Wyvern dying up to the north. And just casually getting destroyed by No Tail.
They could go on up a little bit here.
He's getting fairly low.
Yeah. But he's got so many ways to heal up. This is so dangerous.
This has got to be pretty soul crushing.
They throw him back. This is the fight.
Okay, DJ is he's remixed his last. He's gone. He's down for a minute, and they'll just turn for the second set of Raxi down bottom. Fnatic, 50 seconds without this bristle.
They left him behind, man. That was their hero.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And Black with a cooldown, but it's probably going to turn into a cool GG at this point of the game.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty lucky. They do pop the glyph. They just got to wait for it.
They need a miracle.
Wyvern? Oh, all right.
This is on the other team. There we go. Fiend Strip onto No Tail, but he gets shoved back. He's going to be fine. There's return fire going back to Black with a missile, and Miracle just jumps forward. There'll be a nightmare. There's Moon with the Echo Slam onto 2. Ohio has been caught embraced up, but No Tail's moving in with the punches. There's the toss. Tosses the zombie onto his own dad. The murder, the humanity from No Tail. It's just too much for Fnatic, and they're going to lose the bottom racks here. Oh, man.
2 racks advantage and no signs of breaking in the slightest.
And they'll just casually walk up top, and that's your GG.
There's
OG
nothing they
have
can
done
do
it.
to stop the Huskar there.
There we have it. If no tails the flower, OG's the whole garden. And they'll take the win. It was a Huskar game, and it was a Huskar game that they'll be very happy that they picked it in.
Yeah, I don't think the Huskar was necessarily the main reason they won.
No, absolutely.
It was
The
really
whole team.
the whole team created a massive amount of space, and it really allowed Miracle to get ahead and just absolutely end that out with great support play. Awesome play from everybody on OG there.
Yeah, they're going to feel very happy with that. Of course, once again, commiserations to Fnatic. They are now out of the tournament. They will go home, but OG, they move forward to the next best challenge. They will be now in best of 3s. They've got past that first hurdle. The best of 1s. It's never the nice place to be, but when you're able to find a game with a Huskar pick, get your tiny eye, they felt very comfortable with the draft, and it was apparent throughout the whole performance.
Yeah, it was.
Absolutely bang on. Well, with that, we'll head over to the panel to see what they've got to say about the team play of OG.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel, down in the commentary booth. And yes, we are back on the panel to dissect what was a convincing victory for OG. Gentlemen, start with Capitalist. Your thoughts?
I think that OG displayed why they're probably, of all the teams in the best of 1 scenario where they're on the edge of actually losing the tournament entirely, they showed why they're looked at as probably one of the strongest teams. In fact, I would still go with my prediction of seeing OG in the top 8, which is showcased in just a very flawless victory. I mean, when it came to the draft, I think they had it on complete lockdown, and then the play was just expert. I mean, every single team fight that happened, Fnatic just looked like they were being completely outplayed.
Yeah, everything found their way. Blitz, convincing victory, not necessarily all down to the Huskar, but it was part of the pick, and the Tiny IO comfort pick worked well for them.
For me personally, when I was watching this match, I kept looking at, okay, who would I designate as the MVP? And it's difficult because everybody played so well. You saw at the top fight that really set the pace of the game where No Tail was able to just survive forever. He had multiple stun tosses over and over again. He was just tossing his teammates in one by one. And I was probably imagining, but he probably was saying just go. He was probably screaming at everybody. And it just felt like Fnatic couldn't really keep up with that type of pace. And then from there, I felt like OG just felt so comfortable. They're just we can take any fight at this point. It doesn't really matter. We've got this game.
Yep. When it comes to hairstyles, Pirin,
yeah,
Bristleback obviously offends you greatly.
Not at all.
So you must be
Not
quite
at all,
happy.
Paul. Can we focus on the game?
Oh.
Paul?
Some professionalism, honestly.
I thought that was a fantastic performance from OG, and me and Cap were watching the game. And one thing that we were interested in was the fact that Huskar could do whatever he likes. We were saying it's not just about the Huskar pick. The reason he could do whatever he wanted is because they had this great support network. You saw at the end there, he was just sieging the base by himself. The whole team was just waiting in the wings. And there was one thing as well, is that I hadn't anticipated the fact that if they need to catch someone, you toss some people in there. You've got Leap as well from Huskar.
Yep.
They just chase them. They can disengage with the Wisp. They've got so much armor and save. It was a great lineup, and it was great to watch.
Absolutely. We also have another man who's downstairs right now, which is Dakota, and he is with another man who also had a very good game on Earthshaker, Moomiander.
Thank you, Paul. Here on the floor with Moon, Team OG, dominant victory. You guys looked amazing. Let's go ahead and break it down a bit. Starting with the draft, I know you're not the drafter per se, but did you find it surprising at all that they kind of just let you have the Wisp, and was it a bit pre-plotted or premeditated that you were going to finish things out with a Huskar? And then going into the match itself, dominant at the start, but you guys then decided to play it a bit safe. Why don't you go ahead and break it down?
Well, they gave us IO Tiny, and we liked the heroes. And we kind of pre-planned the Huskar, but they picked Gyrocopter, which is bad versus Huskar. And then the opener, Gyro Undying, is also weak against IO Tiny because they can't really face us middle. Then they picked Bristleback, which kind of now they have a Bristleback. So we kind of trapped them in a draft. I mean, by I say we, I mean Fly. Fly just trapped them in a draft and just played the captain's game, and we just kind of won.
If you could give your own personal performance a letter grade, what would you say?
I would say F for multiple choice, which is start, but the written part, probably an A-star.
An A-star. Well played. So congratulations, big win for you. If you had to dedicate that win to anyone special, who would it be?
Obviously my girlfriend, who just flew in today.
Oh, that's so sweet. Congratulations again, Moon, well deserved. Enjoy the rest of your time off, and best of luck on the next round, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Dakota, and thank you, Moon, down there as well. An F. Oh, wow, okay. A star, he says, for his play, though. Do you agree, disagree, Blitz?
No, I thought it was about right.
It was a good play, wasn't it, on that Earthshake? It was a couple of really nice pickoffs as well.
What made sense to me most was just his rotations every single time. When he was in the mid lane, it made sense to me. At the bottom lane, he was pretty successful. The blink dagger timing was pretty crucial. And he was always the one leading the charge. Like in that top fight, I thought he did a really good job overall.
We haven't talked about Fnatic, and we should do, to pay them some service as well. Showed flashes of good play in the group stage. Weren't able to show that today in the best of one. Always difficult, of course, in that best of one. And again, similar to Cloud9, really. Maybe this is a longer-term project with Black on board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, like talking to Black before the group stage actually started, he said that, you know, they were pretty inconsistent, but a lot of their scrim results were decently promising. I think that would point to the fact that they do have the talent based on the fact that they were able to achieve some decent wins in scrims, but the fact that they weren't able to get it together at the actual event just says that they really need time. I really hope they don't change their roster. If they do, just maybe one player, but I can't even think like who they would immediately kick out. I think that pretty much everyone from Fnatic is talented, and they just need to get on the same page when it comes to their actions in team fights, perhaps a little bit better drafting, really find their a stronger style for them.
All right, let's take a look at some highlights and we can talk through those as well. It really didn't start very well. First blood already within the first 30 seconds sort of spelled a little bit of doom and disaster,
we hadn't even sat down to watch the game yet, and it was 1-0. So, I mean, these fights were just... I just felt like the control was all with OG. I thought the Dazzle played really well, so many saves, and just let the Huskar do whatever he wanted, basically. And then the control with the Earthshaker as well. Wisp did a huge amount, and then you've still got Tiny to deal with on top of all of that.
I mean, look at how No Tail just consistently kites them. He's in and out, and it just makes it so difficult for Fnatic to play around that fact, because they want to kill that Tiny so bad that they're being baited a little bit further, and it makes it so easy for his team to collapse on
I think this is the kill, isn't it? Yeah. And the Earthshaker comes in right at the end. Yeah, there you go. That's beautiful.
I mean, the thing with the Earthshaker is he can break up the fight really well. I know Will was saying clockwork, and I think he can do the same thing, but not quite in the same kind of time that Earthshaker can do. He can isolate. He can also put an end to a fight. I just think it was a great pick.
Yeah, the last pick, Huskar, I mean, set them completely up for success. The moment it was picked up, it was like, oh, that was pretty obvious. They needed an early mid-game hero. It has great synergy with their supports, and I think one of the most important things is that it works really well against Gyrocopter, a total counter to him.
Blitz, when you get drafted like that against you, what's the mood when you go into the game? Are you worried immediately, especially when you lose first blood and it just seems to snowball out of control, or you just think, no, we need to focus on the game?
It's really hard because in the back of your mind, you're always thinking to yourself, man, did we just get completely outdrafted? What are we going to do about X hero? You notice time and time again, they couldn't deal with the Tiny Wisp. At some point in their minds, they have to be thinking to themselves, well, we also have a Gyrocopter as our one position, and they have a Huskar. That's possibly one of the hardest one-to-one counters in the game. And when the early game doesn't go well like this, I feel at some points you're just kind of like playing the game out. You're thinking to ourselves, okay, what are we really meant to do? Let's just kind of figure it out as it goes. And if the early game goes badly, well, then what?
Is there an element of just hoping that they mess up somehow and they can capitalize on it and somehow break out? Or do you just think we've just got to go through the motions here? I mean, you can't give up that early on, but looking at the two drafts, it must have been tempting, no?
You're never going to really give up on a stage like this because you just want to play it out to see what happens, but at this level, I feel like OG, they're just not going to make any massive errors that are going to let them stop.
And mentally, you're already on a kind of a negative vibe rather than going in on a positive one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, disappointing for Fnatic. They do finish 13th to 16th, but OG do move on alongside Alliance in that lower bracket right now. Alliance, OG, LGD, and Vega Squadron 4, very, very good teams, are waiting to find out who they play. Whatever they guess, could be quite tough, isn't it, Cap?
Yeah, absolutely. The whole best of one scenario, looking at the teams, I really only think that OG probably has the most likely chance of being able to move forward past this round and into the third and fourth round for them. I don't know. I guess for the rest of the best of one teams, you just got to focus on the game at hand. But it's definitely going to be a long climb for all of them just because there's such a strong upper bracket. I mean, there's so many good teams here, and we've talked about it before. This meta is, I think, pretty open, and every single team is bringing their own individual play style, which makes it even harder oftentimes when it comes to drafting.
Yeah. Piran, thoughts? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts?
Fnatic and OG going through.
I think OG looked great. I've watched all day today, and I missed a lot of the group stage stuff, so I can't really comment on that.
Yeah.
But I do think that the performance today that got me the most hyped was definitely that one.
Okay. All right. And Blitz, final thoughts?
I think OG, again, they had to play against Vegas Squadron twice in their group, which was no easy task, and it's easy to look bad against a team like that. But I think they're going to get a lot of confidence off of that, and when it comes to Fnatic, you just got to regroup, think to yourselves, okay, what went wrong? Let's use this as a learning experience, and hopefully they try to stick together.
Okay, as you can see the bracket on your screen right now, EG and CDEC will meet in the semi-finals in the upper bracket. That was played out earlier on, of course, those two matches. And Alliance and OG on the same side of the bracket on the lower half, LGD and Vega dropping down from their earlier matches. That's how the bracket looks right now. We've got another match coming up for you very shortly, of course. One will be Newbie versus Unknown, and we'll finish the evening with eHome versus Newbie Young. Looking forward to both of those two. Any final thoughts on the bracket? Blitz, anything that stands out in terms of matches you're really anticipating?
I didn't realize how absurd that bracket was.
It is absurd, isn't it?
That's a TI5 finals rematch.
Yeah.
The Nanyang Championships rematch for Team Secret versus Vici Gaming. So Vici Gaming has the opportunity to come back into it. I didn't actually realize it was going to be that hype off the bat. Those are two group stage matches or bracket stage matches that you could just use as a grand finals.
Yep. And we have 6 days, including this one. We have 6 days of awesome Dota 2. What are you looking forward to most?
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's matchup between Vici Gaming and Virtus.pro, actually. I think that matchup is going to be one of the closest of the 4 different upper bracket matches. I think that VP had a pretty good showing in the group stage, and I think Vici Gaming did show some weaknesses. So I'm going into this series putting Vici Gaming a bit higher than Virtus.pro, but due to their group stage performance, I think that Virtus.pro is looking better, and Vici Gaming, alternatively, are looking a little bit worse.
Okay. Pyrian Flax, thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Nice for you to make a cameo appearance on the desk. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the week? Any particular match stand out, for example?
Not really. I mean, I
just looking to enjoy it.
Love being at an event. It's always great to watch the games with the fans and in the crowd and everything. It's a lot more hype than watching it online. Like once you've been to big events and stuff, it's hard to watch it online and really feel it the same way. Whereas when you're there with the crowd, it's more like you're at a live sporting event. So yeah, that's really what I'm looking forward to, is watching the games.
Good stuff, good stuff. If you're out in the crowd and Ted manages to stroll along, grab him, sit him down, you'll have a lot of fun watching Dota 2 with him. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will have more action from the Dota Frankfurt Major. And a very warm welcome back to you, and welcome to Frankfurt and to the Frankfurt Major. We are into our final 2 games of the night, already having had 4 games today. If you missed them, where were you? You should have been here because you missed some real humdingers. We've also had a little bit of a personnel change on the desk once more. We've got LD and OD Pixel rejoining us, and also Malini, fresh from a snooze. How are you doing?
How's it going?
All right. It never ceases to amaze me that you are able to sleep anywhere.
Hey, sometimes you gotta recharge, man, for those games. At least it wasn't during the cast.
No, quite.
You know,
absolutely.
it's funny you should mention that, Ben, because somebody here never needs to recharge. This man is a human Energizer bunny.
No, he's actually a human Duracell.
He actually doesn't need caffeine. When he bounces up and down like this, that's just Owen in his default state. So, I mean, we've got Ben here who can barely stay awake.
We're old now, man.
Well, we're team old over here.
Yeah.
OD, LD, but the energy comes from this side.
He can speak for himself. I got plenty left. Thanks very much. We're going to move on. Newbie.
Humdinger, eh?
Humdinger. Do you like one? I'm trying to educate you with a few extra words in your vocabulary. What's up with you?
How many of the viewers do you think even know what a humdinger is?
4.
Okay. Do you know what one is?
No.
But it sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to come to you with Newbie first and discuss how they got to this lower bracket, because it's a fairly miserable old run for them, Owen.
It is a little bit. I mean, one thing that I'm going to be interested to see about these guys, they've only played up against 2 teams so far here at the LAN. Of course, in the way that the group stages were, they got 2-0 twice by VP, and we already know that VP are a pretty strong team. I don't think that's surprising there. They did manage to 2-0 Fnatic, but that was the same Fnatic that we just saw in that last series, and I don't know if that's necessarily something to write home about. So I think it's still kind of omen and ahhing about Newbie. We never really kind of saw them return to the former glory that we saw about a year or so, or over a year now ago. And I think this is going to be a really fun matchup between them and Unknown, because Unknown are extremely unpredictable, and I don't know if Newbie are going to be ready for them.
Well, let's find out, because we did manage to grab an interview with them. Dakota was with them to find out what their thoughts were on the lower bracket.
I'm here in the newbie practice room with Banana right now, and gotta ask, yesterday, long day of Dota. I'm sure your team is not very satisfied with how things turned out. Where's the team feeling right now? How's the morale now that you're gonna have to battle out of the lower bracket?
昨天被打入败者组之后，就是大家情绪都不太好，然后回去大家也讨论了很多吧。之后的比赛嘛，我们会就是根据之前失败的经验总结，就是慢慢的一步一步往上打吧，大家尽力打好吧。
So, Newbie, you had the day off today. How has the team been spending the day off? Have you been getting some scrim time in, practice, checking replays? What have you been doing with your day off?
今天我们是因为昨天比赛打得比较久，大家都比较累嘛，然后今天都是大家睡到比较晚才起来，然后就是我们下午就是跟别的队训练，然后加上看其他队的比赛来学习一些东西吧。
Now it looks like you're going to be heading into the scary best of ones against the Peruvian squad Team Unknown. How do you feel about your opponent going into the main stage?
我们就是之前有跟他们训练过，但是确实对这个队伍不太了解，因为就是他们之前就是比赛很少有见过他们嘛，就是对他们的信息了解的比较少。BOE 的比赛存在的变数比较大吧，就是看临场发挥吧。
All right, Banana, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck with you and Team Newbie into the next round.
And a big thank you to Dakota and to Banana as well, one of the key players on this team. And I don't want to get too carried away with this, guys, but putting their eggs all in one basket, if they were going to do that, it would be on hell, wouldn't it?
It has been in the past, looking at the way that they've drafted. Like, we've seen them pick, like, you go back to Vici Gaming, even at TI, they were picking a lot of unconventional carries that were kind of hit or miss. Spectre, Luna, that's something that he has brought a bit to this team. They've been running Juggernaut, who you see occasionally, but is definitely not like considered a consistent top-tier carry. Luna as well. Generally, he gets a lot of farm priority. They tend to pick like very tempo controller-heavy type heroes for the others, so I wouldn't say all their eggs in the Hal basket, but to me, he's kind of like the ROTK of this team in the sense that he's very volatile. Some games he's amazing, some games he almost single-handedly can throw the game. So it's just which how is going to show up.
Yeah, and that conversely affects whether newbie have a good game or a bad game often as well, doesn't it? It kind of transfers to that.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole team synergy is built around how, as Heldy was saying, is if he starts to tilt, if something doesn't go right in the game and suddenly he's making mistakes, he's going out on his own, he's getting taken down, the whole team morale is going to be affected. And that's something they've got to be really careful about against someone like Unknown, who, the way they play in the early game, they're pretty smart. They'll find out the team's weak point, they'll abuse it, they'll probably not win the game, but they'll screw you up in the start. And that might be kind of, the Achilles heel for a team like Newbie.
Yeah, absolutely. Unknown, on the other hand, I read all of the hype before, the fact that they qualified, it was fantastic. Finally, we got this South American Peruvian team involved and they can get to a major tournament like this. And whilst that's fantastic, they haven't actually shown us too much yet from the group stages.
They did pretty well versus Vici. I was surprised how well they held up, but aside from that, I don't know. I think they performed decently in the North American qualifiers.
Do you think they've matched expectations, or do you think we undersold them?
Group E was the toughest.
Yeah, it was tough group.
I think they matched expectations.
Okay.
I mean, they played two BO3s. Like Ben said, I think they gave Vici Gaming a really good fight. They're a very young team. So, I mean, a lot of the fans who have watched their games have seen Kotaro as well as Atune dropping items, diving towers. Like, sometimes it feels like the circus is in town when this team is playing, but when it works, it really works. So I hope they bring the swag. I hope they don't let the rough group stage performance set them back. From what I gather, they had a bit of an intervention with Atune at one point to say, okay, buddy, he had the double Blink Dagger Queen of Pain game, and they told him, okay, buddy, you need to take it more seriously. This is serious. We're getting ready for the major. This is not time to go off and start, jerking around. So I think they'll pull it together, and I honestly think they have a pretty good shot here.
Yeah. Okay. How do you feel about that? I disagree.
I'd have to agree as well. I think they've got a shot here. Okay. I mean, it is a best of one. You kind of look at the recent series that they've played. They haven't won a lot of series, but they have managed to take games against some teams that you just don't expect them to do so. And in a best of one situation, a team like Unknown, I think they've got every chance in doing something, incredible against Newbie. And that's what it's going to be. If they win, it's going to be with style. Yeah. They're going to be dropping their items behind the tier 3s, 10 minutes into the game. They're going to be running around, taunting at people's deaths. They're going to be doing some crazy stuff. I mean, these guys are insane. You can hear them a mile off when they play. They're louder than me stepping on a piece of Lego whilst casting a team fight. It's insane. These guys are absolutely nuts when they play Dota, and I think that's why a lot of people are looking forward to this, because it's going to be a lot of fun to see how Peru do, and it means a lot to them as well. I mean, these guys, even if they lose, taking away that kind of money, that's crazy for these guys, especially at the age they are and being from where they're from.
Okay, well, talking about where they're from, we did catch up with the team to find out their thoughts on entering a first ever international major.
Cuando entramos al primero, sabíamos que íbamos a perder, pero cuando vino el segundo, ahí yo predije que íbamos a ganar y ya llegamos a ganar. Cuando clasificamos, obviamente todos saltábamos y celebramos.
Yo describiría al Team No como una familia.
La mentalidad que tenemos para este torneo es, estamos todos relajados, no tenemos que llenarnos de presión. Si te llenas de presión no vas a poder jugar tranquilo. Solo lo tomamos a la ligera.
La verdad es que me siento muy emocionado por jugarle a los mid de este torneo, porque la verdad es que son todos muy buenos. Me emociona más para poder jugarles porque sé que voy a obtener un buen nivel.
Yo creo que en Sudamérica hay algunos equipos que tienen buen nivel, pero obviamente todo se puede mejorar. No sentimos nada, estamos bien. Yo creo que podemos ser uno de los equipos grandes, así como en China y en Europa. Sí, en Perú tenemos a algunos fans, algunos que son fieles, otros que nos hablan mal, pero bueno, sí, hay algo. Tenemos nuestro soporte.
Nosotros dropeamos ítems porque es como nuestro grito de guerra, porque es nuestra forma de celebrar, porque vemos los seres así que se quedan quietos cuando acaba la partida, entonces nosotros como grito de guerra podemos botar los ítems. Y es verdad que es divertido.
Tenemos en mente llegar hasta los 4 mejores equipos.
So, two teams ready to fight. And of course, you heard a bit of swagger there from the boys from Peru. And we can't wait to find out what they've got in store. So let's not make any more delays. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your teams. I have no idea how that lad sees out of his hoodie, but it looks fun.
This team has swagger. Come on, they bring the flag on the stage. He's like, I don't even need my eyes to walk out there. I can just feel the stage in front of me.
I was worried about the handshake for a moment. I thought he might miss, but no, all good, all present and correct. And they're going to get ready in their booths while we go through the predictions. And we're going to start with LD. Just to put you on the spot. As you've only just got here, we're going to throw you under the bus.
Listen, I cast this team pretty much the entire American qualifier, saw them coming down the stretch. When they bring their A game, they are actually very scary. I liken them to some of the other up-and-coming teams we've seen at this tournament. Newbie Young, they're not the most polished, but they have the individual skill. If they bring their A game, I think they could totally blindside Newbie. Easy to underestimate given some of the sloppy performances they brought in, but I'm going with unknown.
Okay, I heard a lot of emotion in there, a lot of from the heart. Owen, are we following the same school?
I've got to agree. I've got to agree with LD. I think Unknown can do it. You can feel it. You can see it. We just saw them walking on with that, and you can even smell it. Peru are here. They're ready, and they're going to take it.
I can smell something up here, but I'm not sure that's Peru.
Ben?
I think the battery's overheating.
Yeah, maybe. Check him quickly. I'm actually going to disagree with you guys. As much as I like the fact that these guys have swagger and they have, all the necessary weapons, I got a feeling that the experience of Newbie's going to take it. So I'm going to go with Newbie.
Newbie all the way.
The Newbie boys over here against the Unknown boys over there.
The two old men who need their naps, of course, siding, with the older veterans.
Hey, I've taken 0 naps today. I'm on a 0 KDR right
now. Well, it's reflected in your work, Paul. So.
Thank you, I think. Maybe. Why Newbie for you?
I think they're just a much more stable team, but it being a best of one, I think that Unknown has the potential to blindside them. But I think that Newbie have probably seen it coming, maybe, picking A early so that they don't have to worry about the Huskar. But I don't know. Unknown, what else do they have in store?
I do have to take issue with one thing that they said in the interview. Dropping items is our war cry. Okay, that's fine. Our way of celebrating once we've won. They dropped the items before the game's even gotten underway. He's dropping items in the late stage. He drops his null talisman to last hit, which makes absolutely no sense. Then he's picking it up when he bottles, so I don't buy it for a second. It's their way of swagging on their opponents.
Oh, dear. Right, well, the craziness potentially starts right now here in the draft. What are we banning?
I mean, we're banning the Huskar for reasons that we just saw in the last game, for reasons that we've seen from Unknown's past. They love picking the Huskar. This is the kind of team that will pick a Huskar and a TA, and they'll just run at you minute 10. So you can understand why Newbie's taking that out with the first.
So have Newbie covered all their bases, though?
I mean, there's
some research, but have they done all
true.
of it?
This is the power of Peru, you see. They force you to ban these heroes, and then suddenly the top heroes in this meta, they're still in the pool potentially. I mean, Doom and Slardar obviously being taken out by Unknown, which is totally understandable.
Tusk is still in there
Big
as well.
heroes, Shadow Fiend for this team, Templar Assassin. They love these heroes for a tune in the mid lane. Queen of Pain is one of Kataro's go-tos if they want him to be a little more independent. There's also Darkseer Wyvern out there. That's a more safe opening, not something Unknown generally would go for this early, but it is an option.
Nothing surprising with the first pick Tusk.
No, not at all. Not at all, especially from a team like Newbie.
Yep. And Newbie have first pick, which I think is more important.
Exactly.
I actually haven't seen very many teams dire with first pick this tournament.
No, not a huge amount.
5 seconds.
I wonder if they take something like the Undying or the Darkseer here. I think both are kind of heroes that really complement the kind of play style that Unknown go for.
Do they tend to play the Slardar? Doom?
Well, Slardar.
They do play the Slardar. It is.
Everyone plays Slardar.
Everyone. I mean, who doesn't play Slardar?
Everyone plays Doom.
If you're not playing
Most teams play
Slardar, you didn't get into this LAN.
Yeah.
That's true.
There's actually a few teams here that don't, but I think that's a mistake.
They're going
there's like 2 teams.
But they should be playing Slardar.
They should. Oh, there we go. I
Okay,
said
so
it.
the TA and the Wyvern comes out as well.
I said they picked TA and Huskar and run at you.
Okay.
Do you want to get a room or you good?
I'm just keeping them on.
So TA and Wyvern. No,
Pretty
no
safe
surprise.
opening for them.
Yeah.
So I think if you're a newbie, you want to either take Darkseer here or ban him out in the next phase. I think he's pretty nice to have in this phase, though. Really good versus the TA refraction, and they heavily rely on the TA for damage output.
Touch Gyro.
That's Gyro. Okay.
So this is kind of in a similar vein. This is a hero that can blow through the refraction pretty quickly. Strong laning support, and yeah, I definitely would be surprised to see the Darkseer get through. Both teams can actually use him now.
10 seconds.
So newbie, I think, are just trying their best to like keep it a normal game. That's their goal here.
remaining.
The other hero that is out there, if Darkseer gets banned, that the teams have to be cautious about is Brood. We have not seen that ambush Brood pick yet in the main event. But
not today, but we have
saw
seen it. Saw in the groups. Yeah.
And it is a very sorry state
Yes,
for
it is.
They don't see it coming.
Yeah, that 5th pick Brood was murder.
Darkseer does get banned. Gotta be careful.
Turns out newbie have not played Brood recently. Unknown have played Brood twice and lost both games.
10 seconds remaining.
Very quickly as well. 19 minutes and 28 minutes.
Yeah, that doesn't bode well, does it?
They tried. That's the thing. Like
It
sometimes
is-
they go crazy, and it's like it might not work.
It is worth mentioning, both of these teams come into this match having done very poorly in their recent games. Newbie are 3-7 in their last 10 games, and Unknown are 2-8. So both teams coming out on a bit of a loss streak.
One of those is getting a slightly better win rate after this.
Which one was better to you, though? Unknown's performance versus Vici or newbie's performance versus Virtus.pro?
I would take the newbie Virtus.pro.
Really?
I'd have to agree. I think Unknown looked great in the early game against Vici, but the fact that they made the mistakes that kind of led to how the game went that didn't happen at that kind of scale in Newbie's game.
No.
Teams definitely
Yeah,
taking
they're
their
thinking
time
about this
here.
one. I mean, what do you take away against this aside just as unpredictable? If you see the TA in the Wyvern, I mean, you surely got to take something away like the Undying here.
Just look down the list and just stick a pen in it somewhere.
I mean, I'm looking at what Unknown play. Unknown pretty much play.
They're all over
They
the
play,
place.
yeah, exactly. They play so many different
what
heroes.
can you ban that's
The Queen.
realistic? Okay, so the Corp's gone.
And Newbie haven't really shown their hand yet. They picked the Gyro, but this is a very strong, safe laner, not that easy to pressure. It's not like they've revealed a Shadow Fiend or something that can be ganked a lot in the early stage. I know do run Bounty Hunter on occasion, but you don't really know what they're doing yet. They'll ban out the AA, though, and they go into the Alchemist.
Wow.
Now, this is a hero they run on occasion.
All right.
Very mixed results with the Alch. And seems like when this patch first came out, teams were loving Alch. They would pick it almost every game, but everyone's been shying away from it lately.
Yeah.
Radiant
The one team that does still like try to is Vici with that Undying Alchemist Morphling strat, but it's kind of a niche thing.
It's a 50% win rate so far from 6 picks here at the major.
I mean, Clockwork picked up this is it's a solid offlane. They've done this before, Unknown. It's one of the more common picks with the lineup. They do like to run the Clockwork. And the fact that Newbie have got this Undying, I mean, this, for a bit of time, this has been like the classic opening for a lot of teams. You get these 3 heroes. There was a period where they were a little bit stronger, but still, it's a very scary opening trio.
They're running an Alch, and at this point, unless it's a support, it's like a safe lane Alch.
They're pretty much all single target. I wouldn't mind a Dazzle pick up here from Newbie, but at the same time, the Clockwork pick it's a solid offlaner, but there's not really that much synergy in between the other 3 heroes. Like, you want like an AA blast to throw out there. What can you really follow up with? TA has to get inside the cogs in order to do the damage. Maybe it might be like a more space creator sort of thing than an actual, hey, we're actually looking to fight this head on.
He also doesn't really match up that well against Gyro in the laning stage. If you ever catch him, he's pretty much food.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing, Ben, is this looks like it could be a carry out, potentially. We haven't really seen any support Alch, and you're up against Tusk Undying already.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty scary.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering what Newbie are going to do about the mid lane. They do like to run the Shadow Fiend a lot, but I don't know if they're going to be put off a little bit by the TA. I'm going to go with the Ember Spirit, so something to obviously work through the refraction charges. And again, such a strong hero at the moment. There's no saying that Newbie's lineup is just not looking incredibly strong at this point.
That's an insane lineup so far.
They don't have much catch either. Not reliable anyway.
Newbies turn to ban.
You have Winter's Curse, you have the Alk Stun, if you can somehow jump him, but a good Ember is always going to be able to leap away with the Remnant.
I mean, a lot of minus armor, though. If he ever does get caught, or maybe it gets like super late and there's an Abyssal and an Alchemist, this Ember can fall quite easily.
So they banned Skywrath. I mean, if you want just a support that can control the Ember, maybe a Disruptor is an option here, but again, I'm still worried if I'm unknown about this Tuscan dying already. So they go Rubik. It is a setup. It's not the longest duration one.
So where to for Newbie's final pick?
I feel like they can pretty much do whatever they want. They've already got good team fight, good gank, good lanes.
I think they have like far better early game, so maybe you want to commit more to that. Spirit Breaker would be a decent pickup if Rubik weren't their last pick. Other supports that they like, maybe like Ice Stalker's already banned out.
What about the Lion?
5 seconds.
Like a Shaman. Okay, they go for the lockdown in a different way.
Okay, thank you to the three of you. We're going to head over to our commentary team for our second but last game of the evening. Newbie versus Unknown.
Thank you, Paul. That's right. I'm Capitalist, joined by Blitz. We've got one hell of a match on our hands. Newbie versus Unknown, a clash of regions, two teams that don't really face up against each other ever, and also a little bit of age difference as well. Blitz, where's your money on?
I want to say that Newbie is going to win just because they have the experience. This is the team that won TI4 for the most part. It's kind of intact, but I mean, it's hard not to root for Unknown. They're a little bit clowny. They're sort of NA Dota-y, and they're willing to drop items and stuff. I know why they do it. It's
their war cry, yes.
Yeah, it's like their war cry, okay. No, they definitely do that to tilt. That's the point of it. But in a best of one, I don't even know if you have time to get away with it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Newbie lineup, and I feel like it's very safe. You know, as LD was saying, you've got pretty strong lanes, you've got plenty of team fight, you've got potentially the superior late game, just depending on how this Alchemist and TA go. I feel like Newbie are just going, okay, this is the best of one, we should be able to win this, we're the more experienced team, everyone's going to be looking at us to move on. Let's just go ahead and make the safest draft we could possibly can.
Yeah, when you think you're the team that's favored, you're always going to play that way, right? You're not going to go do anything crazy or show off anything. You're just going to make sure that you have the most safe, standard, balanced draft possible. And on the flip side, Unknown, I think they realize what kind of underdogs they are. They're playing against former TI4 champions. They decided to go for the TA first pick. How often do you see that? But it's Katara Hayama. This is his best possible hero that he could play. Why not just go for it immediately before either Newbie snatch it or they ban it out?
Now, what do you think about the Alchemist? Paul was mentioning 3-3 so far in the tournament, a handbag of results. Do you actually feel like the Alchemist is still a strong meta hero?
I think it is, but it's not as strong as people initially thought. I think it got slightly overrated, but hold that thought is they're actually going to get control of the bounty rune.
Unknown's going to be able to pick up that bounty rune, plus they might even be able to get first blood. Banana turns around, gets that 3 decay spam, and he will be okay because of that one. But still, the important thing, the bounty rune for Attune the Alchemist.
Yeah, and he's got enough money for the bottle if he wants to just give it to his mid laner, which is something that we see pretty often, but if he thinks that Katara Hayama's okay without it, just because the Ember Spirit wasn't able to get one of his own, then it should be all right. Although the Ember actually did go all the way bottom and grab it. He had enough time.
Tuss went ahead and lift that one for him, so even matchup for now. But this is a matchup that we've seen time and time again. The Ember Spirit versus Templar Assassin, a little bit finicky. But we have these added supports. Rubik Zetox just going to be sitting in this lane, apparently, just to help out Kataru and make sure he does all right as the Templar Assassin. It is a lane that can very easily go one way or the other, right?
If I remember correctly, I think the TA wins, and pretty handily. I can't remember what matchup I saw it in,